lady Amanda Shaw and guitarist Tim Robertson.
Robertson. I don't know. Let's see here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No! Stop it. Oh my god. Okay, but also stop it. Why is this acting like this? There we go. Jesus. Mute. Excuse me. All right. This is a pain in the ass. So this seems fine like this. Excuse me. So we can just do this here, I guess. And then, like, we want NAIC to be on the top at all times. I can stretch this out some. That's pretty good, like that. And so what we'll be doing for the game, because I am going to be playing a game too. So I can close that now. I don't need to interact with it anymore. I mean, do I want to play Final Fantasy VII or do I want to? I don't want to play Final Fantasy VII. It's sort of like I want to do the voice acting and stuff on FF7R, so I can't really. I need to have this open actually. So we do interact. Bring this back over here because I need to be able to mess with it. So I'll bring this over here because we're gonna want to unmute this in a minute. And actually, I'll be able to can I just full screen it? Bum, 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 bum. All right, but I do also need to mute the game. No, I need this up. What do you mean? Yeah. Okay. But like, what are we doing? Is this not okay? Let me check the settings. Video settings, display options, display mode, borderless is actually what I want. Confirm. There we go. That should allow me to have other windows up now. It's so weird how finicky that can be. So I can unmute that way. I'll probably... Where's my remote? Remote. Oh, my legs. Here it is. I really wish I had a stock of soda. I might run to the store in a few, like between matches or something. Nobody will notice. Oh yeah, I gotta log into my TV now. I'm working on it. Just bear with me. No, come back. I need that open. Son of a bitch. So this isn't even like a real window. I can't click it. Huh. Okay. That's very annoying. And the password for this was what? That's right. That should be it. connected. Perfect. So now I should be able to open up YouTube and see my own stream so that if something goes wrong, I'll be able to see it happen. And what I might actually do is run to the store real quick and get some drinkies and some snackies, because it's going to be a long day anyways, right? I sort of started the stream a little earlier than I should have. I'm going to be completely honest with you. That's not even what I wanted to click. I wanted to click my stream, not whatever, not that. Okay, so there's this. I sort of started the stream a little earlier than I should have. I'm going to be completely honest with you. There's no audio settings in Dragon Quest? That can't be right. I should probably mute this. How is there no audio settings in the game? Okay, yep. Okay. Miscellaneous. Yeah, why can't... Why? There's no audio... The system settings. Okay, Jesus. Audio settings. Here we go. There we go. I mean, playing a Dragon Quest game without audio is going to be a little awkward, unfortunately, but it is what it is. All right. So I am going to leave this sitting for just a moment, which is insane, I know, but I've already started the stream twice, so I mean, I don't really have much more of an option at this point except for to do what I got to do. So that's not big enough. More. There we go. BRB. All right. I have returned. I see chat is popping off as usual. Good, good, good. All right. So I need to grab this display capture. We're going to... How is this going to work? Wait, how is this going to work? Why can't I... Okay, there it is. So now the question becomes, do I do the audio for NAIC? Or do I do the audio for the game I'm playing? And I don't know. Ugh. Whew, all right. I'm actually hungry. Leg day sucks. Leg day is the worst day. Let's, since we're claiming it's an NAIC stream,
That's simple.
let's have the audio for that going.
And then you can earn all of those great rewards in whatever games that you are competing in.
You can see all the channels there listed on your left, so hopefully you're able to get what you want out of this weekend. And thank you so much for watching to cheer on all of our competitors along the way.
Controller turned off.
But we want to hear from you, so make sure that you are also following along with us on our social media platforms. Please use the hashtag PokemonNAIC to join in on the conversation.
No, come over here and get my way.
While this is just a
Lay down,
smattering
stay.
of the things that you get to look forward to in terms of players. We want to hear from you. Who are you rooting for? What
No,
Pokemon do you want to see?
you're not getting over
Who do
here
you
and getting
think
on my
is going
beef
to
jerky.
win NAIC?
That is not an
What
innuendo.
Mega
I have a
are
beef
you
jerky
hoping
that I'm
show-
eating.
Shows up on broadcast and
It doesn't even
has this
taste good. I
moment.
just need the
It's gonna be an
protein.
exciting weekend.
What do you think might be able to win?
What might be able to win, or what might show up? What Spirit Mega might be able to work?
Okay. Well, you pick one, and I'll.
Pick one. Okay. Well, I think Frostlass might be able to win. It may not be that trendy of a pick anymore. I feel like it has kind of cemented as one of those top handful of megas, so not so obscure, but I think definitely a threat this weekend.
I want to see a Mega Crabominable.
Oh, that one would be pretty good.
That's pretty spicy.
Probably the best mega attacker in Trick Room, so definitely a chance it shows up.
I think so. I mean, Mega Crabominable, Mega Blastoise, both can operate in Trick Room pretty well. Maybe a Mega Camera. Maybe I'm asking for a little too much there.
There we go.
But I've got Trick Room on the brain.
Got a lot of Trick Room there. Yeah, Mega Camera Up could work as well. Can definitely put out damage in Trick Room.
Or how about Mega Starmie?
Okay, now you're getting
Oh, okay,
a little.
a little too lost in the sauce, maybe. But I just feel like there's some Mega Pokemon that we haven't gotten a chance to really see live up to their potential. And I think Mega Starmie, Mega Scissor, maybe a little more seriously, might be a couple of those Mega Evolutions that this is the time at the North America International Championships, what could be the final event in Regulation MA with this limited Pokedex and limited item pool. This might be their moment.
Yeah, because exactly. Well, it's the first I see on Pokemon Champions. It's also the last in this format. Players have nothing to hold back for. It'll be a new format for the World Championships, and so we should see all the tricks. come
Oh,
out
wow.
this
So
weekend.
they just
So
said
then,
it.
You have
Worlds
to give me
will be the
another
new
spicy
format.
one. Grasslass isn't spicy enough.
Frostlass isn't spicy enough.
Oh.
Maybe some Halucha no guard shenanigans.
Okay. I would take that. Yes,
It'd be pretty fun.
it would be fun. We would get to see a lot of fun fissure animations.
Oh,
Maybe fun for us. Maybe fun for the viewers.
yeah. Let
I
us
think
know.
so.
Let us know if you want to see.
Nobody wants to
either
see
some Mega
Fissure.
Starmie action, some Mega
Nobody wants to see
Abominable
Halucha in this
action,
tournament.
or hopefully some Mega Halucha action.
I would be so down. I mean, honestly, though, some of the new Mega Evolutions that have come out from Pokemon Legends ZA, those have really been the stars of the
They're trying.
format.
And listen, make sure the audio's coming through.
Floette, of course, the #1 big threat that we have entering into this tournament.
Yeah.
Charizard Y has been around for a while. We already know that guy's good, but Mega Floette is truly the Pokemon to beat.
Yeah, an early sneak peek we got of the usage shows that that's actually the most used Mega this weekend. I think that's a bit of a flip over Charizard before, and so we should be seeing a lot of that new Floette Eternal form.
now I'm thinking about the other Mega Evolutions that we got. Because that's why I'm like, oh, Starmie would be really cool, Crabominable would be really cool, because those are all entering into the fold from Pokemon Legends ZA. But what else do I feel like might have some promise? Well, we saw Mega Clefable actually at the Japan Nationals.
True, yeah. Clefable getting to depart from just being some redirect support, do a little bit of damage on its own. We saw some Mega Dragonite in Indianapolis. One I could definitely expect to see more of this weekend.
Mega Drampa!
Oh, I haven't seen that one played very much yet.
Okay. Well, I saw a little bit of it if you watched some of the Asian National streams. I did end up seeing at least one Mega Drampa.
Okay, well, what was it doing?
It didn't actually come to the match, so I don't know. But it was on the team. I'm just saying, maybe Mega Drampa is out there for us, but that's going to do it for us for now. Please watch this video so you are fully up to date and in the know about how this NAIC is going to work this weekend.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon VGC at the 2026 Pokemon North American International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title.
I'm not like super hungry anymore.
VGC NAIC champion. Our first
Why are you
international
auto-running?
championship
Stop
played
it.
in Pokemon Champions will take place over
Oh, that's
3
what
days.
left stick does.
Trainers will be battling head-to-head in a
Yeah, I just picked up the save file again.
format with open team
I know where I'm at and what I'm doing, but
Open team sheet means critical details about each trainer's
yeah.
Pokemon
Anyways.
are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain
Oh,
more match points
there
than
you
their
all
division
are.
threshold. When
I'm
Swiss
so
completes, the top
glad
trainer
you're
and
safe.
up to 8 additional
I was
trainers
so
tied with 8
awfully
place
worried
I-
about
advance
you.
into an
I didn't
asymmetrical
sleep
single
a wink.
elimination bracket.
I didn't know that the voice acting was on.
You can drop the act now, Your Majesty.
What?
I knew it! That's the burn you got when I hit you with my fireball! You're not the queen at all! You're the witch!
Oh, dearie me. It seems my secret's out.
It's kind of sensual without the music.
What in the... Her Majesty was Crystalinda all along.
Thank you so much for taking care of that pesky power plunderer for me. Now I'm bursting with energy again, just like old times. And I believe we have some unfinished business. The heroic Sir Hendrik may have escaped my icy embrace, but you won't get away so easily.
I know the spell to seal her away again, but it won't work while she's at full strength. If you can weaken her, I'll see what I can do.
Step into my icy embrace.
Let's go!
Okay, so there's not supposed to be any audio here. Let me cut the game off and reload it, I guess. I can unmute this now.
In this case, picking both at the cost of protect.
You also have a Whimsicott. Whimsicott can be one of the peskiest Pokemon in the format. Things like Tailwind and the Prankster ability means that you get to use that right away. Give your side speed control. But you also have moves like Encore, which if you fake out or you protect in front of that Pokemon, or even try to go for setup, you might be a little sad.
You might be in trouble. Also, the Focus Sash indication is a more offensive Whimsicott, means it can actually put out damage with Moonblast. That might be a threat to the Garchomp on the other side, especially because, as we'll see in a second, Marco's Garchomp also opting for a speed boosting alignment that might indicate it is a little bit less bulky.
We're going to see Jolly alignment on the Aerodactyl as well, so that's going to be speed boosting natures for both of those physical attackers. Tailwind's still available, but it's not going to be.
Is this a live match?
So Aerodactyl's just going to use its
or just like a
natural
redo?
speed if it wants to set up that support.
Of course, Pokemon that jumps out here is the Frigoraph, offers a Trick Room mode as well to the team. Brave Incineroar is a speed dropping alignment, so you can see there's some investment to the Trick Room mode there, and then Charcoal as well on Incineroar. So if you can get in the sun with Trick Room up, those Flare Blitzes suddenly really threaten to hurt. Incineroar not just a utility piece here, can pump out some damage. And then Sylveon, a lot of times we see Charizard paired with Floette, like on the other side. In this case, instead of a secondary Mega, you just have Sylveon, meaning you can bring them both together if you want both the Fairy offense and Charizard.
Okay, let's try this
Because
again.
Mega Floette, the downside is that it doesn't do very much if it's not Mega Evolved, so it feels like you really do have to expend that resource, but that means that that's not available for your Charizard. So there is
Oh, here we go.
definitely
This is why I
double-edged
didn't.
sword here, bringing one Mega Evolution for Marco Silva.
There we go.
Kind of know exactly what he's going to be bringing, but you do have the ability to have that Fairy damage alongside of it without that Mega.
Right, you still have to be prepared for Fairy offense, even though you know it is going to be Mega Charizard on the other side. One more call out here, Garchomp has no Rock Slide, so not able to threaten the Charizard on the other side as significantly, but does have the Soft Sand, so it's giving a 20% boost to both of those ground moves.
I think this is the first real match. Yeah.
But don't worry, because the Aerodactyl has the Rock Slide for it, so there's still going to be some Rock-type offense available. But let's get into game number 1 between Emilio Forbes and Marco Silva to kick off the Pokemon North America International Championships. Marco has that Aerodactyl and the Charizard, so 2 flying types on the field, and the Floette and Whimsicott is going to be the Pokemon of choice for Emilio.
So when Whimsicott and Aerodactyl hit the field opposite each other, immediately that's normally some advantage over to the Whimsicott side. Emilio can click Tailwind, and then Floette will move before either the Aerodactyl or the Charizard does. But in this case, isn't actually threatening a KO. You can put out a lot of damage, but then that damage is just going to come back right back. If you take a Rock Slide and a Heat Wave with Floette and Whimsicott, they're both just going to go down. So this is not an easy situation to just click Tailwind and attack. Immediately, Emilio has to be thinking about how to pivot out of it.
And the Floette doesn't actually have Calm Mind, something that would have been nice to be able to go for like a speed increase, as well as having that setup on the Floette, so it's
Makes
not
sense,
going to take
Charizard,
as much
or
damage as
Garchomp.
something like a Heat Wave. So
They can
there's
take the Heat
going to
Wave
be
and the
a
Rock
switch
Slide
up
pretty
into
easily.
the field. Garchomp comes in to take its place, and we see the first Mega Evolution of the tournament go over to Charizard Y.
Immediately trying to get the offense ready. The sun is going to start and damage is coming.
We just watched this already.
Himself does not want to take any damage on this turn, especially knowing that it's going to be threatened by a knockout. But the Tailwind from the Aerodactyl is going to kind of punish this passive.
This is more or less the
You have
teams we're
Heat Wave
expecting,
come
right?
Out here from the Charizard, kind of connect onto the Garchomp, and at least deal a little bit of damage. That Sun is going to boost that up so much, so even though that's a resisted hit, you still take this Garchomp down to about half.
Right, Garchomp taking a lot of damage there. These Garchomps are not as bulky as they were about a month ago. Trying to invest a little bit more in speed, but that speed is going to be helpful here because it means if Whimsicott can match the Tailwind, Garchomp should be moving before the Charizard. On the other side, can threaten really significant Rock Slide damage. Aerodactyl, on the other hand,
see
has
one here.
difficulty doing any damage back to Garchomp. There's no dual Wing Beat on this Aerodactyl, so it only has resisted Rock Slide to go back with it. So Garchomp pretty well positioned here. Charizard going to have to get out of harm's way.
Still did a lot of damage though before you are expecting to have to take a return attack. Sylveon is going to be the defensive switch of choice to have to take that Rock Slide or maybe even a Dragon type attack. The Aerodactyl still gets to use Rock Slide first, naturally faster than this Garchomp. It's able to land on both targets, and we know that Rock Slide has a 30% chance to flinch, so Garchomp can't move this turn.
Woo!
Flinch
30%
does.
my
However,
ass.
One dynamic out from that last turn. Aerodactyl was also threatening Wide Guard that could have blocked the Rock Slide, and so you might think that means Garchomp is going to Dragon Claw, which makes the Sylveon switch even more potent there, but instead, we never find out what Garchomp was going to do because it just flinches through the turn, and now Sylveon is in a great position.
Yeah, it
Having
is.
to worry about being KO'd here. It doesn't matter the speed. If
It's
manages
got
to
the
get
Rock
Ice
Slide
Poison,
coverage
it
from
will just
Aerodactyl,
be
so we can't
KOs
switch into
if Garchomp
Charizard,
comes
and
up. Similar to
yeah,
the
he
first
can't
turn,
just
very
leave
difficult.
Garchomp
Even
out
if you
because
move first,
otherwise
it's
he's gonna get
It's
slapped.
difficult to go for that, and so Whimsicott having to get
That's a
out
good
into the
switch,
back
though.
and Kingambit on the field instead.
And Aerodactyl protecting itself, so there's no wide guard on this turn, and there's not even additional offense. This Garchomp is going to do the same. With
Makes
that
sense.
Sylveon across the way, it does not want to faint on this turn.
It's gonna really hurt,
Kingambit
even
is the
though.
perfect switch in to have to take this Hyper Voice.
So these switches keep putting Emilio back into the threatening position, but keep giving up a lot of health in the meantime.
Yeah.
Kingambit comes onto the field, takes a big chunk of its health bar, but is now threatening Iron Head back into Sylveon in a way that means Sylveon can't just comfortably click Hyper Voice again. But if Marco can keep kind of repositioning at a lesser cost...
Not really. I mean, if the Kingambit takes a Rock Slide here,
you can see Garchomp took so much damage from the
he
Heat
just
Wave.
goes down from the, oh!
Already, the wide guard down, trying to block the damage on the other side.
Oh, he
Just
succeeded
one
too,
turn,
wow.
And Emilio is going to miss a window of opportunity because of that wide guard. Rock Slide doesn't come out. Sylveon still gets to move first before this Kingambit.
I mean, I feel like, I guess Rock Slide was less reliable, or yeah, the Rock Slide was less reliable, but I feel like Rock Slide would do 21 damage to Kingambit, right?
Super effective attack into the Sylveon, but then Sylveon training.
Let me see.
Wow, he loves Marco so much to hang on through that.
Crucial that the Rock Slide was blocked would have been the extra damage against Sylveon. The Tailwind
Pokemon
now
damage
expires
calculator.
just on Marco's side, though. Remember,
Aerodactyl.
the Tailwind is earlier than the Whimsicott did.
We'll just say
And
Sash
so
Tailwind
now
support.
The Kingambit should be moving
Kingambit.
before the Sylveon. Of course, Floette moving before either thing on the other side, and Kingambit has Sucker Punch.
What's the
right there
actual
as well. So
damage?
this is a
Oh
tough
man,
really
that's
to go out on
rough,
offense, but it's very easy
actually.
for Marco to diffuse it, has double
So a
protective
Jolly
area, build that
Aerodactyl
last
would
turn
do
off Tailwind,
18 to
which would make
21
Aerodactyl
damage, which
the
means he would
fastest
have to
thing on the
maximum
field.
roll the KO there. He actually made the right play.
To set up Tailwind
But
again
that's
here.
why
Even
I'm not in
Tailwind
NAIC right now.
Even in Tailwind for Kingambit, Aerodactyl will be moving first, so you can always get access to that next Tailwind, and that Charizard is looking to be a problem in the future for Emilio.
There's not really a great way to punish a double protect here either. Since this Floette doesn't have a setup option in Calm Mind, there isn't really something that you can do that is valuable if the Pokemon are going to be both protecting. And so we do see the Mega Evolution here from the Floette, and the Whimsicott switches in, but Sylveon doesn't even protect itself. It just goes for
Oh,
the
I didn't
attack from
rest
Whimsicott,
before I did this.
really
Oh
hoping
my
that
god.
Quick attack would have dealt the finishing blow to that Kingambit, but it switched out. Dazzling Gleam is going to pick off the Sylveon and also chip down this Aerodactyl, and what could have been a passive turn from Marco ends up being a Tailwind turn.
I think this was a really smart turn for Marco. Could have fallen into a trap pretty easily there. You said there wasn't much to take advantage of a double protect turn, but there was. The Whimsicott coming in and threatening Encore would have been a huge problem if you had double protected. But Marco covers for that. He wants Aerodactyl to not protect and go for Tailwind, but he doesn't want to risk losing the Aerodactyl in the meantime. If you take a Dazzling Gleam and an Iron Head, your Aerodactyl just goes down. So the quick attack helps cover for that. If Kingambit tries to stay in and go after damage on Aerodactyl, the quick attack will just take it out. So while you give up Sylveon in this process, you successfully get yourself a Tailwind and don't end up in a back-footed position. Now Charizard comes in an excellent position here. Its #1 enemy, Garchomp, is already down on the other side. Floette having to protect itself because the damage is coming.
Now, Whimsicott can use a Tailwind here, but that's probably the last move it's clicking in this first game, as there is an option for a Rock Slide on the Aerodactyl, as well as a follow-up of the Heat Wave from this Charizard. Rock Slide's going to do it, though. Don't even need to see a second attack from the partner on Marco's side to get that knockout and bring in Emilio's final Pokemon. That Kingambit has no choice except to come in the face of this Charizard.
No choice but to come in front of Charizard, and no choice but to protect on the following turn. Get out a Sucker Punch and get some valuable chip in, but things are looking really difficult for Emilio at this point. Marco has all of the tools it seems like he'll need, and has one
Yeah, Marco's been in charge of this entire game the whole time.
Close out this position. Aerodactyl has to be a little bit worried here about Sucker Punch coming in, but can of course just wide guard. It makes it really difficult for Emilio to capitalize on this turn because you can't Sucker Punch as easily, you can't Dazzling Gleam as easily, but no wide guard, just Rock Slide, immediately the damage back.
Wow, Rock Slide is going to just narrowly miss out on this Kingambit, but you still have the chance to flinch a Pokemon on the other side. But Floette's going to fire off a Light of Ruin, a super powerful attack into the Charizard that already took that damage for the Sucker Punch, but it doesn't pick up the knockout. Floette's going to have to take 50% 50% of recoil back, and it still has to take an attack from this Charizard. Double connect up the
And that's it. Ding, ding, ding.
And Marco Silva takes game 1.
You could see Marco breathe a sigh of relief in the player cam there. Maybe wasn't thinking about the sucker punch light of Ruin double up as a possibility after the rock slide didn't pick up the KO on King Gambit. If that had been a KO back into Charizard, things might have looked a little bit risky there depending on what the last Pokemon was, but Charizard has just the training it needs, hangs on with 4 hit points and gets the game-winning Heat Wave.
Let's take a look back at some of the plays that happened in that first game. It was really that positioning masterclass, especially when Emilio felt like he was on the back foot at the start of the game. He needed to find the right window to actually weave in attacks from this Floette. Use that Mega Evolution.
Is she flying?
After getting caught off guard by that Aerodactyl Charizard lead.
Right, I think that's the
I guess I won't know for now.
In a matchup like this that can be so damaging.
Oh, she doesn't have the anti-ice on her right now.
Have the disadvantage in the lead position, it can be really difficult.
This is actually the final tournament for season 1. Or technically it's season 2. It's regulation M1. Sorry, regulation M2. And then at the end of next week, do I ever win Siren? Anything? Like, come on. What do you think?
To bust this game open and take a pretty clean game 1 win.
I wonder what Marco had brought in the back. That's going to be a mystery that serves Marco a bit of an advantage, I would think.
Right, because if it had been Garchomp, which is good into a lot of Pokemon, that would be all the more reason to have focused on Floette. But if it wasn't Garchomp and you're not worried about
yeah, it's 11.
Then maybe it's easier to go to Charizard. For now, Emilio
something to play whilst, you know, between matches and stuff.
Just Whimsicott and Basculete.
And we do see a switch up from Marco on the other side. He's got the Farigiraf and Incineroar, but maybe Trick Room on the table.
Trick Room certainly a possibility here. You can Trick Room a little more safely in front of Whimsicott with Farigiraf than most setters.
Wow, Marco just led with a completely different comp this time. Okay.
Meanwhile, Incineroar finds
they both did. Well, we still got the Whimsicott, but yeah.
The other side does have to worry about water offense back into Incineroar. Depending on how it's trained, we looked at how Incineroar had the plus attack stat line, it had the plus attack.
It is enough, Shin. It is
may
enough.
not be wanting to take a wave crash in this position.
We do see a switch out of both Pokemon. The Gambit coming in for the Whimsicott and the Sylveon now coming in for that Incineroar.
Emilio got okay positioning there.
Have to take this wave crash,
Ooh!
which does a considerable amount of damage. We can see how that Intimidate drop from the Incineroar helped out a lot.
Oh, and he pressed Trick Room. King Gambit should have the advantage now, yeah?
Trick Room down means that the Sylveon will be moving before the Basculegion, but it isn't as clear for the King Gambit on the other side. We don't know, I don't think the speed relationship between the two yet, and so if the King Gambit can take advantage of this Trick Room that just came up, it's in a really strong position. We already saw that Hyper Voice is not.
He can't switch in. If the King Gambit is slower than the Sylveon, he can't switch in the Incineroar, which means I guess Charizard or Aerodactyl comes out, whoever the Mega he brought is.
So that turn 1 King Gambit switch as Trick Room goes up looks like it's so valuable here. And Sylveon takes so much damage from that wave crash. It was -1, but it didn't look like it. So much damage.
Is that Bright Powder or is that Sand?
On this field for now is Sylveon actually moving before this King Gambit gets the knockout onto the Basculegion.
It could be Bright Powder. It's not the craziest thing in the world if it's Sandville Garchomp to give you like a huge advantage into Sand teams.
Sylveon
since that's what Charizard really is weak against.
There because it finishes off the KO into Basculegion and gets really good damage into King Gambit, but Sylveon does have to get traded back. Goes down to Iron Head in the meantime.
Oh yeah, did he get rid of the Basculegion?
In Trick Room, and the King Gambit
traded.
Stays a really big problem. Pretty healthy here, and Incineroar are going to be forced back out on the field, probably moving before the King Gambit on the other side, but has to give up a Defiant.
This is the first match of the day.
You at least have Fake Out for 1 turn. But
Shinchero.
I think the other thing about this Incineroar is you've got kind of 2 pretty difficult targets.
And this is exactly what you would expect to see for the most part. Except for the soft sand / Bright Powder, we aren't really sure Garchomp. Hang on, I'll Google it real quick.
Damage quite a bit. Yeah, you're right. That would create a problem if you have it. You probably don't have Aerodactyl as a way to unnerve that berry in the back. Based on what we've seen so far, you'd expect it to be Charizard as the last Pokemon, but
that's soft
boost,
sand,
if you can
Siren.
Position in a couple of turns, you of course can't switch it in because you have to Mega Evolve, would be a problem. But for now, Whimsicott coming into what might be the Flare Blitz slot The Focus Sash will help it take it, but only the Focus Sash.
Yeah, you could see a double up of a Psychic from the Farigiraf to finish off the Whimsicott if that's the case. But first things first, Floette, Mega Evolving.
Correct.
Incineroar moves next. It is going to be the Flare Blitz to bring that Whimsicott
Noodle.
down to its Focus Sash. But a secondary attack from this Farigiraf would be able to do the trick.
Which I have actually seen some. At least I saw some of that on ladder.
Actually slower than the
Or no,
Farigiraf.
I've seen soft sand somewhere.
As we see the Psychic
I don't know where though. Oh, you know what it is? Because of knockoff and stuff. Using knockoff on opponents, you know, I see soft sand.
Speed alignment, and so moving even before the Farigiraf.
It also really messes up some of your calcs, obviously. You calc something to be able to survive an earthquake, and soft sand just fucks you up.
Dazzling Gleam angle, and Trick Room is almost over.
And the other thing it means is that you have one more Flare Blitz. Unless that Flare Blitz is into Whimsicott, the recoil on any other
she's not
target is going
flying
to
type.
take Incineroar down. So while you can threaten a ton of damage into the Floette on the other side, you'd be giving up Charizard in the process.
Well, Marco might be giving up his Incineroar here. So let's see the Flare Blitz. I was actually going to be into the Floette. Would have loved to be able to land that attack while you still had that speed advantage. But it's going to be a Flare Blitz into a Protect and a Psychic into a Dark-type Kingambit.
A great turn for killing one turn of Trick Room here, getting a Protect and an Immune switch in. Marco showing you.
Hello, Diana. I'm okay. How are you?
Incineroar trying to get a Flare Blitz. It might have been enough damage to KO the Floette. Probably is, but would have taken Incineroar down in the meantime. Interesting prioritization. Like you might not expect. That's the key
You know
thing
what?
if
I am
have
taking up
Charizard
your
in the
entire
back.
bed
So
with sodas.
For Melio Shoes,
That
you're
is
trying to
fair.
figure out
There you
what
go,
the
buddy.
fourth Pokemon is, and you're trying to use signals based on the targeting to understand that. It could be, though, that it was just a vulnerable thing. If you know that you're putting Psychic into Whimsicott, then the other place to put damage...
Yeah,
not
sure,
trying
let's
to
do that.
cover
That
for
sounds
the
fun.
Gambit switch is just to make sure and put some targeting into Floette for that turn, even if it's likely to protect.
Well, it's going to be the Kingambit as the next revolving door of Pokemon resumes. Got the Whimsicott now going to take its place as Farigiraf protects itself. This Pokemon is still full HP.
That is not how I expected that attack to go.
As the Flare Blitz goes into the Whimsicott and finishes
I-
it off for good
most
in the
days I
second
do
game.
stream, yeah.
I wonder if this Farigiraf just protected itself from something like a Light of Ruin. Let's find out as the Floette is going to just use Moonblast. That's a great protection.
I don't usually
for
stream what I'm streaming, mind you, but well, actually, whenever there's a big tournament lately, I have been streaming it like this. So
a second Trick Room if it wants
Yeah.
it, would be very dangerous to not put any targeting into Incineroar on the other side. Maybe Dazzling Gleam plus Kowtow just picks up the Farigiraf. So you have to be watching out for that. But Incineroar really difficult, in a really difficult spot now. Likely moving after Kingambit and Floette without Trick Room up. It's such low health that it's just kind of waiting to be KO'd by Dazzling Gleam. Really crucial now at this point what that last Pokemon is for
America.
If it's Charizard, it probably comes in and just has a really nice time cleaning up this game. If it's not Charizard, I'm not sure any of the other Pokemon can accomplish it.
Let's find out. Incineroar is going to take a reprieve, and Charizard now on the field. Marco's Mega Evolution has to come in and take this Dazzling Gleam, as that's going to also be spread damage into the Farigiraf, and the Kingambit's able to follow that up with a Kowtow Cleave. A big priority here for Emilio. Actually gets a critical hit into the Charizard.
Oh, but
to knock
wait.
it out.
Wait,
This
Siren.
the Farigiraf
Is
able
it
to
though?
Get something done on this turn. Trick Room. Wow, Marco had to give up his Charizard for Trick Room.
Yeah, wow, this is such an interesting turn. So, a huge risk taken from Marco there. Probably.
Oh, it's late
expecting
for
that
you
it's
in the UK then,
Kowtow
huh?
Into the Farigiraf, trying to block the Trick Room, and so you get Charizard in for free and tries to preserve the Incineroar.
What brings you to my lowly
Charizard
corner of the
on
Twitch?
following turn.
Yeah, you're on
Emilio
Twitch.
makes the really smart play, gets the Kowtow Cleave into Charizard. May have also needed the critical hit on that Kowtow Cleave to actually clean up the KO into Charizard, but now things look really difficult for Marco, because yes, you have Trick Room up, both of your Pokemon are going to move first, but Incineroar is such low health, can probably go down to Sucker Punch here. There's no Sucker Punch.
Yeah, but the
so
crit
like
was
that,
a big deal,
you actually
right?
have the damage with his Flare
Got
Blitz.
Let's see
lucky.
if the Akaberry can
Nope,
hang it out here,
Akaberry
and it
did not
doesn't.
save him.
Kingambit goes down without a fight as the Incineroar uses the Flare Blitz.
But this trades back Incineroar. Can Farigiraf realistically win a damage trade back and forth with
True.
Floette?
Its only move is Psychic, so potentially you're able to get this in a couple of turns, but Psychic first, it looks like it's going to take about 4 Psychics to get this job done.
Certainly not going to take 4 Moonblasts. I think Floette is going to be able
Oh,
to
no, it's
clean
done.
this up.
That's done.
Citrus Berry, though, is going to make sure this Farigiraf for sure stays around for the next, now, but...
I don't know, that last Moonblast looked like one more Moonblast.
I wasn't paying enough attention. Did that crit
Damage.
matter?
I'm not even sure a critical hit Psychic cleans it up. For now, Floette, though, just going to protect itself.
just have to
Okay, yeah.
make sure that you're going through the motions here. Emilio knows that this game is all but locked up, and you want to take this time to actually think about how you're going to approach game 3.
Right. You want to find what the next path is going to be, how you recreate the success from game 1.
Trick Room looked really great here from Marco, but Emilio played through that with such a smart defensive switches.
All right, well, we get a third game at least. That's good.
In that first game, but just had too much damage going his way.
A lot of times if you're playing against Trick Room, even when it's not a Trick Room team, but a team that decides to go into its Trick Room mode, it's all about what you do on that first turn without Trick Room. Are you ready to pounce as soon as the Trick Room falls?
Yeah, there was a critical hit that happened. I didn't know if that actually, if it would have crit, if it would have crit Charizard without it. Yeah, I know, Diana. I know that's exactly what you are, because all of you artists had the exact same opening line asking where you're from and stuff. Absolutely not. Have a good day.
Charizard slot. You would have gotten the damage into Flagraph one way or another. So just a smart play, be ready to be on top and capitalize on Trick Room.
Like, is there like a Discord forum for graphic artists where they all just have the exact same opening and stuff, and like they all say the same things?
The Whimsicott slot, even if it was at 1 HP, would have caught that Kingambit on the switch in, and then it's just down to Whimsicott and Floette.
Right. You're talking about
they're not bots, they're people, and they're like, on one hand I understand they're trying to make a living, but on the other hand, like, I would love to make money doing this, but you have to see with my 2 viewers that I'm not making any money, so I don't know.
With the right switches and right protects, it almost always feels like in a close Trick Room game you can point back to
Could be.
turn during that Trick Room where if the targeting had been different, then it all works out. And this game is no different. If that had been Flare Blitz and Psychic as a double up into Whimsicott, then
maybe? I don't imagine a digital artist using ChatGPT at all. I mean, maybe, but most of them are pretty against generative AI.
You don't have to go back to it. You won game 1 without Trick Room. You can just go back to Aerodactyl once again.
And that's what we're going to see. It's going to be the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon from Marco as leads in this game 3.
Oh, they're not?
Back to the Basket Legion and Whimsicott.
True. I guess that might be true. I don't know. I've never really given one the time of day.
More stable in this position than the Floette we saw in game 1 was against Aerodactyl. Like, not at too much damage risk here.
I need to get Right as Rain back up.
Hyper Voice to get damage in a Basket Legion, but you're not threatening a KO. Maybe Rock Slide plus Hyper Voice is threatening a KO, but then you're not getting the speed control. Basket Legion should be moving before Sylveon in that situation. And Moonblock, we saw the wave crash damage at
This game is really easy, though, honestly. All right, let's watch this third game real quick.
Getting to attack with Sylveon, and certainly if Wave Crash on its own is not enough to pick up the KO, Moonblast plus Wave Crash is enough to pick up that KO. So a pretty difficult position here for Marco, because then you might think about, like, do I protect Sylveon and just get Tailwind?
I mean, they don't even, like, actually try to build a Ripoir.
You might be vulnerable to a double up into the Aerodactyl slot.
Well, one thing's for sure, this Whimsicott can guarantee the Tailwind and the Basket Legion.
It's like they do the hi, how are you, where are you from? They try to be friendly, but they only do like 5 or 6 lines. And it's like they get bored. I would not let anybody who come to my stream do that.
Over to the Basket Legion. Aerodactyl lets loose a Rock Slide, misses out the Basket Legion, but does get connection onto the Whimsicott.
In a pretty
like, if I wanted to actually build a rapport with somebody, and like, first you have to check out their channel, see if they need artwork, see if they need that stuff, and then get to know them a little bit and talk to them and build enough rapport with somebody so if you say something like, hey, want to buy something from me, there might be enough trust there, but that takes months. All of their scripts are like 5 lines, and then, oh, by the way, I'm an artist and I want you to buy my stuff. Can I have your Discord? Can I have your Discord? Like, no, you cannot. I don't even know you. I can't even remember her name. I do remember it was a girl. That's right. It was Diana Juliet, like the most girl name ever.
A Moonblast KO here. And even if that's not enough on its own, Basket Legion can certainly finish.
09871, because the other 9,870 accounts probably got banned already.
Just move before that Aerodactyl and pick up the KO there, and that's the first target. Aquajet all the way to 1 HP on Aerodactyl.
Yeah,
Sash.
The Sash is going to be very handy here. Why we like.
But it's in Aquajet range now, which is good.
But Moonblast from this Whimsicott gets to follow.
Okay.
Confirm that KO.
Aerodactyl down.
Into this Aerodactyl means no Tailwind, no speed control. Marco is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game.
Sylveon's gone too. Marco might actually have lost this whole set on that Charizard turn, Siren.
get knocked out.
Right, the Earthquake just isn't impactful enough at this point in time.
Oh man, I bet he is heartbroken.
Marco forced into that position because of the pressure that Emilio has, but you haven't done anything to solve the threats on the other side. Garchomp still very threatened. Charizard now threatened as well. Even in the sun, a Wave Crash is going to do a ton of damage over to Charizard, and there's no matched Tailwind, so Marco's Pokemon are both going to be moving after the two on the other side. I think a really crucial turn of Protect here. If you can successfully get Garchomp out to attack without a Moonblast coming into it, you're maybe starting to come back. If Marco can protect Charizard from an attack, it's really important. But for now, just the Basculegion actually going to protect itself, and Encore going to lock that Garchomp into Earthquake.
Possible there is a Garchomp sneaking around in the back, or even that Charizard that would be immune to that Earthquake. And now you're going to have a couple of turns now. You're going to need to try to fight through that. Whimsicott eating the dust is actually going to give a free switch.
Yeah, well, it is round one. The best players aren't exactly guaranteed to be. Well, actually, that's not true. They picked this round one match for a reason, I'm sure.
Smart plays from Emilio's side about limiting your opponent's options. If you're really trying to capitalize on your Tailwind,
oh, he was the European winner?
Game of the
wow.
On the other side. And so by encoring the Garchomp, if it had protected on that turn, that means that Floette...
He's got to get his shit together if he wants to win America.
Guaranteed the next turn. If you encore
I don't like that.
It can't protect itself. Either way, that you know that you can get the Floette offense into Garchomp on this next turn and continue to simplify.
That's crazy then that he got wrecked. Well, he didn't get wrecked. He was doing really well, and then he basically sold.
And continue to simplify this. When you have a big 4-2 lead like Emilio had, finding ways to take the guessing pins out of it is so important. Emilio did a great job at that here.
There's still going to be Mega Evolution on the table for Marco, and it's just going to be a Mega Evolution and Protect. You know that this Basculegion is still threatening with things like that Wave Crash, so it can help.
He's just like, get me through these turns. Maybe I'll get lucky. I don't know.
Into the Garchomp. This Charizard's gonna have 3 Pokemon to get through if it wants to bring Marco Silva this first round victory.
Garchomp, of course, could not protect itself on this turn because it was encored into Earthquake. And Earthquake, it would have loved.
I was matching A too much.
KO into Basculegion, a bunch of damage into Floette, but there was no opportunity to make that happen.
God, this music is burned into my brain forever.
3 Pokemon on the other side for Emilio. Charizard's going to have its work cut out for it.
A Protect for the Floette keeps itself safe on this turn, and the Basculegion as well. Don't want to take any risks here to try to stall out as many turns of the sun as possible. If for some reason something unusual happens, like a critical hit.
Right, still have to be watching out. Floette's going to get some damage back. Basculegion might be able to get some damage back with Aqua Jet, but it's not like you're going to immediately threaten a KO here.
Yeah, I mean, the Moonblast can still do a lot, and so that's where Floette's going to take advantage of that Fairy Aura. Get a nice.
He's still trying at least.
It takes one more in order to secure that knockout. So can Charizard actually do enough work here while it still has both?
Oh my God! You know, if he got a burn here, if he got a burn on Floette,
even softer on the next turn.
Yeah, you almost asked for it there with the critical hit, but Floette should be able to just move first, and the Sucker Punch will be enough to make sure that that cleans up the KO. And so Emilio's lead is big enough to withstand that critical hit. Floette bulky enough to withstand that critical hit, and Marco didn't have enough to take down Emilio in this round one.
Crazy that he was so far behind that a big crit like that couldn't bring it back for him.
Good job, and congratulations to Emilio Forbes for winning the first round of the North America International Championships for 2026.
Such great adjustments, was back-footed on turn 1, game 1, and never could recover in game 1. But in game 2, withstood the Trick Room, played the right amount of defense in it, pounced when Trick Room expired, and closed out that game. And then in game 3, it was all Emilio from start to finish, had the pressure on turn 1, and never let that pressure up.
That Basculegion.
What if I was going with knives down here?
Such a dominant Pokemon. You got that one-hit knockout onto the Sylveon immediately. You threatened an additional amount of damage with the increased priority from the Aqua Jet. And even though that the sun went up, that Basculegion still did some good work onto that Charizard to make sure that the Floette and the Kingambit could clean up this third game in the end.
There's a reason it's been number 1 in usage at all our Pokemon Champions events so far. Threatened so much damage. And there's a reason that Floette is number 1 Mega this weekend because it is such a valuable Pokemon. Can put out so much damage
Excuse me.
at the right time and can beat so many of those important mega threats like Garchomp on the other side.
And also the way that Emilio actually built this Floette. We see a number of different iterations of this Pokemon, but you've got 3 fairy type attacks. You've got Moonblast, you've got Dazzling Gleam, and the Light of Ruin.
Not entirely the case, Shinjiro. The thing you gotta realize is that Marco had that entire set won until his Charizard got crit.
Yeah, this Floette is not
I mean,
slowing
that
down
and
to
then
boost
he,
himself up.
I
He's
guess
trying to
he
take
played badly
maximum
game
advantage
3,
of
but in
Tailwind
game
tons
2,
when Whimsicott
like,
gets them over, trying to make sure it can always land KOs.
he did
and
fine.
finish games.
He was gonna set up to win, but he got that crit on Charizard, and I don't know if it just broke his spirit or he learned enough in game 1 and 2 to beat him in game 3. And like Siren said, he should have brought Trick Room instead of Tailwind, so there was some mistakes made too.
Actually, 2 of the recent regional champions in both regions, right? Where, like I forgot, Marco won
What?
last weekend as well.
Party
so-
pooper?
Yeah, it was on fire last week in Turin, so coming into this one in real good form.
Yeah, I
and
think so.
He has changed up the 6 that he's brought from Turin.
Silvando.
Really interesting 6 as well, and got off to a great start in that match as well.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he was going to run away with this one at first. Yeah, interesting team choice, right? We saw the Paris Trap team from the last weekend. We were kind of theorizing backstage. Like, oh, I wonder what he's going to bring this time. Where, you know, Paris Trap is kind of a nice team to bring. Where like, well, you know, it's not really like a thing that you're hiding, right? It's like it works the way it works. You're just playing chess. I was curious if he had something a little like spicier. This is like sort of spicy for a Charizard team, but Charizard, despite being a fire type, kind of like the least spicy thing you can bring to this format.
Yeah, definitely that. I do love the Farigiraf. I think I've been a bit of an advocate for it, especially with the Charizard. It's something that I've been playing around with, and I think there's a lot of value there. And it, you know, with that Trick Room switch, it counterplays the Whimsicott very well, which we're seeing have so much success.
What is this?
Right?
Zing Stick.
And national championships. Last
Oh,
year.
that's really good. I want that.
Playing in pretty much the same 6, very similar, but. Yeah, what Marco's brought, I think you make a good point, Scott, where if you're coming in with the team that you had...
Damn, got her
last
again
week
with the
in,
fireball.
everyone's probably kind of counterplaying that all week, or at least got really good game plans going into that. So it's probably not the best idea for you to come in with it, knowing that everyone's prepared and that team has a big target on its back. So
All right,
nice to see them
Zoria won his
some
first
really
match.
Interesting choices. You've got the Farigiraf with that Trick Room switch there that supports the Incineroar, min speed on that Incineroar as well, and then the Sylveon as well, which we saw in game 1 have a real big impact.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting looking at this team.
Oh,
too,
if
where
you're
it's
curious, Siren,
with,
what?
regulation MA, where
Hang on.
we saw a lot of this early on, where it's like before
What
Charizard
team is he
and
using?
Floette started getting paired so much. Like often it was, I mean, it was after the
if I
first
can
time
find
that
it.
Charizard and Floette gets paired so much. Really, where
I think he's using a
sort of like
Lycanroc
taking
team,
the job.
actually.
As we started seeing with the live events, oh, it's not really what's happening in real life. It's mostly been that Charizard getting paired with Floette instead. But you do have some advantages, Sylveon. I think being able to threaten the Trick Room mode is a big one, and we kind of end up seeing that throughout the course of the set, where Sylveon so much slower gives you. an
Yeah,
advantage
he's
when you have
running,
to generate
at least if he
attack
kept
with
this
Charizard
team,
is.
he's running the Frostlass, Lycanroc, Scoville, and team with King Gambit, Sneasler, and Basculegion.
Half of regulation MA. Gradually, we're remembering that it's the best Pokemon in nearly every format, and looking pretty good here as well. I think to jump back and look quickly at Emilio's team a little bit as well.
Pelamela,
I think this is
Felfeller,
really
Fabula,
interesting.
Ferocious.
This is the sort of thing I always get a little
Wow.
spooked when I see players lock in, where it's like, oh, there's not a whole lot of like text going on. Like you've really just got to outplay people every round. However, it's Emilio, right? If it's someone who's
Helter
just gonna,
Skelter,
like,
Bind and
well, I
Belter,
know you know
Anima,
what I have and how to
Atrocious,
play
Libra,
against it,
Claustra,
but I'm just a little bit better
Cabalistica,
than the other players
Hex.
playing this archetype. He's the sort of player who can do
Huh.
that.
Yeah, 100%. I think Emilio is just one of the top players around the world. We know from all of the time we've seen him on broadcast and the finishes that they've had. But you're quite right. I think coming into this,
Hyalodocious?
you're confident knowing
Okay,
your
game.
playstyle, your ability as a player to be able to take this team, even though the majority.
They gave
of
her a
players know
fat
what to do
ass,
against
though.
it. You can
Too bad
outplay
she's
them,
wearing
and
the
I think
cape.
We really saw that in this match, yeah, with Emilio's choices there, and we've got the Floette that is a very offensive one in this team comp as well.
Yeah, we see I think the Whimsicott getting led all 3 games. Floette starts out this one. Get like kind of a classic combination on the other side with that Charizard and the Aerodactyl, but threatening a lot of damage and kind of critically threatening that wide guard as well. It is a little different Aerodactyl. We've seen a lot of players opting to go for the Mega Aerodactyl on the 1 Mega.
If it was
version of
easy to
Charizard
toggle my
instead, but,
audio,
because of
I would
that,
do that.
Making a nice read here as well, where the Whimsicott winds up getting a little
I guess
scared
I could
with the
just
potential of
mute the
getting
game.
attacked
No,
by two
because the way I
spread
have
moves
it
here
set up,
protecting.
it's
So
audio
Tailwind does
capture.
critically go
So
off of
I
that
don't know.
first game. I think the absence of that in game 2 and 3 is
I'll just
sort
keep
of,
it muted.
what leads us to the eventual
It
result.
makes it hard.
Yeah,
It's weirdly hard to pay attention to a game when you have it muted like this, though.
So much damage. We're normally used to seeing.
Like, I beat that boss. I
They're a bit
really
more
wasn't even paying much
defensive
attention. I was just
built.
making sure I was protected from ice attacks, I stayed alive, and casting fire spells.
Not able to kind of shrug off these heat waves, these powerful moves from Charizard as easy, and now it's probably a little bit threatened this following turn from that weather ball potentially picking up a knockout, especially when you pair in the chip.
I forgot that the queen was an hourglass too.
Making a really good adjustment with that Sylveon here, knowing that you've got that wide guard support and the Whimsicott in that position where it has to catch up with its own tail.
I
Frizabelle.
think it's kind of a big part of this match in general. The players are so quick about getting those replacement Pokemon in, kind of realizing that they could be put in positions where, they're being a predictable play would have been very exploitable, and Sylveon getting there quickly, not threatening a knockout in both of these Pokemon, which kind of continues to put Emilio on the back foot. I think also critical because we saw this back and forth in the Whimsicott Aerodactyl matchup both in game 1 and in game 3, and one of the tricky things there is that, well, they can both use Tailwind, but Aerodactyl really doesn't want to use Tailwind in front of Whimsicott, right? You wind up in that spot where you have to either try to boldly just assume that they're going to predict the switch and not encore you, or risk kind of get trapped and winding up in a very negative position there. So even though the Tailwind happens, Sylveon comes in there, and since it's a threatening in both these Pokemon, it's like, well, yeah, you're really going to try to encore my Tailwind here, kind of ceases being a viable option.
Yeah, and I really like the Tailwind from the Aerodactyl, and it was a bit of a passive play from Emilio to go for the protect, but it was so threatened. It was a nice lead from Marco, putting themselves ahead, and then from that point on, getting the Sylveon switch in. I think not getting greedy, keeping the Charizard out. You've got that Sylveon to come in and then pressure the Garchomp. And it was a pretty, I think Len and Rose mentioned it as well, where it was a pretty easy switch because you've got the wide guard support to protect against the Rock Slide. We never really saw what the Garchomp did there because of the flinch on the Garchomp, but also if it goes for the Dragon Claw, then it's null and void anyway into that Sylveon that has the immunity. So a really nice play to get it in then. We do see kind of Marco be able to show off some of the defensive calculations on the team as well, with that Sucker Punch, Light of Ruin, being able to for the Charizard to take that so well and then get that all-important Heat Wave off into these two targets.
Yeah, I think two pieces of critical information in the game one. I think the Light of Ruin here, and then I think I skipped past it, but we did see Sylveon and King Gambit interact in the turn before this one, which, like, critically, Sylveon moved first there. I think because of that, probably both trainers are expecting, oh, surely this Sylveon is faster than the King Gambit is. I think the casters are kind of talking around, we don't want to reveal any information that the players haven't seen already, but, I think when we first saw the interaction, we're looking at the team sheet, it's like, oh, wait a second, that number next to speed is the same for both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think like Marco came out on the better end of it in both situations where it kind of mattered, right? But then after that kind of cleanup where the Sylveon was able to get off that big Hyper Voice, take the Iron Head, and then the Charizard, of course, taking the double up, Marco in a really commanding position where you think, do they just go the same again? Do they lead the same thing? But completely switching up and going down that Trick Room route with the Fergaraf.
Yeah, it's one of the things I really like about this version of the team, as we'll see kind of a really effective Trick Room setup. And we'll see the same leads from Emilio's side of the field in both the two games that he ends up winning here with Game 2
Hey,
and
it's
Game 3.
Android 18.
Yeah, I think it's really neat, right? Where you just don't have this sort of option with the Floette Charizard teams where, you can get in your opponent's head a little bit. It's like, oh, am I going to play with Floette or am I going to play with Charizard? But
that really is just Android 18, isn't it?
A much bigger deviation with the Trick Room and the Sylveon.
We could see in this game too, I think, as well. A really
oh yes, it's I've got it on the smaller screen. You guys probably can't even see it.
Back into this game by bringing the Basket Legion here. I think the Incineroar lead as well helped Marco out to no end here, because that Intimidate onto the Basket Legion just means that Wave Crash, like we saw in Game 3, wasn't able to pick up the knockout, allowing then the Fergaraf to get that Trick Room up and put the Sylveon into a better position. But as you know, we've talked about the speed interactions between
is it a Puff?
the Sylveon.
Hell yeah.
Very risky. The coin flip here. Who goes first, right? And Marco again coming off on the better end of it, getting that all-important Hyper Voice off into the Basket Legion, which I think once that goes down, the game becomes a lot harder for Emilio to kind of close things up.
Yeah, things look really bad at this point, right? Where things like Marco was about to take a decisive advantage. Again, another nice switch to get the King Gambit here. I think without that switch, it's Emilio's probably not able to eventually pull this one back. And yeah, there's that speed interaction. Probably surprised both players, and not really any reason to believe it would be a tie based on the first interaction, because you're expecting Sylveon to be quicker most of the time.
Yeah, because if the King Gambit goes first there, then the Basket Legion sticks around another turn. And
Let's
then
see here. Isn't there like...
from this point, probably a little bit easier for Emilio, but so probably good information right there and then for Emilio to know, okay, well, I know that we're probably speed timing here because of the interaction from game 1, game 2. So although we do get a lot more information with the stat alignments now in Open Steam Sheets, still a lot to discover during the battle, but here we go, Marco getting that Incineroar in on the field, and we know that that is a negative speed stat alignment, which will be going before anything else in this trick room, and that's where the pressure comes in because the King Gambit hasn't got the ability to use that sucker punch in, even though it has got the Orca Berry. It's in that spot where with the charcoal boost on the Incineroar is being pressured very heavily for a knockout with the Flare Blitz.
Yeah, I think these next few turns are really what decides this match. I mean, obviously there's a pretty serious miscue once a Trick Room expires that we'll get to in a second. But like Len mentioned, right, I think typically when you're playing these Trick Room teams, if you get the Trick Room up safely, it's kind of how well did you exploit those Trick Room turns that kind of determines whether you're able to close this one out or not. We're just going to see a series of turns here where Marco's just not quite able to get enough. Doesn't double tap the Whimsicott here, which I think really very critically would have gotten to a Pokemon advantage where his opponent wouldn't be able to switch anymore, which that makes it much easier. Where you start having predictable turns like, okay, this Pokemon can't protect, I can just pick up the knockout, I can move the game state forward. He wasn't able to remove that complication, and then because of that, winds up swinging into protects a few times over this turn, causing him to need to get one more read right, and then he eventually really doesn't.
Yeah, and the Whimsicott switch here really useful, especially with that Focus Sash, and you know, we've seen Whimsicotts in the lead up to this event not carry that item, but so useful in this scenario here, just to allow you to get through these really dangerous turns. And I think the fact of not protecting the Floette here really useful as well.
Damn, gold is hard to come by in this game, it seems.
Put that Incineroar into a position where it wasn't able to get any sort of value to close the game up for Marco later on down the line.
Yeah, I think it makes it a little more predictable here too, where as we're going to see in a second, I'm just going to skip around, I think, to the decisive turn of this one. But I think one of the critical elements of this, it's around here somewhere. I think one of the critical elements of this game is, was it one more?
Maybe.
Well, we'll get there eventually. Let's watch it. You're gonna get a little entertainment for everybody. I think one of the critical elements of this game, right, is because it gets so low on the HP there, you kind of realize, okay, well, if we're gonna close this game up, I really need Incineroar to knock Floette out, which makes you predictable, right? Emilio also knows that Marco's gonna be looking for that swing, so because of that, just doesn't provide, or doesn't give it to him, gets a protect off, able to get a cheeky attack off here, where I think that would have been a potential game-throwing move. Instead, Floette able to survive the Trick Room, and now the offense goes the other way. He gets King Gambit out for free, and despite its low HP, able to get both these Pokemon kind of attacking whatever he wants. As you mentioned before, it's that Brave stat alignment for the Incineroar. Kind of a fun element of the open natures as well, or open stat alignments, where both trainers kind of knowing what that speed interaction is going to be like. And Charizard seems like a pretty safe switch here, right? Where surely you're just going to double down this Farigiraf, so I'm going to try to get the Trick Room off, but really I'm hoping to get Charizard in relatively safely. Maybe my Farigiraf will survive this double, and instead it ends in disaster.
Yeah, and I think that's always the risk here, because you could potentially, if you're Marco, allow the Incineroar just to go down and then bring the Charizard in fresh, and then get at least...
Yo, the Savior of the Sands looks kind of dope, though. Also, the Dracilian looks super... Hell yeah. Looks like a classic Dragon Quest.
That Kowtow Cleave, double up with the Dazzling Gleam. Really nice play, and I think, like Len said, you can always target that slot, because if the Incineroar did stay in there,
the Spiky Swindler,
you knock it out with the Dazzle, and then you revert the Kowtow on.
There's no change, but I feel like I'm slower now.
Risk really there, so switching to Charizard, and you can see the thinking behind it for Marco to try and get something leverage that onto the field, but it really did not pay out, and I think that the high caliber of Emilio as a player just caught him out so well there.
This is going to be kind of less of a talky stream for me, since, we're basically just watching another stream. I'll commentate on the matches, obviously, but, I mean, I don't know if there's much of a point in me commentating on Dragon Quest. I don't even know if anybody cares or wants it on screen. But I feel like I can't play a game while streaming and not have the game that I'm streaming being on screen,
And I think sometimes it can be easy to get caught up and like, oh, I'm going to get this turn right, I'm going to make this great read, but you didn't need to there, right? And I think,
so where's this bell?
Heat Wave miss would still have lost him the game, but he had a very high.
I want my Puff Puff. There it is.
Knocked out and then bringing Charizard in. I think it's maybe trying to make a read he didn't need to make, and introducing more risk instead of removing it by hitting.
Well, there's a bell there, but how do I get up there?
Farigiraf maybe just going for the Psychic there, knowing that there was so much emphasis onto that Gambit slot, but of course there was also the risk of the Kowtow, but like you say, just making sure the safety, I think with the Charizard coming in, as healthy as possible in that scenario helps you lock up the game a lot more. But unfortunately for Marco, did not play out like that.
Yeah, and I think this last game, maybe we see what the game plan for game 2 was supposed to be with Emilio getting maybe more what he expected from Marco with a more similar looking roster to that first game. See that huge knockout on Sylveon immediately, but critically getting the tailwind up for free, and this time without Charizard there to help Aerodactyl
There she
out.
is.
Kind of being intimidated into not using the tailwind on the first turn, and then the missed Rock Slide could be pretty critical on the Basket Legion there too. I don't know exactly how much damage it would have done, but we eventually see it survive with I think 53 HP, which is enough for like it's possible Rock Slide could have done it. A critical hit definitely would have.
Yeah, I think it probably did come into the question later on in this game, but I think pivotally here,
Maybe
Marco
not.
probably conditioned into not wanting to go with the Incineroar again in this game 3 because of the threat there of that King Gambit. And like you say, I think the value that Sylveon provided in games 1 and 2 feels good under Tailwind, but really getting punished by Emilio's lead here because you've got no way to weaken that Basket Legion like we saw in that game 2. Where
Jesus Christ.
This time around, Emilio being able to really just capitalize with the Basket Legion for free almost, where
Aren't you
now
cold?
can get rid of the Sylveon, that's no more of a threat, and now it becomes very difficult for Marco to get back into this game, especially when you haven't got that Tailwind active and you're still staring down in front of an on-call Whimsicott.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of dominance from here, right? Where it winds up in a position where I think Emilio kind of just has this flow charted from the way out here. Aerodactyl's going to get double tapped here. Eventually, we see.
Hey, Shinjiro, do you prefer this game in the 2D or the 3D mode?
The inability to protect, and then easily wind up in the situation. Well,
I tried playing in the 2D, but I don't like that you can't see the character's
I
attack.
think one more thing maybe to comment this basket.
I kind of wish I could do like 2D mode exploration and 3D mode
but kind of not, right? I think
combat.
The specific decisions these trainers made on the way that they used their Charizard teams, I think, was really important. That Mystic Water on the Basket Legion is a big deal as well, where there's a little bit more damage than trainers are expecting, right? Basket Legion, especially at high levels, are kind of getting bulkier and bulkier. We're seeing a lot more of that citrus berry in particular, and instead with the Mystic Water here, it's a little bit more damage you're expecting. At that point, I think you're almost always guaranteed to knock out even the bulkiest of Charizards through Drought, so it makes it a little bit harder to play that too. And the small adjustments
3D
make
only?
a big difference in how the matchups play
Yeah,
out.
I like the 2D exploration. I think it's adorable, but like I said, like the combat's just so much better in 3D.
Are so dominant because the damage trade.
Oh, really?
They can
That's
do against
fair.
Maybe some of the obscure picks. We saw the Farigiraf go for the Psychic onto the floor, and it's just nowhere near enough of what you're needing to do. Whereas everything on Emilio's side, when it seemed to land an attack, was really hitting for huge damage and significant damage alongside that, where it was putting Marco almost in these awkward positions where they were even having to switch or try and get their own Trick Room or Tailwind set up in scenarios where they were on the back foot a lot of the time, especially game 2 and 3 after the adjustment from
Wait,
Emilio.
did the witch trick us again?
Damage trade-off with these 6 Pokemon. It's very difficult to do, especially when
Did we get double bamboozled?
Pokemon for Pokemon. Yes, you've got the Incineroar with the Charcoal. But I think Marco, we saw here, it struggled to get the Sun Up to even get that Incineroar into position, and you're always going to be taking that recoil damage, which we saw in Game 2 was the detriment of the Incineroar in the end, where it just wasn't able to have the longevity to close the matchup like Marco probably would have liked.
I've been getting, I got 2 passwords, which I completely forgot was a mechanic also.
With 2 of the best players in the world, 2 recent regional champions facing off. Hopefully you enjoyed that match of this breakdown, and we're gonna have a bunch of more great matches for you throughout the course of this weekend. So we're gonna do a quick break, and then soon we'll have round 2.
Damn.
We are here with one of the top trainers in North America, Justin Tang, getting ready for NAIC. You just got in, you came here to start getting ready, start getting prepared. How you feeling for the weekend?
It can go really good or really poorly, but overall I'm not feeling awful. It's just like how the format feels to me, so yeah.
I went the wrong way.
Now, there's also, this is your first time playing Pokemon Champions, right? Because you weren't playing in Indianapolis, so in an official capacity, are you worried that you missed out on some of that live action from Indy?
True.
Or do you think you're going to be fine?
I mean, I was playing like on the ladder and such, before, so like it's not like I'm going in like completely blind. Like the last 2 weeks I've been preparing. So obviously it's not the same as in-person tournament, but I feel like I'm still getting the reps in I'm doing. But we'll see. Obviously maybe I'm at a slight disadvantage because I only played in Scar and Violet, only Terra. First I'm going Megas. We'll see what happens if I'm a one-trick thing, but we'll see. We'll see.
Nah, I have faith. Hey, listen, you were great at right off the jump in Scarlet and Violet. I think you'll be great right off the jump in Pokemon Champions. We talk about the meta, and obviously Mega Charizard Y, Mega Follette, they're very prominent.
Yeah, they are.
Format. It feels like you kind of
They're hard to read out loud if nothing else.
5 of the top 8 teams were that core. Some other times, at least Arsenal won Indy with it, even though it was lesser represented in top 8. It feels like a team that you kind of have to use to win, or you have to have a team that beats that to win. Is that kind of how this format feels?
That's definitely how the format feels. I mean, I think a lot of the Japanese players call it Big Six, you know, the new Big Six. 5 out of top 8 is definitely something. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you can definitely just use it and say you can beat the mirror and beat everything all around, outplay, or use something trying to counter it. But honestly, I don't think anything really counters the top Charizard teams right now because it's just so consistent. It's showing it throughout the format right now, always in top. So.
And what do you think about the different regions? Obviously, we have the whole world coming together from all over the globe. So it's not just like the North American player base and their archetypes, their play styles. You got to deal with how Europe plays, how Japanese players tend to play in other regions as well, right? So we saw, you know, Lycanroc counters. We saw a bunch of different Pokemon trying to beat those top teams. How do you prepare for a tournament like this where you don't know necessarily what type of playstyle you're going to go up against?
I mean, I think as long as you're covering the general top results from each of those tournaments, because, like, you know, since this format, we've had Indy, we had Turin, we had the Japan Nationals, right? So, like, as long as you're covering that top cut of both, basically, and saying that I'm going to realistically face any of these teams because they're doing consistently well, right, then you should be fine. And it helps that even though there's some funny tech pieces like the Lycanroc or whatever, it's still standard Frostlass. So as long as you have lines to do some of the top archetypes, you will be fine.
She's so scared of Veronica.
And then say that if I face it in tournament, I will be okay because I practice it beforehand. So, yeah.
And the last one for you, you have an absurd amount of championship points on the season. So you should definitely feel confident, obviously, that you're going to be in San Francisco with the threshold, right? So does that... you shouldn't feel pressure because you have so many championship points for a high performance, but you
got us again.
You want to show that you're one of the best players in North America, right? So do you put internal pressure on yourself to play well when you don't necessarily need the championship points for your chance at Worlds here?
It's a little hard to say. I mean, obviously there's always some of that pressure, but I think I've gotten better in a sense where to not be too hard on myself because there's only so much you can do in this game. Because like right now, like I've been mostly consistent, you know, all the day 2s, a lot of the top cuts, but I'm not going and expecting to always top cut. I'm gonna go in, give it my best, and ideally I will be in that day 2 top cut, and we'll see what happens. And I think the main thing is it's my first Champions tournament, so I want to prove that I still got it, so we'll see.
All right, hey, we'll see. We wish you the best of luck. I know I'll be rooting for Justin. For now, we'll be back with more Pokemon action.
This is history. That is a 10th regional win. That is inconceivable.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C.
Oh, it's Wolfie.
Incredible, honestly. You know, 10 regional championships is something that I set a goal ages ago, like maybe 6-7 years ago at this point, but I set the goal, but I didn't really ever think I would get there because, I mean, even winning one regional championship...
It's Siren's favorite player.
...is not something that I really thought was achievable, and so now to be sitting here and to be able to say, actually, I did it. It feels great. It's a really
he said 6-7. He did. Oh God, I wonder if that was on purpose. Oh my God.
The team that brought to the Toronto Regional Championships is a team.
I mean, that's the one time I'd give that a buy, is if he slid that in there like that just for the joke.
It's extremely difficult to play, but I love it. I've loved it for many years. I've been playing it for over a decade. This is my 3rd regional championship win with strategy, and I believe at the time of recording, at least, that I'm the only player to have ever won a tournament with a dedicated Paris Trap team. And so it's something of my signature strategy as well. If I had to pick one MVP Pokemon on the team, I would pick Politoed. It's the one Pokemon that I brought to literally every single game, and there was really no way to make the team work without bringing it.
Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball, again, consistent. The critical hit, bringing it down to 5 HP.
During Game 3 of the finals, I was able to pull off a technique that I knew was theoretically possible, but didn't think could actually ever work in practice. And in Game 3 of the finals, there was a moment where I was able to pressure my opponent to not switch out his most important Pokemon without actually technically trapping it on the field. it was something that was really memorable that I didn't think that I'd ever actually pull it off in a tournament, let alone in Game 3 of the finals. And so it felt like a moment where I surpassed my own limits and where I kind of improved in real time over the course of a match. And yeah, it was just like a really exciting and memorable moment for me.
So Weather Ball, Polytoad, the last little bit of damage, and with that, Wolf Flick, a historic 10th regional win, taking down the Toronto Regional Championship.
I would be, I think, foolish to sit here and tell you yes, but I will tell you that I will try, and I think that actually.
Well, right, but like, I'm not saying the game is solved, but what I'm saying is like fundamentally, you could sit Wolfie down and give him the most comprehensive possible test on Pokemon, and he would probably make a 100. Like, there may be more skill to develop, like better predictions, more foresight.
In 2026 North
But,
American
like,
International Championships.
as far as like just the information in the game, he has to know all of it at this point, right?
Got us off to a hot start. Two of the best players in the world in a very exciting match. If that is what we have in store all weekend,
There's 9 pieces of treasure in the area, and I have no idea where they
When
are.
it comes to these international championships, because
Wolfie
it's
is
always
one of
banger
the
after banger after
most
banger. All of the best
known
competitors in the
players
world, and
in
we're
the
so lucky to do
VGC
that.
community. He's a content
Right.
creator. He's won a bunch of
Competition
tournaments.
as well. You know,
You
last round
either
we had
love him,
a
hate him,
European
or are
regional
completely
champion versus an
indifferent to
American
him.
regional champion. It's very fun to see all
That's
of
not
the
true.
world
There's
come
other
together.
options because I'm one of the other
And guess what we
options.
have
Like,
on
I
the
like him.
docket
I
for
think
this
he's cool.
next one?
Would it be another
He's like my
European player
secondary
versus an American
route
player?
Well,
if
I
my
suppose,
friend
yes.
loses.
Seems to me that might be a trend here.
But
We
like,
do have
I'm not like,
quite
oh
a
God,
few
Wolf,
of
he's
the
so
top
good at the guy. Just like, I
European
think
players
he's a
joining
cool
us from
guy.
every pond.
He's just a
But
chill
this
guy,
will
you know.
be between
At least based on everything I've seen from
2025
him.
World
He's
champion
kind of funny.
Giovanni Siski
He's
and
very
top
quirky.
16 at that
Definitely,
very same
probably
World
a little
Championships.
autistic, but
Also
less
top
than me,
4
I'm
in
sure.
IC just in the fall, and so definitely a player to be watching for this weekend. And Gio, you know, had been a player people were really talking about. I think you've heard players like Wolf mention Gio as one of the big threats going into Worlds last year, and then he capitalized on it. He's a lot of players' most respected players, and so always a threat to take.
Okay, so there's 9 more treasures somewhere in this town, and I don't even know where to begin
Hopefully
looking.
Be able to get that regional title that has escaped him for so long. But even hearing it from him, you take the World Championship trophy over a regional.
I'm sure he would take an IC trophy as
Yeah.
well. Would love to get
Add
that
one to
this
the
weekend.
cabinet.
So yeah, and then lots of other really strong players in these pairings this round. You see Patrick Connors, of course, North American International
maybe there's something cool down here. Maybe this is where I need to
champion
go.
from just a couple of years ago. Lots of other strong players here trying to make their way through day one and keep the hopes alive.
And Team Masal is missing out on that regional championship title, but has multiple.
That's a cool ass name,
Team
Team Masal.
Second place at our
Man.
regional championship last year.
I wish my name was that
Exciting
cool.
to see all these competitors come over, and we do get that international showdown. Something that
Okay,
we don't usually
so I can't get
until the
2 of
World
the treasures.
Championships. I feel like that's really, of course, where we're going to see all of them because we have even greater representation
1,
of those countries.
Right, being able
2,
to see all of the different countries come together to compete. I want to call it one
3.
of the notable matches is an 0-1 match. Marco, after having to play against Emilio last
4.
round, runs into Joji
Getting there.
this round. That's a pretty difficult draw for your round 2 after you lose round 1.
That's really hard. But I mean, I think that's going to be the case across the board.
5.
Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. That's just the nature of Pokemon.
Yep.
So when you have that Swiss rounds where you're pairing those competitors with the same win-loss record against each other, there's just going to be some wild pairings like that.
Yeah, some difficult rounds, but you've got to be able to beat the best if you want to come out on top. And so both players there will have to try to prove it in the second round.
So what are our competitors using in this tournament? Let's take a look at our meta for the day one.
So I
phase
can't
one,
go
I guess,
down
if
there
you will.
yet,
We'll
and
be playing
let's see.
around phase 2 tonight. But is there anything that really surprises you on this list?
Well, a couple things jump out
2
to me
piece of
compared to what you
treasure.
see in the
Okay,
first couple
well, I
of
can't
regional
get those 2, so
championships.
we're done
First
down
of all,
here.
King Gambit managing to take the top slot. King Gambit and Basculegion, both Pokemon that just have so many stats with them that they can really fight well in this current meta game that's so much about damage trading. Also surprising to see Sneasler moving up over Garchomp. I think it was number 5 in Indianapolis a couple weeks ago, now all the way up to number 3. And then Floette takes the top mega usage spot away from Charizard, and that's a really high high usage
I
for Mega
want to
Pokemon.
see Hisuian Decidueye,
Almost
and I
40%
know
of
I
teams have
won't see it, but I would love to be justified in my thinking about how good it is.
Y and Charizard X, since we put them into the same Charizard bucket. So
I want to see a
percentage
top
of
cut
Charizard
Hisuian
Y is gonna be a little
Decidueye.
less than 30%.
Please,
A little
somebody
bit
do
less,
it.
maybe like 29.5, 30% or something. But there's a few Charizard X out there. And then Frostlass making into the
Okay,
top
cool.
12,
So
really
that didn't
stabilizing
count
as
as
the
out
number 3
here.
Mega.
So
Even
yeah, I
most
still don't
Mini
have.
Aerodactyl at least won't have the Mega Stone, but Frostlass will always have it. Very clearly now the number 3 Mega in usage.
I mean, Fergraph, though, I think creeping up in the usage, that's going to be a Pokemon that we did already get a chance to see Marco showcase in that first set. Has the ability to set up Trick Room, but you also have that Armor Tail ability that is just so powerful. When you see King Gambit with Sucker Punch as the top usage Pokemon,
Probably Shin.
as the second use Pokemon.
I don't really have a
Fake Out
plan
Wizards
currently.
following right behind them. Armor
Did I already
Tail is
loot this
perfect to
area?
block all those priority moves.
Yeah.
Armor Tail can really help keep a team stable.
I may not even finish the game. I just wanted something like easy to play while watching this on the side. And like with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I want to be able to watch the cutscenes and stuff and listen. You know, the music's really good. Dragon Quest, I mean, I can just picture the music in my head because it's the same goddamn song in every single game.
Primary or the premier Trick Room
there's
user
two.
in the format, but mostly because it has access to other tools.
And it really
So there's 7
represents
treasures
Hunt
left
unto itself.
somewhere.
We've seen a lot of Floette plus Delphox teams. We also saw, I think, in Turin last week, the Floette plus Charizard X paired, but always with Sinistcha and Incineroar as the rest of that supportive core. Because so many of these top usage Pokemon are really about their damage. King Gambit, Basculegion, Garchomp, they're just there to do damage. Sneasler, other than running Fake Out, is just there for its damage. And so Sinistcha and Incineroar represent that kind of other archetype of being able to play more balanced, keep your team healthy, and keep damage mitigated with Rage Powder and Intimidate, so that you can try to set up something like Calm Mind, Floette, or Nasty Plot Delphox.
So many interesting megas that are left off of this top 12 Pokemon usage, but let's see what we, on the caster's side, decided that we might bring to this tournament. That's not a surprise at all. Looks like you were
I'm
very
Great Sword right now.
inspired by Michael Hank's performance at the Indianapolis regional
But I mean, at this
championship.
point in the game, there's really
And
no
you get to use
options.
your favorite Tyranitar.
So, I mean, I've basically cleared it out. I can get more attack power at some point.
Michael Zank performed so well in
But-
Indianapolis, and so, you know, made a little twist to it myself, used some Tyranitar sets and Garchomp sets I like, but this has been my go-to on the Pokemon Champions ladder since that tournament. It's been really fun to play.
Yeah.
I also had Sand as the archetype I would have brought to Indianapolis, but now that things have started to settle out a little bit, and I saw Turin, I said, okay, I'm in the boat.
Like,
I
that
gotta
attack
bring
power is
Sylveon.
huge.
Do you feel good that you and Marco are on exactly
But
the same
like,
page?
abilities are always more fun, right?
One, so maybe.
Like, a counterattack is fun. That's way better.
Yes, I don't.
That's probably what I was aiming for, to be honest with you. But then I end up taking Helichopter.
So maybe you're in the right spot.
Giga Smash? Come on.
But look, Sierra has joined you in the use
And there's no
of
axe abilities yet, right?
Corviknight and
Yeah.
Garchomp. And then we actually have a nice smattering of other archetypes that our lovely colleagues have picked out.
Gabby representing that archetype I was just talking about.
Oh, I didn't even look around up here, did I?
Next to the boosting Pokemon, of course, we saw Seijin Park
I
in the
did.
top 4 at the Korean National Championships with that mode, but with full support next to it. Gabby kind of representing the option to have damage as well. With
I wonder how
and
much of the area
We've
this
seen more
covers
success with this
too.
version of the team since that tournament. And then Lee bringing Rain to the show, has the Politoed and the Archaludon, with then a little bit of weather mix-up with Frostlass as well.
Well, I mean, kind of similar to the team you took inspiration from. You've got 2 different weather modes, Joe.
I mean, I used Greatsword for a long time, but I do eventually switch to dual wielding the Sword of Light
You do have 2 different
because that's
archetypes
fucking
that you
rad.
have to play a guessing game around. Feels very powerful.
Right, you don't know exactly what mode you're going to run into at any given
I already
moment.
opened this.
That feels like a really strong thing
Yeah.
to have in this format, whether it's teams like Gabby's that don't tell you which boosting mega they're going to show, or teams that don't show you which weather they're going to show. Because the Fights can happen so fast, so much damage coming out one way or another that if you have to guess what your opponent's going to do, it can make it really difficult. I mean, Marco's team was showing that with whether it's going to be Tailwind or Trickery. And when he got the lead right and had the advantage, suddenly your opponent can have very difficult time recovering. And so presenting two options can be really crucial.
But like you and I both, for example, have 2 Mega Evolutions on our teams, but I feel like you don't have to Mega the Tyranitar, and you don't have to Mega the Aerodactyl. Just the fact that you have both of those as an option in a game is also very powerful.
Yeah, of course, along with Megas, one of the most notable format changes for
But
Pokemon
like that's the way it
games
is, right? Like
Pokemon games is
the hero of Dragon Quest always uses swords and shields. Like that's just the way it is. And you do have the option. You can just not use swords and shields.
I'll click this button item because there is no assault vest to put
Because in the final battle, you don't even have to
use
use the fancy sword. You can use it as an item.
I'll just put a Mega Stone.
I've already done this too, haven't I? Yeah.
I'm missing Assault Vest right now in the meta, that's for sure.
Yeah, you think it would help with some of these big...
AV is going to be huge when it finally comes out.
Assault Vest was around.
We may get it next. I mean, I don't know if Siren's like still here paying attention, but Siren, do you think AV will change the meta a ton? Like, will it skirt out the usage of Floette some? And Charizard for that matter?
Special attackers.
It's a really interesting dynamic of the current format that Megas almost exclusively are special attackers. The top 3, Floette, Charizard, and Frostlass. And the non-Megas are almost exclusively physical attackers. King Gambit, Garchomp, Sneasler, and Basculegion.
I think so too, especially if Monkey
types are represented, but you are getting one from
happens
Mega
to
and one from those non-Mega Pokemon.
Well, I think for some of it, it's like the new Mega Evolutions, for example. If you're excited to play with the new shiny Pokemon, a lot of the new ones, they do get a pretty powerful
They could, but well, so it depends on how far ahead they were looking, Shin.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Because I don't know if you've played the HD 2D remasters, but you actually get the Sword of Light in all 3 games. Hello, Lores Gaming.
Of damage as well, and then really good abilities.
You don't sound like a graphic designer. I'm already happy about that. You sound like a fellow streamer.
Weather as an ability that makes you a pretty good Pokemon. Lots on that last slide had abilities that gave them weather, whether it's Charizard or Frostlass.
All right, I gotta step outside this village and see if like maybe some of the items I'm missing are out there somewhere. Maybe they were like frozen in ice. I don't know.
And especially if you have one that's like an immediate presence on the field, then you get a little bit more flexibility in terms of how you want to run it. But that leads also to
think so.
timing of Mega Evolution. I think that's something I'm definitely keeping
AVT Tar, yeah, true enough.
When are our top trainers actually utilizing Mega Evolution? And especially after
Assault Vest Floette
at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, I think that's the best example of being patient with that tool.
Yeah, for some matchups, you just want to click the button immediately. You know, in our last round, there wasn't really any reason for either player to hesitate to just Mega Evolve there. And sometimes you want to do it even if you're going to protect on that turn, so that if you have to switch out and switch back in, you'll have those higher stats if you ever have to switch back in. But sometimes it can be all about the patience, trying to find the right time to set the weather or to preserve your pre-Mega ability. And so certain Pokemon really want to hold it as long as they can.
But I think that, you know, like Floette is, I think, a great example of that not being the case. Because if you don't Mega Evolve, that might be a fainted Floette.
It's not even a fully evolved Pokemon until you Mega Evolve. Yeah, definitely a Pokemon that does not want to be taking any attacks or trying to do any damage until it's used that move. Frostlass, similarly, is at least a fully evolved Pokemon, but there's a reason you've not seen any Frostlass on these broadcasts until it gained a Mega Evolution.
What do you mean? You don't want Cursed Body to activate and you potentially disable a move on your opponent's team?
If we see a miraculous Cursed Body switch in, disable this weekend, you'll have asked for it. You'll have made it happen. But I don't think we're going to see that in this upcoming round.
No, I don't think so either. But who's to say? We're going to jump into Swiss round number 2 at the North America International Championships.
What are we looking at? Oh, the Delphox squad versus Frostlass Mega Dragonite. Interesting. Maybe Mega Dragonite.
That type of archetype.
It's one of those sort of situations where we can't see what their
nasty plot.
shit.
2 fake outs from Incineroar and Sneasler, and of course Sinistcha with Rage Powder and Hospitality.
We can't see what their items are.
Some other versions of this team though, King Gambit closes it out, not Basculegion, so you have the damage threat in a different form. Meanwhile, on the other side, Geo has a lot of damage potential and kind of in a mixed way. Dragonite, they're holding a Mega Stone as well, so it's going to be a potent special attacker that keeps multi-scale after the Mega Evolution. And then Frostlass can also provide defense with Aurora Veil once it Mega Evolves, gets the Snow Warning, and has Snow set up. And then both players bringing Sneasler, both players bringing...
All right, well, I give up. I can't find any more items.
So much damage. I think
even though there are, like, what, 4 more? Maybe 5? 3 pieces. I hate that I can't find them. Maybe they can't. Maybe you can't get them until later. I don't even know where they would be. I feel like I've been everywhere.
You don't want to necessarily trade... like be relying just on multi-scale if you're going to have to take these massive hits in the future.
I don't know.
So this can immediately be somewhat of an advantage for Tio Time.
Tio Time has a lot of experience with this team. Just came off the back of a top 64 at Turin with this exact 6. So maybe either he has made some minor adjustments to make this a little bit more impactful in the meta, or this is like a, hey, I think I was so close to being able to make it to the top cut, I'm going to run it back.
Their team also has the Swords Dance on King Gambit, so adding a third setup option to the mix, so that if you don't feel like
Size shock. Oh, on Delphox.
You can use those supportive tools to enable Swords Dance as well. And then sometimes
it's very possible.
Just present both of them. So maybe you can stop one of
Probable
these,
even, to be honest with you.
Once you don't have the tools to stop that. So King Gambit,
I mean, it is just the best Mega. Even though, like, the entire meta is there to counter it, it's still somehow the best Mega. Like, literally, King Gambit, Basque Legion, and Sneasler all beat Floette. And yet, here we are.
Without having to rely just on Sinistra.
I was gonna say, what's the secret 7th Pokemon that Tio Time has on his team? Well, Giovanni, I think, has some great tools to be able to work with this, and against the setup Pokemon that Tio Time has access to. Giovanni's team, this is actually going to be a pretty strong departure from what he ended up using to get top 32 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Back there, he was using Charizard Y alongside Mega Aerodactyl and the Basque Legion King Gambit, all the good stuff that you would have expected to see in this meta, but has since switched over to this Mega Dragonite and the Mega Frostlass with the other strong partner Pokemon around it.
Right, lots of strong supportive Pokemon around. Not many with surprising sets. King Gambit again has Swords Dance, so we talked earlier about all the different move options on King Gambit, but has no coverage move here, neither the low kick or the Iron Head. Instead has Protect and Swords Dance. Sneasler kind of interesting with Poison Jab saying, I don't need Dire Claw, I'm not after sleep, so I'm not after paralysis, and then Poison Touch as well. So really trying to commit to, if I land a Poison Jab on you, there's a really high chance that that poison's coming through.
I think that makes a lot of sense, though.
And look at that, Poison Jab Sneasler.
Status conditions in Pokemon Champions. I think having a paralysis is way less impactful and valuable than a poison.
You thought I was crazy.
Poison wasn't nerfed, still does tons of damage, and if onto something like Sinistra, that can be really impactful if you're getting that.
I ran that once, and you thought I was out of my goddamn mind.
Has a special defense,
made me change it.
Stat alignments are showing it's not offensive like we saw in Marco's team in the last round, and then Citrus Berry on top of that is really
trying
to keep Dragonite and Frostlass as Basculin and Gambit safe, providing more of a support role on this team. Dragonite ops.
I mean, to be fair, Quick Guard probably is the worst ability in the format, since like so much of it does revolve around priority. But Sneasler also has so many good moves. It's probably like, what did he sacrifice to get that on there?
Dragon Pulse and Heat Wave, Dragon and Fire together, pretty potent offense. You can.
Did he sacrifice Protect?
And then when there's a Steel on the other side, like the King Gambit, the Heat Wave helps round out the damage.
Dragonite is another one of those new megas I thought was so fun.
Well, that's how I feel about Wide Guard, but like, it's sort of the same situation, right? Like, if a Fake Out prevents you from setting up with your Floette, then you Quick Guard the Fake Out, and now you can set up with your Floette.
Gives you a bunch of special attack, then the option to go physical isn't really there anymore. You might see some
and not have to worry about like, well, is it? Wait, Quick Guard is the same priority tier as
always going to be special and threatens a lot of
Fake Out, isn't it? Or is Fake Out higher?
Moments away from getting into Game 1 of Swiss Round 2 at the 2026 North America International Championships between Tio Time, Masal, and Giovanni Siski. Only one competitor can keep the undefeated record.
Damn, look at her. She's cooking it.
In the day, but every win that you get is one step closer to
2 carrots, a sausage, and 2 potatoes, or maybe 3 sausages. It's hard to tell.
On either side, but I'm very curious about this Mega Delphox versus the Mega Dragonite on Geo's team.
Right, I think it's going to be a really crucial decision for both players which Mega to bring. When you have this kind of supportive setup option, the Mega choice is the first really crucial one. I think the Floette probably more likely for their team.
It could be further in.
Difficult time ever
As long as it's not a mini metal.
On the other side, you're not going to do heat waves. You're going to have to spin turns on Psychic. Floette has a much easier time there. But then from Geo's side, do you even go for the Dragonite? The Frostlass can be really disruptive. It's Floette on the other side. You can just immediately start going out for damage with Blizzard.
Let's get into game one.
Let's get into game one.
Both of our trainers have selected on the leads. It's going to be the Frostlass as the Mega Evolution of choice for
okay.
Geo, alongside that Sneasler, and it's going to be the Mega Floette for Teo team.
So maybe neither Mega choice too surprising here. Both players opting for Sneasler as the supportive option next to them. Of course, anytime you see two Sneaslers up against each other, the immediate question is which is faster. Both of these showed speed boosting stat alignments, so maybe all the way to
speed tie,
max.
yeah.
We've also seen some pretty slow speed boosting stat alignment Sneaslers just trying to at least present the threat. We'll probably learn pretty quickly here which is moving, but of course Frostlass is a ghost type.
Because like I'm assuming it's the Floette that has the quick guard, right? So Sneasler clicks quick guard, assuming the priorities are there like I think they are.
Plus Moonblast being quite a bit of damage back if you just expose Frostlass too much here.
And now you don't have to worry about the fake out coming through.
Sneasler, you don't want to play
Never mind.
a potential speed tie knowing that Jolly does exist.
And you don't want to take too much from a Blizzard here, and Incineroar a great switch in if you think the offense is going to come quick from Geo's side.
You still have an option, though, for the Aurora Veil, something that the Frostlass could do that doesn't necessarily unleash an attack right now, but could set you up for the long game.
So we know now that the Sneasler is -1 attack, so it's definitely not KOing with that Poison Claw.
Go out on the offense. But what does the Sneasler do? Going to be one of the faster Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, protect, expected.
Priority on the protect will make sure that it protects itself
Aurora Veil?
before it sees the rest of this turn. Sneasler was trying to go for the fake out to stop
Or just clicking Blizzard. Damn, we just clicked Blizzard. Okay.
Unleash that Blizzard. Incineroar going to take that a little bit nicer.
Yeah, if you're not willing to opt into the speed tie, which a fake out speed tie is so risky. If you're going after a fake out into the other fake out, well, they're just going into your partner Pokemon. If you lose it, then you accomplish.
So now Incineroar has fake out up.
And
He can fake out the Sneasler.
Take that much damage from Blizzard, Floette,
And I think this is Sneasler. I guess the Sneasler.
from the other
Does he have
side.
protect?
But
He did.
now
He had
things
fake
are
out,
risky. We talked about
poison,
the chance of
poison
like,
claw.
Floette can
Yeah.
take a poison jab at -1, no problem. But if you get poisoned and you take a Blizzard as well, then all that damage is going to start to add up. It's really difficult to actually play your normal game plan of setting up in front of these two Pokemon. Meanwhile, Incineroar has to be worried too. A close combat will do quite a bit of damage here. Maybe the -1 means that you can take it, but if the Blizzard comes first, then can you actually take a Blizzard and then a close combat afterwards? So Geo continues to have the pressure here. For now, though, Incineroar has fake out. That's going to be really helpful. Can try to stop
Incineroar
Sneasler
returns.
first. If you think the protects are coming, you can just get Incineroar back off the field, get Sneasler back in instead.
They went for the poison jab.
It's so risky. The poison jab does come out from the Sneasler, super effective into that Floette, but there's actually not going to be a poison that comes through for this Floette. Aurora Veil set up by the Frostlass is going to help out versus these incoming attacks as Floette tries to get a Calm Mind boost to override some of that special defense from Aurora Veil.
Yeah, poison, about a coin flip there, whether it's going to be a poison or not. So Floette escapes without that one and escapes without a Blizzard coming in as well. Sneasler and Floette taking a Blizzard there would have been really difficult for Teo team. But now the Floette has the boost, but where
Well, Floette's like really injured right now, so if he does in fact have the T in the back, he needs to bring it out immediately. Of course, then he loses the T to the Blizzard, so like he's kind of fucked.
Even at +1 special defense,
He is absolutely fucked.
you actually threatening a 1-hit KO back into Frostlass.
He needs to fake out, but does the Blizzard not KO Frostlass at this range, even with a +1?
And whether or not the fake out comes out, I think is going to be what ends up throwing the wrench into the plans.
Right, I mean, I think from Geo's side, it's pretty easy. You know a fake out's coming to Sneasler, so you're able to make this pivot. You know that you can get the Blizzard if you want it. It's how do you respond from Teo team's side.
I think the Intimidate makes a lot of sense, though, because that's going to be a nice attack drop onto the Sneasler. But we're seeing the rotation. So Teo team's Incineroar comes in, gets the Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar, and that is just a full rotation of Pokemon here. Floette protects itself, it knows it's under threat by this Blizzard. The Blizzard comes back out into the Incineroar.
Yeah, nothing has happened so far from
trying to create a position with a really safe
Theo
fake
team
out,
or whatever his
and
name
he is
was.
and immediately landing one. that's going to disrupt plans even further. So what I was saying is that what Tier Team is looking for is that Sneasler protects itself, you rotate Incineroar in, and then you have a certain fake out into the Incineroar on the other side. But Gio is not letting that happen. Was making pivots of his own. So Incineroar comes in instead, threatening now fake out on the other side. And then to add more difficulty on top of that, Tier Team gets the...
I don't know if you know this or if you've played the third Dragon Quest, or the second, the new remake of the Dragon Quest series, Shinchiro, but
nice attack into the Frostlass, right?
It's difficult.
Dragon Quest 2 actually resolved the Dragon Quest 11 plotline.
On an island all by itself, already at such low health, would of course go down to an attack. Incineroar has to be worried about a couple Blizzards being a KO. You have the Aurora Veil on the other side. You have the speed advantage for the Frostlass on the other side. It's going to be a double protect because the threat is so big.
Blizzard comes out.
It does live it.
Gonna barely miss the knockout onto the Floette, so maybe you're kicking yourself, hoping that you would have been able to get an attack off with his Floette before it goes down. But Incineroar is able to use the Flare Blitz to thaw itself out and deal some major damage to the Frostlass on the other side. But this Incineroar for Gio still gets a chance to move, and it's going to be a Flare Blitz in return to get the final blow onto that Floette.
The freeze forces Incineroar to play selfishly for one turn, and one turn of selfishness is all it takes for Floette to go down. Stuck by itself, the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard is more
my bad.
than enough damage, and that is not what you need to accomplish with your Mega with this type of...
Well, you'll see.
You're going to put all this investment into supporting around it. You really want a lot more than Floette was able to accomplish there. Ends up getting the Calm Mind, protecting, trying a double protect, not getting it, and just getting KO'd, having no impact.
Yeah, because he didn't want to bring it out and just have it eat it from the Frostlass, but he should have. At that point, he needed to sacrifice the T.
Incineroar and Sneasler can still put out a lot of damage. Sneasler comes in, intimidated, is threatening a close combat between Incineroar on the other side. We just saw the damage.
Your murder on my back.
Frostlass on the other side would be able to close out a KO now. Gio has to make the right moves to close it out now that he's established such a big lead.
Well, Basket Legion with that ghost typing would be immune to incoming close combat.
I mean, yes, to protect the Queen game plan, but then he let Floette get KO'd, so...
One is not afforded to the Sneasler. Frostlass unleashes another Blizzard with a critical hit on the Sneasler. It feels like it's just adding insult to injury at this point, but just how far ahead Gio is. The Throat Chop isn't even going to pick up the KO onto the Frostlass.
Damn!
Yeah, Tier Team knows his resources left at this point are so minimal that giving up health to Flare Blitz would make it more difficult, and tries to reach, tries to get that KO with Throat Chop instead, but that also covers if Basket Legion had been coming in.
Why does it show that it's open over there?
Instead, with Snow expiring, maybe you're thinking Gio's mindset is get Frostlass out and come back in later when it can have more impact. Instead, doesn't manage to close out the KO onto Frostlass, and probably is going to have to take another Blizzard in the future. But at least
yeah, that Sneasler using the Poison Touch instead of being afraid of the fake out, breaking his sash, really sealed the deal here.
Shadow Ball and then get the Basket Legion to get a secondary KO onto that Incineroar. But for now, we're going to see the Incineroar disappear into a Pokeball as Sinistra comes out with a little bit of hospitality healing over to Sneasler. Sneasler is actually going to use Dire Claw first, speeding the Frostlass and going to get the knockout.
Gio opts not to try to preserve that Frostlass, just lets it take a hit because he knows if it takes a hit, that means that the Basket Legion is going to get to swing for free, but not into the Incineroar. So a pretty strong turn for Tier Team there to respond and get a little bit back in this game.
That's still only one KO that Tier Team has been able to get out of Giovanni. You still have 3 more Pokemon in the back to play around with, and this is a free Intimidate now onto the opposing Sneasler.
Right, Incineroar is able to come back in if it wants to here and get an Intimidate down. I think the Hospitality may have taken Sneasler out of Aqua Jet KO range, which means that Sneasler may continue to get attacks off in the future. And then the rotation is still available. Once Tier Team is down to 2 Pokemon, it's going to be much easier for Gio to pin him in one spot, make Intimidate stick. But if Tier Team can keep up with these 3 Pokemon, keep the pivots going, there's still a chance, even now, both players down the Mega.
Gio took some time to think about his decision before bringing back in the Incineroar, because it is really about how do you close out this game. Felt like the lead that Giovanni had is starting to close a little bit.
Close a little bit, but he's still massively ahead. Think about the situation here. The Basculegion not threatened by the Sneasler at all and can just swing into the Sinistcha on the other side. Sinistcha has opted for Aqua Berry, not the Ghost Resist that we saw in similar teams to this archetype before. So Last Respect's likely just threatening a KO here now that Frostlass went down on the previous turn. So it may look as simple as fake out the Sneasler and throw Last Respects to Sinistcha. If you're far enough ahead, you can kind of...
I think that would KO. Nah, it might not. 100 power, Ghost Attack. It might KO through the Ghost Berry. Because Sinistcha's actually specially bulky, right? Not physically?
Enough to keep the Sinistcha alive.
Fake out first, and then we get to see the Last Respects come out. Sinistcha's already taken some damage, and so Last Respects looks like it was an easy knockout to pick up for that Basculegion. Down to just 2 Pokemon left. Can Teo Team claw his way back?
Yeah, I was saying if it had the other berry.
And the Incineroar. And no,
I think it still gets KO'd at that range.
Teo Team throws in the towel, and Giovanni wins game 1.
Once he was down to 2 Pokemon, just too much of an uphill battle. Gio did such a great job withstanding the early threats from Teo Team. And constantly in those first few turns was trying to establish the right position for his own fake out. I think first 4 turns in a row we saw him switch that right slot between the 2 fake out Pokemon, just trying to find an opportunity. Eventually the Incineroar got frozen, switching into a Blizzard. That forced his hand to use the Flare Blitz, get the Frost, but in the meantime, the float went down, and it was such an uphill battle from there. He got a few turns right, but Gio was able to play pretty conservatively and just close out the game.
It's just so hard, right? Because it's like sometimes you wait for the perfect opportunity, but then what if that window was actually a couple of turns ago? Maybe you would have enjoyed throwing out an attack. Maybe that makes the matchup a little bit easier, but it's so hard to make that call when you have all these different facets to think about. What other Pokemon could be in the back? Gio took quite a while to actually reveal that.
Right, if you don't know what you're gonna have to deal with at the end, you don't know what resources to preserve. I think the Sneasler on Gio's side makes it really difficult to play this game plan with Follett, because you have to use Intimidate to mitigate the Poison Jab. You have to be constantly cycling, but you know there's a fake out on the other side that's often going to be faster than your own, and the Poison Jab, the threat of the Poison...
I love Sylvan, though. He's like one of the best Dragon Quest characters ever.
Only the Poison Jab you were going to take.
He's so fucking well written.
I get poisoned, I can Hospitality, I can recover it, but when Blizzard is adding Chip on top, it makes it so difficult.
I mean, all the characters are, to be honest with you. I like all of the characters. The only one that I don't like, and it's just is the old man.
The Delphox makes all the sense in the world.
I think I would like to see Delphox or King Gambit as an adjustment in this game, especially when you see.
And it's actually just from a character design standpoint.
With the Frostlass and the Basculegion.
But there's always like an old man, so I can't really be too mad about it.
So gets the Mega matchup.
All right, you were right. There's the Delphox
on the other side, but Gio knows the hedge. It knows that after winning with Frostlass, you're likely to see Delphox on the other side, so immediately presents a huge obstacle for Delphox, which is that Basculation. Instantly just threatening a
double Ghost. Sneasler's worthless here. Theo Team is just like, oh, fuck, what do I even do here?
You're going to do nothing, I'm going to set up. You don't want to be the one saying, I'm immediately on the back foot here. I have to react instantly. And those reactions are really difficult because you love to get Sinistcha in to try to redirect away a Wave Crash, but are you just going to switch Sinistcha into a Blizzard here? You can't afford to do that. How do you actually recover from this position? It's going to start with Sneasler going out into the back, but where does it go next? King Gambit, though, so not the full support package. Another attacker hits the field.
Okay, well, that was an adjustment that I would have liked to see and is a very good response to something like the Frostlass and the Basculegion. However, they can still pack a punch into this King Gambit. As we see the Delphox Mega Evolve first, we can assume that it's going to be faster than the Frostlass in this matchup.
You were right.
But then what comes next? This King Gambit can't protect itself on this turn, so it could be taking 2 attacks right here and now. Delphox going to protect itself, so at the very least, it's not taking any damage on this turn. But what has Gio decided to do? Aurora Veil for safety, going to make those defenses stronger on his side.
What was with her delivery of that line? Very baby talky. Aurora Veil for safety.
So the King
like she was mocking the guy. Like, oh, how cute. Aurora Veil for safety.
Plus the side shot KO into the Basque Legion now before it's able to move, and so you're a little bit more healthy with Delphox, but your Aurora Veil might have thrown a wrench into that plan. Might be enough to withstand those couple of hits. Meanwhile, King Gambit comes into a great position here. Of course, we'll take a bunch of damage from Wave Crash if that were ever the target, but you can't imagine in this position that would be the prioritization for Geo. And so it walks in as a Blizzard resistance, able to threaten a bunch of damage into these Pokemon. But it does mean that Delphox is now on the field with no redirection support, no fake out support. It's going to have to fight on its own a little bit here. Only the threat of Sucker Punch to try to keep Delphox healthy. I also wonder what players are thinking about the damage trade.
Make this.
If Delphox were to get traded for Frostlass, would either player be more unhappy with that? It looks like Tier Team is the one more worried about it, going to get the Delphox out into the back.
Yeah, I mean, because Shadow Ball is also going to do a pretty good number to this Delphox, so it ends up going into that Sneasler instead as Wave Crash splits the difference and splits the damage as King Gambit is going to be on the receiving end of that one. King Gambit gets away with a Swords Dance though, so these Sucker Punches might be just one-hit knockouts into either of these Pokemon.
Geo recognizing the threat of King Gambit, recognizes that you can't entirely...
Oh, that's a Copa Berry Basque Legion over there? Anti-Dark? Damn, they're cooking out there.
Taken one big hit like that, it's a little bit easier to get rid of it, but Frostlass isn't going to be able to do that job. And Basque Legion, even with your Aurora Veil up now, with a little bit of chip from Wave Crash, likely in KO range from Black Glasses +2 Sucker Punch. And so this, the Colbert Berry can help with that, and for now the Sinistcha are going to try to keep King Gambit healthy so that if you miss that KO, you don't immediately go down to the Wave Crash.
Now it is really all about protecting this King Gambit. A one-hit knockout rewarded to this Pokemon onto the Frostlass. But can it hang on through another attack from this Basque Legion? Because that was not the
Oh, it lived!
And the hospitality healing
Okay, Theo team back in. He did get the Swords Dance off.
I think that's a really strong turn for Terra teammate. You accomplish two things at once. You get the Frostlass KO'd as you get Sinistcha on the field to provide redirection support for this King Gambit. Sinistcha can't provide that redirection support safely when there's Blizzard threat on the other side. But by eliminating Frostlass at the exact same time that you get the Sinistcha on the field, now you have all the redirection time in the world. Of course, the Last Respects will still pick up that KO, but if you opt for Last Respects, you may only get one opportunity.
Where can I get the Angel Sandals?
Whether that's taking a Sucker Punch
or the
Culver Berry, or just taking a Kowtow Cleave that might KO. Despite the Culver Berry, afterwards you probably end up trading back.
But you do have Sneasler to offer Fake Out for at least one turn. That might help get you a KO on this one, but it's tough because you do have both Pokemon that can use Protect.
Right, both Pokemon have Protect, so your team can just kill this Fake Out pressure on this turn. But of course,
I don't remember what it was I needed.
That's a threat. You know you can also just take advantage of it, and then you know...
Actually, I could probably look from that menu.
So may not actually be willing to just click the Protect. For now, though, Sneasler out into the back, and Incineroar back on the field.
A 5D chest as the Incineroar is going to come in.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Give up a Defiant boost to this King Gambit. That's going to put it at +3 attack, but it's going to be a double Protect. Wow, did you just get away with that?
Oh man, for Tier Team you have to be kicking yourself. You spent the entirety of Game 1 trying to accomplish exactly this play, trying to switch Fake Out on a double Protect from the other side. You never got it to land. Geo was always one step ahead. You are the first time that you are faced with the important Fake Out pressure on the other side, you click the double Protect, and Geo hits you with exactly
Angel
the same
Bell.
play. Gets the switch into the Fake Out pressure, rotates through those Fake Outs. Now you don't have safe Protects available to you. Geo does have Fake Out available, and it starts to look so easy to put a bunch of damage down. You can just Fake Out King Gambit, Last Respects into the Sinistcha. We saw that damage before. This time the Basque Legion unintimidated so far. We've seen all 4 Pokemon. The Intimidate is not going to be available in this game. There's no Incineroar.
Zoria won his second game.
As the Dark type, and so that Last Respect's just threatening a one-hit KO onto Sinistcha in this position, most likely.
Oh, King Gambit tries to go for the double Protect, but it is going to fail. And so on the receiving end of that Fake Out to stop it for this turn. The Basque Legion gets to go next. Last Respects finishes off this King Gambit and gets rid of that +3 threat for the second game. A huge source of damage removed from the field for Tier Team, and so has to rely on this Sinistcha to maybe get a burn or get a job done. Basque Legion, though, happy to go down for its efforts. It did what it needed to do.
Maybe only because of the critical hit through the Aurora Veil, but does get the KO there and make
I have a
the
feeling
trade.
that's not
I think a really
correct.
Smart input there from Gio. You want to cover for the Rage Powder, of course, because it can't just wave crash into Basket Legion. But recognizing that Last Respect is still enough damage to pick up the KO on King Gambit, so you can choose your priority target. I'd rather KO the King Gambit if he allows it, but if the redirection happens, I'll just take the Sinistcha instead. That will be okay.
I will say though, I think Gio would have liked to actually have this Basket Legion for this Delphox. I realize it's been a long time, but this Delphox has very little damage on it.
So the problem is the Incineroar has very little damage on it. Your total offensive output from TO Team's team now is going to be relying on Sneasler, because the Sinistcha and the Delphox really can't do it into the Incineroar. So it's going to be difficult, but down to 2 Pokemon for Gio after that critical hit. Machagacha picks up the KO on Basket Legion on the previous turn. Maybe there's just enough room for it.
There is Throat Chop, so that is a super effective damaging option into the Delphox to make that a little bit easier. And then of course the Sneasler can just do some things as well.
Yeah, I think the key piece is the Sneasler in the back for TO Team, and then it's what damage do you prioritize in the meantime before it hits the field. You're imagining a future close combat into the Incineroar on that side, but you have to get there first.
Double Protect just to ensure that you are going to be able to get through both of these Pokemon with the fake outs, but
This is
you
Magic
still
Circle.
have to worry about the damage that's going to be coming in on the next turn. Gio, very comfortable to try to throw out a Throat Chop and a fake out into that Delphox.
Right, it's an easy play. You know there's available on this turn to go for the fake out. The Sneasler on the other side is an important.
Oh, is it a
because
boomerang?
The Sneasler on TO Team's side already took a bunch of damage early on.
Holy
in the
shit.
game, and so you want to try to keep your own Sneasler around to be a threat back to that Sneasler, so you can't afford to take a Side Shock here, and so it protecting itself now. While Rage Powder covers the Incineroar tries to go after the Delphox.
Throat Chop or Flare Blitz, though, is going to do a lot as the Sneasler protects itself from the Side Shock. Of course, that's going to be a lot of super effective damage back in return, but the Throat Chop looks like it might actually miss out on that 2-hit KO.
Ooh.
Right, the Flare Blitz could be the extra damage to pick that up, but you take a bunch of recoil in the meantime, but then at least you're not worrying about the damage roll of whether Throat Chop is enough damage or not. And then of course you'd rather be after the Delphox instead, and so going after the Throat Chop is the only way to pressure in.
Double Protect here was a good effort, but it's not going to happen. Sneasler cannot protect itself from a second Side Shock from the Delphox. And so Delphox gets what it wants, bringing the Sneasler down to its Focus Sash, but there's still one more attempt for the Sneasler to get something done. The Rage Powder going to redirect away the attack from this Incineroar as it goes for another Throat Chop, and yes, misses out on the knockout.
Just not at quite enough damage. Of course, the Akaberry preventing Flare Blitz there, and so instead forcing Throat Chop that keeps Sinistcha around. Sneasler, though, try to protect on the previous turn.
I'm gonna have to go find lunch here after this battle.
Through this turn, Delphox and Sinistcha
Or this
can protect
round.
themselves. If you think that the protect is coming, you can burn it.
He's
that
afraid of
way.
the
You
Throat
get
Chop.
Through the Sneasler on the other side, and that kind of blocks all the obstacles for your own Sneasler to come in close combat with Incineroar and clean up the game. So does look like TO Team
Yeah, it was Poison
is
Touch.
slowly making the ground that needs to be able to take this game too.
Yeah, it is too bad because Giovanni's Sneasler is Poison Touch. Sometimes you see Unburden, so if the Focus Sash had been activated, then you would actually get that increased speed to the Sneasler. But since Gio's has Poison
Yeah, they're
Touch,
talking about it now,
it's
actually.
able to be faster
Like,
than the
huh.
Delphox before it's able to
Maybe that
knock
wasn't
it
a
out.
great idea. I mean, I do see the idea behind it, though. If you get a poison on something, they're on a timer now, and a lot of these battles draw out for multiple turns. So you sort of put a stranglehold on the entire match by landing a poison, but on the same side, you know, Unburden is really good.
From the Incineroar finally finishes off the Sinistcha and brings back out this Sneasler.
As telegraphed as that protect is, TO Team knows he's got a big lead in this game. All you have to do is make sure the Sneasler goes down. You can't afford a free turn where it doesn't protect and you didn't actually pick up the KO on it, so you just keep targeting there. Now, the Sneasler on the other side has to worry about...
It wasn't protect, was it? I've seen him protect.
Going to have to go to double protect to get through the other side of this. Then probably still needs to somehow like win a speed tie, KO the Sneasler on the other side. The uphill battle for Geo is so difficult at this point. And before you even get there, if you try to protect against a possible fake out on this turn, it could just be a game-winning close combat into Incineroar instead, and so the risk starts immediately. Geo has to know this game is almost certainly lost. There's a thin thread of hope, but it can die at any moment with a wrong input on this turn.
I feel like you don't even need the fake out to try to secure the victory here.
I guess so.
A close combat into the Incineroar.
A lot of people just play really conservatively in these tournaments, man. They play real scared.
So we're going to see the towel thrown in. No reveal of any of those damaging interactions as Teal Team wins the second game and brings us to a game 3.
Managed to not get the setup, get his game plan disrupted, but get the right damage trade at the right time. The King Gambit drew enough attention from the Basque Legion on the other side that the Sinistcha got one free turn to swing. Now, really crucial for it that was a critical hit swing into the Basque Legion on the other side while Aurora Veil was up. I think this plays out very differently if Basque Legion manages to hang on in that position. But it didn't. It got critical hit. It went down. And then Teal Team just strangled out all of the remaining opportunities.
Most of the Pokemon, you know, when they faint, it's like they're going asleep, man. When King Gambit gets knocked out, it looks like it's straight up dead. It looks like it's just dying.
That chance of burning the Basque Legion as well, so
which makes sense. It looks like it's falling on a sword because Shogun, but yeah.
Left if it even survived through that Matcha Gotcha. And it always does a lot more damage than I think it's going to every time that I feel like I'm on the receiving end of it. But we've got a decisive game 3 to see which competitor will have an undefeated Tuesday record after this one.
Well,
a lot of times,
both players in team preview, both players
King Gambit is like a coverage Pokemon, but he can just be your carry.
Throughout this, but your team made the adjustment in that last game.
Which, I mean, I know I don't got to tell you that, but I'm streaming. I have to say words.
In game 2, but from Geo's side, do you think? Well, if it's going to be Delphox, I can just go Dragonite. Dragonite looks so clean against the poor Pokemon.
I have not been doing a very good job of that because I'm trying to watch a tournament and also play a game at the same time.
But even if it has redirection next to it, I can just
which, don't know if you know this, that's a lot of mental power.
Berry on that King Gambit. So, will Geo make the adjustment? Will Tier Team be preemptive for that adjustment and go back to Floette? This is really going to be the crucial thing. It is Dragonite.
Okay, so then is there a Floette on the other side? There is! A Floette and Sneasler to catch that Dragonite adjustment.
One step.
Wow!
Floette hits the field, loves to see Dragonite on the other side, but hates to see that Sneasler on the other side. There's a question of even if you get the Mega Guess right, you see the Dragonite on the other side, is fighting against this Sneasler still such an uphill battle that Floette isn't able to capitalize on that? Before you can ever land a hit into Dragonite, you're going to have to let Sneasler on the other side act in some way, unless you try to disrupt it just with your own Sneasler.
Yeah, he was apparently predicting the Dragonite switch.
Not going to be enough. The multi-scale will at least...
I wouldn't have been able to call that.
This means that Sneasler has its work cut out for it. Are you trying to just fake out and break that multi-scale, or trying to Dire Claw to break that multi-scale so that Floette can get that damage? But for now, Dragonite just running out into the back. Geo trying to catch a double protect once again, get his own fake out on the field.
Incineroar would be able to pressure that on the next turn, but first we're going to see the Mega Evolution from the Floette, get that Fairy Ware activated, so those Fairy type attacks are going to be even more powerful. But what happens next? Is there a fake out from either of these Sneaslers? Geos moves first, gets the fake out into the opposing Floette, as Sneasler goes for Close Combat into the option on the other side. Sneasler doesn't take too much
into the option,
but you do end up actually dropping your defenses here.
Commentating's hard, y'all, for real.
About it. You break the Focus Ash on the other side. Sneasler is enemy number 1, especially now that you see how this matchup is going to play out, where Floette needs to stick around to beat Dragonite in the long run. Then you have to keep it healthy, and getting the Focus Ash broken and chipped enough that you can maybe threaten a Moonblast KO immediately is really important here. There's also always the chance that Incineroar could have been coming into that Sneasler slot if you thought that it was likely that Geo was trying to pivot in this position. And so gets really valuable close combat into Sneasler. Floette didn't burn its Protect on the previous turn, and so now can just protect through the fake out and poison jab pressure on this turn.
I wonder if we're going to actually get even more speed interactions.
I mean, he
field,
could.
though, because have we actually
Did he
seen
protect last round? I think he
Sneasler's
did. Yeah, he
match
protected
up
last round because the
against each other?
Incineroar's fine.
We don't have the knowledge yet because there was only a fake out at increased priority from Geo Sneasler, and then we saw a close combat at
That works.
neutral priority from Geo Team. So it's going to protect itself, knows that it could be on the receiving end of a fake out from that Incineroar, and the Sneasler also, of course, threatening that.
We're doing Flare Blitz? No, Parting Shot.
But you actually uses this opportunity.
You know,
Parting Shot.
Incineroar is one of the few Pokemon that I don't like the shiny. I think OG Incineroar just looks better.
Restraint on the turn
Thoughts?
1 protect pays off when you can go for the turn 2 protect. Keep Floette safe from Poison Jab on that turn. But Geo knows there's also not much threat back to Incineroar on the other side, and so you're able to get a Parting Shot out and get your Basculegion in to now be a huge problem. Threatens just a one-hit KO onto the Incineroar in that slot and would force a reveal. If it's not Sinistra as that 4th Pokemon, nothing wants to come in
it's real
and
weak.
take this wave crash. If it is
White and
Sinistra,
Black,
I'm not sure
like,
it's the right timing where you run a really
doesn't really
green
work unless
Sinistra.
it's. I mean, and again, I mean, you know, he is a sports Pokemon. He's a wrestler. But like, I don't know. There's something that doesn't work with it specifically for Incineroar. The white and the black and the black and the red and the gray just looks way better.
Taking a poison jab that you can survive can have really negative long-term effects. Yes, Floette has to get off the field, does not like the position, needs to be preserved to fight Dragonite in the long run. So instead, it's going to be Sinistra coming in on that side.
I mean, the poison jab's still going to hurt quite a bit, though. Even if it is going to be a neutral, no poison activated, though, as that secondary effect. As the wave crash just one hit knockout.
Was that a crit? No. Damn, I guess Wave Crash just does it. Okay.
That Basculegion, but you got rid of a really big threat.
Such a huge threat. To be able to get rid of that Incineroar, get rid of the threat of Intimidate. The Sinistra wanted to be on both sides. It wanted to be able to come in and take that Poison Jab and the Wave Crash, but couldn't Rage Powder before it hit the field. It leaves Incineroar hanging. That does mean you land Floette next to Sinistra, so you have both the redirection and the Floette on the field at the same time. Geo also hasn't given up a Pokemon yet. It's a last respect.
But the Calm Mind build, isn't that the one that just won a major?
Probably isn't threatening.
Didn't it win at one of them, or no? Am I remembering wrong?
Their team makes it out okay, gets the right position he wants, but he really has to be able to capitalize on it now because you've given up such an important tool. If you give up this position without getting much out of it, it's going to be really hard to establish a similar position without Incineroar to help you with Fake Out and Intimidate in the future. No kind of.
I guess, yeah.
For the damage at this
Setting
point.
up when Sneasler and King Gambit both exist is hard.
Does Floette try to boost because you think you need the damage? Can you call a protect or a
You really just have to
slot and
nuke
land
like
with Moonblast?
crazy.
This is a key turn.
Incineroar is a good defensive switch, though, because it's going to take a lot less than something like a Moonblast as the Sinistra redirects away the attention from the Floette, giving it some breathing room across the way from this Basculegion. Floette's first to move next, as the Moonblast is going to actually pick off this Basculegion. So there's no additional damage on this turn. What a critical Pokemon knockout to take.
Yeah, gets the position and then does capitalize on it. Finds the Basculegion, not switching, not protecting, staying on the field and trying to swing out, but it fails.
So what's new that I learned?
Floette has enough damage after that big Wave Crash recoil into Incineroar on the previous turn to just get the KO with Moonblast and get rid of an important threat. And not the most important threat. Sneasler escapes to the back, gets rid of Intimidate, is going to come in the future and be a problem, but for now, Basculegion gone makes Sinistra look much healthier here. You have to worry about Incineroar hitting into it a couple times. Heat Wave from Dragonite will do a lot of damage, but not kind of immediately threatened with a KO before it can move here. We saw the throat chop damage fail to even 2-hit KO in the previous game, and so should be fairly safe here. Floette should get a chance to either swing or boost, but does have the damage work cut out for it. Incineroar fully healthy is not that threatened. Dragonite has multi-scale.
True.
Not that threatened. Difficult to break multi-scale with the Pokemon that are left either.
You could also go for Tailwind. That is an option available to this Dragonite that would give you a almost sure speed advantage versus the Pokemon.
Well, let's see what a Dragonite can do.
But how much do you
He has
value
multi-scale,
that
so he's not going to get one tapped.
now? The fake up from the Incineroar is going to land onto its target of the Floette.
I love how Mega Dragonite looks.
Dragonite to get that Tailwind off just ensures that speed for future turns. Sinistra can still go for an attack, though, and it's going to use that Machagacha to connect to the Dragonite, break the multi-scale. Now that Floette for sure can get the knockout.
I think it looks way better than regular Dragonite. I think regular Dragonites always look kind of dumb. I think the wings on the head like kind of add something angelic to Dragonite that I really like.
Was already moving before the Floette. Does mean that your Sneasler you can confidently say will move before the Sneasler on the other side, but that could be turns away. Neither of them are in the field now. There's no guarantee that Tailwind will still be active there, and you give up multi-scale in the process for it.
Yeah, but now you can kind of, I feel like that boost was more for the Incineroar than anything, because maybe that's going to actually give you the speed advantage over the Floette and Tailwind.
Right, you can probably get the Sinistcha now in exchange for whatever Floette does on this turn, but if the Sinistcha protects itself, you can't, and is there enough damage to actually threaten back into the Floette? Heat Wave's not going to do much there.
No, Heat Wave does get the ability to first spread damage, and so you get the connection onto Floette. Actually, bring it down to less than half, but the Flare Blitz would have loved to land its mark into the Sinistcha, and it's not going to do that. Preserve that Aqua Berry for later as the Moonblast just easy one-hit knockout into this Dragonite since that multi-scale is gone, bringing Geo down to his final 2 Pokemon of the game. That Sneasler has to come back in and deal with a Rage Powder.
Immediately has the problem of Rage Powder, but does at least have Fake Out. You don't worry about giving up a Machagacha now, not that important. The Sinistcha does have Trick Room though, so if you give over 2 free of a turn, that could be a problem. But if you can get out of the Tailwind, then the Incineroar will love to be.
That's where I get in trouble a lot too, Siren. Is like, I'll be in a position where he has, I'll be like, he has to Rage Powder. Like, there's nothing else he can do. So I'm going to do this to prevent that. And then he does something else that only works because I knew he had to Rage Powder. And I'm like, oh, cool, I overthought it.
But your team is one step ahead, understands that Sinistcha is important in that position and is likely to be the target, gets it protected through the turn, and breaks the Dragonite. And now that same play isn't available anymore. I don't know that Throat Chop plus Poison Jab is actually going to be a KO into Sinistcha. And if Sinistcha can redirect for 2 turns, then that's a disaster for Geo. There's just not enough damage to win if 2 full attacks get through into the Floette.
I don't think Dragonair looks menacing. I think Dragonair is actually adorable. Dragonair is probably like one of my top 10 favorite designs, and I hate that it turns into Dragonite, and like there's just no use case for Dragonair ever.
As the Incineroar was hoping to follow up with damage to split the difference, but Sinistcha gets away scot-free. The Aqua Berry has not been consumed. It gets the Trick Room up, and speed advantage goes over to Teo Team.
Has the speed advantage now, but still not. Doesn't necessarily have the damage. Definitely not.
Ooh, multi-heal
on the other side, and the Trick Room in the long term will mean that Geo's Incineroar is going to move before the Sneasler on Teo Team's side, so you don't have that same checkmate position as before. Sinistcha not able to threaten a lot of damage here. The Poison really helpful though. Going to go down pretty quickly. I start to wonder then from Teo Teams, do you think about switches? Do you want to get
I love games where you run on mushrooms.
Hospitality down so that you can get
I just think this is the coolest.
On this turn, of course, Sneasler could just protect itself. A turn where you swing into protecting.
Like specifically climbing a tree on mushrooms like that is awesome.
Tailwind is starting to expire, so that then
it's like, oh, this world is big. I see.
Dangerous turn.
One Pokemon advantage though for Teo Team feels like it's still going to give him the edge in this final couple of turns. But as you see the protect onto Geo's Sneasler, this Floette is not going to be able to actually get the KO onto that big, important Pokemon. So the Throat Chop, with that additional Poison Chip, is it going to be enough to pick out the Sinistcha, bring Teo Team down to his final 2 Pokemon?
And then the Tailwind expires, and so now Incineroar is going to be the Pokemon moving first. There's no Intimidate on it. It's probably just threatening a KO with Flare Blitz into Floette. Floette already taken half of its health down. If that's true, then you're really relying on Fake Out pressure to create the space for damage. There's still a lot of opportunity here. Sneasler can Fake Out the Incineroar. That should mean that then Floette will move before the Sneasler on the other side, is threatening a Moonblast to KO there, and then you're just fighting the Incineroar, which I think you should win in the long term. You can't.
No, what do you mean, Siren? Don't you hear the announcers? There's like 800 possible outcomes.
If that double protect comes through, it switches everything, but no double protect.
None. So that's going to be a Fake Out going the Incineroar's way, knowing there's no attack coming out from the Sneasler, means that this Floette is free and clear to unleash a Moonblast to finish off this Pokemon. One Pokemon left here for Geo. The Incineroar should be able to get knocked out by a double up, and Teo Team one Pokemon away from defeating the 2025 World Champion.
Yeah, now should have it locked.
Oh wow, the World 2025 World Champion, huh?
Left on Geo's side.
Oh yeah, Giovanni. I remember making the joke about Giovanni being the world champion because, you know, Giovanni.
Not just a close combat by itself.
I remember now, yeah.
Especially after all this Flare Blitz recoil.
Yeah, gonna try anyway. It breaks the focus sash on the Sneasler, but this double up should do it. Moonblast.
Oh yeah.
Combat. Actually, Moonblast is just enough by itself. And so, TL Team Masa wins Swiss round 2 of NAIC phase
Damn,
1.
this flower's beating our asses. Come on, guys. Oh, well, it's because we're all fucking paralyzed.
Such difficult positioning. Ultimately, it felt like a lot of the games were decided by those team preview matchups. In game 1, it was a really uphill battle.
All right, I'm gonna go look into some lunch. I'll be back. Assuming I don't get back to a damn game over because they get their ass kicked by this little fucking helicopter flower. Jesus, look at it.
And then the final step in game 3. TO Team was
guys, it's a flower.
One step
Kill it.
Silhouette up against Dragonite for the first time, and it took a few turns for it to occur, but then finally this Moonblast into Dragonite picks up the KO, capitalizes on that team preview advantage.
Oh my God, the normal attack's paralyzing his cancer.
3 is landed, and then it was just cleanup from
It's
there.
still alive? I'm not controlling it, by the way. I have it on auto battle.
Trick Room from the Sinistra to close it
because we should be able to fight normal enemies. Jesus Christ. All right, I'll return in a moment.
Makes it happen.
And if that Sneasler had actually gotten that double protect at the end, you got one more turn to just get Flare Blitz damage down onto the Floette, actually try to secure that knockout, and then maybe Geo actually does have a chance to win that third game.
Yeah, the double protect, I think, could have shifted it back. It was very close right up to the end.
What an amazing and thrilling 3-game set, though. We've got 2 back-to-back here to start off NAIC. It's such a treat to have when you know that this global tournament is the last one, the last stop for our competitors to get those championship points and earn their ticket to the World Championships.
Both players, all the players in the field, trying to earn those last championship points, trying to keep the records healthy enough to earn them, to move into phase 2 and further on. All of our top players woke up this morning imagining themselves 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and not every player is it going to work out for. But at 1-1, you're not out of it yet. There's still a lot of Pokemon left to play, and so I'm sure that Geo still envisions great things ahead.
If you finish up phase 1, we have 8 rounds in phase 1 today, and you get a record of at least 6 wins or better, you will be able to play in phase 2 of Swiss. And so you're right, you can take 2 losses today and still win out and be able to make it to phase 2, but it does get a little harder. Your win-loss record carries over from phase 1 into phase 2, and then hopefully into Top Cut if you're able to make it there. That's why every single win is still critical and matters towards that end goal of making it to that Top Cut.
Yeah, exactly. The early losses make it a lot more difficult to qualify for that Top Cut, even if you make it into phase 2. But hope is alive. You can still, take no more losses afterwards, and you'll be all set.
We have seen some incredible things out of trainers that maybe started even at a 0-2 record for phase 1. They win out all of phase 1, all of phase 2, and they're able to make it into the Top Cut and go even further than that. I don't know. There's something to definitely be said, though, when their back is against the wall, maybe where the pressure is mounted its highest, you get to perform your best.
Yeah, then the adrenaline is running every turn. You're just trying to work through the stress and make sure you're making the right play.
Yeah, it is tough, but sometimes I feel like there are some diamonds that are formed under that pressure, or at least that's what they say, but it's definitely better to start out with that undefeated, give yourself that cushion, and then hopefully make it forward past that point. So 2-0 start for TO Team Masao must feel amazing. There are still 6 more Swiss rounds to play, though, as we finish out phase 1. And then at the end of the day, we are going to show you that first Swiss round for phase 2, because Len, we've got over 1,000 competitors here at the Pokemon North America International Championships, which means we got a treat of an extra round of Swiss for phase 2.
Yeah, there are so many people that we've got to play even more matches to figure out who can come out on top, and that means we're going to start that phase 2 work today. So we got to keep moving through these matches and get on to phase 2.
But we've got some great Mega Evolutions so far, seeing Geo bring the Mega Frostlass and the Mega Dragonite. We saw the Mega Delphox make an appearance for TO Team's team, and then even earlier today, I mean, we've got so many Floettes. running around.
So, well, yeah, certainly plenty of Floettes, almost 40% of the field with that one. But Pokemon isn't often by itself. Usually when it's the Mega of choice, there's a second one there, and there's a little bit of flexibility in what that second one is. And we saw Delphox in that last set.
That's going to do it for us for Swiss round number 2, but don't worry, we've got Scott's thoughts to bring you even more on this match. So Scott, please take it away.
Thank you, Rosemary. I think it's an incredible match. I won't bore you guys with too many thoughts here. I'm flying solo this time, but what an incredible match, right? Really fun back and forth throughout the course of that one. I think any of those games could easily have gone either way. Two really great trainers and really methodical team preview, right? Where I think it's almost a shame to try to break this down turn by turn, because I think this one really was won in the team previews and the selection of Mega Pokemon in particular. Both sides with two different Mega Evolved Pokemon, and it ended up being really critical over the course of this match, which of the two of them selected, and I think which of the two of them, each of them were anticipating their opponents to select as well. I think a particularly interesting one here, looking at this team. So we've seen this a lot over the course of the last 2 weekends, sort of originating with the Korean tournament 2 weekends ago, and then kind of being iterated on by players all across the world. This option, it's always that fifth slot there, or sixth slot, I guess, the fourth on this with King Gambit. It was originally Vivian. Has been a number of attackers throughout the course of the adaptations this team, as trainers have tried to figure out different ways to get a little more offense into the team. Basculegion has often been that slot, but I think there's several trainers actually, including a Theo team there, who have gone with King Gambit instead this time. Winds up being very critical throughout the course of this match, so it'll be interesting to see how that adaptation works out. I think otherwise, without some Pokemon like that one, you're really relying on that Mega Evolved Pokemon and then Sneasler to get a lot of offense. And since Sneasler is such an important job at this team by helping enable the Mega Evolved Pokemon to set up, you kind of can't use it as offensively as you would with another team. So pretty critical here. And then I think also interesting to take a quick look at Gio's team as well. Something a little bit different, right? Where we've seen a lot of different Frostlass teams, but I think unlike the his opponent's team or the Charizard Floette teams that we've seen so much of, this archetype's still being figured out. It's a little different no matter who you're watching play it. Seeing a lot of now this Frostlass with just regaining Aurora Veil. I think it was falling out of favor a little bit. Often the more bulkier Basculegion that can take hits, often that King Gambit, and then kind of a variety of other Pokemon depending on what matchups the trainer wants to focus on here. I think Frostlass in particular is sort of the Pokemon to watch in this matchup, where it's really good conditionally into this opposing matchup, where so much of the strategy with these teams that are built around protecting the Mega Evolved Pokemon is you use the Incineroar, the Sneasler, and the Sinistcha and kind of rotate them to their slot, and Frostlass really shuts that down, right? Immune to Fake Out, Sinistcha can't switch into Blizzard unless it wants to just instantly get obliterated, so really integral Pokemon, and I think that's why Delphox is so interesting on the other side of the field this matchup, right? Where Delphox sort of prevents Frostlass from checking those other Pokemon, so it's a little mind game going on between both trainers throughout this set, right? What Pokemon are they actually going to bring? Jumping in the beginning of this first game, really what matters here is just the Pokemon we see on the board. And yes, it's the Floette on Theo team side of the field, which is exactly what Gio probably wanted to see in this one. He's got a very Frostlass-based strategy in this first game that enables him to get into some key positions. Jumping forward a little bit here into the game, we get to see that first big turn where he starts taking a large advantage. Going to catch Sneasler switching in here. Floette trying to boldly go for an attack there despite being unprotected. And while Poison Gem doesn't pick up a poison, which would have probably been game-ending, it does get the Aurora Veil and all that damage into Floette off for free. And from this point in the game forward, Theo team's just such a back foot that he's never really able to do anything, isn't able to attack with this Calm Mind. Eventually, I believe it's the next turn even that things kind of just get locked up here, where Floette being forced to protect, enabling this Frostlass to get a free Blizzard as the Incineroar switches in. It winds up getting frozen, and then even though Incineroar can thaw itself with the Flare Blitz, it really can't afford to, right? It's not really that much better of it not being able to attack, because it gets a bunch of irrelevant damage on the Frostlass, can't Fake Out to protect Floette, and it winds up just being game. However, we move into the second game, and things are pretty interesting as we look at this one. There's a pretty quick switch on this one, but the important thing is really just to check the board state, right? We've got Delphox on this side of the field as well, and then the King Gambit, which we didn't see in the previous game, really changes up this matchup. King Gambit winds up being a really critical player. As we see a little bit later on, picked up a Sword Stance on this turn, able to be a really devastating threat. With the two Ghost types are such important attackers for this Frostlass team, both Frostlass itself and the Basculegion, winds up just threatening a lot of damage. Of course, the Shadow Ball into the Sneasler slot here looked like it could have been really integral, but having to switch attacks here because Frostless can't really do anything to Kingambit causes both of these Pokemon to survive this turn and continue to be big threats. And then just a great Swords Dance with the Kingambit here, and not a whole lot of value in attacking instead because you're going to need 2 swings to knock out these Pokemon anyway, so why not get the Swords Dance instead? And then, if you were able to get a 3rd attack off, it would have been a huge leap. Doesn't end up happening though because so we get this decisive turn where Kingambit gets down to 34 HP, has already or it has to protect, I believe. So Incineroar switches in, but there's a switch in the other slot as well while both of these Pokemon protect. And even though Defiant is activated onto Kingambit, doesn't really wind up mattering because of the fake out pressure into Kingambit on the following turn, or at least it shouldn't have mattered because as we'll see a second, the Kingambit is going to go down here as it fails this double protect, and the double target in the slot seemed so good at the time. I think it's necessary where it's really better for Geo if he doesn't get this knockout, but we wind up seeing Last Respect pick up the Kingambit, but Sinistcha realizing there's no point in Breach Powdering perhaps with the potential threat of getting knocked out here, goes for the attack instead and gets a huge Matcha Gotcha crit through this Aurora Veil. If you're wondering if this mattered or not, yes it did. Perhaps even without the Aurora Veil, it would have been pretty close on a knockout with the amount of HP that Basculegion was at, but it's pretty defensively trained as is normal on these Frostlass teams, so would have survived that pretty comfortably without the critical hit. A burn could still have made a big difference, but instead everything just wonderful for a Theo team after that. Winds up in this nice situation to follow that up with a Delphox so strong, and we wind up in a game 3 after Delphox just sort of dominates this one. The key thing, I think, in this third game is, again, the Mega Pokemon selection. I think perhaps Geo expecting something a little bit different where maybe, I kind of forced Theo Team to play Delphox in the second game, so he's going to do it for sure again in the third. But no, not what winds up happening here. Instead, it's the Floette that looked so weak in that first game where it never got a good position. Instead, just such a dominant Pokemon in this matchup, forcing the Dragonite out. And, it takes a while for Theo Team to get in a position where he can take advantage of that. But skipping forward a little bit, once again, we start seeing these critical plays in the game where Geo actually looks pretty good in the middle of this game, able to make a nice switch in here and try to get in a position where it seemed like he was going to be able to check this Floette, but it winds up just being a free turn. Floette naturally quicker than this Basculegion, and despite the defensive training after using a Wave Clash earlier in the game, has weakened itself enough that Moonblast picks it up. These bulky Basculegions, you kind of just feel like you don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Usually when you're playing a team like this one, pretty rare to get knocked out by a single attack, but it winds up just being too big of an advantage then where Dragonite then not able to hide anymore, forced out into the battle here. We'll eventually get a Tailwind that's pretty low impact, but the writing was on the wall on this one, and it's always a little bit sketchy when it winds up being another critical attack from Sinistcha once again, where the Dragonite's going to do a mostly ineffectual Heat Wave here off on a critical turn, and the following turn you'll see the Sinistcha with the huge, in air quotes, or in the previous turn rather, to get a huge in air quotes, break of the multi-scale with Matcha Gotcha for like 4 damage, sets up this Moonblast KO, and then it's just too far ahead where we wind up with one more fun turn later in the game where a big double protect could have flipped the result here. But it all kind of just stems back from the Mega Pokemon selection earlier in the game where Geo could just never really get comfortable in this one. I think he was anticipating Delphox, and I think if Theo Team had selected Delphox instead, we're probably talking about our world champion winning that match with a brilliant path through team preview. But great adjustment. I think the team may be understanding the power of his opponent there and not falling into Geo's trap, changing up his Mega Evolution back to the Floette we saw in the first game and winning this set because of it. Really fun set there again between two excellent players, and I can only imagine how great we're going to see of a tournament this weekend if these first 2 rounds are anything to use as an example for how good matches are going to be. Great start here, 2 really fantastic players, and we're going to see more soon. I think we might have another game from round 2 coming up soon, so I'll send a quick break, and we'll see you again soon.
I would say I spent about, I'd say like 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to like 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, you know, Mimikyu, the totem Pokemon in that game, it was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. You know, I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, you know, like a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you know, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, you know, I would say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, you know, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular. A lot of the current, you know, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you know, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss like back in the day when we had, again, like when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, you know, your Snorlax can set up. Like I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, you know, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do some sets. I'm going to practice with it. I'm going to put the stuff I was thinking about during the day into action. So a night person all day.
I am here with Marco Silva, multi-time international champion, regional champion, and most recently, Turin special event champion. You're about to go into NAIC. It's a big weekend. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm happy to be able to compete again, and yeah, hopefully I will be able to get another good results like in Turin or like NAC last year.
Let's talk about Turin because that is a very recent one. That was literally last weekend. You take down the entire event, and with the team that we kind of weren't expecting, we got to see the Mega Gengar, we got to see the Como-O. Like, talk to me about that weekend and if that's helped you going into NAIC.
Yeah, so honestly, I didn't really expect to win last weekend because I didn't really prepare at all with that team. I kind of wanted to just use something fun, and I was preparing, I feel like, more for NAC. Like, I had another team that I was trying to prep with for NAC, and I didn't really want to leak it at Turin. So I kind of ended up like building last minute, but I ended up working really well. It was way stronger than I thought, and I was able to take down the whole event.
I mean, then you built this winning team. It's proven to win. Are you running it back this weekend?
No. I decided to stick to my plan and only use it for Turin, even if, honestly, after using it, I felt like it could have been like pretty good here as well.
I mean, the winning team not running it back here, so you have to feel really confident in your original team. So how are you feeling kind of just heading into the weekend, especially too, you talked about getting second last year?
I mean, honestly, I don't.
I went through all the trouble to make this, and it's fucking loaded with Brussels sprouts.
All the way again to the finals, but
fucking disgusting.
Especially like after you get like a big win, sometimes like you might. Like to win the whole tournament, you have to be like a little bit lucky because maybe you hit the right matchups or you get lucky, like some luck in game. So I'm looking forward to play, but I will try to just do my best and see how it goes.
I mean, this is going to be such a big internationals, and of course, the first internationals on Pokemon Champion. So how are you kind of anticipating the weekend going up? Do you have any predictions on who you think is going to be taking down the event? What Pokemon's taking down the event?
I don't have any particular prediction.
I hate Brussels sprouts.
Charizard and Floette.
I hate cabbage in general.
Team is really strong going to this
Except for
event,
sauerkraut.
But it will also kind of have like a target on its back because it's basically what people will prepare for the most. But yeah, I feel like that team most likely will win. I don't have any player in particular because yeah, like I think like there's so many strong players that could potentially win this tournament. So yeah,
I saw balsamic chicken on the package. Like, oh, that sounds really good. I didn't know it was actually just balsamic Brussels sprouts. There's so many Brussels sprouts.
Well, Marco, you already got to win. Best of luck going into this weekend. For us, time to see how the competition's going to pan out.
You think we'll get any information on next season? I mean, they'll have to give us the format for Worlds, right?
Oh, NAIC.
It really is like that.
Fantastic competition so far as trainers from all over the world have come out to compete and try and show they have what it takes to make their way to the top. And of course, try and lock up those Worlds invitations. It has been unlike anything else on the floor. We're so excited to be hopping into some more matches. And maybe it ain't a round 4, but we got another round 2 for you as we're waiting for our final match to conclude on the floor. So Sierra Dawn, lead provost, we stole Scott from the analyst lounge, and we're gonna break down one of our feature matches. This should be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I think we've had 2 amazing matches to kick off the event today, so getting into another one here, and we'll be able to hopefully have a bit more action to go through.
Kind of something to just dive into, give you a little bit more action, and kind of see what players on the field are kind of going for. So this one, as I said, it was another feature match that we had for round 2 between Yichun Wu and Leonard Kraft III. I love Scoville and Scott. It's such a fun one.
Yeah, I think it's kind of another key team to see as well, where I think the same 6 Pokemon we saw a bunch in.
There's that damn dolphin.
Where, a little different look for the Frost last team. Where you have
Siren's
Scoville
favorite
as the
Pokemon.
alternate Mega. Neither of those Pokemon like play against Mega Charizard Y very much, but generally very good against almost everything else. And then you get Lycanroc to help you with that one, though. No worry about that in this matchup, as Floette has chosen a different partner.
Yeah, that's Niesler there. It has got a nice ability to kind of force out that King Gambit that normally this team looks to get set up immediately. But nice switch into the Basket Legion. It's going to be able to give that Sneasler a few problems going into the next turn.
Honestly,
Turn, though, we gotta figure out the
these are the least offensive Brussels sprouts I've ever had. They mostly just taste like the balsamic, and they've lost a lot of their texture that I can't stand.
Dominating within this meta, but it's gonna be a mega for a mega as we get to see the Scoville come out as well.
Beautiful little guy, you know.
Just a little guy.
It's got an interesting move choice on the Scoville that we don't normally see. The Diaclaw coming in, able to take it, so it is going to be susceptible to going down here, but it does have access to Super Fang. We don't generally see that on Scoville.
We do get a little spicy spray, though. Of course, that's going to be one of the key features of the Scoville, and get that burn, negating a lot of the damage this Sneasler can do going down the line, but Floette looking to just go more and more combine boost. That's going to be getting the special attack, special defense.
Oh, no.
And you talk
Wow.
about Super Fang. Well, that's going to be a mess.
It was just Fang, wasn't especially super there. I think it's a really interesting way to play this matchup, right? Where I think Leonard could like choose either Mega Evolve Pokemon this matchup. I think maybe Frostlass may be a little bit more helpful against Floette itself. Scoville probably a little bit more helpful.
Mediocre Fang.
Where everyone else is a physical Pokemon. Of course, you can't burn Incineroar, but Scoville loves these physical, healthy teams, though. Not loving this situation where it's certainly only going to make it one more turn.
Yeah, now with that Floette being able to get that Calm Mind up now, it's in a position to really start, you know, throwing out these dazzling gleams. The Scoville, it's such a low health at the moment, will be
you know what?
knocked out. And this Basket Legion is bulky, but is it going to be able to do all the work by itself at this stage?
This is actually the team that
Want to make sure you can make it past the next turn.
Zoria's running, but this ain't Zoria.
Scoville, just looking to redirect. I mean, you're not going to make it past anyways. Might as well soak up some of that damage. But Wave Crash into the Incineroar so much, bringing it down to
the Scoville team
of its health.
It's a great read, too. I think without that Wave Crash, if you're attacking that Floette red, I think Floette Protect, I think you're in some serious danger of the game just getting away from you. You've just lost too much the early turn. So a great job by Leonard to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, now the Basque Legion taking recall damage, the Intimidate dropping onto it as well, really useful. Going to slow it down slightly as well, which is not going to be as impactful. So it's really important to get the right piece in next to the Basque Legion to try and deal with this float that has quite smartly protected that last turn. Got a nice kind of Intimidate support next to it with that active fake out this next turn. Not going to be that valuable into the Basque Legion, but will be not so useful into the Sneasler, which is probably the best option here from Leonard. So he can prevent the float from moving this turn with that fake out, or even the Incineroar here for a turn.
And one thing I think is really interesting here too is it's kind of like the decision of what Pokemon you bring in. I think one of the things that's tricky for Lender's team in general is a little telegraphed, where you're almost never going to bring Float or Frostlass and Scoville into the same game. I think Lycanroc doesn't come a lot unless there's a huge advantage, so can infer a little bit more easily what's in the back than most other teams.
That is true.
Yeah, Lycanroc's a lot of fun when there's a Charizard on the opposing end, but this one, maybe you won't see as much of it. It will be just a fake out into the Float, make sure no damage done there. Incineroar swapping out means Sneasler is going to be taking
Excuse me.
instead, bringing it down to quite low health. Of course, the
Excuse
Sneasler
me
will
again.
obviously burn. It will make it past this turn, but it's a Sneasler that's definitely on its last legs.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting choice there from Leonard, and I think it will play out quite well in the end game there, because it's an obvious play where you can go for the fake out and then go into the flood because it just protected that last turn, but probably expecting that Pokemon to switch out. So,
Ooh, a dragon!
Really smart not to switch it out because you're in a pretty commanding position going into this next turn where you haven't wasted that Calm Mind setup, and now you've got the ability to go for that drain in case you're pressuring with your own fake out this turn, and then cycling and keeping it active, getting that all-important second Intimidate onto the Basque Legion, going to make that way easier to deal with, and especially the Sneasler as well.
I mean, Sneasler, at least for right now, has the White Herb. We'll get to see Sats go back in Basque Legion. I mean, its attack has dropped so much, we will get that switch out. King Gambit coming in after the Intimidate, so no boost. Dazzling Gleam, though, we've already
Oh, he gets 2 attacks, huh?
Sneasler is just going to be protecting past this turn and into the King Gambit. That is a respectable amount of damage.
It's a really fun position now too. I mean, that cycle, like probably elements of it both players like. At least you don't activate the Defiant boost, but having fake out threatening here again after the protect is like kind of the win condition everyone seems to be looking for in this format, though. I guess being forced into attacking the King Gambit kind of maybe not the ideal flow-out position.
Yeah, it's so important that the Sneasler actually survived the previous turn and the smart switch out into the Incineroar, because now you could just cycle the Sneasler back in, allow it to go down to get the Incineroar back onto the field while you kind of get around this active fake out from Leonard's side of the field that is kind of causing a lot of issues here. But by switching around in this situation, you're leaving that King Gambit open to get
Please don't hit her again.
Thank
you.
Off. And if it does, it's got the black glasses, which are going to further boost those dog type attacks. So it's not over by any stretch.
It really isn't, but the King Gambit, with the amount of damage that it took on the switch in, getting a boost would be nice, but you just gotta be oh so careful. Basque Legion switching in, no fake out happening there. Dazzling Gleam, nothing into this King Gambit. It's just gonna be the damage into that fish, which is enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, that's a really nice catch there with onto the Basque Legion. One threat down now, and this float looks like it's pretty much in the driving seat. Now you've got that situation where Sneasler come in for Leonard and got the fake out, but because you've attacked with the float this previous turn, you can just didn't protect the previous turn, you can protect this turn, switch out the Incineroar to just cycle in and just sack off that Sneasler it's in the back, and then you're in this really great position with fake out next to you where you can just close things up pretty easily.
I mean, going into this is just kind of starting out our day here still at NAIC round 2, but 2 very respectable players, and I mean, this one, you don't want to be taking these losses early on. So we've gotten ourselves through this Force close Gambit from that Sneasler. Of course, super effective into the Incineroar. We all know that one's going to be a KO. So and that's another Pokemon, another piece of the puzzle that's just kind of gone. But this Floette, it's still around, and that special attack boost, that's so...
Yeah, I didn't hate those Brussels sprouts, which is kind of crazy.
Already taken so much, a double KO in retaliation. And that is our one feature match, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. So we do have side streams, we do have other feature matches that are going on, but for us, we're getting closer and closer to our
The side streams.
getting ready as our players go to stage. But I love being able to feature other teams and stuff. That's always a fun time.
Yeah, always really great, and I think being able to kind of get a look at what the rest of the field is doing outside of the main broadcast is always really great to see what the other players are piloting, see what is going to make its way into those kind of next stages of the tournament, because we don't always get a great view. We have to kind of, or sometimes make the decisions on what we think is going to do well from the usage stats, but that doesn't always give us a clearer picture, so it's always great to be able to feature other players and see them piloting and pushing their way towards that champion title.
And I think what's better than a game 1 of round 2 is I believe that as we're waiting for our players to get ready, we'll have game 2 of a round 2 feature match as well. So be able to see how we can get adjustments here to try and start this off. And okay, we saw 1 Mega in the first match, but switching it up, it's going to be Leonard bringing to the Frost Blast, but also...
Oh, we're doing round 2. I didn't know that.
Isn't necessarily
That's fun.
Yeah, kind of rotating through the rock, paper, scissors here, where I think the previous game, Leonard had that Mega Evolution he really wants to counter the physical Pokemon with. Instead, it's going to get eaten up by Floette, and now this game is the adjustment the other way, where 2 Pokemon I'm sure he would love to have Scovillain out against. So be excited to see how he adjusted to this one.
Yeah, really great adjustment there. I think, yeah, the Palafin's an interesting one. Not something you see too commonly, but still really important threat as well. You do have to switch it out to get it back onto the field to activate that 0-to-hero ability, but easy enough to do in this situation, especially with the tools that Uchen has got on the back, you know, an easy switch here to something like Incineroar. You will proc the White Herb, but you need to get rid of it at some point. You do have active Fake Out, and then something to switch in on this Frozlass as well that could throw out potential Blizzard here would be useful.
I mean, Blizzard will be the first thing. That's the Mega coming out, and so much damage into the Caesar. Palafin notably not swapping out on that previous turn, maybe not wanting to bring anything else in. Instead, just the little baby Palafin's going for the damage, bringing Caesar down to 46 HP. I mean, it's definitely not
Leftovers Palafin, okay.
In the previous generation, but that's still, you know, a good little amount.
Yeah, maybe emphasis on 0 instead of hero there, but that damage could still matter. I mean, kind of depending on how this match plays out, you know, maybe anything from almost any attack in the game.
It is sort of the problem with Palafin is like switching out is so obvious that you don't really want to switch out.
Yeah, never a great feeling when you have to attack with the baby Palafin, but you know, it's doing its best to help out the team.
Yeah, it's really useful, I think, in showing where the priorities are here, knowing that the Floette's probably in the back and Sneasler's such a deterrent to that. Once you could remove that threat and freeze it, Floette, it has a much easier time to kind of function like you want it to on battle.
Bascu comes out.
All right, well, the Sneasler having taken so much
Palafin protects, really.
Out, and notably, Palafin still sticking around, though it won't be going on the offensive with just a protect.
Oh, Sneasler's eating this Blizzard.
Bascu Legion takes absolutely no damage. Sneasler doesn't really get to accomplish anything, and for sticking around is going to get KO.
Poor Sneasler.
Frostlass has put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a really nice little situation now for Leonard as well, where Palafin's a little sneaky there. You got the attack in, got most of its HP back, but it still needs to switch out, right? You don't want to have it with the 0 form the rest of the game, and now that its partner's been knocked out, it really limits the options on the other side of the field. Like, you kind of have to switch it or sacrifice it. Not really doing a whole lot here. Potentially forcing the reveal of all 4 Pokemon really early. It just makes things a lot simpler for Leonard from here forward. And then also that Basket Legion got in previously for free, although I'm sure it's not highly excited to see King Gambit on the other side of the field.
Yeah, both these Ghost types now are not going to appreciate the King Gambit entering the fray. And I think that the Frozlass has the ability now to go for that Aurora Veil. It's going to be so important. You've kind of delayed it a couple of turns into the weather being set, which is always valuable because it's going to last longer when that weather does go away. So it gives a little bit extra protection to the Basket Legion that is a little bit more threatened here, but it's all about which Pokemon do you target. Do you go into the wrong one and go into a Protect? It could be kind of really contested at this, and now we see no Mega Brawl this game either.
We get the right call too. The Sucker Punch into the Basket Legion brings it down to so low, but it hangs on, which means it can get that Citrus Berry recovery. Another Blizzard though, but not really the damage that we were looking at, considering it's just not very effective on
Fishing for freezes. Ooh, that's going to KO the Bascu.
Follow up Wave Crash. We have taken
he went into the King Gambit. Yeah.
Isn't what it once was, but still a good amount. But now we're kind of back to where does King Gambit want to target down into?
2 Pokemon don't want to get hit, although also kind of a crucial Wave Crash into that target. You're getting some nice chip.
I mean, Frostlass isn't really a threat right now, so you Sucker Punch into Bascu Legion, you Flare Blitz into Frostlass, right?
Bascu Legion would have knocked itself out.
Am I too basic, bitch?
Yeah, this is real important. I think the Basket Legion drawing in all that attention because the Incineroar can't afford to take the Wave Crash, so you have to kind of target it there, but then that might open a window up for Leonard to say, okay, well, the King Gambit's going to be tied up here going for the Sucker Punch. This opens up a few options for me. Maybe switch something in, you know, like the Sneasler here would be perfectly placed in front of this Incineroar, this King Gambit right in this scenario.
Well, as for us to break the third wall, we we are coming back over to us as we're going to leave you guys on a little bit of a cliffhanger for that game. So
anything could have happened.
Anything could have happened.
There's some latency on their lip movements versus the audio, isn't there?
I think we got to game 3 in that one. I felt like it anyway. I don't know. I don't know the outcome.
But no spoilers, Lee.
Sorry.
It was an ongoing. It was a pre-recorded feature match, but you know, sometimes it'd be like that. But I think that just means we're getting closer and closer into our next round of NAIC, which is so
Yeah, it's like some.
That was a lot of fun. I love the adjustments we got to see. I feel like that really just kind of encapsulates what we've gotten to see within this format, within like leads. Oh, it's obviously so important, the adjustments, but like that one summed it up so well to be really starting off our day.
Yeah, really good. And I think really interesting not to see the Mega Floette.
I'm gonna like refresh.
Because we saw the 4 Pokemon and the Palafin.
How do I get back to where I was? But God, sucks. How do I go back? Why isn't this a real browser? Oh, Cybertron's streaming it too. Probably doing a way better job than I am. Please be clickable, thank you.
Regional title is so
Sheesh.
Yeah, both these players are incredible. You know, really great representation for NA in particular. I think also on the performance at Indianapolis was just incredible. That finals match, they just played out of their mind.
We're going into round 3, right?
Just really give Wolf not an inch to get back into it.
Oh, Christopher Hahn, I know him.
Coming into the biggest tournament of the season so far, with the Mega Frostlass, the Mega Skull Villain. We've got a little sneak peek of that team in our future match here. So going to be really great to see how this goes up against what also won with kind of similar team with that Mega Charizard Y that Christopher's been so used to playing all season and been one of the best players with this kind of standard 6 that we've kind of seen make its mark in this format so far.
I always feel like it's so interesting to see when a player wins or does so well at an event, right? To then completely switch it up. The version of Charizard that Arsenal ran at Indy was the one with Venusaur, right? It was the Charizard we saw out in the field, but now completely switching up for a team that looks relatively good into Charizard, which I think was kind of one of the medicals we saw last week happening and going into this week. I mean, this Duskform Lycanroc, the amount of damage with even something like an Accelerock is crazy.
Yeah, the Accelerock and that Tough Claws boost that it gives to those attacks is just incredible damage across the board.
So what are you thinking, Siren? We about to see this team pop off or not?
So it does mean the opponent is going to have to commit into that slot twice, which makes it...
I mean, it's against the team that it was brought to beat, but also, if I'm not mistaken, Chris Hahn is like one of the best players in the world?
There with the Frostlass, if conditions suit bringing that, or if you need to just go a little bit support oriented, you've got the Skull Villain. There's some really nice interactions in this team as well.
Yeah, but he's also, it's the Frostlass too.
Citrus Berry Basculegion
and the Scovillain. So no, notably no Floette is the big thing.
Just outspeeding the Basculegion.
It just has 2 completely different modes than we're seeing, but of course it still has the big 3. So
King Gambit, kind of centerpiece of the team, I would say, outside of the Megas, where it's got that sword stance. If you allow this to get set up, it is going to be hitting so hard, turning like close knockouts into guaranteed knockouts with that sucker punch.
That's true.
Gets supersedes in front of everything else. Other interesting option there.
But that's like the only matchup.
Dire Claw is an option.
I guess.
So that gunk shot will throw off those damage.
It's so crazy that, like, honestly, Mega Pokemon are really not that great for the most part. I mean, they get the 100 BSTs and some of them get good abilities like Frostlass, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, that bottom 4 is worth a Mega easily.
Charizard Y and Floette is kind of one of the teams to fear, looking at the amount of damage potential coming out, and it's also damage potential with a lot of speed on its side when you look at a Whimsicott.
Yeah, but you kind of, the thing about Scovillain is you kind of have to lead with it, which sucks because it is a really predictable lead. So you basically just Mega Evolve it, protect, and then throw it out in front of something later and hope you get a burn.
pilot these 6 Pokemon than Christopher, who's so well versed with these 6 Pokemon in particular. And you've got some big threats here, like you've already said. You have to be careful in front of that Whimsicott in particular because of the on-court threat, so you can't be too passive against it. And that's something that Christopher can leverage to give room to things like the Floette that are going to be so fast and so offensive, especially with that Light of Ruin that can pick up one-hit KOs against opposing threats. And then that Charizard as well that can come in and cause both Megas on Arsenal's side a lot of issues. If that Sun is active, the Heat Wave's going to pressure both of them. And Charizard, one of those Pokemon that just doesn't care about the ability on Scoville, and that so many other Pokemon do.
I'm so excited to get into this match as our trainers are ready, so let's get to it. Arsal going up against Chris. Charizard and Whimsicott right away coming out for Christopher. A very, very aggressive lead. But as well on the other side, Sneasler has not won to really take lightly, paired up with that Frostlass.
It's a nice lead from Arsal here. Got that fake out. Going to be able to go into either target the Charizard or the Whimsicott to either stop the Tailwind or prevent the Charizard from attacking. The mind games here, though, which Pokemon either side is going to Omega Evolve first, and which one is going to get their weather. You would say that the Frostlass naturally would outspeed that Charizard, so if both Mega Evolve this turn, it will be the Charizard that will get its Sun up, not that Frostlass. But because of that, Arsal not wanting to enter that mind game, bringing in something that counteracts the Charizard perfectly.
Yeah, why fight into the weather war? If you can preserve that, make your opponent go for the weather and bring in something that can check it so well as Lycanroc hits the field and Mega Charizard will come out and play. Drought will be setting the Sun, so damage on this turn could be so much if not for the fake out. Charizard is not going to do anything.
Kind of surprised to see the Moonblast, but maybe not. Doesn't even do 50%, man.
It's a really nice play here. I think you kind of cover
Like,
potential
Whimsicott really does need that Fairy Feather sometimes.
Charizard from getting any damage or breaking the sash onto the Lycanroc, and now it's in a position where it is going to threaten a knockout onto that Charizard, and it doesn't care about the Tailwind going
No,
up.
it really wasn't.
I think you have to be careful with your sneeze.
I love the blue Lycanroc, by the way.
To that fake out, so it's switching out here makes a lot of sense.
Well, I meant for damage, Siren. It misses that 50% without the Fairy Feather. And I have seen a lot of Whimsies run the Fairy Feather because their sash is on something else. But I think that was during the Glamora days, which are gone.
Dealing a little bit of damage, and Whimsicott has to get rid of this Lycanroc, dealing a good considerable amount. So if Lycanroc sticks around, another hit will take it out.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. You've got to be careful with this Pokemon, because if that is the one check that you've got to the Charizard, you need to keep it safe. You need to protect it at all costs. So it probably looks like
Crazy that the Glamora meta lasted like 2 weeks, if that.
Could be useful into the Charizard later in this game. We're going to see the Frostlass just come back onto the field.
Who knew
now.
that people were like sitting on Lycanroc instead?
You said this Whimsicott and Chris just changing up the targets consistently. The Moonblast is the first hit. Wave Crash, not as much considering the current weather, but still a lot of damage in.
Oh, we got the Swords Dance though.
Just set up Swords Dance. Oh, you don't have the most health, but what you lack in health, you make up for in attack.
Yeah, and that is Celerock damage into the Basculegion, really useful now. Not that the +2 Sucker Punch is going to need any extra help, but it does threaten a knockout onto that Basculegion here. Also, you've got the ability now to Mega
Whimsicott still got Sash too, so
Sun, and then you can play that Weather Wall if you do switch it off the field.
we can Mega Evolve Blizzard. Even if we do hit the Whimsicott, it gets the Tailwind up next turn if it wants it. Meanwhile, it could still do a nice chunk of damage into King Gambit if it so chose.
But the opportunity to get that Aurora
So it sort of depends. Let's see what they do.
To get that defensive boost for your side of the field.
No swaps.
All of a sudden you lose the snow and lose your opportunity.
Does Whimsicott have Protect? I don't know. Probably. Maybe.
It starts to snow.
It does have Protect. Okay.
So maybe even just more opportune if we're going to see a little bit more of a.
Oh, double Protect. Okay.
Double Protect. Was this an attack coming out, or is this the Aurora Veil? Protects all around, which kind of to me says
Aurora Veil.
we're going to see the screens.
No!
Actually, instead, no screens. That could have been the perfect opportunity. And instead,
And now he can't do screens. He was. I mean, if he clicks Aurora Veil there and they switch in Charizard. Well, no, they couldn't because she just Mega Evolved. Yeah. She definitely should have screened. Obviously, I mean, hindsight's 2020. But even the announcers thought she was going to screen.
Won't be attacking. So the Charizard coming in, it will get rid of that Aurora Veil potential, get rid of the snow. And
So now we have to figure out
in the safest spots.
who is switching in for Charizard. You would imagine it's the Basculegion. So do you just kowtow in the Bascu slot? Or do you
what do
lock
do
it
in
down
this
just
scenario?
oh, it
Charizard
aqua jetted. Yep.
could potentially come in. Well, we're going to see an aqua
The
jet
sucker
from that
punch.
Basket Legion into
Oh,
And not
got
just
him.
the Aqua Jet, but it's going to be the double up with the Moonblast as well. So King Gambit, it had that boost, but it gets to do absolutely nothing with it. As Chris just goes so out. on
Christopher Hahn showing why he's one of the best.
Not bringing in Charizard means the snow is up. Blizzards
It's the
are
reason why I know his
after. That's
name.
gonna bring Whimsicott all the way down to its focus sash.
There's no freeze either, right? That has happened before or after the sash.
Because you know you've got
No freeze,
options
okay.
to bring in something like the Sneasler
Interesting.
now. You've got that fake out, so you can get rid of that potential.
Sneasler comes out, makes sense.
And you've also got the opportunity as well to go after.
So he wants to fake out the Whimsicott here in order to prevent a Tailwind from going up. But we do know Whimsicott has Protect, so
You are susceptible to an encore and you have to switch it out, and it just slows down your momentum. So you can see what Arsenal did stay on the field, go for that Blizzard, because getting rid of the speed control on Christopher's side does help out in the long run.
And at this point, too, I mean, you have the snow, not wanting to be on for locked. We're kind of at the point where you can just out-damage at this point. It could just be enough, whether it is with the Blizzards, if you're not anticipating that.
I mean,
Charizard
if he
coming in,
clicks
or if it is
Blizzard
that
right
shadow
now.
ball. But it won't be a switch yet again. Snow is allowed to
Did he read that as the question? He did not.
Needed to, we see the active fake out, but I'm curious with what we're going to see.
Oh!
And from the Frost Blast, it does go for the Shadow
Okay.
Ball, and Basket Legion sticking around means it's overstayed its welcome. But this does give Chris free swap into that weather now if he wants.
Yeah, but now he gets Charizard in the sun with the Tailwind.
Free switch into the Charizard. This is perfect, right? You're coming in, you're not taking any damage, and you're also getting the sunset out on the field in front.
I mean, do you just sack something at this point? Oh, you can't sack anything.
Essentially, both of these Pokemon here.
He lost his King Gambit. So he has a 50-50 here on if he switches out Frostlass to get weather control back, or I mean, he has to leave Frostlass out, right? I mean, switching Frostlass into Lycanroc is a super obvious play, and Charizard just clicks Solar Beam into that slot.
Great switches in the back. We know the Lycanroc's there, but it's already taken damage.
No?
Not a good switch.
Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm right.
In this situation.
You set it
Yeah.
up, you needed the Tailwind.
No,
you needed
not
the
Heat Wave.
attack, but
Weather
instead
Ball.
of the Heat Wave that can miss, we're going to go for the accurate Weather Ball. Frostlass is
So he got the
completely
Tailwind.
cooked, and all of a sudden, Arco finds himself down to only 2 Pokemon. And Sneasler
And he missed the gunk shot.
misses the gunk shot.
Really unfortunate miss there, but you can see Christopher.
You could not pay me to run Gunk Shot at NAIC.
Lycanroc now coming back onto the field. Now this is going to pressure that Charizard. It's all about how can Christopher adjust now. You let that Pokemon go down, of course, for free, but the Lycanroc comes in, and now the Charizard in that awkward
I mean, do
spot
we
where
even know who
Sneasler
Arsal
gonna be
Fury
able
is?
to Pressure the knockout onto the Whimsicott, so everything turned around here. You can see the Force protect this turn.
Yeah, Charizard is not safe when there's a Lycanroc on the opposing end of the field, and Whimsicott trying to just log this Sneasler down into something that could have been a little bit more accurate, instead not. And of course, you get a priority move, so it is a into the Whimsicott.
Oh, he won Indy.
But Whimsicott is down, and that still means that Lycanroc sticks around to push on this next turn, but
It might be very
Yeah, he's kind of a big deal. So I trust he knows what he's doing. That's a gamble he calculated all the way down, so I can't talk shit.
One Earthquake here will be enough to get rid of the Lycanroc and the Sneasler that are so threatening onto this Charizard right now.
and you've just seen how Chris, throughout this match, has divvied up the damage to even get into this point. The Moonblast that we're between.
Yeah.
You got a hit on the Lycanroc, you got a hit on Sneasler, to now find yourself in a spot.
I believe
where
you may be correct.
You got some speed.
Well, Charizard goes down.
Just wreck havoc. We will get an attempt at a double protect to make sure there's not going to be any shenanigans going on, but no double protect means Charizard does go down. It's up to Garchomp to try and finish the job here. Earthquake to try and wreck havoc on the field. Double KO coming on out. Who takes the first match?
Yeah, really great play here from Christopher right the way through from start to finish. Cool, calm, and collected to claim that first victory. And exactly what you would expect from Christopher, just has a very good instinct with this team, knows their lines, and knows exactly how to set up against.
It's so weird to me that 100% of Pokemon learn Faint, but no Pokemon run, or sorry, 100% of Pokemon use Protect, but no Pokemon run Faint.
You don't want to lose this right now, but actually
And I mean, I know, you know, obviously ability slots are very limited.
further.
But like that last game, Feint wins for him. He wins the whole match. It's if he doesn't have protect.
Weather Warren is that fight for the weather, right? Chris from the get-go
Was it?
sets the sun. Charizard leaves because it doesn't want to be around with Lycanroc there. But
And
then
like you use the break sash.
allowed Arsenal to have the snow for so long, but kind of had it so
I don't
well
know.
checked, right? The blizzard.
I have no opinions about this game until the 17th, when I will have, or until we get to see next season. At which point I will have so many opinions.
Right? And he was just so comfortable to be able to play his own game, divvy up the damage on the board to really set him up for that end game where, yeah, you have the Tailwind, you have the Guard Chomp, and that's
It just seems like
Yeah,
should
that
Feint
is
should be
checkmate, and I think
so
it's really
good.
difficult to go for the Aurorville after
Well, that's the thing is it doesn't even have to be read heavy. Isn't it like a +2 move anyways, or a +1 move? Like it's a priority move.
Almost getting that up, even if the Charizard decides to come back onto the field. But
And it
some
makes
switches
double
after
ups
that,
guaranteed.
Christopher, because of that early Mega Evolution on the Charizard.
So
had the
like
ability
again,
to
like in
disrupt
that situation against the Whimsicott, if it had Feint instead of Fake Out, which people, I mean, and I guess that's the other thing too. People try very hard to avoid Fake Out, which lets you set up other stuff. But like,
I think
I don't know.
made it difficult to switch it in as freely as you wanted any sooner to try and check that Charizard. And when it did come in, it was just maybe a turn or two too late. The Charizard was already had done the damage, and the Garchomp
like just
instead
by
of
having
waiting to go for
Feint
that
on your
overgrowth.
moveset during that last battle, dude's in
Yeah,
checkmate.
throughout the entire match, it was just like the slow journey.
I'm pretty sure
to end
Feint's
up with a
+1 priority.
Chomp with an earthquake that
Let me
can
look it up real
devastate
quick
the
and make
field.
sure I ain't lying to you.
Kind of it. So, I mean, we saw the Charizard try and double protect, but you just didn't need it at that point, right? Everything had kind of built up to that moment. So now
It's
knowing
2.
how that
It's a
first
priority
game
2 move. It's actually faster than
getting
things like
into game
Aqua
number
Jet.
2, it's time to see if Arsenal can equalize and try and take this into a game number 3. Getting into the leads, though, Whimsicott next to Basket Legion this time for Christopher. On the opposing end, Sneasler and King Gambit.
Its
Right.
biggest downside is that it's a normal move, so you
From
can't
also with
feint
King
things
Gambit
like
out in
Basque
front of
Legion.
This Basque Legion, you're putting a lot of pressure on it instantly to either make a decision to stay in, potentially get knocked out, or you switch out and allow this King Gambit to start setting up. You've got to be very careful here. Of course, as well, it's got that fake out.
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, that's the other reason to learn to use that. It breaks wide guard and it breaks protect. But like, I'm just saying, in that last battle, it does not matter what Whimsicott clicked. Feint wins. If it clicks Tailwind, he gets feinted at +2 and doesn't get Tailwind off. If it protects, it goes through the protect and KOs.
I mean, it was definitely well.
Like, there's a no-win situation in that last battle if
Couldn't do much, but Whimsicott, of course, kind of forced into the protect with that fake out. Basket Legion.
Sneasler had feint,
Just gonna be the hit into the
and that's
Sneasler.
like
Extra fake
really
out.
common right now.
It does. One hit KO, already a Pokemon gone for Arsenal. Now for the King Gambit, we do get the boost, so we are at full health. You do have the double tap going on forward, but down a Pokemon, especially for big of a Pokemon as
I think Feint is the only move in that speed bracket too.
It's going to enter the field. Now it's going to have the ability to Mega Evolve, get that Aurorville, which is going to be even more important to prolonging the life of this King Gambit to allow it to take advantage of these Sword Stance boosters. It's got the Basket Legion, of course, has taken that residual damage from the Rave Crash. It will be.
I mean, it doesn't have defense, but it's reasonably bulky, isn't it?
They could switch maybe.
It's got close to 100 base hit points.
To be able to take a +2 Kowtow Cleave, because that's an easy option for
It's
Arsenal to
80.
get to.
Okay, it's nowhere near as bulky as I thought it was.
Kowtow into that slot. I don't think you need to
I thought it was like 95 or something.
Subsequent turns, you can go for the Blizzard with your Frostlass here, and you could even pressure a Blizzard here now if you're not really prioritizing an Auroraville for any extra defensive boosts.
I mean, if your King Gambit's at full health and you have
Oh,
the
hey
boost,
PK, I didn't even realize
longevity
it was
as
that
the
was
front
you.
runs with the team can be oh so useful. But Mega Evolution does come out. Tailwind coming out from Frisk, but be interesting to see where this Basket Legion wants to target down into. Aqua Jet, do what it can into the King Gambit, get around any potential Sucker Punch. Nothing from the King Gambit. And Frostlass, again, no Aurorville is just going to go for the damage. Whimsicott again brought down to its Focus Sash, and Basket Legion down less than half.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Christopher to say, okay, well, Sucker Punch is probably what's going to come out.
I mean, you know I'm rooting for the Frostlass team here.
We can supersede that with the Aqua Jet.
Okay, so he has to click Tailwind this turn with the Frostlass. But maybe he knows that I know that, so maybe he'll click Moonblast. But maybe he knows that I know that he knows that I want him to click Moonblast because it's a better idea than Tailwind, because I know that he knows that I want him to click Tailwind. So maybe instead he does in fact click Tailwind. And that's why I'm bad at Pokemon.
At this particular part in the game.
At least with the Whimsicott just being on that one, you just get one hit, 1 HP of damage into it, you won't have to worry about Concourse, any other shenanigans for further down the line. Aqua Jet again, though, is getting a respectable damage into the King Gambit that yet again did go for this Sucker Punch. So King Gambit not able to utilize that attack boost at all. Now, Moonblast into the Frost Blast will deal some damage, but we will finally start to make some momentum in retaliation. No more Blizzard.
But wait, what if he knows that I know that he knows that I know he wants to click Tailwind? So instead he protects this turn.
If it stays on the field,
So maybe I should click Feint.
Check it. If not, then the Shadow Ball will clean it up. But this opens the door. Not the Charizard chosen. Christopher changing it up with their Mega Choice. Now the Floette coming onto the field. And in front of two Pokemon that are susceptible to fire, you would say the Charizard.
Oh, what's that you say? I ran out of time? Okay, well, I guess I'm using whatever the first move of my thing is. Oh, cool, it was Protect, and I Protect the last turn, so it failed. Great.
The biggest damage-dealing move right now, and with Light of Ruin, even a Moonblast will probably be enough to get this King Gambit. So you've got to be very careful how you approach this next turn if you are. So you want to protect this King Gambit at all costs, but has the Frozlast got enough in the tank to be able to take an attack maybe from the Floette and this Whimsicott this next turn?
I mean, the Floette isn't one of the ones with calm mindset of anything else. This one is built for damage, and with the Mega Evolution, I feel we can anticipate what Chris is thinking of trying to accomplish on this turn. Of course, a little boost to his very tight moves. Whimsicott with the Protect on 1 HP. You want to try and stick around one more. Actually, will be just as a double Protect, though, so we'll kind of wait this one out for one. Kind of see what Arsenal's still trying to do, which is still committing to these Sucker Punches.
Yeah, and you remember that
Yep.
the Sucker Punch has only got so much PP, so it
Yep.
will run out eventually if they just keep getting burned by these Protects or other moves that are going to not activate that move. So you've got to be very careful if that is the move.
I mean, where are we at right now in snow turns? 2-5 left? Okay, so we definitely hit Blizzard this turn, right?
In the tank for later in this game. Now, we're in that situation again. The Tailwind's still active here. The Floette still pressuring a knockout. If it decides to go for the Light of Ruin into the Frozlast, you would expect it to be able to pick up a knockout there. And if you don't check the Whimsicott here, then a Moonblast is still going to be hitting even harder now with that Fairy Aura boost that's now supported by that Floette since it's Mega Evolved. So, yeah, both Fairies here trying to
Okay.
and a Sucker Punch going to be enough just to remove the Whimsicott once and for all.
It wasn't big damage, but it was enough damage. Only
So
1
now what, though?
HP.
Light of
Whimsicott
Ruin?
finally
Yeah.
meets its end.
But it's going to take a good chunk of damage itself, right? It takes a third of it or 3/4 of it. So it's like a solid 50 to 70 damage the Floette's about to take here.
To try and take this into a game number 3.
Yeah.
Of course, that is a lot of recoil, but still, you've been chipping away through this.
But, like, what's his last? Is it Lycanroc?
Yeah, and if it is that Lycanroc,
It's Garchomp!
not going to enjoy sitting in front
Oh,
of the
never
Garchomp
mind. It's
coming onto the
Lycanroc.
field now and it's
Oof.
yeah, and
Methinks our Saul has been outplayed.
but the Floette doesn't really care too much about Lycanroc like that Charizard would. Yes, you've got Rock Slide, but then you've just got Garchomp here where you can potentially just say, well, I protect my Floette here in Earthquake, and you'll be able to take probably...
Yeah.
Gamma's going to be very close to going down to an Earthquake. The Lycanroc would definitely be down to a Sash.
That's something I've run into a lot when team building. I mean, look at his team, right? They're all minimum neutral to Earthquake, and 3 of them are weak to Earthquake, and then you also have the Scovillain.
The double priority coming out, the Accelerock with the Sucker Punch, and it's going to be enough to take the Garchomp down, which looks like damage-wise could be enough to try and take it through the field, but if you don't survive, you can't do much.
He has to be.
To try and deal the damage, but will be able to equalize, so it's only going to be the Lycanroc remaining, and it's such a cool Pokemon, such a cool choice for this.
Wait, so hang on. Who wins this? Hold on.
Down to Rock Slides here. I think the Lycanroc going to kind of rely. I don't think one Rock Slide, single target, going to be very close depending on how this
Oh!
misses the Light of Ruin.
Oh, Lycanroc loves his trainer. Let's go.
Single target Rock Slide damage.
Damn, with the crit. Lycanroc loves his trainer.
Enough to take this Floette down and take us to one more game.
Wow. What a turnaround at the end of game 2 to take us through a game 3. That was wild, because you think the double up there really smart.
Does it?
Like you mentioned there. I think
Lycanroc was basically at full HP. I would imagine that dude, at least to some extent, knows his calcs, right?
Skin damage, right? You kind of want to avoid that. You want to preserve that stash at all costs. But if it means at the same time that you can get rid of the biggest threat to what's on the field,
It's
right,
Dusk,
then it's
right?
worth doing now. The Sucker Punch did land a critical hit.
Which Lycanroc is it? Is it Dusk or Dawn? I don't
this
remember which is
Gambit
which.
has got the black glasses, it is +2, so that Sucker Punch would have been doing a huge amount of damage. So maybe that little bit of chip with the Accelerate probably.
Tough Claws is Dusk. Okay.
Has been trained, but that Light of
Where
Ruin
the hell's my
missed
calculator
there.
at?
Really unfortunate for Christopher because got them themselves into a position where they could have closed this matchup, but that move has not got the best accuracy at times, and it really came back to bite Chris in that game.
So now we've gotten to see a switch up from our trainers, specifically too with Chris going for that Mega Charizard.
Yeah, unless he's got bulk on it.
Relying on that Mega Floette. That did
Not even with bulk. No, that was a weird choice. Maybe he doesn't have Moonblast.
So for our trainers, what kind of anticipate for game number 3?
I think also needs to did all the right adjustments in that game to their.
I mean, if he's running Light of Ruin,
to kind of get rid of the Basque Legion, get the.
I don't know. I didn't see that whole match. Let me check the playback and see if what he used with the Floette.
That threat, that disruption earlier on, I think will help also kind of get a bit of a better handle on this game.
One more game between these two trainers to see who's going to remain undefeated here at NAIC. Getting into.
I mean, I've only seen him run. I've only seen him click Light of Ruin. Yeah, because he used Light of Ruin on Frostlass as well.
They're in a great position, right? I think the one thing you have to worry about is a tailwind from the Whimsicott, where it is.
And that was the only move he clicked the entire game. I don't know.
He's going to be able to fire off that Light of Ruin to either the Sneasler or that Frostlass and potentially threaten a knockout there. So you need to be careful about where you target with your Faker that you've got, because you've got access to this for one turn. You can stop the tailwind, you can stop the Floette, and it gives you the room as well to potentially, in this game, set up that Auroraville. It would be maybe quite useful on the defensive side of things.
I mean, so far within this series, we've
our boy won round 3.
This Frostlass has only wanted to do damage. It'll be a Mega for a Mega, though.
And he was at table 1.
With Protect, of course, we have that active Fake Out. That just makes so much sense to preserve that focus stat. But it will just be the double Protect, so not having to pick your targets correctly. Is this going to be the time where we do finally see that Auroraville come on out? That is going to be the question. And yes, Frostlass, Auroraville, this is going to be mitigating so much of this damage that Chris is going to be trying to throw out onto Arthal's end of the board.
Yeah, and mitigate is the right word here, because now you're susceptible to an Encore from the opposing Whimsicott on your Sneasler. You need to switch that out. So if you're switching around, you need to be able to make sure that whatever's coming in that slot.
But see here again, what if you don't switch? What if you just waste? What if? Well, because like if you encore that slot, Whimsicott wastes his turn. So what if you don't switch? Hey, Lau. Like, I don't know the optimal play here. He does encore.
Very useful.
Yeah, so encore going into the Sneasler. So Sneasler, not really accomplishing much on this turn. You're sticking around, you're looking pretty, and you're going to fail your Fake Out. But it's going to be the Frostlass that has this opportunity to attack.
Get down.
It's a Blizzard that brings it Whimsicott yet again down to its focus sash. So only 1 HP.
It hasn't.
For that little guy going on forward in the match. Floette, though, does have a chance to respawn again.
Floette does have Moonblast. It had to have been a misclick. You're right, Siren. Or Christopher just wasn't like confident in the cow.
Yeah, that looked like it would have been able to take that, so surprised almost, a bit Godsnack when the Frostlass takes it.
Oh man, Frostlass like just gotten by the damn.
Forces you into position where the Sneasler has to switch out, and this King Gambit is a bit of a sitting target here from the Floette and this Whimsicott that has got access to that Fairy Aura, so that Moonblast and a Light of Ruin probably be enough. Moonblast double into the King Gambit slot will probably be enough to pick up the knockout here, or do you go after the Sneasler slot that you know has to switch out because the King Gambit feels so threatened, and then that
2027 is already stacked too, Lau.
It also has
like absolutely stacked.
Disposal.
Kind of telegraph having to go for a switch, and King Gambit not wanting to risk the double up does have to go for Protect. So does Chris call this, or does he keep Arthal honest? We look like we're keeping it honest around here. Moonblast doesn't accomplish anything. Light of Ruin as well. So Arthal knows King Gambit is the threat that Chris is trying to hunt down.
Yeah, and now the Lycanroc onto the field.
Then this is kind of a problem with like. Of course, Lycanroc did win last round by the skin of his ass. But like,
you've got the ability to at least. You're going to be able to take a Light of Ruin. That's the question for full health in the King Gambit. Likely not, but do do want to switch in Sneasler into that slot.
Are they making another one?
Remove this Whimsicott, but also you can't ignore this Floette either.
I thought they already did the DLC and then they're just done with ZA.
Sucker punch into the Whimsicott if you expect it to attack here, kind of keeps that in check. And then use the Lycanroc to get maybe a Rock Slide.
They're very much busy working on Winds and Waves.
Rock Slide plus an Accelerock.
Okay, yep, there's the Tailwind.
Could be enough to take that threat down.
I mean, we're looking to get speed for Chris's end, especially knowing that there is priority. Maybe take it down, but instead Accelerock goes into the Floette.
That was a strong hit.
Priority is now Light of Ruin out onto this King Gambit.
That actually is going to KO the Floette, though.
But since it isn't the double enough, isn't enough for the KO, but notably with the amount of recoil that's done, Accelerock and the recoil will take Floette down, and King Gambit, even though it's
I don't think they've announced yet Lunaria, but I also can't imagine, based on what they've shown from Wind and Waves, it running on the Switch.
Very strong and taking the opportunity to get the Sword Dance up at the perfect time.
Also, hi Lunaria.
Comes onto the field, and you're kind of almost forcing it to go for those Aqua Jets because it can't safely go for those wave crashes, but has Christopher condition Arcel enough to say, okay, well, Sucker Punch isn't an option here. Maybe choosing something else, and then a wave crash can come out and deal with that King Gambit because that right now is a huge threat. The Lycanroc is in a good position where you can take at least one attack from this Basculegion, but not anywhere near over at this stage.
It really isn't, but it'd be so risky to allow a +2 King Gambit to get a Sucker Punch off, especially too. You know Arcel does want to click that button. Tried so much in that game number
Protect.
2. Whimsicott, though, again, when there is the Accelerock on the opposing end, you want to stick around. Protect.
Double protect. Oh, did he get it? Did he get it?
Out yet again, get the full information. Chris has been playing this so methodically to make sure there's no
Okay, he didn't get it.
going on. And there's information too. Sucker Punch wasn't that turn, instead that Kowtow Cleave. Protect was also good though because Snow is gone and Aurora Veil is gone.
So if he Accelerocks into Whimsicott, he can click Swords Dance on King Gambit. The issue is we know Aqua Jet won't KO King Gambit, but he may wave crash.
Chosen this time. If you fall for the trap of going for that Aqua Jet now, I think you have to almost go Aqua Jet Moonblast into the King Gambit to remove it. It's just whether or not Arcel sees through that and then tries
Yeah,
to
Garchomp, that makes sense.
get around it with a Kowtow Cleave into that Basculegion, which could be game ending, but otherwise Protect here is perfect.
Yeah, both players really trying to preserve these pieces. Aqua Jet into King Gambit does nothing. And
I believe they did, Lunaria. All consoles at this point have increased their prices, or are about to. But no, actually, I think the Switch 2, I don't remember. I feel like the Switch 2 wasn't increasing until the end of the year. I don't remember.
We've seen the damage already from the
But yeah, I've got my Switch 2, thankfully.
We haven't seen it without the critical hit, but you've got to imagine
I made the call to buy one when they first came out, which was before I lost my job, so I have a Switch 2 and a Switch 1. But I had to switch one because, like, what else am I going to do with it? Send it to GameStop so they can sell it for Legos or whatever the fuck's happening right now.
Yeah, it's going to be Protect from the Garchomp, Protect from this Lycanroc, and a Basculegion with an Aqua Jet into the King Gambit to bring it down to just...
God, he keeps clicking Sucker Punch.
When one target protects, one's already used its move, it will be a fail. King Gambit, again, has not...
I have the wide OLED, yeah.
Again, that turn perfect there with the Aqua Jet now. That King Gambit going to be...
I mean, this is cold over, right?
Aqua Jet this next turn.
He has no answer for the Garchomp that was the Frostlass, which is KO'd.
Dragon Claw into that slot and just get that consistent damage off without having to worry about damaging your own Pokemon, like if you chose the Earthquake here. So really difficult spot for Arcel to find them in. Preserving the King Gambit though makes sense to get that Sneasler back onto the field. So at least the next turn you've got access to Fake Out to further support that Lycanroc.
It does mean though Sneasler's coming onto the field to just get hit with an attack, brought down to half
okay.
health, and Lycanroc to suffer the same fate with that Dragon Claw. And again, Rock Slide, we're getting respectable damage. Basculegion is down to less than half, but it's still just not quite the impact. But now, you do
I don't care. Like, I don't care. Every time I see a Pokemon hit yellow, I'm expecting to.
Yeah, the Basculegion just feels like it's in such a great position for Christopher because you just go for the Aqua Jet into that Lycanroc slot. And now if it doesn't protect, it goes down. If you switch it out to the King Gambit, it's taking so much damage, it goes down. And then the Sneasler's really stuck between a rock and a hard place to be able to get damage.
Oh, by the way, everybody who's just now joined or hasn't been paying attention, we have a friend of the stream participating in the tournament. They are currently 3-0. So, I mean,
this up and clinch victory.
Zoria winning in NAIC, not impossible.
We're putting so much on to the Basilica to protect. I've seen this turn before. We got to protect from Garchomp and protect from this Lycanroc and a Basket Legion going for the Aqua Jet. But targeting into the Lycanroc means not much gets done. But Sneasler did also try and hit into a protect. So 2 protects. Now, you can't go for those safely. How is this one going to play out?
Yeah, well, what can you do here? Probably if you're looking at it, Kingambit in the back is really useful, right? You want to get the Accelerock off, which you will get before the Aqua Jet does fire off. So getting any damage onto that Basket Legion is really useful. But if you're Christopher, do you just say, okay, well, I'm going to Aqua Jet into your Lycanroc and then just Earthquake? Because then you can't clear the field here, but once to preserve that...
He must have clicked Rock Slide.
Just bringing in the Whimsicott.
Oh, nice. So he stopped the Tailwind. But wait, what'd Sneasler do?
Yeah, so Whimsicott, 1 HP Accelerock is enough. Aqua Jet to respond to the Lycanroc, so a KO for a KO. Now, for the Sneasler, if it is going to be a gunshot, trying to turn it down into the Garchomp, now hits into no target, and especially so the Titan-type move.
I mean, this is over, right? You Aqua Jet Kingambit, and then you also Aqua Jet Sneasler.
Again, and just keeping in, leveraging this Aqua Jet pressure that they've got.
Like, he doesn't even have to attack with Garchomp.
Going to come onto the field. Yes, it does have Protect, so it can at least kind of stall out one turn where it's pressured, because you just can't do anything otherwise. But it then leaves the door open for the Garchomp, right? And even I think if you do get the Garchomp with the close combat, have you got enough to be able to deal with this Basket Legion? That's the big question. That's the big threat kick.
Right?
Gambit,
like literally, he has to conserve the Frost Blast.
Anything else plays out with that Garchomp does attack, it's going to take that Sneasler down.
Gotta get the call right here.
The only way he wins this matchup is if he conserves the Frost Blast until it's just like 1v1 against Garchomp.
Into the Basket Legion, so no damage done there. Dragon Claw into the Sneasler to pick up the KO. And now we only have this one Kingambit. 6 HP will do nothing.
Damn.
Christopher Hans remained undefeated here at NAIC, starting his phase 1 of competition off right in a thrilling 3-game set.
Yeah, incredibly played from Christopher here, and just leveraging the Basket Legion so well in that game, really identifying the win condition there with that Pokemon in particular, and the one Pokemon that Arsenal is going to struggle to deal with, especially when that Frostless has left the field. You just don't have access to be able to dispatch that Pokemon like you would really like to be able to do, especially when the Kingambit's in that spot. It's taken so much damage and you're relying on the Sucker Punch most of the time, and then that's always been superseded by that Aqua Jet. It really makes it difficult to get rid of that Pokemon.
Just going throughout that game, just the Pokemon preservation that Chris had, just like foresight at any point. We saw that even just starting in game 1 and how he was setting up for this end game throughout. And in the game 3, just the constant, okay, protect the Garchomp, you can't target it down. And even just the switch into the Whimsicott, it gets sacrificed. So Sneasler does nothing because, I mean...
That's sort of the downside with teams like this, and he didn't bring Scoville in either. Like, looking at his team, his Scoville would have ate up.
Played from Chris here. I mean, there's a reason that he's a player that gets talked about. There's a reason we've seen him top cut these events. Why there's guys on.
But this has been my problem with the Frostlast team forever. Frostlast has such specific use cases, but she always gets KO'd before they bring out the use cases. It doesn't matter how well you play, because you're so busy trying to shuffle around and get the advantage that you just get whittled down.
These Mega Charizard Y teams, but Christopher's shown that, you know, these teams have a way around it. You just need to approach it in a certain way and almost play your opponent and make sure that you get those decisions right in game, because if you do, you can make it extremely tough for your opponent to get any air.
I'm not actually sure if this is a winnable fight.
Also getting that Aurora Veil up, it felt like, okay, well now you've got the defensive capabilities on your side of the field. We saw how the Kingambit was able to shrug off the Light of Ruin, the Accelerock, the really smart play for the Flood to knock itself out, and you thought, okay, that's the first domino down. Can you just close this out now? But no, Christopher saying, I still got this Basket Legion. I think he's going to struggle to deal with it, and getting the decisions right each and every time. We talked about the mind games there with the Wave Crash. Do you go for that because of the Sucker Punch being so obvious, right, and it failing, or do you click the Sucker Punch and then get the targeting right onto the Basket Legion? But Christopher just not opening that door, not giving Arsenal an inch to come into that match.
I mean, it was just
Zamel.
so well played from beginning to end. So we need to get some insight with Chris, who is standing by with Rose for our interview.
I think this is an like an auto lose fight. I don't remember.
Christopher Hahn, the winner of our Swiss round number 3 on stream. Chris, how's it feel? I know it's a little early in the day, but feeling good?
It feels great. Honestly, Arcel's such a good player. He just won Indianapolis. I was so nervous going to this match. So
Let me go get the sword. Just go get the sword. It's right there. Go get the sword of light. We need it.
Arcel actually changed up the team that he was running as well. It wasn't his indie winning team. It was one of the Lycanroc teams coming out of Turin. So knowing that was a big threat out of the European region, was that a team you had prepared for?
I didn't even know this was an option that you could run into your allies and they talk.
I think it recently top 8 the Turin event.
All right, dude. I get it. It's a scripted loss. Come on.
Know what my line is. I shouldn't disregard.
That seems like the loss.
And
No.
you know, game 1, game 2, my lines kind of went as expected, but then game 2, I actually made
There it is.
a few errors because I was really worried about like my Moonblast not you know, knocking out his Pokemon, so I ended up using Light of Ruin, and we saw game 2 that I missed in that crucial turn. So whether or not that Light of Ruin was correct, I'm still not sure.
We're sure, actually. We've already calced it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt like if I had sat there for the first time, seen that team, you know, never seen it before, probably 2-0 loss. I can't even lie.
But after that game 2 and that final turn went poorly with that Light of Ruin miss, what was the stress level like going into that 3rd game? And how confident were you in your game plan?
Honestly, I think a big part of Pokemon is just that we're all humans, so we all make mistakes. The way
I was right though, Siren. He didn't know the Lycanroc calc. He didn't know how squishy it was.
Going to game 3, let it, you know, inform all my decisions, or I can say, you know what, it happens. I'm gonna go into this game 3, just try to clear my head and, you know, play towards my end games as best as I can.
How impactful were the gunk shot misses that happened in games 1 and 3?
So I don't remember exactly where the game 1 happened. If I remember correctly, I had in my mind that I would always win that end game because I think he had Lycanroc and Sneasler. Now he wins Garchomp. So to me, like missing the gunk shot on Charizard didn't matter because it's very hard to break Garchomp in that end game. In that game 3, I think it also wasn't super relevant just because, like there was, I guess I was kind of thinking about it. The way I can lose that is if he gunk shots and poisons my Basque Legion and then Caesar's Dragon Claw. So I think a lot of it would have still had to go towards Arcel's way for him to win, you know, even if it hit.
Well, it all comes down to the training of your Pokemon and, of course, the positioning that you brought into that match. But, Chris, this is a team that you actually have a lot of experience with, right? I was looking back at the top 16 that you got at Indianapolis. You made one small Pokemon change to this team. You dropped your Sneasler and you brought Mega Floette. Have you liked that change? Has it worked out for you well so far this weekend?
Yeah, so before Indianapolis, I used a very similar team.
Yeah.
Cleavor, I think, instead of one of the slots. I don't remember. But I actually lost in my top 16 against Alex Underhill. He had Dragonite and Garchomp, and I was like, wow, I really can't do anything to this team hard. Like, this feels very hard. So, you know, I think we saw a lot of people in Japan Nationals using it. I think my friend Luca Paz and Azule, a lot of those people were also using it in Indianapolis. So I was like, I'm going to give this team a try. And I've actually been working with my friend Kiri Diortona. So we talked about the spreads. I made a lot of item changes, and, you know, once we finalized those, I was like, this team is so good. I feel like I can win any matchup, like, no matter what they throw at me.
Well, you beat the Lycanroc, so I think it's already worked out great. Chris, I'm going to give you some room for some final shout-outs before we let you go prep for the rest of the day.
Shout-outs to Kevin and my mom in the crowd. I can see them right there. I love you guys a lot. I'm very grateful that you guys were here to watch my match. I have to shout out Carrie again, because, you know, he's such a big help. And then I guess shout out to everyone who's, you know, been friendly to me, made my day, made me smile just once. Like, you guys are awesome. You guys are the reason I keep playing VGC every day. And I'm very grateful for all of you.
Well, congratulations, Chris. Best of luck with the rest of your day. We're going to go to Scott's Thoughts, where he's going to break down this match even further.
Thank you, Rosemary. I got away. Basque Legion's not really doing anything. It's just not winning the damage trade.
Right. It's not always.
I do believe that Moonblast can pick up this knockout with the way the Pokemon are trained, but doesn't always pick up the knockout. So I think the odds were better of firing.
Oh, did you hear that?
Rune rather than
Siren?
Trying to just go for a
Lycanroc actually is trained to survive, possibly that Moonblast.
Although kind of a weird one.
I mean, that one.
So it must rely more on its so it's sashed, but also it has it's not like max speed, max attack. So first off, we need to look at Charizard.
Yeah, to me that's very indicative of the matchup. It feels so one-sided.
Offensive Mega Y versus Lycanroc.
This is a little bit harder. We saw 2 weeks ago
Dusk
just
set.
how strong he was, making all those pivots with Venusaur. This just isn't that kind of team, right? Where you
Accelerock, Tough Claws.
the way it sequences.
We'll do Focus Sash, even though it doesn't matter. So Accelerock with no investment actually is a guaranteed one-shot on a modest Charizard.
Make those aggressive.
Yeah, and I think
it needs a good bit of investment to survive it. And even then, that's without that's a no investment Lycanroc. So if we think that it had a chance to survive that,
showing a willingness to bring Charizard makes it much more likely
we have to crank its special defense up
I do think that just winds up paying to
quite a bit, and then maybe 10 HP.
And my usage with it too, I thought it was not nearly as bad as I expected.
Is it max special defense?
Other formats, but it's strong. But again, Pokemon's usage generally reflects their general power.
Yeah, and a pretty frail Pokemon as well. I think it would have been easier for it to have impact early in the game, but if you are trying to save it to beat Charizard, it's hard to lead it because you don't know if you're going to get that fight.
Yeah, and like the first game, maybe things would have been very different, but I think it's very easy to just kind of lose the game in turn one, where close combat's nice and all, but unless you're catching something that's really powerful or really weak to it, rather, it's not.
That
very
Lycanroc must have a button.
That's not Garchomp, right? Not nearly as quick. Also much more frail defensively, and I believe this is the turn where things start going a little bit crazy.
I think it went wrong on the previous turns.
That is a bulky ass Lycanroc.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes.
Because if I do 20 HP, 20 special defense,
went down immediately, and then you're back in that
that's
situation.
like
You have these 3 ground weak Pokemon. There's a Garchomp lurking in the back.
The only way that even happens, and there's a chance,
Yeah, I actually thought Arsenal plays this one pretty well. The game's pretty over as soon as Frostlass goes down there, and in fact,
so he might be 0 speed.
Because like as we mentioned, there aren't a whole lot of ways to deal with that Garchomp other than Frostlass. It goes down easy. I think keeping King Gambit and eventually,
the Lycanroc might be 0 speed or very low attack. It might be like a
lead in other matchups. Lycanroc gains the Accelerock and that big threat, but gives up any flexibility to do anything other than just go out with rock offense, basically.
Then again, once again, we get this check at the end of the game where Aquajet going in, Gunkshot missed one more time. I think we had to show the perils of Gunkshot a little bit more, and then Dragon Claw comes in to finish this one off. So a really fun matchup between 2 good players, but I think the team matchup was on Chris's side, and it's just so tough to win when your opponent is that good and kind of knows their lines the way he does. I think probably most players also just discovering this Lycanroc team a week ago when we saw it in Italy get played on stream, where Chris has been playing versions of this team for the entirety of this format, and it really looked like he used that experience to his advantage.
Yeah, I don't know how many games Arsenal have, and that might not have been the case for Arsenal this time, where it definitely was for all the players the previous week.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to see how much preparation the players have put in the rest of their matchups as we get to more matches soon. But for now, I'm going to send you to a break. Len, thanks for joining me.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day.
Clap.
You just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to
I really love Sylvando.
Looking back on the
He's just the best.
I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing compare my plays.
I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very
Swiss round 4 in 5 minutes.
I would do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared.
Wait, where's the star
believing that
at?
you can do it, having the confidence, and I think that's just with reps. Just
Oh, I
practicing
can't see it because the
more,
cloud.
Be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing, and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
I am here with Carrie on the field before NAIC starts. Big competition this weekend. How are you feeling?
Overall good. I didn't want to over prep for this event, so I just really focused on working with other people and just trying to figure out game plans and the common teams and just run something that I'm comfortable with.
Okay. I want to talk about your story specifically this year as a player, because we've really got to see the most from you. We see you winning an event. Now you're heading into an IC with these titles under your belt. Does that add, I know you're talking about comfort, not over prepping, but does that add any layer of nerves to this all?
Yes, it does, but I feel like after my win, I've been really trying to work on my mental a lot because I feel like a lot of the expectations on myself in terms of what I think other people see in me has been weighing a lot on me, and I do think it can affect your play sometimes, but I've been really trying to work on that aspect in order to not only make myself a better player, but also improve as a person.
I love to hear that outlook on all of it. So now heading into this, we're on Pokemon Champions. How do you feel like Pokemon Champions has been so far? And do you think it's going to be a little bit more the same this weekend, or are we going to see the meta completely blown open?
I think there is some room to innovate where I think some people have identified it in the past 2 weeks between turn and now. But overall, I think we're most likely going to see more of the same, especially this new variant of Big Six that appeared in Japan. So I will expect more of the standard, which isn't entirely bad. I'm really excited to see how people approach the mirrors, different EVs, different techs in order to approach those mirrors and how it's going to all interact coming this weekend.
And then what about the players? Because last year at NAIC, notably there was a lack of North Americans in that top 8, but then, they take the World Championships. We've gotten to see a lot from Italy, from EU this year, but North America's been doing really strong. Any predictions on who's kind of taking it, who's taking over Top Cut?
I think it's going to be a really good blend overall. I think we're going to see a lot more spice from NA in terms of making it into day 2. I think in terms of Europeans, we're going to see a lot of Charizard, Delphox, more of the standard. So I'm really excited to see what America cooks up, but I'm expecting the standard stuff from EU.
And then last but not least, of course, we have NAIC and then in a couple of months, the World Championships. We are looking at a new format, but how much are you looking forward to Worlds as opposed to just NAIC?
I'm really optimistic because I think there's a lot of room to grow in terms of not only the mons that get added, but the strategies that get implemented, because I think we're missing 2 very, very important Mega Evolutions, that being Mega Salamence and Mega Metagross, which I think would completely redefine how this format is shaped. Also, I think with the addition of new items such as Life Orb and Assault Vest, we can go back to some more balance-oriented play styles that have been kind of struggling in this format just due to the lack of being able to soak damage.
So we're excited for what, Champions and Worlds can hold.
Yeah. I'm really excited because it just should add some new dynamics that we're, I think, missing a bit this format, but should be refreshing.
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it, but we're going to get through NAIC first. I'm so excited to see how you and the rest fare. Thank you so much. As for us, back to NAIC.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Wait, what the fuck? That was that comedian.
Just always finds
It was just him saying
funny.
Powerful.
We both have very fast
Moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
What is he doing on here?
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, Totally.
That's why I love it.
So Psyduck is his favorite.
Arcanine.
Jigglypuff.
I love that. Yeah, the regular monsters are terrified of the shrooms.
we are certainly hoping that everyone is enjoying their time out here at New Orleans for NAIC.
Man, I wish I could go to an event like that. If one comes to Georgia, I'm going next year. And I also have some locals that are going to start up near me soon after the mobile version of Champions comes out. So I am very much going to be doing that as well. Hopefully I can give you guys updates and I'll do well. The problem is I'm stubborn and stupid, and that does not make for a good Pokemon player. And old, so really I got the trifecta of bad against me.
Better as the weekend goes on. It's generally the theme with these sort of international championships, I feel anyway. But I mean, yeah, the quality of player we've had on so far on the broadcast to open up the show.
After this round, I'm probably going to go find some caffeine. The Coke Zeros aren't cutting it.
And I don't think the rest of the weekend will let us down as we get closer and closer to finally crowning our North American international champion for this season.
And our first international Pokemon champion.
Yes.
We got there. But it's been so much fun. I mean, this is still such a new game. We've gotten to see through the limited events we've had, like Turin just last weekend, 2 weekends ago, Indy, and of course, like Japan National Championships, Master Ball League, etc. We've gotten to see so many variant strategies. We've seen some niche Pokemon that we never really expected. And I feel like every event, we always like, okay, no, we've kind of figured it out. It is just Charizard, right? And then we keep getting surprised with something new.
We do, and I think that's the beauty about this kind of smaller metagame where, you know, it is changing week to week. We saw the changes from Indianapolis into Turin, and then Turin, obviously, we'll see at the end of the weekend what the changes were to come out of this event, of course. And I think it just kind of goes to show how strong our players are, and the innovation is still there in this format. And what we'll see, I'm sure we've got surprises on the way, but we've had the choices from our players. We've seen Chris come in, and you know, when you're coming into these sort of big events, you think, the big team, the one that everyone's got a target out for already, probably prepped very hard against those Charizard teams.
I could probably swing Charlotte. Pittsburgh, obviously, would be very difficult. I'm hoping there's one in Atlanta. Obviously, that's the easiest for me. If there's one in North Carolina, South Carolina, or Alabama, I can make all of those. Mississippi's a bit harder.
And that's what kind of makes them a cut above everything else. And they are really difficult to get through. But I'm sure we're only in the infancy of this tournament so far this weekend. We've got a long way to go, and we've still got to really kind of pick out those teams that are going to be the cream that rises to the top.
I mean, we've definitely picked out some wonderful players to be featuring for our round 4 match. It's going to be Alex Underhill going up against Wolf Glick.
Oh shit, we got Wolf coming up. Alex Underhill sounds familiar too. Oh god, I've watched so much Pokemon, I'm starting to remember people's names.
Recently matched up against each other. We look back at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, top 8.
I still don't know who they are specifically, but like their names are popping out to me. Give me another 6 months and I'll be like, oh, the fucking Alex Underhill. Didn't he play against Wolf Glick in the NAIC in 2026 and he beat him? Maybe, probably not.
Being able to feature both of them early on.
Oh, what the fuck is Wolf Glick running, by the way? Did he bring Celix back, or did he decide no?
In Indianapolis, but no, we don't have to wait that long. And you know, I think both trainers, looking at the teams, we'll get into them in a moment, have changed things up.
What is that? Siren, what is that?
Because we can talk about Wolf's team.
Memo Swine and the fucking Toxie, whatever it's called, and his humble Hydreigon that he loves so much.
Kind of familiar to what the 6 that Marco was running earlier in the broadcast.
Toxapex
has got the Mega Aerodactyl and the Mega Charizard here.
I faced exactly one Toxapex and I lost to it.
And play at the early stages of Champions.
I just want to address the elephant in the room, or the Mamoswine in the room, and talk about what Wolf is running, because Mamoswine is definitely not one of those Pokemon we've really gotten to see. Toxapex is something
I want to know what items he's running and moves.
But being able to, I mean, he already surprised Indy with this Mega Steelix that nobody expected, and now completely swapping it up, bringing out other unorthodox picks. I'm excited to see how Alex is going to be able to adapt
there it is.
To this. But I mean, we got a team full of strong.
Oh wait, no, hang on. This is okay. Wait, Trick Room, Psychic, Thunderbolt on the Farigiraf. Okay, that's unfortunate for Wolf actually.
Tailwinds is going to be able to put those.
And of course, we've got the Solar Beam. The Earthquake's going to be rough.
That's not a favorable matchup.
Pretty good matchup overall, though. For the Toxapex. Just has to worry about Earthquake. Well, of course, Psychic. Nah, Psychic's bad too. I was completely not. I know, nobody correct me. Psychic's probably going to be better in the Toxapex than Thunderbolt. I saw the Thunderbolt and I was like, holy shit. But yeah, the Psychic.
He's so adaptable and he's such a great trainer.
No Protect, Rock Slide, Ice Fang, Aerodactyl. I know for a fact that doesn't work. Ice the Mega Aerodactyl might pick up a Garchomp KO, but the regular Aerodactyl does not pick up the KO.
A lot of the things that Wolf has got on this match, namely that Mega Charizard that they're piloting that is not going to want to sit in front of that Aerodactyl for too long.
See, there's so many different threats over on Wolf's side that I'm so curious to see how Alex is going to be adjusting in kind. I love that we get to see a little bit of different move choices.
Oh wait, yeah, we have a Modest, Jolly, Sassy. Sassy for Rigoraph, not Bold.
So I feel like there is so
and Adamant and Modest. So he is. Yeah, his damage dealers are damage dealing, and his fast Pokemon are doing fast shit.
Sure, we got a Charizard. We got an Incineroar. We have a couple of those, you know, a typical Pokemon. But when you start to really break it down, things like that Mamoswine and Toxapex, like, does Alex have tools to, take those down?
I think Alex has tools to take them down. It depends how Wolf's going to play them.
All right, here we go. Earthquake, Icicle Crash, and Ice Shard. All very expected from a Mamoswine. It is Sashed and Adamant. Okay. We've got his Scarf Hydreigon. You know Wolf fucking loves that. Then we have Baneful Bunker, Infestation, Toxic, and Wide Guard. That's what ate my ass up that one time I faced the Toxapex. I was so mad about it. Plus Combat, Fake Out, Dire Claw, Flare Blitz, Parting Shot, Throat Chop, Fake Out, no Protect. Okay, so we have Protect on 4 Pokemon. Charizard, super standard. Timid Charizard, though. It's fast. Not Modest. Impish, Adamant, Modest, Bold, and Jolly. Impish is plus defense minus speed, I think.
And he will enjoy using that in this match in particular, just for that pivot, the fake out.
Citrus, White Herb, Scarf, Sash, Leftovers.
Very useful against Alex in particular, looking at things like King Gambit. They don't want to take
that Toxapex, man.
Which is so useful against the Sylveon in particular, that could be utilized in a Trick Room.
I would say Toxapex Gengar would be good, like Toxapex Mega Gengar, same general idea, but at that point you just want to click Perish Song anyways, right?
Got a way to trap opponents, poison them with the Toxic, stall things out. Baneful Bunker is really useful to poison threats if they attack in at the wrong time.
I think for both of these trainers, so many different modes for their team. So let's just dive
let's just dive into it.
What they're thinking heading into the first game here.
Charizard and Toxapex versus Charizard and King Gambit.
Right away hitting the field, whereas Alex is going to opt into his own Charizard.
Notably, Toxapex has no poison or water attack. It's just there to trap things and eat them up.
Early on in this game, the King Gambit can't really relax too easy here because it is threatened from Wolves.
Yeah.
There is a potential where...
And Toxapex doesn't give a fuck about either of these Pokemon, does it?
Easy knockout, and you don't really have a way to check the Charizard if you're Alex right here and now. Yes, you can get...
So do you go for the Toxic first, or do you go for the Infestation first to trap them?
Of that Focus Sash as well. So for at least one turn, you can try and get maybe a Kowtow Cleave, maybe a Sucker Punch Charizard.
Whee! Because you can't poison King Gambit, but you can Heat Wave it, so conserving Charizard is going to be key. He's probably gonna... Oh, he did not switch out the King Gambit. Did King Gambit have Protect? I didn't look at the King Gambit boost set because I was so not interested. Okay, so Charizard Mega Evolves. Okay, no switches. Did not Mega... Okay, he did Mega Evolve. And of course we know his Charizard is probably max speed if he's timid.
We're not looking at a weather war, but of course, Sun complementing both of them. Might as well go ahead and click that Mega Evolution and get that boost.
No! Okay, that's fine.
Miss onto the Charizard over on Alex's end, though. But when you're eyeing up that King Gambit, that's going to be that one that won't appreciate the hit. Already brought down into...
I'm kind of rooting for Wolf here, can't lie.
We'll be able to hang on for at least a little bit longer. Alex will connect both of his Heat Waves, but not really the same damage impact. Kind of chipping away 1/4.
Kowtow into Charizard. Damn, we are swinging on turn 1.
There as Infestation.
We are absolutely swinging on turn 1.
Enough to take it down.
Yeah, they're a really nice player for Wolf just to cover. If the King Gambit stays on the field, I'm going to make sure that I do get the knockout.
Hang on, I gotta look at
any damage onto my Charizard.
the counts there.
So it's not going to be affected by that Sucker Punch going into the next turn. So a really nice play from Wolf here. Has taken a little bit of
Gambit.
damage on the Heat Wave from Alex's side, but nothing.
Chars versus Charizard. Y.
Try and set this trick room up with the Farigiraf,
Fast
right,
offensive
where
Mega.
flip the dimension, put things in its favor.
Kowtow,
Or if you want,
Cleave.
you've got the immediate threat of Luke's sidekick here.
32 Adamant.
Taking that attack.
Well, especially too when you're eyeing up.
Okay, yeah, so Charizard survives that no matter what.
Options, but kind of these Pokemon are in a weird speed tier. We did see Wolf, Charizard.
Happy weekend, Siren. I'm cheering on Wolf. Well, I love his team. I love that he's using the Toxapex.
Yeah, and if Wolf's
Oh wait, you already knew this. You were talking to me about it a second ago. Sorry, I'm very excited. I mean, low key, Farigiraf probably doesn't want to get snatched by Infestation, so. Whoa, wait, what did he click? Did he click Toxic?
Into it, but will land its mark into Alex's Charizard now, as we'll have to see how much damage this Charizard can do in return. But of course, it will.
But it's okay. He got rid of the King Gambit. Like Charizard did its entire job.
Around about half health. Now, did it target down into the Farigiraf?
Ooh!
It will be the Toxic into the Charizard. So this is damage.
I mean, a Psychic actually doesn't really fuck it up. If that's the thing about Toxapex, is it's really, really bulky. And the way he's playing it, he's probably max bulk. So Farigiraf, offensive Trick Room Setter. That's Toxic Croak. That's, yeah.
You've got to be careful as well. Each and every time you click that, the Toxapex does have wide guard. Probably not the preferred.
Toxapex, there it is.
The Charizard, it really feels like it's not got.
If we say 32, I forgot the nature.
Here right now, and this Farigiraf does feel a little bit threatened. You can't utilize the fake out of your Wolf, but you do have options to get some big damage.
But it never gets a, the Farigiraf never gets a OHKO on Toxapex.
And then followed up with an infestation from the Toxapex right this next
That said, Toxapex is 50 HP down, so we may see a baneful bunker this turn.
If it's being targeted down, the Charizard can do damage, but when you're sitting across the field from an Incineroar and a Toxapex that's taking the hit so well, I mean, you're not doing
I mean, it's true. Unless he was worried about Memo Swine for some reason. Baneful Bunker's up. And honestly, the other thing too is, you know, Farigiraf can't. Jesus Christ. That's Citrus, right? Oh, a crit. It's okay though, it's fine. That would have been way worse. Oh, well now the Farigiraf is doing no damage to Toxic Croak, less than 50%. Oh, this is so fun. This is a fun match to call and commentate. All right, Sneasler comes out. Good, good, good. What are we gonna do? But he's like 4x weak to the. So like Wolf is actually really afraid of Psychic with this team.
Put that Toxic into range very soon, if not already, from the Diaclaw that's active on that Sneasler. Now, of course, you can't use the fake up because of the Armatil. It's there. So this Farigiraf giving all sorts of problems with how he would like to maybe otherwise use these supporting moves. But you do have that immediate threat where you can go for the Diaclaw. But is it enough from this range onto the Charizard that Alex has got? That's a big question. Or do you go for Protect?
Yep, Protect. Makes sense.
I mean, if you're not sure if it's enough
Weather Ball and a
damage,
Toxapex is going to do decent damage. He's probably doubling up.
I mean, Toxapex just protected, so targeting into it definitely going to be a lot safer. And when you're
Oh, he didn't double into it. Toxapex lives another turn. Did we get the Toxic on the Farigiraf?
Sticks around, and that's going to be a second Pokemon for Alex that's now badly poked.
Hell yeah!
Toxapex takes that Weather Ball so well then. You can see how much of a valuable Pokemon it is to be able to just get that Toxic into the Farigiraf. Now, if you can remove the Charizard...
And now he's going to cycle in for Incineroar in again for the Sneasler, and he's going to Baneful Bunker.
Having the Incineroar in the back as well is a really nice option for Wolf, where they potentially could catch Alex out if they get the targeting wrong with Psychic. You don't want to land that into a dog type.
Because you can't just leave Sneasler out in the face of this Farigiraf and Charizard. It's just going to die.
Because you can then take one of those big attacks from Charizard if it does.
And it looks like he probably needs the Sneasler to get a close combat into a King Gambit, right? Or not King Gambit, into the Garchomp.
Go for that damage or a switch out, but it won't be the Sneasler with the swap.
Oh yeah, doesn't Toxapex actually have Regenerator?
So if it is a
Or is it Corrosive? I actually don't know the ability on Toxapex.
Eat up these other fire types.
Oh, it lived!
Charizard will have a chance to go for one more. The survival, now the Weather Ball into the Sneasler is enough to just cleanly pick
Got
this
another
Pokemon
crit.
off.
Yeah, that's a big survival from Charizard, showing how well Alex can train that. He's got a lot of defense there to be able to take that Dire Claw, and now the Farigiraf with the remaining turns is going to set up the Trick Room now.
Toxapex is slower than Farigiraf, though, by a lot, if I'm not mistaken.
Hit the field, but we're going to see that tick of
Toxapex, where is it?
It's got plenty for its time on the field for Alex.
Yeah, it's 35 speed. Toxapex is faster, and yeah, it has Regenerator.
Few more turns. Toxapex had just swapped out, so now
But it's also slower than Sylveon.
Anticipating something a little bit slower coming out from Alex, and it will be the Sylveon to try and do it enough here to close this out.
Yeah, the one thing that Toxapex has got.
Yeah, I think Trick Room is actually just helping Toxapex and Incineroar at this point. Maybe not Incineroar. I think Incineroar 60. God, look at it. It's at 119 HP already.
The fact that the Sylveon does have a single target attack, it could be that Hyper Beam. That goes
King Gambit and Charizard both down. We do not have Garchomp in the back. So...
to get rid of this Toxapex in time. With Psychic, it is -1. Remember, it took a parting shot drop earlier on that special attack. You'd still imagine it will be, but it would be great to see the damage interaction here, to see what we're playing with going into the latter turns of this game.
And Farigiraf is just staying safe. The Protect coming out. Infestation. Attempt to target into that. Won't do anything. And now this single target. We get the Sylveon Hyper Beam coming on out into this Incineroar. Is it going to be
Oof,
enough?
of course it's enough. It was already at like 70%.
Now it's only the Toxapex left to try and clean this up, but Farigiraf still has so much health. It didn't get hit with the infestation. And Sylveon, even if it's going to be recharging, it has full health and isn't poisoned at all.
Yeah, and this Toxic tick every single turn. This might be the end. I think the Toxapex, it's going to be really interesting to
Yeah,
see
I don't think...
how much an
Yeah,
infestation does
Wolfie
as
lost
well, and
this.
how much a Psychic can do to this Toxapex.
Yeah, Siren, I know, same. It's so fun pressing Hyper Beam with Sylveon. That's another reason I'm always trying to run for refrigerate, what you call it, Aurorus, because, again, I just want to press Hyper Beam.
Further chip down this Farigiraf, but probably got maybe one more turn after this. And all the time, that leftovers healing up that Toxapex, making it very difficult. But of course, can't forget about this citrus berry.
Wolfie usually goes 1 and 2 when he wins.
I mean, the one thing too, so yeah, you get the toxic damage, you get the citrus berries. Farigiraf still has a little bit more to it, and with going for the Baneful Bunker, Sylveon had that opportunity to recharge. So again, it's still like the Sylveon, when we're eyeing up the Toxapex, have to see how much damage it can do, but it now gives it a little bit more of a fighting chance. So it now is going to be put on its own timer with Toxic, but it's time to see how much this -1 Psychic can do into the Toxapex, and it's going to be
Oh, wow, that was no damage.
That much damage, and that'll be enough. Hyper Voice as the
Okay, it will end up being enough, though, for sure.
But with another turn of Protect, that leftovers recovery, and a Farigiraf that won't be down before it gets to attack again, does Sylveon have enough to take it down?
I don't think it does. I think you just...
Does he really just 1v2 with the Toxapex here? Hang on.
Just go for a Baneful Bunker, and I think the Toxic take will probably be it's going to be very close.
I mean, the Sylveon could just click Hyper Beam into Toxapex, right? And that probably KOs, given how much damage the Hyper Voice did.
It has got the Hyper Voice, and with how much damage this Toxapex is taking, it's going to be, again, very close. It is resisting the Fairy type damage, but Sylveon...
You don't think the Hyper Beam takes out the Toxapex?
It's not straightforward.
Oh, okay. No, Wolf loses for sure. Gotcha.
Really close to the wire, but Wolf doing everything, putting the timers on these Pokemon. Hopefully, the Farigiraf, hoping this goes down now. Like you see, Trick Room's going to expire, but the Sylveon in that position where after that Baneful Bunker can click a Hyper Beam button, and that is the biggest attack.
And Sylveon's faster now, yeah?
The Toxapex is already taken. It's going to be very close to going down to that move.
Do we go for double double Baneful here?
I mean, this Toxapex, you would think, because Hyper Beam is such a powerful attack, but this thing has been...
Oh, calling out the Hyper Voice!
If it Alex. The Hyper Voice, though, the wide guard comes
Okay.
out to completely block it, but we will get the Hyper
That
Beam
was actually
yet again.
that was a
57
really clutch
HP
play though.
into the Toxapex.
Because if he clicks Hyper Voice, then he loses, and if he misses Hyper Beam, then he loses.
Yeah, incredibly played by Alex there. And really
I mean, that was like the best play he could have done, and one I wouldn't have even thought of if I was in Wolfie's seat. So that was smart, but yeah, running the weird shit.
Toxapex was so close to being able to kind of lock that game out, but the Fergaraf positioning, not switching it out, keeping it on the field, getting the Trick Room set up, and then just leveraging the Sylveon at the right time was great by Alex, and just made it very difficult for Wolf to get the foot over the line at the end.
Especially, too, you're looking at a Toxapex with, you know, I have 57 health, and you're just like, surely something should be able to take it down, right? But this thing is so bulky. There's a reason we get to see this toxic, baneful bunker infestation set on it. It is so difficult to take down with those leftovers, and so close to being able to try and do that. But this Sylveon, that Trick Room at the end for Alex to make sure that Sylveon was in the best of position.
But like I said, Wolf always goes 1-2
Hyper Beams are doing,
or 2-1.
like the first time to take down that
He always
Incineroar,
he's the now I understand it guy. But maybe he's not. Maybe he just gets knocked out here. I mean, if I know Alex's name, that means he's good, right? Probably. Let's see here.
Consideration too, we had the Weather Ball in the sun from the Charizard into the Toxapex, and you saw how much damage that did. And Toxapex just soaked that up and resisted that hit, so you were expecting kind of a similar situation. So it would have been very close, right down to the wire there. But Alex, you're brave in the decision. Don't want to
Alex, what's his name?
In the end game, just saying, okay, well, here we go.
Underhill.
All or nothing in this situation, and reaping the rewards of that decision there. All for Wolf to do here. I think you can't allow the Sylveon as much.
2026 Indianapolis Regional Championships VGC. No, wait, this isn't what I was looking for.
Something in like the Sneasler in a position.
Oh, was he the one that knocked out Wolf last time? No.
Shut down the Trick Room option that was such a difficult situation to get yourself out of. Even though you've got the Toxapex, it just doesn't have the offensive presence on the field. It's a really
Indianapolis, 6th place. Yeah, okay, so he got 6th in Indy.
Before they're able to get that damage onto
20th. He finishes top 32 a lot. All right, so what are we doing? We got the same. We got just a straight run back. Okay.
Making an appearance right off the gate, going up against King Gambit.
Yeah, you think that one of the options that you have here, if you're Wolf, you could go for the wide guard here, because then you prevent.
Running it back. Nice.
That constant heat wave damage, and then maybe try and get your own heat wave off to get that Gambit down to its focus sash, and then think it a bit easier. But if you don't double up into the King Gambit, you leave it on the field for an extra turn. It didn't allow it to stick around for last turn. The other option is you could potentially just protect your own Charizard, go for the infestation onto the King Gambit, start the counter there, and then try and remove it the next turn. It's getting around this Sucker Punch damage is such an immediate threat, and we saw how valuable that was for Alex in that first game, especially when you've got the security blanket of the sash to help you out here.
I mean, we'll get to see at least a run back for how game 1 started with yet again Mega Charizard coming on out. Sun out as well, and going to be matched. At this point, we've seen Wolf faster every single time. But we'll have to see how this one can differ out. If we do see heat waves yet again from both of these trainers, or a little bit of a deviation from the plan. Wolf, it will be a heat wave, this time connecting with both targets and bringing King Gambit yet again down into its focus sash. Have to see if we can get the double connect
or the burn
over on Alex's end.
Yeah.
The burn. Okay, we'll probably get an attack anyways, but this is going to definitely limit how much damage it can do on this turn. Heat Wave can double connect, but this King Gambit, you kind of wanted to get a really powerful attack off, start chipping away at the Toxapex as most as possible, and that is just not great damage. And yeah, now King Gambit's gone.
Yeah, the burn really kind of...
And yeah, now King Gambit's gone.
Cleave there into the Toxapex, changing target because of how problematic the Toxapex was in that game. One, prioritizing that Pokemon as a target here, and the burn, unfortunate. Really great for Wolf here, and landing the Heat Wave now, really useful because we saw how good and defensively built the Charizard is, and Alex's
Fergaraf comes out
early on in this game is going to be so valuable going forward. Now we've seen the psychic damage into the Toxapex from
Charizard.
Very wary about this Fergaraf.
Weather Ball's into Fergaraf this turn, right?
This turn around, so you are in a position where you
Weather Ball Fergaraf, switch Toxapex out for Incineroar.
Incineroar here, maybe protect your own Charizard, or just leverage your own Charizard to get more Heat Wave damage off, get some initial damage onto the Fergaraf, and keep chipping away at and Alex.
He may have Arrow in the back. Remember, Arrow doesn't have to wait. Yeah, Arrow doesn't have to Mega.
And it's not going to be with the Baneful Bunker. We're protecting by switching out, but a new Pokemon.
Nice, the
is gonna join
Hydreigon.
battle.
Good switch.
Hydreigon hits the field. Heat Wave double connect again, chipping away so much at Alex's Pokemon, and a Heat Wave in return. But we saw how little it's been doing to Charizard. We're at like a 1/3 now. But the Hydreigon
the
comes in,
burn.
soaks the hit. But you know, we're trading burns for burns. But at least with the Hydreigon, it's just going to be damage.
Oh,
over
no.
time. Now though, with that Trick Room, the dimensions are twisted, and the slower Pokemon are going to be faster going on out.
Yeah, and now getting that Trick Room up really useful. We know.
Wait, though, he doesn't mean
Charizard's going to be able to fire off another attack.
Alex doesn't really have an answer into like he can't KO Hydreigon this turn, right?
Even enough to get the Hydreigon here, and could potentially go
because he only has Psychic on the Farigiraf.
Want to get rid of that,
and the Charizard.
Because you know it's scarfed, right? The Hydreigon.
You think Weather Ball KOs?
Yeah, so it's an easy target under Trick Room. It's not in its preferred
Yeah, that is true.
Where you can just get rid of it quite easily.
I mean, swapping out the Charizard, even if though Alex is assumingly slower, gonna bring in an even slower Pokemon. And Wolf also taking the opportunity to switch with Incineroar hitting the
Farigiraf
field.
Protect. So what did Wolfie click?
Not wanting to have taken a hit from that Charizard if it's second round.
Okay.
Protect, but Snarl from this Hydreigon.
That's actually pretty
has to
good.
lock into one move, and Snarl, it doesn't do the most damage. But what it lacks in damage, it's going to make up for it.
And Incin may be slower. Is Incin slower than Sylveon base? I don't even know, to be honest with you.
Because you want to have your Sylveon
But I know his Incineroar is a negative speed nature, so if it is negative speed nature, or you know what I mean.
You're not going to be hitting anything in front of you right now. You're really.
What are we sending out? Toxapex, yep. Should be full health at this point. Did we read it and Psychic into that slot? We did.
That is a lot of damage again. So
oh, that makes it so that the Hyper Voice KOs.
Into it, but
oh, it doesn't. Good God, that thing's bulky.
You can see how really valuable that
okay.
attack drop was. And
hang on, wait a minute. So it's Charizard and Sylveon versus the Toxapex. If he swaps out Toxapex here and gets the
it's gonna be a bit of recoil, but the Toxapex
so he can.
Is so low, but it will get a little bit of recovery. But now, where does Alex go from here? Because you lost a Pokemon that was so good within this Trick Room, and now Charizard is forced to hit the field. But again, we're looking at Charizard. It's not toxic this time, so it's not on the same sort of timer, but it still has a lot of momentum. And now you lost the thing that was stopping any Fako pressure.
Yeah, now you've got no ability to get rid of.
I mean, he has to switch Toxapex out this turn, right?
So the damage output that you've got access to now on -1 is what you're going to have to finish the battle with. Will it be enough?
Or you protect, get a turn of leftovers, then switch out to get the regenerator. Okay, he went ahead and got the regenerator. Probably thinking, you know, yeah, it is. He does expect me to. Okay, Sylveon protected. Nice. Flare Blitz does nothing.
Certainly tried to get that damage, but Sylveon will protect on this turn. Charizard with the Weather Ball again. We have the Sun. Incineroar
hanging on.
Not going to drop to it though. Again, not very effective. It's close, but no dice. And Citrus Berry is going to kind of put it back to where it was.
Yeah, and now that recovery probably puts
Except Sun is gone, so he's not going to blow shit up as much as he could have.
Probably still in range for a Hyper Beam, but do you really want to lock yourself into Hyper Beam in this last turn of Trick Room and then kind of just leave yourself vulnerable?
Trick Room's one more turn.
Wolf could just protect
so we know Incin is probably slower than... I haven't been watching the speed turns. Yeah, it is -1, and there's no Sun.
Sylveon, you know they protected last turn. Can you get it off? Yeah, if not, you take a Hyper Beam and go down, and Hydreigon can come back on and disrupt even further and support that Charizard.
We're not going to log in anything crazy. We're going to do what damage we can, and Hyper is just not enough to get it there. So
boom!
Has the chance to fire off
the Flare Blitz into Sylveon because of Trick Room and the burn!
Sylveon with so many burns this match will get burned. And recoil, it will be enough to take down the Incineroar, but that was the last turn of Trick Room. And yeah, Charizard on Wolf's end stays safe. The dimensions are now on.
I don't think it matters either. It might. I mean, it makes it so like if he gets Sylveon down to a Slither, he can just protect and win the game.
Can be that Hydreigon. It will be able to pressure the opposing Charizard on Alex's side as well, which is really nice. But maybe saving that.
Oh yeah.
Sylveon goes down. So
handily.
It's not going to be threatened.
He still has Hydreigon on the back too.
Now it's got that wide guard, so it can protect the Charizard and Wolf.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't bring Hydreigon out and click Snarl again.
Charizard even more, and it's not got the big, powerful one.
And just let Toxic. Well, you are risking a crit at that point, but it's not likely.
So of course, as you said, wide guard. Make sure there's not going to be these heat waves, these hyper voices to be able to threaten on your side of the field. But you can threaten these heat waves all you want. Sylveon goes down, and Charizard 35 health left. With that critical
Crit
hit,
Charizard.
like
Oh yeah, because there's no sun, so Charizard can't Solar Beam or Heat Wave or Weather Ball. Yeah, you're right.
Looks like we will be. Yeah, a really nice turnaround from Wolf here.
That's
Utilizing the
crazy.
leveraging that and how useful that one-turn Snarl was in that situation to make that Sylveon from what was.
Yeah, it's like 20 damage.
To really quite passive in that game.
Okay, we got a match.
Kind of render
Will Alex actually be able to get his revenge from Indy?
Yeah, really well played there, making more work out of that top Apex rather than sticking around on the field, the switching around between everything, and yeah, very, very well played.
It's actually such a different way to play it than we saw in game number 1. Because in game number 1, it was, I need to get this
a mini game?
board with these
Nope.
toxics, these infestations, to try to be annoying as possible, to be slowly chipping away at Alex's team, and it just wasn't enough.
Who taught the guy on the right to dance? Because my man got taught by one of the bunny girls, for sure.
It was the constant pivot, and I mean, just being able to kind of pivot the game like that. You ran out of Trick Room turns for Alex. You didn't make the impact, and then this direct havoc for the wide guard. So knowing that there's the multiple different ways to play it, where does Alex go here into game number 3?
I would like. It's probably difficult to bring the Aerodactyl, but I would really like to see the Aerodactyl come. I think that it puts on so much pressure on towards Charizard that we know that they've only got a single
Okay.
there, so you could see that come out as a lead. And then you've got the tailwind there, but is that going to really benefit you for Farigiraf? But
Here we go,
the
game
pressure
3.
you can start putting on, I think, is really useful, and then that kind of opens up the door maybe for Farigiraf to have a little bit of
Charizard and Hydreigon this time. Interesting.
But we see an adjustment like this, the Hydreigon.
And the Garchomp. Ooh.
A double adjustment though.
Oh man, Alex is immediately on the back foot.
Situation, but Alex also switches up to bring his own Dragon type Pokemon as Garchomp hits the field. But we had a choice, Scarfy Dragon for Wolf. We have the Charizard that has been outspeeding. There's a lot of speed and pressure coming out from Wolf.
Yeah, this Hydreigon putting instant pressure onto the Garchomp here. A Draco Meteor into that slot will remove it, and with that Choice Scarf giving it the speed advantage, Alex needs to switch that out. Have you got a great switch? Yes, you've got probably the Sylveon in the back, but do you really want
Yeah,
to
you switch out Sylveon, you get absolutely fucking chunked by Heat Wave, even if you don't take any damage from the Draco. God, that's such a good play.
That Pokemon out on the field, right? Alex could
Because he's been leading Toxapex, so he's like, oh, he's gonna lead Garchomp this time, for sure. And I mean, Hydreigon also threatens the Farigiraf with Dark Pulse stab, so like, Hydreigon was just the play here.
Try and help clean up.
Well, we're not going to get
No
any
switches.
for the first turn of the match. Instead, such aggressive weeds from
Are we
Bo
just
and Megas.
rock
Again,
sliding
of course,
and...
we have options for Alex side of the field to protect either or both of the
Okay, he
Pokemon.
protected, he protected.
Garchomp, understanding the pressure of something like a Draco Meteor, will go ahead and protect. So this Pokemon is safe for now.
This really is a dragon battle right here.
And it will be a Heat Wave to just start get some
You're right,
damage
PK.
onto this opposing Charizard, as that will bring it to just about half health with that critical hit. Now Alex has a chance to respawn 2 Pokemon that do resist, but again, respectable damage into both his bring.
God, the crits!
That's fair, right? That's fair. A crit for a crit.
At least he didn't get the burn, too.
You've got the information. If you've got Alex, you know what this Hydreigon's locked into, which we didn't have going into turn 1. So that Draco Meteor is threatening the Garchomp, but again, at the same time...
Maybe I'm stupid, but maybe you Draco into Charizard and you Hyper Beam the Garchomp slot. I mean, probably not. There's a reason I'm not at Indy. Oh, he went for the double protect and did not get it. Draco Meteor! This is over. This is just over now.
Garchomp drops to the Draco Meteor. That was the adjustment going into this, and it has been instantly.
If Wolf brought
deleted.
Toxapex, I think he kind of just low-key wins now.
Once again, this is single target damage now. The Charizard down to about a fourth of its health left. And, of course,
And he missed a Heat Wave. Oh my God. Well, I mean, that's inevitable, right? Neither of them have missed a Heat Wave yet.
Hydreigon is going to be more than easily sticking around.
Yeah, that Hydreigon doing the exact job it was brought for, to dispatch all of that Garchomp, but it was such a threat to the Charizard on Wolf's side, right?
Okay.
Job now can probably switch out.
So we probably see a Sucker Punch here, but it doesn't matter because Charizard's faster. So we switch Hydreigon into Toxapex, maybe?
Because of that initial damage from those heat waves from Wolf's side.
Depends on whether or not. I don't think Wolf brought in Incineroar.
But you could preserve it, switch it out, keep it for later in this game.
He might have.
Is it got the enough to be able to get the Charizard with the Sucker Punch? It's going to be very close, you would say, depending on.
I would say he probably brought in Incineroar, yeah, because Mamoswine doesn't do good into this, and neither does Sneasler, so.
It will get taken down to a Sashi.
Yep.
This is it.
We're going to go for it, but not
Yep. Draco Meteor into what?
Not enough there to drop the Charizard.
Okay,
Will
interesting.
be taking Draco Meteor for sticking around, and of course, Wolf has the chance with the Charizard to double up yet again to try and maybe eliminate.
And he did not miss his Heat Wave.
And of course,
Oh, this shit is over. We're done. Wolf fucking Glick.
Yeah, really smart play from Wolf, identifying that the focus sash is on that King Gambit. I'm doubling into it. If I land this Draco Meteor into it, just needs to do 1 HP minimum. Then I can clean it up, and there it is.
That is the match. The double KO is more than enough to secure it. And a statement of a game number
Wolf said,
3
I
for
understand it now. I'm sorry. I like Wolf. I'm sorry, Siren. Yeah, he didn't bring Aerodactyl at all.
With those adjustments, but that Hydreigon, oh my goodness.
Yeah, just really unfortunate for Alex there.
But like, there's really nothing Aerodactyl can do into Toxapex. So, and he knows Wolf wants to bring that.
It out for something to come in and also take the heat wave damage as well.
We saw Toxapex twice, by the way. It's not like we're it's not like fucking the Steelix comp where the actual Mega was T-Tar, and Steelix just came out sometimes. Like, we just saw Toxapex like crazy.
-2. All you need to do is break the sash, right? It was the team building choice. I mean, Focus Sash King Gambit is so annoying, but you break the sash. You saw that it.
I mean, there has to be a reason, right? There has to be a reason he didn't bring Aerodactyl. He's way, I mean, I don't want to say he's smarter than you and me, but like, he has to have had a reason why he didn't bring Aerodactyl.
To see a bit more of those throughout the weekend, but yeah, I mean, sometimes these matches between such top trainers comes down to these one pivotal turn, and one player has to make a game-changing decision, and that's exactly what we saw there. This is why Wolf is so highly regarded.
Yeah, well, so the Mamoswine isn't going to be taken out by the Aerodactyl. Plus the Mamoswine has the priority move, so it's going to 2H KO Aerodactyl no matter what. And then you have the Charizard. If he brings, because like, but he might have been scared of the Mamoswine. I don't know. I mean, Charizard, yeah, absolutely correct. Maybe he just kept expecting Wolf to change it up. You know, I don't know.
That's only your first loss of the day. You're afforded a second.
You're right. We never saw Memo, just like we never saw Aerodactyl. They were probably checking each other somehow.
I mean, Alex is an incredible player, and you know, like I say, one big play makes a difference in these games, and that's how close it was. You know, Alex played that first game incredibly well, and made it so difficult for Wolf to get any sort of leverage there. And the Sylveon putting in so much work, those hyper beams, and you thought at that stage, okay, we're going to get into game 2, everything for Wolf to do. And there was a couple of turns in game 2, I think, that maybe could have been the difference. It's so hard to say at this high level of gameplay, right? But if you remove the Hydreigon in the situation just after the Trick Room went up, maybe things would have played out differently. But it's easy for us to sit here and kind of contextualize what would have played out in those moments. It's so hard to kind of translate the pressure and everything else that those players are feeling up on the main stage, especially against such tough opposition, right? But no, you're right. Alex is going to be fine. He's going to bounce back. He's a top player, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a win out for the rest of this day and continue on in the tournament.
I mean, you're talking about those games and how it kind of could have differed, these different paths it could have gone down. So I want to hear more, and I want to hear Scott's thoughts as he will break down that game.
Thank you, Sierra. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun here to go through a pretty crazy matchup. Yet another 3-game set. Seems like every set today is going.
I don't know then. That's crazy though.
2 really skilled trainers here. I feel a little bad for Alex, where I think this is somehow the second time we've seen him play against Toxapex on stream. So I don't know how many trainers can say that in VGC. So tale of two teams, right? Where actually a surprising amount of like kind of common.
Okay, I gotta go find some caffeine, some coffee or something. I'll be back momentarily.
Charizard in particular firing attacks back and forth, and then as a Pokemon.
This is fun though. This is such a fun tournament.
Taking a look at the teams first. About what we expect to see. Once again, another Aerodactyl Charizard team, though, where the Aerodactyl does not have the,
yeah, I guess that is true. I don't know, man.
This one does have the.
I do not have an answer for you.
To say, unlike the previous one we saw, so a little bit more.
He just felt like he wanted Trick Room more because I guess Wolf's team was so fast, except for they're not. I don't know.
Usually see it with the Thunderbolt there to help clean up some matchups, but that Charizard Farigiraf combo is seeming to pick up a lot of steam today. We've seen a number of those teams doing really well so far. So again, we're expecting to see a lot of Charizard. Maybe this combination of Pokemon not too shocking, but the adjustments here that Alex has made this team a little bit different than maybe what we saw in Indianapolis, and has clearly done well for him so far today. But of course, Wolf's team more significantly different here. I can't remember the last time we saw Mamoswine in the video game championships. If you were around a decade or so ago, it actually was a Pokemon that was pretty good. The first time we had Mega Evolution, we did see it fairly frequently on Charizard team. So, hey, if Wolf wins this tournament, maybe some of the older guys will be kicking themselves for not remembering the ways of the old days in VGC. Hydreigon, also a Pokemon we saw back then, although I think most typically back then it would have been Mamoswine with a choice scarf and Hydreigon with a different item instead. Mamoswine not making an appearance in this matchup. You got to imagine there's a lot of teams that it's very effective against. We've seen in previous matches on stream today how strong the ground type attacks can be and how weak to Garchomp some teams are. Mamoswine's kind of both, right? Where it's the hard counter to Garchomp in addition to sharing those ground type attacks that Garchomp uses to tear through other teams. I think the Toxapex also very interesting here too, where I guess it was more like a month ago that we were watching Toxapex fire away at the end of the Scarlet Violet era, but I think the games where we saw Toxapex then, it was a very Toxapex-centric strategy, right? Where Toxapex was functionally the sweeper on those teams, tended to be just staying in the field forever, slowly winning with infestation and poison-based win conditions. We could have saw Wolf make an attempt at that in the first game. It didn't work out for a variety of reasons, but it was more like Toxapex playing as maybe the support role that you'd expect such a defensive Pokemon to be in this set. Taking a look at the first turn of the first game, we saw two different ways this could play out in the game 1 and game 2. This time the Charizard on Wolf's side whiffing a Heat Wave onto the opposing Charizard. And while we saw it doesn't do a ton of damage later in the set, but critically missing doing that like 40-ish damage that winds up mattering a lot later in the game. It still doesn't seem like such a terrible first turn for Wolf here, where he is going to eventually pick up a knockout onto the opposing Kingambit, but this time the Charizard on Alex's side is both healthier and the Kingambit critically not burned as it will be in that second game, knocking the Wolf's Charizard all the way down to 29 hit points. So I think the cost of this knockout may be a little bit too high and makes things difficult for Wolf moving forward in the first game. Skipping much further into the game here, we see the Toxapex having to switch out of battle here. It's been weakened a little bit too much. Incineroar going to come in and help out as best as it can, but with this play being a little bit passive, the Dire Claw going to go in on the opposing Charizard, going to miss that knockout because the Heat Wave didn't connect earlier in the game, which enables this critical hit Weather Ball. I don't think the critical hit part mattered, but certainly the dodge did to pick up the knockout on the Sneasler. Something to keep in mind, we remember how close the game is going to wind up being later. Allows this Trick Room relatively for free, and then things are just excellent for Alex for the remainder of this first game. Skipping ahead one more time, we see kind of Wolf's last chance, I feel like, in this first game to win without having to rely too much on the RNG. Infestation going to go into the Protect there, so Wolf isn't quite able to get this call to go the way he wants to. Hyper Beam is going to hit. This is not a move that's perfectly accurate, although it kind of looked like it throughout the course of his set. Looking very stylish there as Sylveon obliterates Wolf's trademark Pokemon. Incineroar goes down there, and from here, it's just a little bit too big of an advantage. Actually winds up very, very close where we get to this 1v1 with Toxapex and Sylveon in the end. Wide Guard would have blocked a Hyper Voice, potentially gotten to the point where the leftovers healed it enough that maybe it could have survived this Hyper Beam, but it connects, probably just barely picking up this knockout on the especially defensive Sylveon, and it sends us into a second game. This time, we see a very similar selection of moves to that first game. I think they select exactly the same moves, but this time not only does Heat Wave connect on Charizard, but Wolf's Charizard gets a little bit of revenge there, gets a little bit more with the burn on this Kingambit, which winds up being huge. The damage over time effect never kicks in because it's eventually going to get tapped by the Toxapex on the other side, but critically going to do way less damage than it did in the previous game with this Kowtow Cleave. So, Heat Wave takes, Heat Wave gives. It's just kind of the nature of playing a Pokemon like Charizard. It's also why, you see the trainers opting to go for Weather Ball basically whenever they can. Even though the maximum damage of Heat Wave hitting 2 targets is so much higher, you really do just want to get those hits that matter when you need them. So things start out much better for Wolf in this game. And then, jumping forward again, we see another adventure with Heat Wave, where it now will be the opposing Heat Wave that's going to eventually get a burn on Wolf's Hydreigon. But this still plays out very well for Wolf, right? Where his Pokemon are going to take this very well. He's got 2 fire resists out on the field at the same time, and they can generally kind of just see how strong Wolf's team can be against this Charizard, where with a 1 Mega Charizard team, well, 2 I guess with the Aerodactyl, which is difficult to select in this for a variety of reasons. It's pretty tough for it to do work, right? There's these 2 Pokemon on the field, in addition to Toxapex and Incineroar, who all resist fire type attacks, right? And I think all of them also resist the Solar Beam, other than Toxapex itself, who's still going to take it super well. So you're kind of forced to bring Charizard anyway because it's the 1 Mega on your team. But Wolf has really prepared himself for this matchup, and hey, why wouldn't he, right? It's the most important matchup in this regulation MA. We're going to keep watching here because the subsequent turn is really important too. Hydreigon's kind of the hero of this game, right? It doesn't really seem like it does a whole lot, but what it does is really important, where Sylveon's going to come in to check it, and it seems really bad, right? Like, oh no, I'm going to lose Hydreigon for sure here, right? But we're going to see a Snarl here, and that special attack drop on both of these special attackers is so critical. It's really difficult for Wolf's team to survive this Trick Room, where nearly all of his Pokemon are quicker than Alex's, and he's got 2 Pokemon on the field right now who don't have Protect. And while that normally isn't such a big deal, Wolf's got 2 different Pokemon in his roster that can use Fake Out, but because there's not really an easy way to get Farigiraf off the field, that's not going to be available as an option to help him stall out this Trick Room. So the Snarl going to make a big difference throughout the course of this game, because as we see much later, Sylveon going to attack on this final turn of Trick Room, get hit pretty hard back by Incineroar, who I believe takes itself out, but we'll get the burn down onto Sylveon first. And for this point, even though Wolf lost a lot of resources throughout the course of the time between those 2 clips, he's just too far ahead, right? He's going to get Charizard healthy enough with Trick Room expiring. Sylveon's been weakened enough that it's being checked, and then Toxapex is going to come back out and get to actually function as a support Pokemon. Again, it's been such a win condition, but we see the power of Wide Guard here. There are so many powerful spread moves in this format, both the Hyper Voice from Sylveon as well as Heat Wave from Charizard, and then Garchomp also being such an important Pokemon. You're relying on Earthquake. We never saw Aerodactyl in this set, but the reason why we didn't was because Toxapex was scaring it away with the ability to block Rock Slide with the Wide Guard. So a really critical Pokemon, right? It didn't get to see kind of the same flashy results it did the last time we saw it on stream during the previous regulation, but still making a huge impact on this game. If we jump into the first turn of the 3rd game, we could probably just watch through all of game 3 here with how quick it is. I think only a 3-turner, but a great adjustment by Wolf, right? Alex's side of the field makes a lot of sense, where it's like, well, Wolf led the same thing the first 2 games. Garchomp's really great against those Pokemon. I should lead Garchomp, and then Wolf anticipates it, right? It's like, okay, well, I think he's going to lead Garchomp to punish what I did previously, so I'm going to lead Hydreigon instead, and now Garchomp is the one who's checked. Wolf gets a pretty good trade on this turn, a critical hit, making things a little exciting, where these Charizards are just looking to have fun with the craziest potential Heat Wave rolls they can find. Why not a critical hit the other way too? Sure, but still, the important thing here is Hydreigon still checking that Garchomp slot with a potential Draco Meteor. Can also be threatening the opposing Charizard, where it's still a difficult decision for Alex, where certainly a Draco Meteor would easily knock it out as well. So Alex winds up going for an opportunity for a double protect, and I do think this is like maybe a better play than it looks, where I think sometimes it just like feels like desperation when a player goes for a double protect, but the odds are actually pretty close there, right? You have a decent chance of a double protect succeeding, and then on top of that, the Draco Meteor is only 85% accurate. But Hydreigon, trained with Trusted Love here, gets it done for Wolf. Maybe shows off the world champ difference there. Picks up a big knockout that sets Wolf off for a big advantage that he just stays so far ahead. He's never going to really give Alex a chance to recover from. The Heat Wave going to go in again, do a bunch of damage, and then Charizard for, it feels like the 30th turn in a row, facing down 2 Pokemon that resist all of its attacks. Going to miss a Heat Wave on the opposing Charizard, which is really going to make this subsequent play more difficult, because the Charizard on Wolf's side is no longer going to be in range of the Sucker Punch for the King Gambit comes in, and then Wolf does exactly the right thing, right? Hey, I know because of that, unless I get critically hit with that Sucker Punch, my Charizard is going to survive. I can use Heat Wave. I can, worst case scenario, if it hits both targets, I'll knock the King Gambit down to 1 HP and knock out the opposing Charizard, which allows my own Hydreigon to do that final bit of damage on the King Gambit, kind of breaking the Focus Sash, even though it's attacking first here, in order to enable Wolf to pick up a big knockout with Heat Wave and just a second here. And yeah, a really dominant third game. Kind of crazy to watch a set like that one where the first games and the first 2 games were just so close, so back and forth, and then you get this decisive third game. But that's what happens sometimes. You know, team preview, so important in VGC, and Wolf just so far ahead from that Hydreigon pick that Alex was never really able to recover. Really good job by Wolf in general here, I think, and you know, really fun match watching one of our great world champions play a very successful game using some Pokemon that we don't get to see every day. So incredible matches so far this tournament, 3 game sets, and hopefully we see some more. So for now, we're gonna go to a break and we'll be back soon.
This could be the day he cements himself in Pokemon history.
This is his moment.
I'm Giovanni Siskian from Dallas, Texas.
Imagine if you have stuck to your guns and you're going to win the World Championships as your first major title.
There's so much pressure on the line here.
It's absolutely surreal. I mean, I feel like everything and nothing at the same time. It's just amazing. My Pokemon type would be Dragon because of Koraidon. It was very instrumental to my victory.
Another one-hit knockout for Geo.
My favorite starter is Piplup because my brother, for his 8th birthday, received Pokemon Platinum. And so every time now I pick the water starter because of him.
What makes Geo's team so threatening is the options feel endless.
I first got into competitive Pokemon through the 2014 US National Championships, the finals between Alex Ogloza and Adiba Lam. That best of 3 really motivated me to get into competing, and in 2018 I went to my first regional, and from there, I mean, you know the rest.
As coming in as a trainer that hasn't had a major win yet, imagine if this is the one.
I've never really considered quitting. I've been through some disappointing tournaments, but with the support of my friends, they've always encouraged me to keep on pushing, and they've always believed in me since day one, and I'm glad that I could repay them in this way. I was more so worried about strong players than strong Pokemon into my team because everyone's strong at the World Championships, and no matter the team you play, you're gonna have to give it your best and prove that you deserve to win every single round. I would say my most difficult match was the Grand Finals, actually. It was a very stressful team to prepare against because there were so many options that both myself and my opponent had, and so many different ways it could play out. It's an extremely stressful, high-stakes match. All eyes are on you, so you have to go out there and do your best. At the World Championships, I plan to use Koraidon and Lunala together to utilize both a very offensive, threatening strategy with fighting-type attacks and ghost-type attacks, combined with Choice Scarf Chi-Yu that can both abuse the sunlight set by Koraidon, and provide Beads of Ruin to combine with Lunala for devastating attacks. The MVP was certainly Koraidon. It was incredible in all my matches. I believe that I brought it to every single match at the World Championships, and it was consistently my best Pokemon throughout the tournament. The deciding moment was when my Terrastellar Shadow Ball and Beads of Ruin, combined with Sun Boosted Heat Wave, was able to claim the knockout on the Koraidon, and my opponent was not able to come back from that because the Incineroar had also been knocked out on the same turn, and it was just a Caloric Shadow against my Fluttermane, Chi-Yu, and my Koraidon, and my opponent had no way back into the match from there.
Just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
My favorite moment was lifting the trophy, of course. I mean, there's no other feeling like it. Words can't really describe that kind of moment, and I'm glad to be part of the game's history forever.
I am here with Chris Hahn the day before we start NAIC. Chris, this is the last event before Worlds. It is the Big IC Pokemon Champions. How are you feeling heading into the weekend?
I'm feeling a little nervous. I feel nervous before every tournament, but this is actually one of the ones where, you know, like my world invite, I've already have it locked. I'm just kind of coming here to have fun, to, you know, see how far I can go.
I mean, you say to have fun, but then you also say, oh, nervous and everything else. So talk to me about the competition.
Oh, you didn't see that previously?
With these ICs, like, there's a lot of prep.
Yeah, his era was what? Wide Guard, Tailwind, Rock Slide, and
NAIC ever since Indy ended, because, you know, it's just,
I don't remember the fourth move. Probably Protect then.
You just gotta make sure
I don't know.
you guys prepare this.
Either way though,
so I've been trying out a lot of teams within the past couple of weeks, and
I got what we call a jackhammer, which is a quad espresso.
So yeah, a a lot of the for preparing a lot of stuff, I was able to work with my brother Kevin and a lot of my friends, which is awesome.
I mean, you got to work with him a bit with your brother Kevin going into Indy. You got top 16 there. How much work have you two put together going into this event?
So I don't want to say too much, but me and Kevin are using very similar teams. So we were able to kind of, mutually help each other out with matchups and stuff, which is awesome because normally we run stuff that's pretty different, but this time we landed on, something very similar. So it's just it's great. Obviously, like, Kevin's gotten so old, I just kind of reach out. I'm like, oh, hey, do you want to, prep this matchup? He's like, sure. And then we kind of just talk about it afterwards. So.
I mean, I love that dynamic in that you two can really help each other out going into these big events. How are you thinking he's going to fare into this weekend?
Honestly, I feel like Kevin's so confident with his team. I'd be so shocked if he didn't at least make top cut.
Let's see how
once he makes top
Zoria
cut,
did round
I
4.
think Kevin's also extremely
This one's
good
scary because now we're getting into the
something
big
that,
game.
I've been doing with him since 2024 NAIC, and now we're at 2026 NAIC. So we've really perfected, the practicing game plans, understanding line, understanding mind games, all that sort of stuff. So.
He's 4-0. Let's go! 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0.
Finally, I mean, this is the first event, this for IC, for Pokemon Champions. It's this meta, so many different events have happened with so many varying results. Do you have any predictions on how this weekend's going to be shaping up, either in terms of the players or the Pokemon?
I was thinking about this a lot. So my
4-0, 4-0. I wish I could see the teams he played.
Floette and Charizard on it. I think the second place team.
Oh my
will be
God,
something that we've not seen
awesome!
before, or something very unique. And then
Our boy is
somewhere
4-0.
in the top 8, top 16, top 32. I think we'll be seeing a lot of Frost Slash.
next match is gonna be real. Yo, is he gonna make day 2? He'll make it day 2 NAIC, right?
Breakdown. You have the script. Chris, thank you so much. Best of luck. As for us, back to the competition.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in New Orleans, Louisiana, about to get ready to start round 5 of our coverage of the Pokemon video game.
I wish I could see friggin' Zoria on stream. I'd be so happy. But they do feature matches, right? Like the famous people.
Before we get ready
or unique teams.
This August is going to be a really exciting second half of our Phase 1 as we are now halfway through Phase 1. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. We'll be covering
Scott Glazes looks like John Idarola from the Young Turks.
The long, arduous trek over to this side of the table. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you guys can't see it here, but my other set's actually miles away. I had to sprint over here, just barely able to make it. But hey, I would never miss multiple rounds 4.
Thank you for fighting through.
Oh, we're gonna do another round 4?
I know that the crowds of people waiting for pairings to go up can be very strenuous to go through.
Yeah, so I've heard. I mean, I saw.
Saw for sure. Yes.
You had all the autographs already pre-signed from the fans. You just gave it to them so you could ignore them. Exactly how it went. Before we do get started on round 5, though, team, we are going to do a little bit of a recap, having fun, taking a look at one of our prior feature matches from round 4, and it did contain the last NAIC
okay. So let's see here.
Here in round 4. So
Incineroar Floette versus Charizard, King Gambit. Man, this is boring as shit. I'm gonna go back to my game.
I'm gonna lead with Charizard and King Gambit.
And one of the most important matchups, maybe in this format, the Charizard Floette team, which Chris Hahn just said in the script is going to win. So I mean, that's a pretty good thing to do. And then that stat boosting team originally kind of popularized by Sage and Park on the other side, though again with that adjustment of King Gambit as the final Pokemon.
I really like how we're just seeing this team do well in a numbers sense. I mean, it feels like Chris Hahn was kind of just playing the numbers game when he predicted it, right? Like, surely if enough people run it, it's going to make it to the top. But I'm also glad to finally see a Delphox, not necessarily on stream, but on stream as well. This was my prediction for the weekend. I don't think we've even talked about our predictions yet, but I just think Delphox is neat. It's Charizard without running Charizard, and I hope we get to see it in this battle, even if it's only for like a split second.
Whimsicott is going to swap onto the field for that Charizard spot for Fede Whimsicott. An incredible Pokemon here in Regulation MA with its Prankster ability to always get the Tailwind set up. But Mega Floette coming out for Ryosuke on this first turn. Fake out from Incineroar goes to the Whimsicott, who just swapped in, so perfectly positioned for Federico. And now Mega Floette can Calm Mind, boosting the special attack and special defense by 1 stage. But unfortunately, Kingambit is a physical attacker, and no Iron Head. It's low kick into Incineroar. Gonna eat that Citrus Berry up to get back over, or close to 50%.
You sound so serious there, Joe. You're doing like the full play-by-play here. This is a feature
live
match.
in Joe's heart.
Yeah.
What a play though, right? Where I mean, I think like fascinating. Where low kick, maybe not the targeting I was expecting there. I wonder if that's one of those times where it's like, surely he's not just gonna let me attack the Floette, but sneaky Floette gets that Calm Mind in there. You love to see it.
Have we seen a Calm Mind Floette yet today? I don't think I personally have, but I also ran off to do some stuff in the earlier part of the day, so.
I don't know if we have. There's been a lot more Light of Ruin today, I've noticed. Yeah, I think that's it's an interesting adjustment because, I mean, I guess this team archetype, you expect it, right? Where, it's like Calm Mind, Floette, and Nasty Plot, Delphox tend to be the core of the team. But it seems like everybody else, like, you know what? I don't want to wait. I don't want to knock you out 3 turns from now. I want to shoot you with lasers. And, that really speaks to my heart.
I like that they're the trainer too. Seems so ominous when they have that name. Like the trainer sends out Sneasler and gonna swap or going to protect there. But Whimsicott does what it does best, clicking Tailwind, doubling his speed. I know a lot of Kingambits actually have to start investing in speed now because of the Tailwind, which is different from how the game first started off, or the regulation first started.
Yeah. Loving all these low kicks too. Kingambit be excited for the dawn of the World Cup. Is getting all those kicks in. The other Pokemon.
Okay, this is definitely different.
Or footballs.
This is not the same as the situation last time I played.
The low kick, it would have to.
They changed it for the definitive edition.
Anyways, I'll be here.
Because people love Sylvando so much, like. Rather than just stumbling across him in the desert, running into him is being him is way more fun.
Lack of visuals there, but Sneasler obviously one of the best options into Kingambit as a Pokemon in this format, and I think Fede's done a couple of swaps. He does at least have.
I'll be right back.
He can save Whimsicott for later once Tailwind goes down, but you can't get faked out from a Ghost type. Basculegion coming in clutch there, not taking any damage. Here is the +1 Moonblast into Kingambit. It's so strong, Scott.
Yeah, there's a reason people use that the Flower Mega thing, right? A little bit, does a little damage. I wonder if that's no protect Kingambit, given the low kick tends to be like that move that's on the chopping block now that everyone's realized that they need Iron Head because of Floette.
Yeah, or I mean, some people are also dropping Iron Head for Sword Stance now too, right? So I feel like if you have room for low kick, it's definitely like I left protect behind sign for sure. But it was a decent trade though, because I mean, now that Basculegion's on the field, I mean, that also sort of stops Sneasler right in its tracks, right? So you still have the speed on your side, you have the Basculegion sort of ready to go here, and even though you have to worry a bit about the Floette, it's at full health and it has that +1 like you were saying. I mean, Charizard's there and you feel like you're sort of comfortable, right? You still have to make some good plays, but I think Federico at least has the tools now.
Yeah, Fede had to take those first 3 turns to really get set up in a position for success, but now you do have Charizard and Basculegion under Tailwind for the next couple of turns. It's going to be tough for Ryosuke, going to need to pivot around. Definitely Incineroar wanting to intimidate the Basculegion, but as long as you have Tailwind, at least you know, even with a Calm Mind boost, you're going to have the Sun boost to help you do more damage.
How many?
Yeah, I mean, it's so much power on this team, right? Where it's like,
yeah, never mind
that's
then.
The reason why we see so much of these Pokemon. It's not necessarily because it's like it's super fun to play with super great chemistry.
So where do I need to go?
The strongest Pokemon in the format.
You don't think they took like a chemistry quiz before the tournament? Oh my goodness.
No, they might have took a training quiz.
Oh, yeah.
So many
I was going to
crits.
say, Fede, that's the IC champ difference there. That actually doesn't matter. It doesn't. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter, but it feels like it matters. For both from like, you have the momentum, yeah, I got a crit, I'm playing well, or for Ryosuke, oh man, I can't believe he crit. It doesn't actually matter, but it's psychological, damage.
The Charizard Flex, that's actually why we're showing you this game, is that the Charizard asked us to show us its critical hit. So we couldn't help but oblige.
He didn't get enough critical hits the last round?
True. Yeah, I think Charizard critical hit count's got to be like 12 in the last half an hour, but that's why they pay it the big bucks.
Yeah, that's fair. Sinistra also feels like a bit of a recent adaptation, doesn't it? with the ability to kind of come in with hospitality and heal Pokemon up. I was listening to some people talk before the tournament. It seems like this core of like Sinistra and 2 Fake Out users has been really popular just because you can do the revolving door of Pokemon and everybody gets matcha.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly good, right? And like, I'm surprised that like it took so long for us to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think some of it was, I wonder, kind of thinking back, if it's one of those things that would have been stronger in old formats too. I think Rillaboom and Amoonguss have been so strong the past few years that Sinistra kind of got ignored a little bit when it first came out. But yeah, I mean, like, almost every format has had the option of the fake out hospitality cycles as we had it. We saw how powerful it was with Terapagos last format, and well, you know, I wouldn't confuse Delphox for Terapagos exactly. It can look like it if you get the right setup.
Here's what we've got swapping back in. I think this is the last turn of Tailwind, so that's why Fede bringing it back on so that you can reset up Tailwind. Oh, but Ryosuke's not going to let him. Twisting those dimensions. Now, Sinistra and Incineroar will move first as Tailwind expires.
Sinistra's like, hey, I heard you implied that other grass-type Pokemon can do things that I can't, so here's my Trick Room.
You gotta love the Trick Room, though, just to stop the speedy Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. I mean, everybody was saying at the beginning of Regulation MA, you know, Trick Room ain't it, Trick Room ain't it. And yes, hard Trick Room has had issues in this format. But
just pressing Trick Room a lot of the times does really well, yeah.
Strategy.
Yeah, because I mean, everyone's just racing to go fast, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay, well, nice Tailwind and like nice speed trading, but I'm just going to dip under you instead.
And it just goes so well with the sort of push towards bulkier Pokemon, too, that we're seeing, especially coming into this tournament. There's just a lot of synergy there.
Yeah, especially teams like this are stat boosting, right? Usually they're really physically defensive and then take advantage of that with the Trick Room.
I also think Ryosuke potentially threatened by an Encore from Whimsicott on that turn, so had to swap Sinistra out in case. Don't want to get stuck clicking Trick Room. Sneasler swapping in. Thanks for playing. Come and take that Heat Wave, getting automatically knocked out. Whimsicott keeping itself safe this turn. There's still going to be 3 turns of Trick Room left, but now Ryosuke down to his final 2 Pokemon. And when Trick Room expires, eventually Basculegion will love to hit either of these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think both Basculegion and, to an extent, Charizard feeling pretty good here. I think it'd be tough for the combination of these 2 Pokemon to knock it out quickly enough. And there's Charizard for you, right? I mean,
yeah.
Drought, good.
Yeah.
Is that really Drought good?
I was usually people wanted terrain. They want to, you know, help harvest the crops. But no, Drought is actually useful when it comes to Mega Charizard Y here.
You know, we started off red and blue, Charizard versus Blastoise. Here we are, 30 years later, Charizard Y, still here.
And Charizard versus Delphox, that famous fire starter. Yeah.
Whimsicott getting KO'd there with that boost from the Sun Flare, but it's more than enough to take it out. But the power that Fede has on his side, such a top player in the metagame, doesn't matter what game, if it's Scarlet and Violet or Pokemon Champions. Remember, Fede won the first global challenge on Pokemon Champion back in April with a really fun team. So he's been prepared for this format since the jump.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're showing why he's won this tournament for. I think the best players have been the best players in many ways. So good to see him doing so well. And it's interesting, too, how many top players have just opted to go for this team. Right? Like, hey, you know, maybe I don't need anything crazy. I'm just going to play the good stuff well.
I wish we had more time to talk to these players because for me, you have to wonder, is it just, I know this is good, I'm just going to skill diff my opponents, or if it's, I'm so excited about MB, I'm just going to invest all my mental to that. I would just want to get to Worlds. I'm going to play what's good.
Unless this Sinistra can get a Super Mega Ultra Omega critical hit onto the Charizard, definitely does not stand a chance. Even with the
that might help.
Hey, you'll take a burn on Basculegion just for the fun of it, but Heat Wave is going to go into Sinistra with the sun up, even with the Akaberry. It's going to be really low. One more turn before Federico gets this dub.
Pretty good showing by Sinistra, though. I know whose fault it wasn't. Yeah, it did its job.
I'm doing my part. I clicked Trick Room. I healed my teammates. You really have a conversation on who needs to pick up the slack when it's not the little teacup.
Yeah, great Pokemon. It's really fun to play too, I think. Right? Yeah, definitely recommend it if y'all haven't tried it out yet.
I used to love Sinistra.
I just kind of love Pokemon that have unique jobs.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some time later to talk about some teams. That
I love how close it brings Pokemon to being like a true turn-based RPG where you have healers and stuff. It's really something the game lacks, but also like nobody wants to see the game turn into
You can find the links.
They
to our
don't want
streams,
matches to be
via
30,
the
40
NAIC
minutes, you know what I mean?
so go
Which
on and
I
check it out if you
understand
want,
that.
But we also want you hanging out with us here as we have some incredible players still in the running for our tournament to make it to that critical phase 2, of course. And Scott, thank you so much for joining us for this segment. We will see you after you make the long trek back to your desk later on in the stream.
Hopefully in one piece.
Hopefully in one piece.
Yeah, some of these great standings. We are halfway through phase 1 here in New Orleans. You look at these trainers that are 4-0. Francesco Piopero versus Tio Tim Masso. You have Justin Burns versus Danielle Marcelo Reyes. A lot of really cool teams out here.
For sure, and a lot of players from all around the world, which is always so exciting to see as well, because that's one of the unique aspects of the international championship.
Ow.
We get players from Europe, you get players from Japan, from China, from the US, all competing for that title, for those automatic invites, for the prizing. And you get to see them go head to head, which is exactly why we have some incredible matches coming up for you this round, both here on the mainstream and on our feature matches as well.
I am super pumped for this focus match. Giuseppe Musico of Italy and Alex Gomez Berna.
Don't know either of them.
From Spain. Alex, former NAIC champion back in 2023. Giuseppe, a great top Italian trainer as well. This is going to be awesome, Gabby.
Yeah, and the Italian trainer is coming off of an incredible showing in Turin where they really innovated with that Lycanroc team that we've seen already make an appearance a little bit on stream here this weekend. And while we're not going to necessarily see that in this matchup with Giuseppe versus Alex, I'm really excited to see what they are bringing to the table, because if you look at it for first glance, yes, it is a Charizard Y versus Charizard Y matchup. But when we get into the weeds,
Aerodactyl,
which have not died out because
and
of the
Sylveon
drought just yet, of this matchup, I think there's a lot of little differences here that are going to really make or break how these trainers approach.
Could be.
Yeah, I think Bramblegas probably doesn't have a good time against Charizard, even as we get in the weeds. There are a couple of different Pokemon, obviously, namely that Aerodactyl and Sylveon on Alex's team. But we take a look. These are the prominent Pokemon in regular.
Ooh, I feel better. I hadn't had any caffeine till since 7 o'clock this morning. So, I mean, I guess I've had sodas, but like those barely touch me. I need like big doses.
In a difficult position, you can still find your way to success.
Exactly. And that's again why so many trainers have brought them to this tournament this weekend. Charizard was the most used Mega Pokemon, Charizard Y specifically, after Floette, which I think was no surprise to a lot of people who came here this weekend.
I'm seeing the Sylveon back though.
A ton of people relying on Tailwind. You see a ton of King.
Like everybody's like, Floette does really well, but what if we could play Floette and Charizard at the same time? And so then they bring Sylveon, and it never really seems to work.
Mega Charizard Y, Basculegion, Garchomp, Incineroar, King Gambit, and Whimsicott. Nothing crazy standing out. However, what Scott did mention, Gabby, about the 4-attack King Gambits that are picking up in popularity. They're dropping Protect because they need low kick for either, say, Tyranitar's on other teams or Arjalodon.
Oh, hang on,
like
I gotta look at
or
these
really
matchups.
for other King Gambits.
Nothing.
Exactly.
There's
and
nothing
if you look
here.
At these teams at first glance,
No
you have to
Protect.
wonder just
King
where
Gambit
the
is
best
about
lies
it.
in those stats.
Mystic Water, Bascu.
Glance,
So
you see a lot
I
of
guess we'll
Modest,
see.
a lot of Adamants,
Looks
not so
pretty
much
basic bitch to me.
relying on those plus speed natures, but with King Gambit with the Choppleberry
Excuse
in
me.
particular, that's going to go ahead and lower any fighting type damage into
Hey,
it.
Haven.
You have to wonder if that's a sign that maybe this King Gambit is going to be on the bulkier side of things. You have Whimsicott that can help ensure that you're always going to attack first. It's the only Pokemon that can set Tailwind up with that priority available to Giuseppe in this matchup. So if you can get that attack up first, your Pokemon can invest a little bit more in that bulk and be a little bit more comfortable on the field.
Yeah, and I do love the Mystic Water Basculegion, especially on a Charizard team, because you're going to need to. You're sometimes going to be mitigating your
78th month. That's a lot of years.
Alex Gomez.
What's that? It's 7 years? 6 years? That's a long time, buddy.
NAIC champion, former World Championships top cut trainer, certainly a threat to come away as the winner of any tournament Alex enters.
Yeah, and that Aerodactyl, I mean, that's the first thing that jumped out to me, so why don't we go ahead and talk about it. Yes, it is going to be holding the Aerodactylite, so it can Mega Evolve, but it's opting to run 3 attacks, which is very unique, and that 3rd attack is going to be Ice Fang for some very unique coverage that gives it play against opposing Garchomps. So definitely something to keep an eye on here, as Garchomp is a really good Pokemon into this matchup for both of the
Right.
trainers, but Also, Aerodactyl sort of has to come to the matchup because if you're expecting Tailwind from your opponent, you really have to recognize that with your own Tailwind. You could also maybe bring your Farigiraf and use Trick Room to set up in front of the Tailwind. Roar is also kind of an interesting option here if you just want to force your opponent to switch around and otherwise mess up their strategies. But I think overall there's just so much more utility with this Aerodactyl for Alex, especially given, again, that it has
Ice
that
Fang, Tailwind, Dual Wing Beat. Oh my god, no Protect Aerodactyl.
Just diabolical, guys.
My man's just going for it. He's like, I'm the fastest thing on the field. I'm killing something. And I dare you to try to stop me.
All of these tournaments, and Aerodactyl can sometimes struggle if all they have is Rock Slide. So you're gonna drop Protect, like how Giuseppe dropped Protect for his King.
All right, here we go.
Alex drops Protect on his Mega Aerodactyl for Ice Fang. Let's hop into it. Round 5 of the North American International Championship.
King Gambit and Aerodactyl versus Charizard and Cineroar. Boy, that Charizard does not like what it's looking at right now.
Alex's Aerodactyl King Gambit. That is a Defiant boost from turn 1.
Alex making a great call there, leading the King Gambit and immediately getting that +1 attack boost. And normally King Gambit would be in a tough spot with these 2 fire type.
I mean, he's got the Charizard locked down with Sucker Punch at this point.
Field, but it is holding
and we have the fake out into Aerodactyl.
Cineroar with the fake out would mean that the
like what is oh man, do we Mega Evolve and just fucking press Rock Slide? Like I guess so, because like I said, he's got Charizard on lockdown with Sucker Punch. I think that OHKOs.
The perfect teammate to be next to King Gambit, facing down 2 fire types on the other end, because Alex says, fine, you want to go for an attack into my +1 King Gambit? Either of your fire types are going to have to eat a Rock Slide potentially in return. You can also
fake out happened. Yep, expected. 177, so he has some investment in Bolt.
No such attacks off this
Aerodactyl flinched.
as it is flinched from Incineroar's fake out.
Wait, we didn't.
With the Heat Wave, gonna bring King Gambit down to.
Are we Swords Dancing? No, he doesn't have Swords Dance. Oh, that's right. It's a no Protect set. Man, he really risked the burn here.
Able to respond with a +1 attack into one of Giuseppe's.
Low kick into Incineroar did not KO.
Into the red, that's so much damage. That's why you run 4 attack King Gambit, because now Incineroar is in such a difficult position.
I believe Len said it earlier. It's like you're
Rock Slide, Sucker Punch. God damn. This one's just immediately over. Right?
You can try and go for a Sucker Punch.
He doesn't have to sucker. No, he doesn't have to Sucker Punch. He can just press Rock Slide right now. Like literally, Aerodactyl presses Rock Slide right now, and you can Iron Head in either slot just in case they switch into a Fairy.
Alex has a lot of
that is crazy.
And it's because he just left that turn wide open to him previously. Neither of these Pokemon that he led in the beginning had access to Protect, but that almost worked out better for him. He was able to just go on the offense.
Incineroar come back.
And Giuseppe is just
King Gambit makes sense. Okay, but we Heat Wave here, right? No, because we're not. We're Mega Aerodactyl. Protect. Okay, we're recovering, stabilizing.
So no attacks coming out from Giuseppe's end.
Tailwind happens.
And it is Tailwind for Alex, doubling his team speed for the next 4 turns.
Oh, King Gambit kowtow into. Okay, that's still decent damage.
That's still
25%.
Respectable resisted damage.
And it gives us some information there as well, because knowing that the King Gambit went for a kowtow.
Also notice too, King Gambit on the left is 201 hit points. King Gambit on the right is 176. He might be fully invested in speed. That may be a fast as fuck King Gambit.
Giuseppe has burned his first turn of Protect with that Charizard.
The fastest King Gambit in history. He's carrying that big old shell like it's his. Yeah.
That means he is again on the back foot. You can switch in your Incineroar again, get another Intimidate down on these Pokemon. Will mean you're activating Defiant again, but at least you're mitigating the Aerodactyl a little bit more. It could help you sort of find your way through this turn, but overall, Alex has done a great job.
I mean, if he switches an Incineroar here, like, he just loses the Incineroar, and then Aerodactyl can switch out, come Scarchomp. That makes sense. After 2 intimidates the ice. Ooh.
And Sucker Punch failed, because Sucker Punch will only work if you go for an attack. Both Sucker Punches going to fail here. Aerodactyl.
What is happening?
Garchomp wouldn't have taken too much damage anyway.
That whole turn, and we saw what, 12 damage?
As well, so very difficult Rock Slide for Alex there.
So he recalls Aerodactyl here, right?
Let's talk about those Sucker Punches for a second, because that might look a little bit confusing if you're unsure what happened. So Alex's Sucker Punch targeted the Charizard, which switched out to a Garchomp, so that failed. It attacked first because of the Tailwind. It's just the faster King Gambit. Then Giuseppe's King Gambit sucker punched Alex's King Gambit, which had already attacked at that point, so the sucker punch had failed. So just something.
Yeah,
to
he
keep in
has to
mind when you
conserve
see
that
these
Ice Fang.
attacks come through.
And there's no chance at speed ties because Alex is under Tailwind.
Exactly.
Okay, Garchomp protects in front of a switch into Sylveon. That's not great for him.
Hit by a +1 Kowtow cleave.
Oh.
There's the sucker punch from Giuseppe though. Alex had to try to call the games here. Was he going to continue the sucker punch mind games?
He should have just sucker punched into the King Gambit, honestly.
One hit point of damage to get rid of that +1 King Gambit.
But now you get Garchomp on the field, and it's still under the tailwind, and it's still in a pretty comfortable spot, all things considered. You have the super effective damage against the opposing Garchomp and the King Gambit.
The King Gambit didn't do anything. It got an iron head into King Gambit, and that's it.
Is in a lovely position to start using those hyper voices, or maybe.
But I guess it did force positioning swaps, so there is that, I suppose.
Great with them so far.
Yeah, Hyper Beam Sylveon and a Garchomp on the field. Maybe Alex can recreate some magic from those two Pokemon. But even though Sylveon is threatened by King Gambit, one, it naturally outspeeds, and of course Tailwind is up. So any amount of chip damage, a neutral Hyper Voice you can do into the King Gambit, it's kind of twofold, right? You get bring King Gambit down low and hit Garchomp super effectively.
Exactly.
We know all 4 Pokemon on the left. Is it Charizard coming out?
To try and stall out the
And Sin. Yeah, that makes sense.
And maybe you can see how these King Gambit and Sylveon
Drop the
you can see how that could play through, but it looks like we're just going to see a start.
Damn, 50% to a Garchomp.
Into the rough skin on Alex's Garchomp.
That's it.
A little bit in retaliation, and the stomping tantrum will bring it down.
There's the Hyper Voice.
Not enough for a
Yep.
KO, because Incineroar
Double KO.
intimidated. It's going to be Sylveon cleaning up the battle with a double KO.
And like, what does Garchomp Charizard do here? How many turns of Tailwinds we have left? Oh, we're out of Tailwind. Okay, well, that is what it is, I suppose. But we do still have Aerodactyl in the back. So if he can get a KO on the Charizard, Aerodactyl just wins this.
The opposing Charizard, obviously, it's a flying type Pokemon, and the opposing Garchomp, those won't be super effective.
And Sylveon's full HP, so that's going to be really hard to KO. And if I remember right, this Garchomp does not have a Poison Jab, so they're going to have to like Weather Ball, Earth, Stomping Tantrum into the Sylveon to KO it, in which case the Garchomp gets to Rock Slide and take out the Charizard. And as I said before, Aerodactyl just wins.
So if you can find your way through the remainder of Tailwind, I believe there's one turn left, your Charizard can start relying on its Weather Ball to deal those big damage turns, and then maybe, just maybe, you can find your way back into this game.
Sylveon will protect, keep itself safe.
Okay, we just went for the Dragon Claw. Makes sense.
Into the opposing one for super effective damage, but it's a bulky Pokemon. Even when it's hit super effective, it's going to still be.
Again, this Garchomp's HP, it's 196 versus.
Recovering 25% of its HP. Heat Wave is resisted if it goes into the other Garchomp there. And now Alex's Garchomp brought down very low. The Weather Ball, though, into Sylveon's Protect.
196 versus 183, so the Garchomp on the right has more speed investment than Garchomp on the left, which we just saw in the turn order. So,
you also have the benefit of Charizard having that
and it's probably trained to be faster than Charizard Y, maybe? Unless it's timid. I don't know the Charizard's nature.
Here, your single target to land here. You can spread things out and feel pretty comfortable about it. Now that the Garchomp on Alex's side of the field has taken so much damage, you could even consider going for an Earthquake Heat Wave, but I don't think you risk the accuracy here. Like, Weather Ball and Charizard Mega Y does so much damage, especially when the harsh sunlight is still active on the field.
Siren should be on his way home by now.
In my opinion.
And thanks to the Citrus Berry on Giuseppe's end,
Oh,
Dragon
that
Claw
was a
by
choice.
itself would not be enough to knock out.
But he's going for the Dragon Claw. He's
Garchomp.
not. He's
That's why Alex
Earthquaking.
goes for the quick attack because he wants to get as much.
Oh,
chip
right.
as he can.
So, wait.
But this time, Giuseppe's Garchomp.
So they're speed tied.
Before Alex is gonna get the KO on Garchomp.
Ugh, I'm so
Sylveon down
like
half
jealous,
HP,
Siren.
fill out Charizard
Not
to
only
clean
are
up
do you have a
this
job,
KO,
but you're
so
working
now
from
it is
home.
just
I miss
Aerodactyl
doing
in the
that.
back, and that's a pretty good Pokemon.
Believe if I was working from home, we'd still be doing this exact same thing, except for the game would be full screen and I would be doing work.
and Rock Slide can miss, so it's not exactly a comfortable spot to be in.
It is certainly one of the, if not the fastest Pokemon in the meta, so you are going to have those chances to hit Rock Slide. Giuseppe can potentially protect as well, and if he breaks through, he can get hit.
Can Charizard KO Aerodactyl?
Giuseppe's end.
Exactly, and we also don't know how this Charizard is trained just yet. Some trainers have been trying to invest a little bit of bulk into their Charizard Ys to...
If he gets a flinch on the Garchomp, we're in good shape.
4 times, extremely effective.
Like we're literally rolling the 30% dice here.
Giuseppe's Mega Evolution.
Woo! It's over. Skill, baby.
Does have access to Rock Slide. That would be a single target Rock Slide.
That would have been, just think about how much damage that would have done to the opposing Aerodactyl. That
Ice
flinch
Fang.
is absolutely huge.
And there's the Ice Fang into Garchomp. Extremely effective, Alex.
God damn.
Able to claw victory from that Mega Aerodactyl in game 1. 1 victory.
He
away.
knows too. He knows he won that by the flinch chance of Rock Slide. He's like, I gotta recalibrate here. There is no way in hell I can get lucky like that every game.
Aerodactyl to lock in that final knockout. But overall, if you think back to the beginning of the match, Alex Gomez really had the momentum on his side for a majority of the game. It was that end state where the Charizard and the Garchomp were on the field next to each other for Giuseppe with the Intimidate on the opposing Garchomp, where he sort of found his footing back in. It was just unfortunate that
I'm gonna clean out my email someday. I've got 70,000 emails, and I open very few of them. That was a close one. It came down to a RNG. I mean, it's not a dice roll per se, but like it kind of is. Because in Pokemon, it's much like Fire Emblem. 30% is actually just a 50-50. But like also, so is 70%. So
just here, you want to have Intimidate for the Aerodactyl, for the Garchomp, for some of these physical attackers, but you might accidentally boost Alex's King Gambit's damage.
Yeah, that call out by Alex turn 1 where he led his King Gambit, again, just forced Giuseppe to make a very tough decision on who you sort of focused on. And I think going into game number 2, you could opt to leave the Incineroar in the back, so you can still switch it in and get a turn 1 Intimidate if you need it. But otherwise, you're not necessarily falling for that trap once again. I don't think you necessarily make a Pokemon adjustment because those felt like the right tools you want to have. And looking at the other Pokemon that Giuseppe has, a Basculesian would be nice here. But at the same time, if your opponent's always bringing King Gambit, you know, that's one matchup that's very... Pokemon dependent, that's very board state dependent. And with so many other pieces of this matchup sort of relying on that board state as well, it almost feels like there's too many moving parts to make that work comfortably.
I also really like Alex's decision to use Mega Aerodactyl instead of Charizard, not opting in to the mirror. You have a great option. Clearly, your Aerodactyl can one-hit KO their Charizard. And
round 2!
That most Aerodactyls struggle with, but he can hit because of the ice.
Okay, so we got the same set out. Wow, we just did it again, huh, Giuseppe?
Giuseppe making an adjustment here, saying, fine, I'll give you the Defiant boost, but I will be able to threaten you with a low kick.
Oh, that is
and
true.
The nice thing about Giuseppe's own King Gambit is that it's holding that Chople Berry. So we saw the low kick miss the knockout on the Incineroar in game number 1. And presumably with the Chople Berry on Giuseppe's own King Gambit, that should give it enough defense, you'd hope, to take a low kick. So even though we're still in a position where, yes, Alex's King Gambit has +1 in its attack, and this Aerodactyl can Mega Evolve pretty comfortably here, I think Giuseppe has found himself a little more time compared to what he had in game 1.
Aerodactyl swapping out for Alex.
Farigiraf comes out. Okay. Interesting. Which means no fake out.
Blocks all priority attacks like the fake out. So now
he
does not get to stop this low kick going in to the King Gambit. As you mentioned, even at +1 because of the Chople Berry, Giuseppe's still able to tank it, and an Iron Head into
damn, this is just Alex's game to win now.
Damage, let's just say.
And I think this is the first time we've also seen these two interact without Tailwind in play. So interesting to note that Alex's King Gambit did move first here. Now that one King Gambit is in the red as well, I think the Sucker Punch.
I mean, we
might
knew
be
King
slowed back
Gambit
a little
on
bit.
Alex's side was
Gets you
faster
with the block
anyways
by
because he's
Armor
running it
Tail,
under
but you
Tailwind.
have to wonder, do you still try to throw the Sucker Punch to stop the potential opposing Sucker Punch? That might be getting too much into it.
Yeah, definitely a very difficult decision for Giuseppe there.
Oh, I absolutely Sucker Punch the Giuseppe's King Gambit. It's locked down. Well, but he might Flare Blitz. It's true.
I think about it,
It is also double. Ooh, God, we're just low kicks for everybody.
See the low kick into Incineroar not being enough for a one-hit KO, but does bring it down very, very low.
That's a KO. Incineroar's gone, right?
Alex's King Gambit. That's one KO, and Incineroar is going to take a massive amount of recoil. Enough recoil to knock itself out on
Aerodactyl's now like
Alex
safe.
Thunderbolt if it wants onto King Gambit, but its other attack, Twin Beam, is immune.
Jesus.
So Frigoraph might not be
Bulky
doing
as
a lot
fuck,
of
boy.
damage.
220 HP.
Any damage if it wants to trick through him, but
Thunderbolt.
instead will use
Got
the
it.
Thunderbolt to just deal with
God
those
damn,
last 2 points.
Giuseppe is having a bad match. This is over. This is absolutely just
Good
over.
trades all around. I think
Especially if you brought Garchomp. Did he bring Garchomp?
In the sense that, yes, you lost your King Gambit, but Aerodactyl able to get back out on the field for
Okay,
free.
yeah,
Their
this is
opponent
just
lost
over.
Their Intimidate user. They also lost their priority attacking user, and even if that King Gambit was still
just Ice Fang the Garth. You Mega Evolve, Ice Fang Garchomp, and Psychic or Twin Beam the Charizard.
Alex's 2 Pokemon
Like it literally doesn't matter. He cannot KO the Aerodactyl.
and both of them are both
So he's just got him locked down.
Between Alex's
There's
attackers.
no
It's a
there's
really
no out
tough
here.
spot to figure out how your attacks are going to go in which order.
Exactly. I think the one thing that Giuseppe has going for him right now is the amount of chip damage on the Farigiraf and just how frail Mega Aerodactyl tends to be. So he can go for some really big hits this turn, but in terms of speed alone, Alex's own Mega Aerodactyl will definitely be attacking first.
Yes, for sure, the fastest Pokemon. That's why it's so good, because it's super fast. It sets up Tailwind for its teammate, and it also one-hit KOs Charizard, the most popular Mega in the format. But Charizard
One-hit knockout.
Ice Fang's got to claim a one-hit KO into Garchomp.
And you know who else can potentially one-hit a Charizard? What about a Thunderbolt?
Solar Beam from Charizard is going to have to go off first to see just how much damage this will do into either of Alex's 2 Pokemon. It will be towards the Aerodactyl, does over 50%, and this is why
Dude is just already like leaving.
against the Charizard matchup, and it does nearly half to the Charizard.
So it will take a couple more turns, but we get a forfeit instead.
Alex Gomez-Berna moving on to
Damn.
5-0
Absolutely
here.
bodied in that game too.
Championships, absolutely dominant matchup for the former NAIC champion.
And some great pivots in that matchup as well, bringing the Farigiraf to really shut down the opposing King Gambit with the Armor Tail.
Let's check on our boy.
Having the right Farigiraf for the moment with that Thunderbolt in the end game. It didn't really have
5-0! 5-0! Our
But,
boy is
you know, having those 2 Pokemon that
5-0!
could target down that Charizard was really all Alex needed to seal it up.
And we only saw 3 of Alex's 4 Pokemon in the game. I would presume he probably left Sylveon because it wasn't as necessary, so you made access for the Farigiraf on the team. And it was super beneficial because you're able to tank a Kowtow Cleave. You have the Thunderbolt. Obviously, it helps against Charizard. In other matchups, it would help against, say, Pelipper or something.
The boy
Flying type
is
Pokemon that could be potentially problematic for your Aerodactyl.
a 5-0.
Exactly, and the Ice Fang as well.
5-0. I don't know who this is. Let's see if he beat anybody like notable. Do we know who John Van Rakem is? He did not John Van Rakem won Zoria, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and yeah, some really cool tech. I love seeing the 4-attack King.
Let's see here. Juan Salarino, more like Juan not getting a salary because he got his ass whooped by Zoria.
All you have to do is secure living.
How about
and then you can
Dylan B? How about Dylan B's nuts?
So much damage. If you're Alex Scabby, this got to feel like deja vu.
I'm running out of
right?
things I can say here.
Gerald,
wait, Gonzalo Cintas. Wait, I gotta look up what a word means. Hang on.
Yeah, but I think if you want to keep your head in the game, you got to just stay focused, right? at the end of the day, you can't let it run away for you because the second you do, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? It's always Pokemon. Anything can happen.
Yeah, okay. Gonzalo syntax doesn't work. Oh, but he's Gonzalo from the tournament. Gonzo from the tournament. He lost.
Dactyls, Thunderbolt, Friggraphs. I feel like we're going to see even more and more anti-Charizard tech.
Personally, for King Gambit, to answer your questions in order.
And Stephen Hogan, more like
to more bulkier King Gambit.
Stephen Hogan.
Right.
All right, we're done.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's 5-0
from an attack, right?
But it's 2 hits. Anyway, we'll talk about this later. We'll talk
cool.
about this
Pretty
later.
cool. Pretty cool.
Alex
Pretty cool.
Gomez
Pretty
is
cool.
ready
Pretty cool.
on stage for an interview, so please take it away.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Alex Gomez, who's now 5-0, undefeated still at NAIC. Great start to the day. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I wasn't expecting to be 5-0, to be honest, because I didn't really practice for this tournament.
Shut the fuck up, Alex. Don't. Why would you say that? Oh, I didn't expect to be doing this well because I didn't practice. But my opponents are just that trash.
Any insight to the mindset going into the tournament? Anything you're willing to share?
Well, I just came here to chill and try to do as well as I can, and so far I'm playing well. No nerves at all. Like, I think it's helping me, honestly, like because when I come into competitions, when having way more
Siren, what do we got to do to get it to where you can have fun without alcohol? Not saying there's anything wrong with drinking, but it seems like maybe that's your reliance for a good time.
And yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I'm glad to hear it. And the proof's in the pudding. I mean, that was you're undefeated. Let's talk about that match, because that was also a
Damn,
really
I forgot there was a
strong
casino.
match.
God damn it.
Did you feel
Casinos.
like when you see the teams going into it that you would get a strong victory, or
Hello, good sir.
comparison to what you thought?
Boogle's building something real
I wasn't
special up in the old
expecting
arena.
such a quick victory, honestly.
Whatever.
Like,
I'm gonna
Pepe
change her
is one of
outfit.
the best, players in the world, if not the best.
I don't know why I have the medal. I mean, I guess it's cute, but like,
kind of tricky for him.
what do y'all think? Bunny or
as soon as,
default?
he can.
Do we like tummies or do we like
I got the flinch
bunny girls?
to the Garchomp, which I think it helped, but his Garchomp was jolly, so I think Rockslide didn't kill my Aero. Maybe it was a roll, I don't know. But yeah, I think the matchup was leaning towards for me, and yeah, I think I
I mean,
well.
Okay, she wears heels in both of them. A monk, damn them heels though. Monk and heels.
I know you're like, I'm not.
She should get bonus damage for wearing those.
Trying to stay cool, but one away from phase 2. Like, are you starting to get nervous looking ahead, or still just trying to?
I can
keep that
see
same
it.
Mentality?
No, same mentality. I think.
Like, does anybody agree though? If she's wearing them heels, she should get bonus damage on kick attacks.
It could happen for sure.
All right. Anyways.
So yeah, we'll stick with the same mentality.
So what I'm doing right now, it seems, I've just realized they've added in like a little.
Maybe didn't
God damn it. They've added in a thing basically where you get to go through and see how the party members get to where you find them at this portion of the game.
Good going into the tournament as well, because I think this tournament was going to be a lot of Floet Delphox and Charizard Floet. So I think Aero Gambit is a good choice going into the tour. So yeah.
I mean, it's definitely been paying off so far. I definitely want to. You earned a break after that victory, but before I let you go, do you have anyone you want to thank or shout out while you're on the stage?
Oh yes, for sure. I want to shout out Tony and Adri, which are there and they're supporting
Oh
me,
God.
Which are coming from Movistar Koi.
I don't like three eyes.
Movistar Koi, Kanekro as well, and all the fans. And of course, I don't want to. I want to remember as well my family.
You know
my
what?
friends.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
thank
This
so
is the
much.
appropriate
I wouldn't be
response to
here
Jade.
I wouldn't be here without them. So yeah, just grateful. Grateful, yeah.
I love to hear about all the support, and I mean, it's working out so well. Alex, congratulations on your run so far. Best of luck with the next couple of matches. As for us, quick break before we're here with Swiss Round 6.
I did not know this was this guy's personality.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah, I'm so excited. What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
This dude.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these. Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck. Tatsugiri. Oh.
Sure. Oh, blue bunny girl outfit. Hold up. I mean, I was already wearing a bunny girl outfit, though.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you.
Who the fuck? Boogie Woogie Woo bags.
Oh, that's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many to count down. What are you gonna make? Probably Iggly Biggly Bob.
Everybody has a favorite player, but who is your favorite player's favorite player? Let's find out.
My favorite player is Colin Hire because he perfectly embodies the highs and lows of
Fake
playing
gift
Pokemon.
giving.
My favorite player is Alex Underhill because he just plays with so much confidence and swag.
My favorite player is Marco. I think he's one of the best players in the world right now, and I don't think there is someone who plays better than him nowadays. So yeah, Marco is my favorite.
My favorite player is Keen Campbell because he loves missing moves too.
One of my favorite players competing this weekend at NAIC is Christopher Hahn. He's one of the first friends I made when starting the game, so I'm really excited to see how he does.
One of my favorite players at NAIC this year is Kerry Diortona because we did a live matchup prep together.
Yeah, it actually really
We
does,
talked
Haven.
with the
You're
team,
right.
Like the past 2 weeks, almost every day, and honestly, like he's a very nice guy, and I'm very grateful that we could work together.
I think my current favorite Pokemon player is Marco Silva right now. I think the way he approaches the game is very interesting and very dynamic, and I also love his team choices in the way that he usually runs something standard, but with some slight innovation in order to push the meta forward.
My favorite player competing this weekend is my really good friend Giuseppe Musica. We call him the old fox in the Italian community, and he's doing crazy well recently, so I hope he keeps doing well. And he also the first guy who beat me in Turin last week, so I hope I can have my revenge on him this time.
My favorite player is Marco Silva because I saw him like starting in this game. I saw him improving. I saw him
my back!
Winning internationals, winning regionals. I hope that
Sitting in this chair all day is kind of rough. I got to be honest with you.
That's lacking, and that's my biggest dream in BGC. So that's why he's my favorite player.
My favorite player is Patrick Connors because he really has a great philosophy towards the game. We had a long conversation before EUIC finals this year, and just the way he thinks about the game, both in terms of actually playing it and all the different things that are outside the game. Like
wow, that reflection is actually pretty
really great, and
impressive.
for that reason, he's one of my favorite players.
My favorite player competing this weekend is Marco Silva. I really like just watching dominant players consistently perform at the highest level. Marco's coming off an event win this last weekend, and I think he's looking in pretty much perfect form. And I think he's just someone I look up to, not because we play similarly at all, but just I really can appreciate very talented players.
I mean, I've been getting up every once in a while.
Every top player strives to be.
Marco, you are our favorite player's favorite player, but who is your favorite player?
So my favorite player is probably Shohei Kimura. I feel like the way in which he sees the game, it's really impressive. He always finds a way to win. And even if he doesn't play in our circuit, he plays in Japan. I feel like every time he plays in the Western circuit, he always does so well. He hasn't been able to win a tournament in particular in our circuit, but I feel like this might be the time.
Yeah. The biggest issue too is I went to the gym today, so I'm like really sore. My trainer's got me doing lunges and stuff, and yeah, when you weigh as much as I do, lunges are very difficult, especially when your knees are as old as my knees.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are
I didn't know you would be
through
at church.
5 rounds here of Phase 1 of the competitions in New Orleans for the North America International Championships. Alex Gomez with an incredible match there against Giuseppe Musico in round 5. Currently sitting 5-0 as we have 3 remaining Phase 1 matchups. But Gabby, we have 4 matches remaining today as we will be ending the day with our first round of Phase 2, round 9 as we like to call it.
So we get a little bonus round, you're saying. I like that.
I'm excited. 9 rounds of action on our first day for the IC, our first international event for Pokemon Champions. This is the moment we've been waiting so long for, Gabby.
I know. It feels like we were just waiting for Champions to come out forever, and now we're just like, what, less than a week away from it coming out on phones. You know, everybody's out there playing on the Switch. It's just exciting.
Yes, I'm really excited what's going on with Regulation B. I'm so happy. I have so many friends that have their phones. They're ready to go, right? It's going to be a really fun time here this summer because we got a long time between NAIC and the World Championships, and we got to dive in to these Pokemon that we'll be seeing.
Yeah, there's still a lot of rounds left. We're going to be here all day. Is it a 2 or 3 day event?
Because if you're watching at home and you're wondering to yourself, like, how do I build a team, or like how do people get ideas for teams?
Most of them just copy them.
Stat alignments and all that stuff. We actually have some videos we took from inside of Champions itself, from the game, that highlight these Pokemon profiles. So we're going to start with King Gambit because that's what we were talking about before we cut to break and the interview and all that. And this is actually from the game. This is usage stats that you can find under the battle.
Top 8. Okay, cool. So we'll be here all day tomorrow too then.
Pokemon Champions. And as you can see, it actually gives you the percentage usage of moves, of abilities. You can see items peeking over there, but also the stat alignment, or if they were also natures, depending on if it's the one that your Pokemon just inherently has, or if it's the one that you change it to via training. And also how the Pokemon is trained in its stats. So it's really useful if you're trying to figure out what to do. You can just get an idea of like, oh, well, since 58.7% of King Gambit on ladder are holding Chapel Berry, maybe I don't hit it with a fighting type move or something like that.
Right. No, that's exactly a great way of looking at it. And I think the battle data is really helpful, especially once Regulation MB comes out. And when the new game comes out on phones, when you're team building, when a new format, you're trying to see what are the common threats, how are these Pokemon trained, what is Basculegion most likely going to be using against me. I need to be prepared for that matchup. The battle data being there, accessible in-game and so in-depth is super helpful, because if you know, okay, I think King Gambit would round out my team very well, those were the teammates that were the most commonly paired statistically with King Gambit.
Yeah, and this will also be separated into categories based off of the ladder season. So you can see M1 versus M2 as an example, but it'll also break down in terms of tournaments as well. So if you want to go back and look at like one of the global challenges, for example, you can also see that separated, because if you're looking at the
this had inventory limitations?
Can't really talk about because nobody knows, obviously. But
yeah, every person trains differently.
Exactly, but like if you go back to the items.
Oh my God!
If we were just watching,
I didn't remember that. That sucks.
A very small sample size. You might think to yourself, well, I've only seen like one Troupple Berry and mostly Focus Sashes, and you know that doesn't seem right. You may be correct, because this is the entirety of the ladder itself. And as you get to different points in the ladder, as your ELO changes, which is that number they assign you when you're sort of ranking up in terms of rank.
Your rating.
Your rating, thank you. I was running out of words. You sort of see different pockets of the metagame. And when you're at these larger tournaments, such as the International Championships, not only are you more likely to see what you would encounter at the top of that rating, but you also are likely to just see stuff that you would otherwise never see sort of bubble to the top.
And then sometimes
best of
when
one
you
sets.
see, you get hit by like Psychic Fangs, Basculegion, right?
Oh yeah, sometimes
it's 4%.
Well,
usage
I mean,
or
yeah,
whatever. You have
but
to suck it up and
also,
be like, all right,
you know,
my opponent was using a
better late than
incredibly
never, I guess. It's
uncommon
not like
attack
this is
that I
going
wasn't
anywhere.
Prepared for, so that's why you always got to be on your guard, taking a look at the stats.
Exactly. So I think King Gambit's always an interesting one to start with, just because it is.
Wow, I didn't expect Chapel Berry usage to be so high.
MA, if you were to look at it just like holistically, you know, not just this tournament, but all the grassroots tournaments, all the ladders, all the everything. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out in game yet, please do. It's really helpful. I use it all the time when I'm building replica teams. If I don't know like what my opponent used, other than like, you know, what showed up.
Wait, I thought it said 58%
like
usage.
Most common spread usually on ladder, and I'm like,
oh, I
got
gotcha.
enough for now, until I know what I need it to do. This is what I'm sticking with, and honestly, it's just enough to get started.
Yeah, I think another Pokemon to really look at would be Garchomp.
Oh,
because
yes,
Garchomp is a very Pokemon. If you check out the data available in the Pokemon Champions, that's going to help you inform your decision. You can see 96% of Pokemon currently using in Pokemon Champions use Rough Skin, but there are some
I see you, 4%.
There are some funky 4% of trainers out there, maybe on sand teams, maybe Len is influencing this, that are using the Sand Veil, and you can see Garchomp can use so many different attacks. It can use so many different held items as well. I feel like are really interesting to know how versatile a Pokemon can be if they have a wide spread of held items.
Yeah, and you also have to talk about the difference between open and closed team sheet. You know, when you play on ladder in Pokemon Champions, it's called closed team sheet because I don't know what you have other than your 6 Pokemon. You don't know what I have. And certain moves, certain items, I think work better in that environment. Coming into the Pokemon North America International Championships, I think moves like Stomping Tantrum on Garchomp are a bit more popular because it just has more utility. It can do more damage in certain scenarios, whereas Earthquake as like a spread move, you see more common here because
I'm just gonna let this auto battle. These guys aren't tough.
For some reason, you know?
And sometimes when you do read the data, you see the common teammates there, right? You can, even though in a closed team sheet environment, Gabby, you can somewhat try to predict or anticipate what moveset or what held items your opponent's Garchomp would be using, because if they're on, a team with no Earthquake teammates, then maybe it'll be Stomping Tantrum. But if they're on a Mega Delphox team was Levitate, and they have Wash on their team as well, even without having access to their team, you can probably anticipate it might be Choice Scarfed Garchomp.
Yeah. We've also seen a pivot towards 4-attack Garchomp too at these larger tournaments, which would definitely catch me off guard in a closed team sheet format because you're just not expecting a
Damn, I have
person
to actually
not
do it again.
protect in closed team sheet because that's one of the best moves you can bring because it stops all damage. You can see what your opponent does, and then you're like, oh, well, now I know you have this. I can prepare myself. So,
It's like you said, they're
I also like looking
they're
at the
teaching us how to
stats
play
and
the
always
game for the
kind of
first time.
Garchomp. The fact that the second spread has a little bit of HP investment, I think, is a good thing to point out, just because a lot of people like to run Garchomp, max speed, max attack, more adamant than Jolly, I think, right now, but overall, like, just a very fast Pokemon. So to see it shift towards bulk in that capacity in Champions Ladder itself is very interesting and something that I think is reflected here this weekend. But as for what else is
It should be starting by now, though. Yeah, it's 4:03.
You're just gonna have to go check it out yourself because we have a feature match ready.
There it is.
So I don't know about you, Joe, but I would love to see some more gameplay.
Yeah, I think we have some bonus coverage here as we're hanging out at the conclusion of round 5. So let's take a look. Daniel Marcelo Reyes versus Gabriel Agati. This is our feature match out on the field. This is what all the people out of the crowd were watching here. Incineroar Como versus King Gambit.
Hell yeah. Love. Oh, it's the Garchomp team. Is that a Zoomeril over there I spy with my stupid eye?
One of those Pokemon that I honestly think more about Pokemon Go first than I think about.
I don't know what Alabastrodon is, but... Oh, wait, I didn't know what Alabastrodon is. You got the secret at the village entrance. Nice. Okay, I remember what you're talking about.
See it on a VGC team is very exciting. I mean, going into this matchup, maybe not as much because
Como
you have
Azumarill.
a lot of Pokemon that can hit it hard.
I was going to say, who's currently not very excited? The King Gambit sitting in front of him. Incineroar and Komodo. Komodo, a really strong Pokemon. It's not going to be topping the usage charts, right? It is a very specific setup Pokemon that
Azumarill is soundproof? I did not know that.
Mega Gengar team,
Did anybody know that?
Right? Oh, it took a crit there. So Como, even though it doesn't get to come out to play as often as some of the other Pokemon like Basculegion and Sneasler and such, when it is on the field, it's a menace.
Yeah, as someone who's been trying to get the Como Professor title for a extremely long time in Pokemon Champions.
That's 100 victories for anyone at home with that Pokemon.
It does very well into these Charizard teams if they leave the Garchomp behind, because the Dragon typing just has really great synergy. Once you're able to get Clanging Scales up and get all those stat boosts, you can usually just start dealing good damage and, just sort of hopefully ride that through the matchup. Unfortunately here, though, given how much chip damage Como just took, I mean, it's not chip, it's chonk damage.
It's chonk, yeah.
And given the fact that Aura Sphere as well just kind of whiffed into the Basculegion, I don't think this Como is going to get another notch towards that title in this matchup.
Agati Sneasler goes for the fake out into Daniel's Sneasler, but you can't fake out a ghost type. That's why Basculegion's so good. Gets the knockout onto Como. So Gabriel only really getting just a small fake out chip on this turn. Now you can bring the Incineroar back on and don't have to be worried about any Defiant boosts, and that's exactly what Gabriel Gotti goes for, because King Gambit's in the back.
Yeah, and Incineroar has a decent spot here. You know, landing the Intimidate against the Sneasler will be good, so it can take the close combat now, hopefully, and you know, the Vasculation as well, that'll be a good Intimidate to hold on to later. But overall, this does feel like it's still Daniel's match to win, as he has a lot of momentum. He's already taken one knockout on Gabriel's side of the field, and also with the Pokemon he's revealed, I mean, you have to assume it's the Gengar in the back for Gabriel, right? So as long as Gengar's lined up against the King Gambit in the end game, Sucker Punch pretty much ends that.
Yeah, really tough.
Yeah, yeah.
If the Gengar ever finds
I don't think he's really playing Paris Trap. I think he's just playing Pokemon right now. I mean, he's just playing good stuff Pokemon currently.
Be able to take a ghost hit, essentially, way better.
Oh, he didn't bring his Mega at all, actually. That's really
right. That's his
interesting.
fourth.
That's his fourth.
Pokemon. I totally forgot with the UI. With
God damn, that was an
with how
uppercut.
Spectator mode works when it highlights the Pokemon.
Oof.
There on the right. King Gambit was his fourth, and maybe it makes sense because there's a Garchomp, there's Basculegion, there's King Gambit, right? There's our Pokemon that very much threaten Mega Gengar.
I mean, it's a tough decision to make because if you're just looking at a pure numbers game, you know, the Mega Pokemon, when they gain the 100 stats, when they Mega Evolve, are statistically some of the best Pokemon in the game by that alone. So to leave it behind is a very big decision. Unfortunately for Gabriel, I don't necessarily see this working out type-wise for him, but on the other hand, if you keep doing some chip damage to these Pokemon, you know, maybe some good parting shot, Intimidate cycles here with this Incineroar, you could find it.
I see.
I want to note that Daniel's Charizard is Charizard the sociable, so he's just a happy guy. Wants to have some fun parties here on the battlefield in Pokemon Champions.
I mean, Charizard's certainly having a great time in usage this weekend, so they're just all hanging out. They're all being sociable.
They are Charizard. Yeah, Daniel has proved the nickname right, or the title right. Excuse me. Very sociable on the field. You can go for Heat Wave if you want into Gabriel's side, but Gabriel did just swap Sneasler on his own here, so Fake Out is available into one of Daniel's two Pokemon.
Do you ever like Mark Hunt for Pokemon in Scarlet Violet or in any of the older games?
No, I mean, I think it's funny when it accidentally happens, and I'll take, you know, like a Whimsicott the Whimsy or a Moongus the Sleepy or something like that, but I don't go out of my way for Marks.
Okay. I've been trying to catch a white stripe basculin.
Oh, Jade! Man, I don't know if you're watching the gameplay I'm doing, but goddamn, I love Jade.
Is there any particular title you're looking for, or you just want a cool title?
Anything other than sociable at this point. So
Basculegion is definitely not hosting dinner parties the way that Charizard potentially.
No, or if Basculegion
Hang on, I'll
is
check
gonna host a
something.
dinner party, I don't think I want to attend.
Yeah, the people invited to that party are not my party people.
But Charizard's dinner party, though. I mean, if this is a weather ball party, probably a good party. Also, if it's a heat wave party, really any party at this point.
I think that Sneasler's been intimidated.
Oh, this is just a second. Wait, is this really round 5? This is just a second feature match. We don't actually know who won. This hasn't happened yet. It's happening now.
Return its defenses, I should say, back to neutral and boost its speed with its unburdened ability. Heat Wave does not take out the Sneasler, so now Gabriel's, even with a crit into Incineroar, Gabriel's looking pretty good this turn.
It was a heat wave party.
It was not a weather ball party. It was a heat wave party. That's what happens when we walk outside here. That's a heat wave party.
No. That's Pokopia where it gets humid.
Yes.
It's too. We need more like desert for it to be a heat wave party.
I did not put Charizard in a humid environment. I put him just next to a bunch of coal and said, "Buddy, help me out. I need some minerals."
All right, well, this Charizard probably just happy to keep going for those heat waves, right? Especially if King Gambit comes back in for Gabriel as that swap comes through.
Yeah, close combat, even intimidated. Oh, I was going to say, even intimidated doesn't matter. But Gabriel shuts me up. King Gambit hang on with 3 HP. And now Dire Claw, do you get one of the paralysis?
Okay, this battle's getting a little spicier.
Sneasler back at it again. Charizard does break through paralysis, though, so no harm, no foul in theory. Although maybe now King Gambit, how its speed is invested, could outspeed the Charizard. And there's the forfeit.
Well, I guess we'll never know, but hopefully we can get an update on who won that feature match. We got game 2. We got game 2.
Oh, let's go. I'm excited. I thought we were just having.
I know. I thought that was just going to be a one and
just
done.
dipping our toes into the feature matches. I didn't know we were going through the whole thing. So
and we got Gengar this time.
Daniel did win game 1. Had a really nice victory.
Let me refresh it. Maybe that's what it is.
Gotti. Hopefully this time around, Como doesn't take 80% damage right on turn 1.
All right, well, hopefully we can see Como accomplish a little bit more in this matchup. Again, it just took so much damage from that initial close combat from the Sneasler.
What was the guy's name?
It was a critical hit when we saw it the first time around, but honestly, if you were to like uncritical hit that in your brain, I think it still would have been too much damage to really give Como.
Okay, yeah, yeah, sad times.
This matchup, so Como not in the best spot in this lead. That being said, with the potential for Gengar to Mega on the field and, trap these Pokemon on the field, you do have to wonder if this is Gabriel just accepting that, Gengar, maybe I just use Como to try to set Gengar up, to try to trap these Pokemon in a position where whatever's coming in next can benefit from it.
And so this is the one chance Daniel would have to swap his Pokemon, in theory, if Gabriel did Mega Evolve. But kudos to Gabriel being willing to anticipate those swaps. And
we're in round 6. Okay.
It doesn't really matter, but we'll have access to Fake Out next turn. Daniel Mega Evolving Charizard Y, setting up its Drought ability, boosting all fire-type attacks on the field. Como actually kind of feeling a little bit better now, especially since how the meta has developed. Charizard can't afford to run a flying attack, so you can't get hit super effectively there, and you resist fire and solar beam attacks from the Charizard. Incineroar tanks that hit as well, and Whimsicott on the field, very healthy.
Very healthy. Also has really a lot of stuff it could potentially do here. It could... Yes, it could take a Fake Out from the Incineroar, but it could try to go for a Tailwind. It could try to go for a Moonblast into the opposing Como-O, which is exactly why it just tries to get off the field, because it also is threatened by an Encore in that position, given it just used Protect.
Gengar will swap in. Whimsicott protecting, actually, wanting to keep himself safe from a Flare Blitz or a Fake Out on the other side. And the Fake Out goes into Charizard, though, so really no damage going to be coming out here on this turn. Now Gabriel's put himself in that spot again, right?
Yeah.
You want to Mega Evolve. Do you want to force these two Pokemon to stay on the field?
But these two Pokemon staying on the field for Gabriel feel a lot more beneficial, I suppose, because Whimsicott's usually one of those Pokemon that you set up Tailwind, you maybe get a Moonblast or two if it's beneficial, but usually you want it to get off the field so your Pokemon that can take advantage of that Tailwind better are on the field in its place. And unlike some of the other Pokemon that
Damn, he blocked the last hit.
According to Fake Out, Incineroar's natural dark typing means that Prankster can't affect it. So we do see Daniel once again
Thank
taking
you,
advantage
Cinderella.
of that switch turn before Gengar Mega Evolves. So now that it is Mega Evolved, Basculegion would normally be trapped, but it's a ghost type, so it can switch whenever.
It's also, in theory, you're stuck in here with Basculegion because Basculegion threatens to one-hit KO the Gengar. But Weather Ball is going to do most of the damage anyway, most of the HP, bringing Mega Gengar down into the red, and Incineroar will Parting Shot. This is a very common strategy from Gabriel for these Mega Gengar teams. They love swapping in, they love swapping out, but they love stopping their opponent from doing the same.
Seems like it.
Yeah, so many of these
Maybe this
Megas
is
that
why
are
he
popular
lost.
right now in the format are just, they're so powerful, but they just lack the bulk to stick around for more than 1 or 2 hits. And it's very interesting to see Charizard and Gengar trade in this position because, it's not necessarily super effective, right? Which is what you'd normally expect to see when you're seeing these big damage numbers. But at the end of the day, it feels like it,
Yeah, I think with 2 turns remaining of Harsh Sunlight as well, the Basculegion at full HP being not necessarily threatened because you can't get faked out by the Sneasler is what I mean. And the Charizard is, Gengar does naturally outspeed it, and Charizard is pretty low on HP. So we'll see how Daniel, who does have a lead, right, did win game 1, will be able to
Stop punching me with your giant fist.
Take more risks here in this game too. We're just gonna have 3 protects and nothing happen though.
Yeah, I think Gabriel just trying to scout out here what the Basculegion was going to apparently lock into, as Flip Turn is typically only run on Basculegion with Choice Scarf. So that's some good information for us because we don't have the team sheets in front of us, so it's hard to say.
But there's 5 of us. She can't have that many
Basculegion's
fists.
gonna go for another Flip
That's
Turn,
too many fists.
Which will
Of course, four of our fists are pointing in the wrong direction, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
it's still a Basket Legion
That seems
attacking,
bad.
Right? So Gabriel
Jesus
understands
Christ.
that's going to hurt. Wants to keep his Mega Gengar out or save it for later here. Flip turn goes to the Sneasler. Wow, really does hardly any damage.
Somebody heal me, please.
whatsoever. And now it's going to be up to Daniel's Charizard to
Thank you,
really
Vince.
chip away at Gabriel's side.
But
Thank you,
Sneasler gets
Cinderella.
Back in here, and again, it's in that position where it can threaten big damage against the opposing.
Oh, hell yeah.
Charizard will be KO'd from the Dire
It's
Claw here.
fantastic.
Daniel finally losing
She's
his
pissed.
first Pokemon in this matchup. We know it's Whimsicott and Basket Legion in the back. It is a choice scarfed Basket Legion, so you're going to be moving super duper fast. Sneasler's already a super speedy Pokemon, right? You don't have to worry about setting Tailwind up in this match.
No, I'm trying to think what the optimal play here would be for this Basket Legion, because you're running into that point where you have to like pick your final move, right? And Basket Legion's one of those interesting choice scarf users where
These
you
fists are
always
rated
kind of
F
want to
for
lock
fuck
into
you,
the last
bitch.
effects, but at the same time, if you lock in too early, then you're not dealing the maximum amount of damage possible because it gets more powerful.
Oh, now you increase my attack? Uh-oh.
KO'd. So I wonder here if we're going to see potential.
No, 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 no. That's
as
bad.
opposed to
Okay, we're
the last
fine.
respects into the Como.
There's also
Finisher.
the worry
Fuck
of
it.
Incineroar swapping into Intimidate,
too,
both
yeah.
of Daniel's physical attackers, so that I think is
She's
in part
still
why Daniel
alive.
Swapped Sneasler out on this turn, so he doesn't go to -1. No damage happens as the attack goes into the Protect tier, but now you have Whimsicott on the field, who Como may be immune to Hyper Voice, but not Moonblast, Gabby.
I mean, you saw earlier, but this is a special scenario. Usually you would have control of a bunch of party members.
Fighting very cool on paper, right? Like you just picture, yeah, I like dragons and fighting Pokemon, and then Whimsicott's just a little fairy guy, and yeah, no, it's bad. I don't think it'll necessarily pick up the one-hit knockout on Como here, depending on how it's trained, but it's bad.
Oh, Sneasler actually going to
And also the skill tree is way bigger than this. It just opens up more over time.
Into that Whimsicott if it leaves itself open to clicking Moonblast on this turn. But no, Whimsicott just protecting. Daniel playing very passive
this?
with this Whimsicott. It's a squishy
don't
little
know what this
tiny
is.
Pokemon that supports everyone, that's protected 3 times this game. It's really not been able to be too effective while it has
Oh,
been
hell yeah.
on the field. And Gabrielle swaps Incineroar in with his Pasho Berry, tanks that Wave Crash, reducing the water damage, and the Clanging Scales will go into the Basket Legion.
The way Daniel is playing his Whimsicott, it's almost like it's just there to take up space. Like, again, when I was talking about Whimsicott earlier, I was talking about how it likes to set up Tailwind and get out of the way, right? Or how it likes to try and trap Pokemon into attacks with Encore. But the way that he's been positioning this Whimsicott across from the Como-O is more powerful than the Whimsicott actually using attacks on its own. And I think that he's been doing a fantastic job of recognizing that. And that's why you go for the Protect in that position, because there's really not much Gabriel can do in return. And the threat is so big, you can just go ahead and, you know, keep that threat around for another turn because your opponent has to answer it.
Now the fake out into Whimsicott, finally flinching it. If it did, or if it was holding a Focus Sash, no longer has that available. So either Dire Claw or Flare Blitz would be able to KO it next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately the downside to Whimsicott is great pressure against Dragon and Fighting type Pokemon. Not great pressure against Sneasler, a Poison and Fighting type Pokemon. But you know, that's the trade-off that you make when you are sort of constructing these teams, is you have to figure out how all the pieces are going to fit together. And I think that Gabriel just was able to recognize as well that was how Whimsicott was being used. And because of that, you can sort of afford to keep Whimsicott around until the end of the game, provided you're also, you know, getting the right damage where you need on the other Pokemon around.
Now the Incineroar will protect. That's one of the these Parasong teams do have the benefit of usually having space for Protect on their Incineroars, or maybe many of the others in the field don't have that luxury, so it's not going to take damage from the Moonblast on this turn. And just the fake out for a little bit of chip.
Yeah, and Daniel as well correctly identifying that the Incineroar is a bigger-ish threat that turn, and sort of, I think, doubling into it there, just trying to remove a Pokemon from the field. You know, yes, the Sneasler is a little bit frailer, and yes, the Sneasler can threaten, you know, Dire Claw into the opposing Whimsicott. But if we were to look at a 1v1 Sneasler versus Sneasler situation, because Gabriel's own Sneasler has a little bit of chip on it, you know, assuming that this would play out. You know, there's no speed ties in play, and it just kind of is, you know, close combat, close combat, close combat, close combat. That would most likely go to Daniel's favor. But there's still a couple of more Pokemon in play here, so it's still going to be a little bit more of a repositioning game for Daniel.
Yeah, both. This actually a lot of pivoting still available.
Yeah,
This is a
exactly.
4-3 Pokemon field right now, right? It's not like there's been a lot of KOs taken. Ooh, and the close combat goes into the ghost typing on Gengar. Smartly played by Gabrielle there to be immune to close combat. No Dire Claw activation either.
Yeah, and Basculegion able to take
I'm going to
that
be honest, this
Dire
really
Claw
wasn't
well
super
because it's
necessary.
able to resist it.
These
And once
extra
again now,
scenarios to show us what, like they already told us these stories through like
If
when
wanna
you
watch
find
the
your
last respects, there's
whatever.
Still only one
I'm a little
teammate knocked
annoyed.
out. It's not like it's that severely high of a base power. It'd only be 100 base power from the last respects. You'd also have Incineroar, who both can intimidate to lower that damage and resist that ghost attack.
But the Gengar does have low health, and the Sneasler is frail. So if I were in Daniel's shoes, you have to think about trying to whittle down the Pokemon account here, because if you are in this positioning game now where you're switching and switching and swapping and switching, the first person who loses their
If I'm not
ability
mistaken,
to
Eric
switch
got his own game at some
loses that out
point.
of their hand. So by going for the big hit into the Sneasler, now the Pokemon count is even. That's
Oh wait,
one less
wasn't
switch
Eric
Gabriel
in
can
wasn't
make.
Eric the star of the treasure game?
Hang on yourself.
2 HP. Dire Claw does not get the KO onto Gengar, though. Does not get a potential paralysis or sleep either. So that allows Gabrielle to KO Basculegion on the other side. I really liked the wave crash because just in case Incineroar swaps in, you're going to get that knockout in there instead where it would resist
Elijah.
last respect. So now Daniel down to his last 3 Pokemon. It's the Sneasler, it's the Basculegion, and Whimsicott. And Sneasler has a really tough time into Gengar.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate that the Gengar targeted down the Basculegion as well, because had that targeted the Sneasler with like a Shadow Ball or something, we could have gotten one more big wave crash out of that Pokemon. But, you know, Gabriel just recognizing correctly there that the double target is the Basculegion. Either it takes itself out with the recoil, or you have that assurance into that Pokemon that it will be knocked out that turn.
And now Sneasler had its White Herb activated, so it's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, barring Prankster from the teammate Whimsicott, who you don't really want to waste a turn.
Wow.
Give him Tailwind, since your Sneasler is already super fast.
They actually
Incineroar
took
does
my
have
equipment
Takedown
when they
available.
put me in jail.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in right now. So you can flinch either of the 2 Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. And Gabriel's 2 Pokemon have taken a lot of damage. And the last Pokemon that Gabriel has available to him is the Como-O in the back of his party. So there is a
Well, we got it
3-Pokemon
back, so it's okay.
universe where Whimsicott's Moonblast into Como-O is the winning turn for Daniel. And to work towards that board state, you'd have to, let's see, like get through the fake out turn somehow. And then you'd have to just outspeed, KO the Gengar.
Okay, at least one, if not all of these are mimics, right?
It could happen.
Whimsicott with the Moonblast, but it's into the Gengar. A great protect from Gabrielle, tanking both of Daniel's hits, and then the Flare Blitz in response takes out Whimsicott. That's huge. Whimsicott was super necessary for the Como-O later.
So that one was
once he
blue.
fought back onto the field, but an absolutely perfect turn from Gabrielle.
That one's
Gotti to
red.
win that game 2 and force a game 3. And as we were getting ready for our round 6, as the turns are getting set up on stage, we'll get some confirmation on who
That was
won
the wrong
that
ability.
It was Daniel who went on to win
Blue.
that set. So congratulations to Daniel. Congratulations to Gabriel as well. That was just a really
Damn it.
fun team brought from both those trainers. You know, it was really
Blue
sort of neck and neck with all those
and
switching back and forth throughout that game too. Those games are
red.
so hard
Okay.
to keep track of, especially as you get later on in the day, because it just gets to the point where you have to really keep track of your win conditions, and it really can come down to the right protect on the right Pokemon that gives you the right knockout to lock in your win. So
Yeah.
it can be that close.
Congratulations to Daniel, who got that victory. He's 5-0 and is also first in our standings currently. These are all of the trainers, or some of the trainers, I should say. All of these trainers currently are 5-0. how I meant that sentence to work there. And there are a lot of big threats to take down this championship.
A lot of threats that we've seen.
Show
so
it,
far
show
today
more.
and throughout the history of VGC. And for this next matchup, we have a bit of a throwback. So I have a bit of a trivia question for you, Joe Brown, as we take a look at our notable pairings for the round. Do you remember the year that we switched from calling it the national championships to the international championships?
I love trivia, so thank you for this opportunity.
Of course.
2, I believe it was 2017 was when ICs first started.
This is not a great time to be using
It's okay.
boomerangs.
You are right. What if I told you we had our last national champion up for our next streamed match?
Ever? The last ever U.S. national champion, Chase Liver? Is that who's on?
That's who's on next. And he will be playing Zachary Weed, who was our runner-up at the European International Championships this year. So it's going to be a really exciting match.
A relic of the past of a championship title, but certainly an active, dominant player here in the North American
they're weak.
player base
Okay.
that Chase is. And Zachary Weed currently, having an incredible season, like you mentioned, that second place finish at EUIC. Certainly no surprise to see either of these two trainers at 5-0.
Yeah, and it feels really fitting that we have, someone who really sort of ended an era of Pokemon tournaments here, playing against someone who's arguably one of the newer stars of the video game championship series. Like, it feels like a nice bookend, right? And then we're celebrating the start of a new era with Pokemon champions. It's a good storyline. I'm happy.
The script writers
just did a very solid.
Yeah, and obviously Chase winning in 2016, for you VGC historians out there, that's one of the most difficult years in VGC with the double restricted metagame with Xerneas and Groudon, Kyogre, Mega Rayquaza, right? That was no easy task to be 2016 US NAS champion.
I was going to say, that was the year where it was all on the table, right? You had the Megas, you had the restricted Pokemon, you had, oh man, that was a time.
That was a time. That was a tough time. That's also the year 2016, the year Wolf won the World Championship in San Francisco.
I was going to say, that was the last year we were also in San Francisco
the
for
script
Worlds.
writers, they deserve a raise, honestly.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and head to the stage when they are ready to get started. But I think it's kind of nice to just think back to those days and honestly think back to the start of our competitive Pokemon journeys, because, it really starts with like a local or seeing one of these Pokemon streams, as that was also one of the years that we sort of had one of the first World Championship live streams. I remember watching that one myself because might have been a little crazy, but we attended day one of the World Championships and then flew home for a wedding the next day.
Oh, wow.
But it was so exciting to see that coverage really for the first time of Worlds, as I had attended all the years prior. So if you're at home watching and you're inspired to get involved, make sure to check out the Pokemon website to find local tournaments near you. Yes, this is sort of the end of our competitive season leading up to Worlds, but there's going to be some summer events where you can win some really cool prizes like notebooks or little trophies with like Chikorita and Totodile on them, which is pretty cool. And then of course in the September, in the fall, we will be coming back with championship point tournaments and all that good stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm super excited for September. Super excited to have some locals in my area earning some championship points. Maybe VGC, TCG, dare I say Pokemon Go.
Hey, it can happen. I mean, I did enter.
I'll be
some
playing
Pokemon
VGC
Go
soon, yay!
not go well, but I tried.
And I'm definitely going to stick to the meta and not stray at all.
But for now, we are going to take a quick break.
Building your
Get
own
ready
teams
round
is for
6 here in New
losers.
Orleans, so we'll be right back.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a
You're absolutely on fire.
Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the meta
Dare I
as
say
we
that's a
moved
tournament-winning
into the
team.
2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame.
Is this the Pachirisu story again?
That could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia,
Oh, the Chalk team.
Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution.
Do you see those tables they were sitting at? Those tables were made for children.
Mega Charizard X.
Go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunders.
Mega Salamence.
The Hyper Voice.
And Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan.
I like the Pachirisu story.
In the quarterfinals.
I also like it when they tell the Just Do It Again kid story. It always makes me cry.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching.
Man.
Let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC.
In 2026, if he did popped off like that, he would be like, they would take his prize money, they'd stuff Pikachu's up his ass, and then like make them use Thunderbolt. Hook a Squirtle up to his dong and just have him fill him up. You can't show any emotion or celebrate.
welcome back, Pokemon trainers. 11 years later after Showa Hanabi wins the World Championship, and there's really hardly anything that will ever beat Gabby that visual of him being completely exhausted after all those chalk mirrors. But let's talk about 2016 U.S. National Champion Chase Libbert versus Zachary Weed, one of the top championship point earners in all of North America.
Yeah, running some really interesting teams here that I can't wait to break down because yes, that is a Lopunny on your screen. One Pokemon I honestly was not expecting to see here this weekend, so I'm so excited to break this down. So why don't we go ahead and just jump into it?
Let's do it, Newman.
Oh, we finally go into a new round?
Let's hop into it. Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. We got the Lopunny. Oh, God. Oh, my God. This man.
It's not one of the most common Pokemon.
Burn this man at the stake.
In the metagame.
It is.
He cooked too hard.
Access to the ability Scrappy.
Oh, never mind. Venusaur doesn't have sleep powder. That's slightly less bad.
Out to make contact with ghost type Pokemon. So it has really great utility in that regard. It can outspeed Sneasler, which is typically, one of those Pokemon that's really fast before Unburden activates, and otherwise can just
Mega Kick on the Lopunny?
Stare down.
What are we doing?
That power comes at the cost of its defenses, as one would come to expect in this format. So when you look at the rest of the team, it really does a great job of.
He must have been landing them though, because here we are.
You have that Pelipper as well, the bold nature or stat alignment, so that it can have that bulk to sort of stick around and support the Lopunny. And of course, Stamina Archaludon, another Pokemon known for its bulk to just stick around on the field to make up for the fact that Lopunny might not be sticking around much longer.
Yeah, I really love Lopunny. I think it's a really fun Mega because it's so fast, can't be intimidated. You mentioned hitting the ghost types. We haven't seen any Aegislash on stream, or if there were opposing Sableye, those are Pokemon that don't have to worry about being hit by close combat, except a super effective close combat from a scrappy Mega Lopunny. So excited for Mega Venusaur as well. I think it is a fantastic Mega Evolution here in
Oh, and here's the Lycanroc team.
Particularly, I should say, against Mega Scovillain because of that thick, fat ability.
It's kind of an interesting spot for Chase to be in because Zachary is going to be running that team we saw do incredibly well in Turin last weekend with the Mega Frostlass and the Mega Scovillain. Now, Mega Scovillain was typically brought to counter Charizard's physical attacker buddies. You'll be able to burn them and redirect any attacks with Rage Powder, a great combination. But in this case, if you think your opponent's going to be bringing the Mega Lopunny, you almost want to bring your Mega Scovillain. Otherwise, you want to bring your Mega Frostlass to be able to handle the Venusaur a little bit better. Maybe have that Aurora Veil to match the threat of the screen.
Overheat, Giga Jane, Rage Power, Protect. So no Leech Seed, Standard Frostless, Citrus Berry Bask, Black Glasses, Swords Dance, King Gambit.
Adamant seems to be the word of the day.
Standard Lycanroc, as much as you can call it that, and Standard Sneasler.
All appear to be more attack weighted, which again,
all Pokemon, well,
from this composition.
Yeah,
what
interesting.
I am curious to see is to get a little bit more information about this King Gambit, as a lot of the Sword Stance varieties have been trained a little bit more bulkier. They want to sneak in that Sword Stance so that those Sucker Punches and then those Kowtow
Here we go.
Mega Frostlass is another ghost type, Gabby, that's accidentally weak to close combat from the Mega Lopunny, right? Because of its ice secondary.
Sableye and Venusaur. Okay.
6 of NAIC. Chase Libbert versus Zachary Weed. We have Venusaur, Sableye versus Sneasler and Basculegion.
So Venusaur, the Mega of choice so far for Chase. We'll have to see if he locks in that Mega Evolution turn 1. But overall, both these Pokemon in a great spot for Chase, as Sableye has its choice of what move it wants to use this turn, can set up a Reflect to block heavy physical damage from the opposing side of the field, could otherwise just hang out for a turn and wait to encore one of Zachary's Pokemon into a attack the following turn.
Mega Venusaur will Mega Evolve, getting that thick fat ability, reducing damage it would take from fire and attack.
That Sneasler slot's worthless now. There's definitely a Giga Drain going into that Vascu.
limiting.
Oh, we're going for the Sableye? Yeah.
For the next
Woo!
5 turns. The Wave Grass Sableye would not have been able to take that hit without Reflect being up here. So now it can either click a light screen or go for something else next turn.
Yeah, and Zachary has to respect the threat of Encore, like I was alluding to earlier. That's one of these things that a lot of people are doing now to stop fake out users from following up with an attack. Sableye might not go for it. Like you were saying, we could see a light screen here. We could see maybe a rain dance to try and set up for something a little bit different later on. But regardless of what Chase does, Zachary has to respect it, which is why we see the switch.
Frostlass swapping into that position that Sneasler was in, and a double swap actually. Zachary just revealing all 4 of the Pokemon he brought here.
So we double swapped?
Game 1 right away on turn.
Frostlass and King Gambit, okay.
The Sableye out into Arch Aladon, trying to get that ready for next turn. Oh, Giga Drain is resisted into the King Gambit switch, so very safe from Zach, knowing that your Steel type would take way less damage than Basculin.
Yeah, but Venusaur almost heals back all of its health
Yeah.
with that fake out. So overall, you get essentially what you were going to get out of that turn. You know, sending in the Arch Aladon here is nice, as it is going to have some great typing into the opposing Frostlass. It doesn't have to worry about this opposing King Gambit as much because it hasn't gotten a Sword Stance up yet, so it's not going to be doing some big damage.
Welcome back, Haven.
Both these trainers are also sort of stuck in this position where
We're watching a crazy ass match right now.
before you can start going for those big hits.
Mega Frostlass for Zachary, setting up the snow as it's weather.
Okay, well, they're defensive now, too.
Who needs to click Reflect, then Light Screen, Gabby, when you can just click Aurora Veil and sets both of them up in the same turn. Now Flash Cannon only does 50%, a little over to Frostlass, so without the Aurora Veil would have potentially been the knockout.
Damn.
And the Earth Power King
The Aurora Veil did good.
incredibly well. Now it looks like it would be able to even
Ooh!
endure another Earth Power next turn, and Zachary gets 2 boosts to his attack stat thanks to those dancing swords.
I mean, at this point, you double into the King Gambit, right? No, because that King Gambit does have Protect, so you can't even double into it safely.
Instead of focusing in on one, maybe anticipating the Aurora Veil. As, you know, like you said, it did half. Both those Pokemon could have been knocked out if it wasn't for the fact that Aurora Veil was set up. So I think that Chase wasn't necessarily anticipating Zachary to go for the Sword Stance on that turn. And now that Zachary has gone for the Sword Stance, we're looking at a very different game here. Chase has to be very
That's actually
careful
not
about
bad.
what gets caught. Thankfully, it was the Archaladon who doesn't care as much, but that Venusaur could have been in big danger.
And that is lefties.
And Blizzard is a neutral hit into Archaladon and neutral to Venusaur thanks to Thick Fat. It takes that like a champ. Doesn't even have light screen
No freeze.
up, and is able to beat both of those Blizzards with a Flash Cannon in response, taking down Zachary.
And that's going to be the end of the King Gambit, too, huh?
Really bulky with those leftover recoveries as well. They trained a little more defensively, and Earth Power does clean up the KO. So both of Zachary's Pokemon down this turn.
And that is information about this Archaladon that Zachary can take into the next matchup, as a +2 Sucker Punch plus a Blizzard was not enough to guarantee the knockout on the opposing Archaladon. With that much health left, it was most likely a roll, but you want the guarantee in that spot. So great information for Zachary moving forwards. Now you're still in a okay spot, knowing that you have your Basculegion and your Sneasler. Sneasler can sort of help with the Archaladon, but it's the Venusaur that's the big problem. Neither of those Pokemon can really damage it, and that's exactly why Chase is protecting it this turn. It's the #1 target for Zachary.
Ooh, Sneasler with the close combat into Archaladon. It could have used any amount of HP there to get the KO because close combat was so strong and Archaladon was so low, but you also are going to be able to get rid of Archaladon and activate Sneasler's White Herb, boosting its speed, doubling its speed with its Unburden ability. Last Respects is the attack for Zach's Basculegion here. Is not Choice Scarf. You see it is Citrus Berry, a more bulky Bask, as people like to call it. So it is able to swap its moves around.
Exactly, and that makes me wonder just how much will this Last Respects do once Reflect is reset by the Sableye.
Yeah, he's got the Sableye.
Zachary can do to really stop Sableye from resetting Reflect.
He played Reflect turn 1 and then retreated.
Because Chase protected the last turn, there's nothing really stopping Zachary from double targeting the Venusaur this turn. And again, knowing just how Venusaur matches up into the Basculegion in particular, I do think that would be the sustainable play for Zachary. It's the Pokemon that you
Encore,
really
yeah.
wanna try down.
Lock him into close
Chase
combat.
again,
Makes sense.
anticipating another move here, trying to lock the Sneasler into close combat, so it keeps lowering its defense.
Oh!
And attack Sableye.
Into the Sableye. It was definitely going to go for something else there, but because of the fighting type into a ghost, it's no Mega Lopunny, Gabby. It's not going to be able to hit.
Now
that
it definitely
first time.
survives.
Venusaur will be able to get the Giga Drain into Basket Legion, bringing it below 50%, but it will eat a Citrus Berry. Now Last Respects into the Venusaur. It's so bulky. Venusaur gets so many defensive stats when it Mega Evolves that it takes that Last Respect.
So what do we do now? Get Reflect back up?
But hypothetically speaking, if that Last Respects had another 50 base power from a knockout, that looked like it could have been a one-hit KO. So just things to keep in mind as we move forward throughout this game. Reflect would have made a huge difference as well, so you just have to mind where the shields are in this game, especially seeing that Sableye is still available to Chase and most likely would be a Pokemon he'd want to keep around going into games.
The Sableye, I've only seen Reflect so far. I don't. Oh, Reflect Encore.
Pokemon very low HP, very much threatened for the chance of being KO'd. Oh, Aqua Jet into the Venusaur though is going to bring it down.
Ooh, does this close combat get the kill?
Reflect now, mitigating some of that physical damage Zachary has out here, and it's the close combat that was encored into. Your Venusaur doesn't care. Chase hanging on with 2 hit points. Venusaur is literally.
Bascu also lives though.
Mega Venusaur is probably one of the most bulky Mega Pokemon.
Can you encore Bask into
Mega Steelix and Mega Tyranitar?
the Aqua Jet?
Mega Aggron, yes. We've all seen these Pokemon do decently well at the
Oh yeah, and we just saw that it
but
survives the
still,
CC too, so
Mega
this
Venusaur
is just
hasn't really had
Jover.
its moment in the sun yet, but here in this matchup, it is finding the board position that it needs to just stick around on the field. The Giga Drain recovery has been excellent.
We never even saw his 4th Pokemon, my dude.
Sticking around long enough to help Venusaur hang out on the field even longer.
The poison typing is so good for Venusaur. You usually think of it, it's the grass first partner Pokemon, right? You always think about its grass typing, but the poison making it resist close combat helped it endure that hit. Now he's been encored into Aqua Jet, so you can't go for Last Respects. Sableye putting in work here. There's the close combat, and it's nowhere near enough damage for the knockout onto Venusaur, lowering its special, or its defense and special defense by 1 stage. Basket Legion.
This was an absolute domination.
Is now taken out.
And another unique mechanic.
I mean, just absolutely thrashed.
Most likely switching from a priority move to Last Respects, like you mentioned, which meant Sableye attacked first with Encore, which was a priority move. Therefore, locking the Basket Legion into Aqua Jet and just having it attack at that point in time. So just little things that make a huge difference in these larger games. Basket Legion unable to take advantage of its full power in that end state.
Chase Libbert 1 victory away from securing his position in Phase 2 of NAIC here this weekend. Definitely feeling confident. We check out the replay, Gabby. One thing I was going to bring up during the team preview, when you look at it, besides Frostlass, who the Mega Venusaur cannot hit effectively. Venusaur with Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Giga Drain hits 5 of Zachary's Pokemon super effectively. And when you set up Reflect, when you're able to support the Venusaur, and when you don't take super effective damage from Blizzard because of Thick Bat, Venusaur can just sit on the field every turn and recover up and slowly but surely win the game.
And that's exactly what we saw from Chase in game number 1, and that's what Zachary's going to have to figure out how to stop in game number 2.
Sableye's so fucking annoying.
The little bits of that plan coming together towards the end of the game. I mean, we saw that Blizzard hit the Venusaur. It still did a lot of damage without light screen on the field. You know, we saw just how much that close combat did. We saw how much Last Respects did. Those big hits are available to Zachary. It's just a matter of...
Well, it's also, unfortunately, a better screen setter than Frostlass.
I think he really has to put his mind on the field, figure out where those attacks are going to land, assuming that Chase even gives him the option to attack Venusaur at the start of the game.
Basket Legion and Frostlass, the lead for Zachary, wants to recover in this game, wants to force a Game 3 against Chase Liberts, Sableye, and Venusaur.
What I like about this lead from Zachary is that he led a physical attacker and a special attacker. He also led his Pokemon that can use Aurora Veil to potentially match Sableye's own Reflect or Light Screen. So Zachary really
This was a
just
good
leading
answer.
with everything he has available to him and forcing Chase to make a very tough decision here.
Yeah, I
Do
don't think he does,
Do I
though.
set up Reflect? Do I set up Light Screen?
I think
There
he's
are
double
so many
screens right
different
dead.
things that Zachary could do in this position that Chase has to respond to.
The encore, yeah, double screens, rain dance, encore. Most Sableyes don't run any attacks.
Available to it. So if Venusaur decides to protect and then Sableye's just kind of left,
Takes a lot of damage.
takes a lot of damage, then all of a sudden that's a critical piece of Chase's approach to game 1 gone.
No swaps from either trainer here on turn 1. Mega Frostlass evolving, setting up the snow here. You can click Aurora Veil while the snow is active, just like Zachary did in game 1. Venusaur will Mega Evolve as well. Its thick, fat ability, letting it take reduced damage.
Yeah, he's expecting the Aurora Veil. And he knows he can encore the Frostlass into the... Oh!
This turn down.
Woo! That's a
Venusaur
lot of
takes that
damage.
very well, not even 50% in that spot.
Oh my god, that was a crit. It wasn't a crit. There was no Aurora Veil that time.
And if that Basculegion went for a wave crash here, that's going to bring it right
Every
back down to the
single
red after the
drop.
Citrus Berry recovery.
There is that wave crash, Gabby into Sableye. Takes it out though, so no more shenanigans from Sableye.
That slow Basculegion is not doing as good as, you know.
Basculegion is still, hanging out on the field with a little bit of health left.
I want to
but
see what the
that
nature of
Pokemon
this
that
fucking
caused you
Venusaur
so
is.
much trouble in game number 1 is gone. Your Frostlass is now the fastest Pokemon on the field, can't be encored into Blizzard once again. So if you want, you can match that Reflect and set up your own light screen at the start of this turn, as our Charlodon or Venusaur can't really do anything to stop it.
Yeah, the only option would be if Pelipper is in the back. You can't click Aurora Veil because the rain will be up. But Chase didn't bring Pelipper in game 1, so that would be a pretty crazy turn of events if he decides to swap Pelipper in here. Instead, Zach is going to preserve Mega Frostlass for later on. Our Charlodon clicking Flash Cannon into the Sneasler on the switch in. Actually does some pretty solid damage. Oh, but the Giga Drain is resisted. So
The
Chase
Basque is
trying to double
adamant.
up the Frostlass spot, which allows Basque
The
Legion to just
Venusaur
stick
is
around
modest.
and click Wave Crash, albeit resisted into Mega Venusaur.
So hypothetically speaking, that could
All right.
have been the knockout on the Frostlass we saw.
Enjoy your game.
Or that could have been a knockout on something switching in to support the Archaludon had the Venusaur left the field. So both trainers kind of waiting to see what would happen that turn. I'm glad that you mentioned sort of the possibility of a Pelipper adjustment from Chase, as I do think that was what was on Zachary's mind that turn. But having the Sneasler switch in for the Frostlass, giving Zachary access to Fake Out here, I think is ultimately more important for his game, as now Chase just has to spend a turn,
I think I probably
otherwise
agree.
repositioning his Pokemon on the field.
Archaludon swapping out, so now Chase does have to reveal his 4th Pokemon. It is the choice Scarf Basculegion. Pelipper left at home. Didn't need it in game 1. Feels like he doesn't need it in game 2. Fake Out from the Sneasler will stop Venusaur from going for any attacks this
Can
turn,
you
and
tell
then
how
some wave
how long
damage
somebody's been
brings
watching
nearly down
watching
to
your
50%,
stream?
But one Giga Drain can bring it right back up.
Hang on.
Can, but on the other hand, Basculegion is staying around on the field and not taking big amounts of recoil damage from its own wave crashes. So Zachary able to buy himself time and not necessarily take a lot of damage when you're switching your Frostlass. Or
Duh, no. I just want to see. I'm curious.
Now Basculegion on Chase's side is full HP. It does have the Choice Scarf. You know it is going to be faster. Maybe you're not necessarily threatened by a Lash or Specs at this point, since there's no teammates knocked out, right? So more likely to click Wave Crash into that Sneasler.
Nah, I can't check.
Wave Crash, or you could try and finally knock out the opposing Basculegion.
The crowd created
At
today.
the end
Yeah,
of the day,
okay.
I think it's
Bannerino.
more curious to me how Zachary approaches this turn, as he's now on the back foot once again.
Ooh, Protect Aqua Jet. That's the only damage coming out from Zachary's side. this turn.
I had a moment where I was scared that I accidentally banned you.
Wanted to swap back into the Arch Aladon. Will not be able to, but Venusaur is able to take out Basculegion on Zachary's side. Smart to Earth Power there in case King Gambit's the last Pokemon in the back.
In case the King Gambit, or it could have also been the Lycanroc, right?
True.
Both of those would have done a good amount of damage to those Pokemon. But you were absolutely right, Joe. It is that King Gambit as Zachary's final Pokemon.
And King Gambit doesn't mind facing off against the Basculegion, right? You can click Sucker Punch, and it's Choice Scarf locked into Flip Turn right now, so there's no way of saying Aqua Jet to get out of Sucker Punch.
You could try and switch the Basculegion out here into your Archaludon, just, you know, normal switching, but then you just leave yourself susceptible to a potential
We're doing it
combat
anyways.
from the Steezler. We'll have to see if Zachary called it.
Archaludon does switch, so this is a very simple play to avoid Sucker Punch. Did Zachary?
There's that gunk shot again.
We'll go for a regular priority attack.
There's no veil this time. This gets the... Oh, there is a veil this time.
Over 50%, so another one will knock it out next turn if it gets the chance. Snow does stop, so eventually, as Reflect wears off, now Archaludon, Venusaur, and Basculegion, they're going to be taking the full front of these physical attackers Zachary has.
And Venusaur's health is so low at this point. None of the Pokemon on Zachary's side of the
A
field
Sucker
are going to be
Punch
attacking
close combat KOs, but then you get the revenge KO, but they still have Frostlass in the back.
Natural defenses in order to take these big hits.
Chase might be in a
Zachary's done
pickle.
an incredible job throughout these turns, just hitting it with attack after attack after attack to slowly wear it down, which is exactly what you have to do when attacking these bulkier Mega Pokemon. You can't rely on a single hit to take it out. You just have to wear it out over time so that when the moment is right, such as this kind of turn, your opponent's threatened enough that they have to protect, or you're able to just land that final attack to take it out.
Sucker Punch from Zachary tried to get a little cheeky there, but Chase will not take any damage. And the close combat into the ghost typing, so a very clean turn from Chase. Now you can reset whichever attack you want to choice lock into.
But you're still standing opposite a Sucker Punch from the opposing King Gambit, and that Sneasler still can threaten a close
But if
combat
it's
into
Scarf,
the
maybe
Venusaur. I feel
Basque,
like
no,
Chase
it
only
definitely, it might
bonded
have some
himself
bulk,
another
right?
But Basculegion, if you're trying to get your opponent to think about attacking it, you can bring Archaludon in and not get Sucker Punch.
Fair enough, fair enough. We also see the opposing Sneasler go for a Protect this turn.
Archaludon does swap into the Venusaur
Double
slot.
Protect,
King
that's a free
Gambit
switch.
Protecting. Zachary being completely safe this turn, wants to gain information, wants to see what Chase locks into, and Chase deciding Aqua Jet because it is faster priority, meaning Sucker Punch can never attack Basculegion.
Yep, that was the one thing I was thinking about when Basculegion came out onto the field. These Pokemon are at such low health, it's possible that an Aqua Jet could pick up the KO, and even if it doesn't, that does mean Sucker Punch wouldn't knock it out. Unfortunately,
Aqua Jet, it brings it so low, but it's not enough. Close combat into the steel type Archaludon.
It lives.
Super effective. Down into the red. Archaludon's going to get a chance potentially to attack. Basculegion's going to be able to respond. The stamina boost doesn't help when you're on 27 hit points remaining as Sneasler activates its white herb there, doubling its speed. Flash Cannon, though.
Oh my god.
Gambit hangs on at 2 HP. It's able to kowtow cleave the Basculegion.
They're both in Aqua Jet range, but like, can Venusaur cinch this?
the secret was out as soon as that Aqua Jet was revealed. All King Gambit had to do was survive the turn to fire back a Kowtow Cleave, and Chase tried. The Archaludon held on. The Flash Cannon targeted the right Pokemon, but King Gambit was able to land the attack to get the knockout.
I think he thought the I think he thought that was definitely, yeah, there's no coming back from this. Frostlash just comes in and clicks Blizzard.
The same dream at victory. So close at forcing game 3 in this matchup, Gabby.
Yeah, there still is the Frostlass in the back of Zachary's party as well, but
like if they ever even got that far, Frostlash just comes in and clicks Blizzard. But yeah,
we'd be looking at a very different game.
Protect from Archaludon. Sucker Punch does take out Venusaur. No thick fat that helps you against Sucker Punch.
I don't think I've seen a single 2-0 on stream all day.
At some point, Zach will be able to knock out this Archaladon and force game 3. Really love those adjustments from him. Kind of baiting Mega Frostlass, right? Baiting the chance that you hear something you might be able to encore next turn. No, swaps it out immediately and goes on the offensive.
Yeah, and taking that Sableye out early was a great call. So going into this game number 3, I'm curious how these players are going to adjust. As you can tell, they're both like thinking about it. Like they have their game faces on, they're locked in.
Yeah, once the Basculegion got knocked out, Zachary had that game locked up. So those last few turns were really just playing it out and anticipating what to do in game 3. So something we did bring up in that set is obviously the Pelipper resets the rain. It does give the opposing Basculegion more water damage, but Venusaur resists it. Is this a chance, now that you've lost the game, to potentially swap Basculegion or one of your other parts for a Pelipper?
It's a tough call to make because if you are going to bring the Pelipper, what do you leave behind? You could leave behind the Sableye, but if you're able to get those screens on the field, they are very helpful for you. And now that you know that Zachary's going to target down that Sableye a little bit more aggressively as his adjustment, that's not necessarily something that you can make. If you use Rain Dance on your own Sableye, like you just pointed out, Joe, that's another way you could set the weather up on the field, but you do, again, have to be mindful of the fact that Zachary will be targeting down that Pokemon pretty aggressively.
Yeah, that might be a good middle ground, Gabby, to bring Sableye. That way you still have access to but then you can still Rain Dance if you are anticipating Mega Frostlass to click Aurora Veil. Because the Archaladon does do a lot of damage.
You're scary.
Aurora Veil is not up. Those flash cannons can certainly hurt.
Those flash cannons can certainly hurt. Also, Electro Shot would allow the Archaladon to boost the damage in Flash Cannon as well to potentially get around an Aurora Veil.
Our first winning in of NAIC, both Chase and Zachary, the winner of this game 3, will secure.
All right, let's see what happens. We led the Lopunny.
Get an adjustment from Chase. It's actually going to be the Lopunny out of the field as the lead. Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah, Gabby's popping off back here, seeing the Mega Evolution adjustment saying, even though Thick Fat helps against Blizzard, it just wasn't enough. Venusaur is too
Okay.
I'm gonna use the
Bascu comes out. Do you think he clicked close combat into the Bascu slot? Come on.
The King Gambit spot. But Basculegion is not immune to close combat or fake out.
Oh, that's right.
But this Lopunny's still in danger from the opposing Sneasler, so you have to wonder, there's probably going to be a trade of fake outs here, and by trade I mean Sneasler's probably going to flinch, and we are probably going to see a reflex.
Okay, we get 2 moves.
Lopunny has a chance to stick around moving forward.
But now what do we do?
Looking at its attacks, you know, close combat, U-turn, Mega Kick, you have to wonder, how is it going to land an attack into this opposing Sneasler to knock it out? But then you also have to worry about a wave crash from the opposing Basculegion.
Sableye lives to fight another day. Our Sludon comes out.
That last game was a lot of back and forth, but Lopunny is not here for and it's here.
Oh, wow. I mean, I know that's like, wow.
+1 defense behind Reflect.
We're pulling out the fucking shenanigans.
I love this play so much because Sableye.
Yeah! That was amazing. Best of 1 shit right there, baby.
Unfortunately, Sableye will be taking a lot of damage from the wave crash, but Archaladon on the field, +1 defense. Sableye can set up rain whenever it wants, if it wants to in this position. What an incredible start to this match from Chase. Zachary really has to think hard about how he's going to respond, because even if Sneasler goes for the close combat now into the Archaladon, with that defense boost, it's most likely going to be able to take a potential double up here.
Chase,
there it is.
Really careful though. You're setting the rain up for your Archaladon to click Electro Shot. A 2-turn attack that only takes 1 if the rain is set. But you might take 2 attacks in.
Oh my God.
Combat is super effective, but behind Reflect,
that +1 is so fucking huge.
Even do half to this bulky Archaladon. White Herb will activate for Sneasler. Doubling its speed is going to be the fastest Pokemon, even faster.
It's faster than Bascu. Oh my God.
Because it's bulky Bass. It's not.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Reflect. He brought this Arsludon to fucking play, bro.
It lived? I was so hyped. I was so ready to see a Basculegion get knocked out. but instead it's going to be Sableye taken down.
But Sableye, I think it did what it needed
And now
to do.
Lopunny
It got
comes out.
reflective on the field. It was able to set the rain forward.
Fakes out into Sneasler. We electro shot into Bascu.
Rain either through Pelipper or through the Sableye. He can't let the Bascu Legion get through. He needed an electric
Oh no, we brought out Bascu.
The
Okay.
downside to this position is that as soon as a Frostlass is
That's a
revealed,
Scarf
the rain
Bascu, too.
potentially goes away, but the Archaludon did get a +1 in its special attack, and honestly, in this metagame, that's sometimes all you need. That one boost is enough to mess up people's predictions in terms of how much damage they're going to take, and therefore, you know, you could
God,
see
that U-turn
and all of a
into
sudden get a
Archludon
KO.
was
You
sick.
could
I
see
know it was
the
like,
amount
I
of
know it's
damage
like,
shift into your favor.
I don't know. That was sick. I'm sorry. Got him. Got him. +2 Archludon.
Electro Shot, you do not care about Protect because Electro Shot will give the special attack first and then go into it. So now Archaludon is faster than Bascu Legion and +2 special attack.
Yeah, this Archludon just
has
wins.
everything going its way.
Oh, and chases Choice Scarf, so Bascu Legion is going to outspeed Zachary's other Pokemon too.
Exactly, and with Frostlass on the field, Zachary has the opportunity to try and get back into this game, but what can you do in this position? You can try and take an attack from the opposing Bascu Legion.
And he's holding the Lopunny until we get to the. He's conserving the Lopunny for the King Gambit.
Both of Zachary's Pokemon are ghost types that would be weak to Last Respect. Sure,
exactly.
Ooh, this is a hard position to be in. Dude got outplayed. And I mean, like, you can say outplayed a lot when you watch these, but like, that was out fucking played.
And if you get through all of that, you still have the Mega Lopunny in the back of Chase's party, which should come in, flinch these ghost-type Pokemon, and otherwise do massive amounts of damage.
Mega Frostlass will Mega Evolve here, setting up the snow. Just like
Really using that Mega Lopunny speed to his advantage. And the fact that Bascu could never catch her because he wasn't scarfed.
There's the Aqua Jet though. Frostlass does not go for a Roar Bell. It goes for a Blizzard. It brings Archaludon down to 60 HP. Another stamina boost. I believe it is +3 defense right now.
Oh!
Dragon Pulse. Bascu Legion doesn't even get a chance.
Did it crit? I think that I don't think it mattered, but it definitely crit there.
Targeting down the Bascu
I think.
Legion, anticipating
I think I saw the yellow
possibility
letters.
of a double up into that slot. I think recognizing
Reflect's gone.
that the Bascu Legion was ultimately the scarier.
Let's see, if he
Pokemon
gets
for
further Frostlass here, he
moving
wins.
forwards with King Gambit
Like,
on
King
the
Gambit
field
can't
now.
break the
Zachary is
Archludon
down to his
anyways.
Final 2 Pokemon in this set.
Bascu Legion is choice locked into Aqua Jet. It will always force Sucker Punch to fail if Zachary wants to Sucker Punch this Bascu Legion.
What if he Aqua Jet his Archludon here to get another boost? He's not gonna do that, but he could.
Call to make, but at the
So what do you
end
do here?
of the
Protect
day,
Archludon,
you're
Aqua
playing
Jet the
for a
Frostlass?
Potential Lopunny versus Frostlass endgame, where Lopunny should take that at that point in time. You have to find your way to guarantee the knockout on the King Gambit.
Yeah,
and
okay,
at
switch
this
back
point
to
in time, you make that
Lopunny.
switch.
I think we protect Archludon here.
Any damage here. Mega Lopunny has done its job.
Yep.
Let Mega Lopunny take a Kowtow Cleave, take a Blizzard, whatever.
Nope.
It will not take a Shadow Ball if it went there, but no. Instead,
Oh, he got the
Archaludon
Swords Dance.
has to
That's
protect
kind of spooky.
and Swords Dance, King Gambit. Now at +2 attack. You want to be +3 defense? I'm going to match you with +2 attack.
So what do we do here? We fake out with Lopunny and maybe just do a protect again? No. Archludon doesn't give a fuck about that. Just fake out, but the King Gambit Swords Dance protect, right? I think we just get a double protect turn here.
You're right that Archaludon with those defensive
Another
boosts
game where
does
Feint would
not
just win the
do that
game.
even. You do have to wonder just how much the Sucker Punch could do to the opposing Lopunny. It's scary.
It is +2. It is black glasses, boosting your dark type attacks by 20% of your damage as well. But with fake out available, the King Gambit might not even get the chance to attack this turn.
This turn for sure, but there still is one turn.
And we do have
after
Scarf
that, so
Bascu in the
double
back
protect
too.
here is
If we
pretty
get rid of the
safe
King
for
Gambit,
Zachary. But it wasn't a double.
The King Gambit wants to go all out. Dragon Pulse, though, into King
Not
Gambit.
that much.
It does solid damage, considering it has those electroshock boosts, but not nearly enough. And now Countdown.
Is this KO?
Black Glasses plus
Oh!
Bunny, but it's still resisted thanks to the fighting typing that Mega Lopunny receives upon Mega Evolution.
Wow, God, like he has to get rid of the King Gambit here.
But we're still in the Sucker Punch game. Still within range of a potential knockout there, even with that resistance, thanks to, again, like you were saying, the Black Glasses, the Sword Stance boost. We're still in this tough spot where does Chase switch? Do you try and land another Kowtow Creep into that spot? We do know that another Dragon Pulse won't be enough to pick up the KO on that King Gambit, though. That is one piece of information we
But he
saw.
could Sucker Punch. Oh, well, he protected. Okay, okay.
So Jace has to anticipate an attack coming out on this turn. And
Sucker Punch did not happen. Okay.
Your Arch Aladon. Sucker Punch failing into either of the two
But you know what?
options, either protect
Aqua
or the
Jet
Bastion
into
swap.
King Gambit
All these turns back and forth, Gabby.
plus the Dragon Pulse KOs.
No doubting, and a Sword Stance boost. A Sucker Punch landing into Basculegion will KO it. Is Chase willing to trade his Basculegion to maybe get a KO onto King Gambit somehow?
At this point in time, it's a tough call to make, but I think Chase is very, very smartly, trying to buy himself that time to put off that trade as long as possible. But I think more importantly, he's stalling out the snow turns, because as soon as Blizzard's no longer 100% accurate, I do think
It could.
how Zachary approaches this
But
game
it-
just a little
it
bit,
might.
because we saw how much that Blizzard did into the Archaladon that first turn. I think that plus the Sucker Punch is a guaranteed knockout.
There's
but
the
that's
Bascu
also a
down.
guaranteed knockout onto the Basculegion.
And no protect from Mega
Wow, we
Flash.
didn't
Turn that maybe you could
Aqua
try to
Jet.
protect and bait
Crazy.
a Flash Cannon into that slot if the Blizzard doesn't take it. But it is single
Oh,
target
right,
now.
the single
Because
target.
Basculegion got knocked out. The single target Blizzard.
Why didn't he Aqua Jet?
Zachary just making another correct call. No Aqua Jet. Sucker Punch able to pick
Oh
up the
man, I
knockout on
really
that
had high
Basculegion.
hopes for
It
this
does
team
belong
too.
on
I'm
left.
sad.
And that was the last turn of the snow. Chase had to just last one more turn to not have fully accurate blizzards, and his Archaladon might dodge an attack and be able
I mean, he was in a 100% lose situation anyways. If he locks in with Aqua Jet, then the Sucker Punch doesn't happen. The Blizzard doesn't happen, or the Blizzard doesn't pick the KO. Okay, so the scenario I'm looking at is he Aqua Jets the King Gambit, he Dragon Pulses the King Gambit, right? Aqua Jet comes out, hits the King Gambit, takes it into range of the Dragon Pulse to KO. The Blizzard comes out, it's double target, so it doesn't actually KO the Archludon, and now you have Basculegion coming out. King Gambit's KO'd, and you just last respects.
First trainers in the Master Division qualifying for Phase 2 in New Orleans.
What a incredibly close matchup.
I don't
and
think
what an
you're right,
exciting
Siren.
Matchup to watch. I mean, Chase
Because you
started
end up
off
with a
that
game with a
game in such
2v1,
an
and you
incredible
have
way with that U-turn to
Lopunny
activate the
going into
stamina that
Frostlass.
Archaladon. And if you think about it, the Archaladon just stuck around that entire match, getting those special attack boosts, getting those defensive boosts, and it really felt like it was in the spot to take that game.
You win if you Aqua Jet there.
However, Zachary made those great calls towards the end of the game, snuck in that sword stance that really gave the King Gambit the momentum it needed.
If
to
you
win,
Aqua Jet
and then was
Dragon
just
Pulse
able to land
into
those
King Gambit,
attacks
you win.
exactly where they
Yeah.
needed to land.
This was an incredible.
I think you do. You 100% win if you Aqua Jet.
Zach and Chase. It was crazy seeing Mega Lopunny.
We already saw the damage from Dragon Pulse into King Gambit. If you Aqua Jet King Gambit, it takes him down into range of the Dragon Pulse. Then you Dragon Pulse into the King Gambit. Both Bascu and Archludon survived the Blizzard, and now you're in a 3v1. Worst case scenario, somehow King Gambit holds on with like 2 HP, and you're locked into Aqua Jet, but then you just Aqua Jet King Gambit again.
Yeah, you got that. And it's really exciting to watch. And, Chase as well is such a great player, both historically and this season. I can't wait to see more.
You
of him
100% win that if you Aqua Jet into King Gambit there.
Former champions coming to compete once
He
again at
absolutely
this high
threw.
level. There's so many of them here in the crowd in the tournament that we're going to just get more and more exciting matches as we progress throughout phase
Based
one
based
into
on
phase two
what?
and beyond.
And Chase is running.
Like, honestly, based on what?
No way.
Rounds remaining in phase 1. He needs to win one of those 2.
There's no way.
Qualify for phase 2. But credit to Zachary, one of the highest championship point earners in North America. EUSC finalist earlier this year. Who cared if it's
Scarf adaptability? No, was it Scarf adaptability? Yeah, Scarf adaptability.
Sure.
Aquajet into King Gambit.
Points at my locals, which is very exciting.
That's where he learned. He was hanging out with
the black glasses set.
To use Pokemon effectively.
Well, not.
Is.
But yes.
40 to 48 damage.
That was the real team.
The King Gambit was at like 112 HP.
And wow, I mean, obviously Zach's team was a little more common, right? A little more used to seeing most of those Pokemon. Mega Frostlass, King Gambit, Basculegion, Sneasler, those are very common Pokemon. And Chase.
But that was the most efficient solution, the one most likely to win, because you keep the objective there is to keep Basculegion alive through. Because see, the thing is if you Aquajet there and King Gambit doesn't Sucker Punch, then you are locked. Then he's kowtowing, and we already know Archludon's faster, so you get the KO in that scenario. If you both attack into King Gambit and he double protects, and then he protects, neither of you die from Blizzard, and again you get next turn to double into it.
It was incredibly scary. I definitely did not have Lopunny on my prep sheet going into this tournament, but you know, you just have to deal with whatever you face.
I mean, let's talk about that. You sit down, you see the team that you're facing against, and it's like, wow, we have Mega Venusaur.
In 2 out of 3 scenarios that I can think of,
where do you even start to
the Aquajet wins the game.
How you're going to play this match?
So I knew that my pieces are naturally pretty bulky, so they can trade pretty decently into this kind of team. Like
the scenario where it doesn't is like you said, if he Sucker Punches into Archludon. But 2 of the 3 scenarios, he wins.
So I just really tried to focus on those points where I can get the crucial survives and get
I
like
absolutely call not Aquajetting in that moment a misplay.
Blizzard endgame sweep.
I mean, you definitely
okay,
have it unlocked,
here's the
but
big
then we
moment,
get
the
into
one we
game
actually
3,
care
and
about.
that
Our
turn
boy is
channel was
6-0!
not so great for you. So where do you even start to climb back to get into the matchup to get that victory?
I figured from
my
that point,
God!
I pretty much had to make some very hard reads as soon as he
Who
got
did he
the
play last
Archalon
round?
boosted, because I knew it'd be a very, very difficult time to get through the
James
through +1
Parmalee
defense and reflect. So I had to be able to stall turns effectively, and as you saw, make a lot of hard reads with my King Gambit to get over the edge and actually have enough damage to make it through.
And I mean, at this point, you're undefeated. You're undefeated into phase 2. We had talked yesterday about.
Apparently, he has no history.
Did you feel like this was going to be a likely scenario that you'd be 6-0 on this stage right now?
Honestly, I did not. I picked up this team on Monday. After trying a bunch of stuff, nothing really worked out. But all these are pieces I know how to use. I
wonder if he is, because he never confirmed that that's what he was running. I wonder if he's actually.
Probably my 2 favorite megas to play in the format. So I just knew that this team was comfort and that I could adjust to game plans as or adjust to any team that I faced as I went.
And I mean, now that you have this undefeated record, are you feeling more confident going into this next? I know we still have a couple of phase 1 rounds, but you're in phase 2 regardless. Do you feel more confident heading into this next phase of competition, or how do you feel?
I definitely feel a lot more confident. I'm sure there's going to be people that are very prepped into this team, and seeing as I only picked up the team recently, I might not have as much experience as they do into me, but I'm just going to roll with the fact that I know how to play these Pokemon and hopefully be able to take it as far as I can go.
I mean, best of luck for sure, and I want to make sure you can rest before the next round, but before I let you go, any words for the camera or thanks for friends, family out there?
As always, massive shout outs to my family for coming here and supporting me in everything that I do and letting me pursue this as a hobby. And the New England local scene, that raised me into the player that I am. Thank you guys very much. And just all my friends that are here and not here, too many to name. You guys know who you are,
and
just
so
know you're very appreciated.
Back at scenario 3,
congratulations.
If you do Sucker Punch in the Archludon, we already know that Archludon doesn't take much damage from the Sucker Punch, and now you have 2 pieces on the board. So the Blizzard does not go in the Basque Legion,
With me this round, we're gonna have a lot to talk about.
and you get the Dragon Pulse off anyways into the King Gambit, and you still win.
Of course, yeah. We heard it was the Mega Evolution-based format, so the key is to have as many things on your team with the.
I don't think there's a scenario where you lose if you click Aqua Jet.
That, and I think the Mega Venusaur as well alongside it was, you know, to get to this stage of the tournament. I looked at this matchup just on paper, and
Maybe the Sucker Punch into Archludon critting. That's the scenario you win there. Not Aqua Jetting was such a huge misplay.
Yeah, I think really, you know, just a strong Mega with defensive capabilities, with screen support, range support. It looked real tough, knowing how this team operated. So it's just more credit to Zach, I think, going into this match and being able to pilot their way through it and come out on top.
Yeah, because especially, I mean, like he said, I think he said it very well in the interview there. But yeah, everyone else is prepping into that team. You know, I think outside of the group of the Italian players who made the team, you know, we all learned about it, you know, over the course of the weekend. And
well, we saw the damage already earlier in the match.
This feels really good. But yeah, the disadvantage is that everyone else has the same amount of knowledge.
Okay, so you're already looking at that.
You do. I think that could be a little spooky. But yeah, I mean, I think we'll have to talk a little bit about Chasing Team first, which I think probably the coolest team that we've seen on stream so far. I think Venusaur itself is also just kind of worth discussing, where Low Putty is a little distracting. But you have to give us just a second. I think this.
He was modest though, right?
Where,
yeah, he is modest.
Like Sable Irene thing, where I think we had that like 1 week on the ladder where every 7 of 8 games or so was Aaron Zhang's version of this team, and many of us lost a concerning percentage of those 7 out of every 8 games.
Well, but here's the other thing too, Siren. Even let's say he is the spread that the Sucker Punch does get the KO there, right? Or something.
Very powerful team.
Yeah, extremely powerful, especially with, in the right situation, with the screen support.
Yeah, but then at the very least, you always have the possibility of the Aqua Jet critting.
On top of that, you've got to be very careful what you do in front of the Sableye, because
I am really certain that an Aqua Jet plus the Dragon Pulse would have killed based on the previous damage.
And then that just frees up the Archaludon, and then
but still, he had no win con for not going for it. Like, even in the scenario that you're right, and it doesn't KO 100%, it will not KO, there is 0 win condition for him not going for it, because he just gets Sucker Punched and loses. At least with the Aqua Jet, he runs a crit chance, and he gets another turn.
But then you've got the Archaludon as well. If it's got a few stamina boosts under its belt with those screens, then I'm sure we've all
I think he did. I'll scrub back and look. I have to do it on a different window.
Dealing with those electric shocks, as long as it's got 2 of those off to get.
It's gonna be kind of difficult to find, but I'm sure I can. Here we go. Basque Legion is on the field. King Gambit used Kowtow. Never mind. Basque Legion is dead, but maybe a previous turn.
Yeah, and even Venusaur, I think, is kind of like crazy sturdy with Giga Drain, where I think usually the healing's a little bit disappointing, but this whole team has so many ways to reduce your damage. Like, oh,
that
man,
was a replay. Okay.
And, yeah, I like to talk a lot about.
So we have Basque Legion in the snow. There's no King Gambit there.
Did they play Mega Low Putty back then? No, don't be a fool. This is weird.
Definitely not Mega Kick either.
Yeah,
I think that's the first time I've ever seen that move.
I think maybe literally true. Back then,
hang on, I'm fast forwarding, waiting for him to select who he's bringing out. Okay, there comes the King Gambit. King Gambit's out.
Forgot to replace that in poor Low Putty's move pool, but really cool Pokemon to see. Not too much to see about this team, or say about this team.
207 hit points.
I will hop into the first game here. I believe this time it's like turn 4, where maybe I should set the stage, but see Archaludon getting punched and not really caring. There was a lot of that over the course of this set.
Waiting for him to lock a move.
Reflect is up on Chase's side of the field. I think Aurora Veil has just been set on the opposing
Basque
side.
Legion returns, so never mind.
Free, I guess, is both on that side of the field get chunked. So, I don't want to make everyone sit through the significant rotation we saw through the course.
No weather, Bascu's out.
Blizzard doing a ton.
King Gambit's on the opposite side of the field.
The damage in that slot was a big concern throughout the series, but in game 1, just bulky enough.
And I think the big thing we've got to credit Zach with throughout this game is the fact
Venusaur come back.
It looked like they were on the back.
Go Archaludon.
Which they were, but it was about just laying that damage.
Sneasler protects.
Slots where they needed for later on. Unfortunately, in this game 1, they were
double protect turn. God damn it.
Get to that point where they were able to clean up at an end game.
But Basque is locked into Aqua Jet.
Here where the Venusaur was just in such a strong position with that reflected and really had the benefit of being able to just sit on the field, tank and soak up those attacks. And then with the Basque Legion being kept for later on in the
forward.
game, it had the ability to
Come on,
kind
come on.
of
It's hard to like pinpoint.
And then the on-call lock as well onto the Sneasler was a really pivotal moment as well.
I thought this
Aquajet
cool. Like usually, like you're kind of thinking
did
about Pokemon do a status move.
he was at 72, Aquajet 41, so Aquajet did 31 damage.
But I wanted it being great here. I don't think we ever saw the final Pokemon
on King
in this
Gambit
game where it's an
with no weather.
Almost certainly was Basque Legion, right? So I think that was the real plan there, where certainly even if one of these Pokemon knocked out, you bring in Basque Legion who can't be hit by.
No, it was more than that. It did 38 damage.
But it winds up being that we don't get to see that happen because.
And on the calcs that I ran,
I'm just going to take all these attacks.
Okay, so we have to increase King Gambit's defense some.
Watching in one of these matches.
Yeah, this is at this point you think, okay, well Zachary's pulled this back here. That Last Respects did so much damage, and you think, wow, 45 hit points. Okay, this is over. This is good. Zach's locked this up, no problem at all. But like you say, I think the next turn so pivotal here. Where
if 38 was a minimum roll, it's 38 to 46.
And then the reflect, just allowing it. How many hit points was it? Like 2?
It's not
right.
many,
I'm calculating
the
defense now.
And Train just right. I think it's such a great. It is 2.
So
you think your trading doesn't matter. You put those 2 in HP.
36 to 44 is 32 HP, 14 defense.
These are the Pokemon I think a lot of trainers have kind of tried to unlock. Or like the idea of a big bulky Mega Evolution is so fun. It does really well.
34 to
Float,
42.
which is such an important matchup right now, and like the reality of making that work has been a lot more complicated. But Venusaur looked awesome in this game. Jumping ahead to the next game, I think a key element of this one is
so the absolute best King Gambit can get out of in this, if it's 32 defense, 32 HP, is
going down earlier in this one. Things just started falling
34 to 40 from the Aquajet.
Yeah, and I think this is where, when I was mentioning before, I think Zachary kind of getting those key targets right. I think this is where he kind of started to realize, okay, well,
so
start to ignore
if it's 32-32,
the
then Aquajet got a high roll
nice
to do 38 damage.
You're getting respectable damage onto the Venusaur the whole time, which is really key for later on in the game.
I doubt it is that, but it might have been. What do I know?
The King Gambit in the back where it can come in and then threaten with that sucker punch.
Yeah, I think if you're watching to learn, I mean, this is how you play against Venusaur.
So, and if we look at the damage that
where its strengths are really
Dragon
great,
Pulse
the
did,
is that it just doesn't do that much damage, right? It's very defensively based for like a non-support Mega Evolved Pokemon, and yeah, it's like 2 or 3
did
things while the frailer Pokemon next to it are getting knocked off the board.
79 damage. So if we subtract 38, which is easy enough.
You're probably, Scott, why would you clip a play where it's a
122 minus 38?
Timestamp at the wrong point, but no, not this time. Not this time. Where we see the Basque Legion locking into Aquajet here, and it just really makes it simpler. Where Zach does a great job of
84. So it does miss the KO if the King Gambit is 32 over 32.
Players kind of taking advantage of that, but this is not one of those double.
Unless it high rolls.
Getting the information.
Even then, even if both high roll,
it
does get okay. So admittedly, it does get a little sticky if the King Gambit is max defense.
Yeah, and I think there was always an argument in my mind to go for the Aquajet into the Sneasler, but on these particular builds with the Frostlass Mega Scovillain, the Sneaslers are so much bulkier than you're generally used to seeing. So the Aquajet there
I get that for sure, but like
you really are better
his odds were still far better if he had Aquajet.
And it was so close. You could just see that they're the 2 HP survival once again. And then this is where the
well,
turning point
if you're assuming a mid-roll, we have a different scenario.
They got the previous turn, the sucker punch was useless.
If you're assuming a mid-roll, then we're looking at maybe 20 defense King Gambit, in which case there's a much higher probability of a KO there, because now you're looking at the opportunity to go 34 to 42, and you can high roll there.
Kind of whatever, but like, man, that's a big fake out.
So much damage.
You're used to it. It's like, okay, fake out happened. It broke the focus.
Even in the worst case scenario, Aquajet was still the better move, because even if it doesn't pick up the KO, you still have the opportunity to crit. And you still have another turn, by the way, because Bascu and Archludon both survive till the next turn. And your goal at that point is just to get King Gambit off the field, because Lopunny absolutely crushes Frostlass.
Which is so key. I guess we haven't talked about too much, but we did with the previous time we saw this team, where it's just a bunch of physical attackers, right? So defense boosts are huge.
I love this. It's so smooth as well, isn't it? It feels so great to see it play out, and I think for Chase as well, to see this executed perfectly is brilliant. Now you've got the Sableye onto the field. You can get that Rain Dance up, the Archaladon.
And unfortunately, no matter what, we'll never know.
We saw the subsequent turn with the close combat and it just brushed it off, you know, and then it was in that position. Unfortunately, I feel like I think it wasn't that Chase wasn't able to capitalize off the Archaladon as well as they would have liked. I think it was just down to how well Zachary adjusted in this situation where
he's 32
think,
jolly
okay,
adaptability.
I'm on the back foot and I feel my back's against the wall. I've really got to make some plays here, get everything right to kind of get myself back into the game, because at this point, once the
that does make it a lot different.
Shot just feels pretty free into the Basket Legion here, right?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point too, where I was kind of like trying to think back through the game, like, oh, is this the right targeting? But it went into the Sneasler slot instead, where I think Basket Legion winds up getting like immediately dunked anyway, so it's not like a huge swing potentially, but
so 38 damage could have been, even in this scenario, that could have been a high roll.
9 hit points. I guess the fake out needed to be just a little bit bigger from Low Punny, maybe an adamant Low Punny or something. Makes things
so
a
at
little bit
20.
yeah, just incredible play here. And I want to give
26 defense, 32 HP. 38 becomes the highest roll.
It would have been so easy just to fold. That's such a crazy thing to happen.
Yeah.
And like, especially like on stream, like as a play everyone kind of like
I don't know.
making with the U-turn.
I still think Aquajet was the correct play there.
Like, oh man, like,
because even if you're right and it was absolutely impossible for them to get the KO on King Gambit, you still have the chance of a crit with both Pokemon.
But that is pretty much the opposite.
And that's your out. And like I said, that's the worst case scenario. But with what he chose, he never got a single attack. So there was no chance of winning.
That's the problem with this, right? Where it had to lock into the Aquajet. It's actually a very similar situation to Game 2. And that the choice of it locking Aquajet, well, it won that turn, but now it's kind of stuck on the field, not doing much. You know, the Aquajet damage and that Frost Blast winds up being completely irrelevant. I score a knockout, but it almost ends up being bad, right? Where you get a free switch in for a full health King Gambit entering the field, and now you're in a bad spot, right? Like, well, I can't Sucker Punch the Basket Legion, but I don't need to anymore because it's not doing anything.
And you're in that awkward spot as well, where you do need to readjust your board position, because that Blizzard was so pivotal into your Archaladon. Now it's going to get knocked out by another one. The Basket Legion is just an easy target for Kowtow, and you can't really cover the King Gambit very well. So you're forced into this position where you have to almost say, do I lose Basket Legion? And maybe that would have been the better choice. You just let that go down and bring Low Punny in fresh, or do you switch it in? This actually, if the targeting had been slightly differently, looked like it would have been good because there's Shadow Ball going into that. But Zach taking the opportunity where he had that advantage to go for the Swords Dance again with that King Gambit and put it into a really, really strong place. But I think it's the subsequent turn after this, Scott, that is the pivotal one, the decision making, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's such a typical position too, right? I believe there's 3 turns left of snow here, and yeah, if you could stall out the snow, maybe you can get through this one. But it's just too many turns, and I kind of wonder on Zachary's side of the field too, where it's like, how well do you know your Low Punny calcs, right? I think for all of us, like other than Chase probably, basically 0. So it's like, you know, you do as much damage as they can just to like know I'm going to get that knockout, because you know, it's not like you're facing something like Garchomp, where like you probably know exactly how much damage your Sucker Punch is going to do once you kind of infer its training, where you know, Low Punny, that's something that most of us have spent a whole lot of time thinking about. But I just thought this whole sequence
damn, Eric's
was
pissed.
where yeah, it's just so close for Chase, but doesn't quite get it.
No, and it just shows the priority there, and you can see Zach how happy he is with that targeting.
We're going to ignore the fact that he barely knows how to use daggers on my save file.
Those electroshock boosts, which then allows this move, the Kowtow Cleave. And even though it's not super effective,
when you say 85 is not possible at 32 special attack, does that mean that that's too, like 85 is too low?
Now of a Sucker Punch to take it down, and that frees up then the Forosla has to go for the Blizzard and
yeah, but it still was the optimal play.
Like Chase has got no way back into the game, and yeah, Zach's laid everything out perfectly at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's the read on that play that makes a difference. It makes sense for both sides, right? Where one more Blizzard and our Archaladon's going to get it. It really didn't get that close. The single target didn't matter. I believe the first Blizzard did 127 damage. So we're a lot of leftovers turns away from our Archaladon being healthy enough to reasonably survive that. Both players know that. It was Scrappy that would have been, you know, the second chance with the cool play. Like, oh, the Ghost type Pokemon gets knocked out by the Fighting type move. But Zachary not falling for the shenanigans twice, and correctly reads that, oh, it's too dangerous for him not to attack the Frost Lasso. I can get King Gambit in.
Damn, that
Allows
hurt.
this Blizzard, which
Damn,
doesn't
am I
wind up
pepped up
mattering
too?
much,
Let's
but
go.
I kind of get to the checkmate where Archeladon, you don't want to switch out and lose all those boosts. You're going to lose then anyway, but just not enough resources left.
No,
I wonder what Starburst throw is based off of.
You feel for Chase to be able to kind of get back in this game, but that's the way that Zach's kind of set up this end game, where they've not allowed it to get to that point where it's giving the opponent a chance to get back into the game, and now it just feels inevitable.
Not optimal, but highest odds of winning, which it is optimal, right? No?
And that's what happened. I think Zach covering.
Because again, he had no shot of winning if he didn't get his attack off before the King Gambit Sucker Punch regardless.
Those attacks in, because Aquajet is not going to get you any further forward in this game.
Yeah, you realize you're going to win anyway, right? So, okay, like the only way I can lose here is make a mistake. I'm going to not risk that. And then, yeah, Frostlass would have handled this one, I think, regardless, where it just looks so good in this match. It's really
he parried it.
sequencing by Zachary there, right? Where he does a great job of not giving up too many
I dodged
resources.
it. You can't hit me.
That's
I'm behind
exactly what
you.
He needs at the end there. And, yeah, what a fantastic match.
120.
To both those players where, 5-1, 6-0. I can imagine they're both feeling pretty good. Chase using a really cool team. And Zachary just playing masterfully there. I think, again, it would have been so easy to throw that game away, but he plans it out perfectly.
Yeah, he was just remarkable in that game, and it really sets you up well, I think, going into the rest of the tournament at this stage. If you're still playing like that,
He has flash cannon and it just dies. Yeah, but then
had so many rounds as well, but to still be consistently playing to this kind of level here before we get into these latter rounds of the Swiss, it's
Bunny.
really
Well, yeah, well, you'd have to know. Bunny does well.
Didn't get the win there, but I think with the build and the Pokemon that they've got access to, they were very close to kind of getting over the line.
Because Bask
but
is,
yeah, I wouldn't be
if
surprised to
he
see
sucker
Chase have a
punches
deeper run into this tournament,
the
knowing
fish,
how good of a player they
but
are.
they did single target, so you can't lose the fish. You have to get the dual target Archludon. The only way Basculegia survives that turn is if it Aqua Jets.
That's all from us. It's a lot of fun. Man, the matches have just been so great today, and I can't wait for more. So, Casters, back to you.
That I kind of agree with to a point. Well, no, but Wave Crash, but
Swiss round, I wanted to say 10, so it would rhyme, but it didn't quite work out.
now you're messing up the turn order.
Number 7.
Yeah, it does rhyme. You just have to add the extra syllable in there.
Because he was +2 and Mega Lopunny was very low on health.
Not one we expected.
So she was also in Sucker Punch range.
I definitely was so excited to see Chase bring that as a really inspirational pick.
So if
and hopefully
Archludon
to claw back into this one with only one loss under his belt, he can still win out the next round.
Flash Cannon's the Frostlass, but Basculegion doesn't Aqua Jet the King Gambit, then it's still single target Blizzard coming in before Archludon ever gets a turn.
Of our players to watch. Wolf, of course, still undefeated. Kosukide also undefeated. Lots of strong play so far.
And we're going to be continuing to focus on our undefeated players because while we saw a win and end,
I mean, do you think he was just afraid Frostlass was going to protect?
Win and you are
or Aurora Veil?
You get another
maybe
win
protect
under
probably.
Phase 2 once that starts. When you are one step closer to making it to a top cut.
Yeah, still so many rounds left in this tournament between the rest of Phase 1, Phase 2 that will start today and then continue tomorrow, and you're going to need 2 or less losses to make it into the top cut, and all the players with 2 losses aren't even necessarily guaranteed in, so you want to make sure and keep picking those wins up.
Well, we are going to be focusing on Dawei C versus Justin Tang on the main stage. Make sure that you check out all of the other featured matches that are happening on
Yeah, but if
YouTube.
Basculegion doesn't Aqua Jet, Archludon never, well, you're talking a previous turn, right?
But you're here right now to focus on Dawei C versus Justin Tang, and I feel like this is just going to be such a great match.
These are a couple of teams that we've already seen a little bit. Justin's a version of that Floette and Delphox.
There's the Cyrilage I was asking you about.
With attackers paired with it and the King Gambit. We saw this version on stream once earlier today. And then on Dawei's side, we saw this team in Indianapolis. A little bit changed there. She had Vivian. Now they've switched over to the Sneasler instead, so pairing a little bit more damage with it. But I think it'll be interesting to watch this matchup because these are both teams that want to use support to let Mega boost
So, yeah.
up, and neither one might disrupt
versus
the other
Delphox,
for
yep.
those boosts.
At Indianapolis, Dawei was able to get top 64, adding some very valuable championship points to their grand total to qualify for the World
my noodle?
Championships versus Justin Tang, who has multiple World Championship invites over with the number of championship points that he has.
Yeah, Dalway just on the line. We were
That's
looking
fine.
before the match started, and just barely in that top 80. Has done really well.
Sacrilege
so
is
far
there
today,
to
of course,
beat the
6-0,
Charizard,
try to
beat a
safeguard
Charizard
that,
comp.
but needs a little
So
bit more as well, and so these are important matches, and going to be doing it with this team focused around.
and there it is. Yeah, Shadow Sneak, Bitter Blade, bulk up.
Coil on Melodic,
Muddy Water,
bulk up
Coil,
on Sacrilege, so
Hypnosis.
you always have the right setup option.
Life
for
Tube,
any given
Matcha,
scenario. We saw in Indianapolis. on this
Adamant,
broadcast,
Bold,
Sacrilege had a lot of success
Impish,
against the Charizard
Timid.
team.
So it's a
Push the
fast
Charizard on the other
Floette,
side,
Calm
maybe a little
Mind
bit less
setup.
likely, but also does fare
Well,
very
that is
well
your
into both Floette and
your useless
the
Calm
Delphox.
Mind
Because the Psy Shock hits
that
in
you were
the
talking
defense,
about.
You have those bulk up boosts. You can take less damage from them, and of course, you are flash fire.
I mean, you say
slaves, so
prepare to
Delphox
see
not doing a lot.
Floette
So
every
maybe still
every
relevant in this
game
matchup.
as if he has another
When you look
Mega.
at some of the other big threats that are going to be on
I want to see the other
field,
team.
I feel like Sinistra is also going to help out a lot. I think with the Life Dew, that was something that was really potent with these setups.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to have that.
Oh, the
supporting
Delphox,
option
right.
to
Right.
give over
You
additional
right.
HP, so your Milotic, your Sirolege, once you get them set up, can
I wanna
actually
see
stay
it.
on the field for a longer period of time.
Melodic, you mentioned, can set up with Coil. It's, of course, going to boost defense and then accuracy. So those Muddy Water start hitting, but much more frustrating for Justin will be
Okay,
if
here we go.
Hypnosises start hitting. Can put Pokemon to sleep consistently. Can be really a thorn in the side. It's kind of a setup Pokemon that often sits next to
So
the other
Nasty
setup
Plot,
Pokemon, buys
Delphox.
time by just
He's
threatening
double set up
Hypnosis
Pokemon.
successfully.
Triple
And
set up
that can be a big
Pokemon.
disruption as Justin tries to set up his own Pokemon.
Plus, there's
The
that Quick Guard
Delphox, the
Sneasler.
focus here. We've seen these pair of setup Megas, and then like we saw earlier in the broadcast, King Gambit, the third option here to also give another physical setup option, just like the Sirolege on the other side. An option that could be really disruptive into the options on Dalway's side, but the Sirolege gets, has, while it is
So yeah,
weak to
we have
Dark, it
3
has to
setup
worry about that.
Pokemon.
Also has
Plus,
the
we
Bitter
have
Blade
the
to
Quick
fight
Guard
back.
on
Weirdly,
Sneasler, which is
see
wild.
those two up against each other. Otherwise, very similar options. Both players with the Sinistcha and the Incineroar to try to buy time for these setup options.
The Sinistcha doesn't have Life Dew though, so that is a source of healing off the table. Similarly with the
I mean, I do
Floette,
kind of
don't
feel
have
like
Fairy
Sirolege
Kiss
goes
as a
crazy
single
here,
target
right?
Fairy type move. You've got Moonblast instead, which is going to hit a lot
Because
harder,
Sirolege
but
is
then
good
you're
into
missing out on
Floette.
that
Sirolege is good into King Gambit. You've said he's not bringing Delphox.
Both players have the double fake out, but only Justin.
Sirolege is not good into Incineroar, really? Unless you can switch into a Flare Blitz.
Risk of getting quick guarded if that were to
It's
come
good
up.
into
You can imagine
Sinistcha,
a situation where
and
Delphox, weak
it's
to Shadow
actually
Sneak, of
pretty
course,
good into
in low
Sneasler.
enough health that that's a big threat, and maybe that is a disruption against it.
At 6-0,
It beats
in a field of over
4 of his Pokemon. Like, if he brings right side plus Sinistcha, he just wins. If he pulls, if he does like a
Two of Swiss at the North America International Championships. But how much further can they take this?
well, it also has the option to bulk up too. So you kind of have a coin toss there as well, especially if he gets the bulk up off before. He did lead with the Delphox. Hi, Hams. Okay. Damn.
So we don't see the Mega support setup options. Instead, we see the Milotic and the Sirolege there together, both pretty safe on the field here. Neither that worried about what the other side is going to do.
Chewing on that.
And can start to disrupt the Delphox pretty quickly here. You can set up, or you can just...
Unfortunately, after this one, I'm going to turn off stream because I got to go get dinner ready for my wife and get ready to go pick her up, actually.
To this Sneasler on the other side and resist anything this Delphox can go for.
Delphox only has the option to go for Heat Wave. That's a spread type, fire type attack that's going to activate the Sirolege's Flash Fire. There's no way around that. Sneasler does get a fake out into the Incineroar, and the
Okay.
is going to
That's
activate
annoying.
here to poison the Incineroar on the switch in. Delphox has the option to
There's
go
the
for
Nasty Plot, yep.
get that plus
But,
two
like,
attack
she's kind of locked down by Shadows. Oh, boy.
as it goes for bulk up.
All right, so the boosts are there. Both players opting to get their setup in, and Justin more interested in stopping them.
Like, Sneasler cannot touch the Sirolege at all.
Anyway, the fake out poison.
He
on
might.
Incineroar
Oh,
could be
but you know
relevant.
what? We got to
In a
get the
matchup
Sneasler
where
off the field
it could be
because of the
good
Quick
enough
Guard.
slowly
This is
and
literally
try to
the
position.
scenario where
And
Quick Guard is
without
good.
the Delphox able to threaten the Incineroar very directly, getting the poison
And he
there could mean a
didn't
lot of
even
free damage,
fucking
especially
press
since,
it.
the post-combat threat isn't as serious when you're trying to get Sneasler out on the field, try to have your own intimidate down and fake up pressure on future turns.
As Incineroar comes in from Justin, you're going
Woo!
to bring the Sirolege's attack back down to neutral.
I'm doing another bulk up. And
From the Delphox.
may I
The
add,
second bulk up is going to bring the Sirolege back up to +1.
there's no that takes away what you call it.
Kind of a pretty null turn here as we see a little bit more onto this Incineroar.
Also, oh yeah, because
No, I'm
Psych
not
up,
sure if such
the
an
bulk up
alternative
attack.
just makes a
Okay.
lot of really valuable
So
progress.
what does
There's
he
a
do
lot of
now?
damage
Switch into
into the Sinister Ledge at really low
Sinistra
cost. That was
and
much of
press
expected.
Shadow
Another
Sneak?
switch for the Sneasler slot. Of course, you're not trying to throat chop Sneasler. You weren't looking for a throat chop into Incineroar.
What does she
You're
do?
Expecting the Sinistra was going to come in and threaten redirection.
Yeah, I
and
remember.
get one
I just
step
wasn't even
ahead
thinking
of
about that.
Instead, doesn't find a very good target for it, and Incineroar finds itself in a really great position.
But it still did a lot of damage, like you said.
Onto both Pokemon, threatens now Fake Out into Incineroar on the other side, which makes it more difficult to just protect Serial Edge, do something like Protect and Parting Shot on this next turn. So I think Justin in a really strong position.
Incineroar's
Another
gone.
rotating door as Incineroar
Because he
pops
couldn't
up,
parting shot.
and Sneasler comes back in
Sneasler's
in
back.
place. Still has that Focus Sash intact, but it's going to be another Incineroar leaving for the Sinistra.
Nice, but did he click Heat Wave?
Brought to this first game. Hospitality healing.
I mean, of course he didn't click Heat Wave. He's not going to give Serial Edge, like, the stuff, right?
Kind of get a bit more damage down on the board as this
Oh,
Sneasler
Bitter
comes
Blade
in.
into the
Bitter Blade comes
Sneasler.
down. Great target for the Sneasler to bring
And
it
a
down to that
full
Focus Sash.
fucking
He
heal.
also gets some really valuable regeneration onto the Serial Edge.
This is an absolutely huge turn. Between the Hospitality and the Bitter Blade, you're all the way back to full health. On
Okay, so
Psyshock from a turn ago is
you
gone.
can, this
Instead,
turn,
now Sinistra comes into play
click
in a
Shadow
pretty good position
Sneak
here, can redirect
pretty
for a
safely
turn,
in Trick
use
Room.
the Psyshock, you know, even if you're willing to spend the Sinistra.
There's
quickly,
no,
buy an
there's
extra
nothing
turn,
stopping
it's
Shadow
also
Sneak Trick
easy to
Room.
just rotate
Even if he
right
quick
back out
guards,
to the Incineroar.
like,
Another
it doesn't
valuable
matter.
Intimidate into the Sneasler, not be under that threat from Delphox. This is where the poison from earlier starts to matter, because as you switch Incineroar in, you're going to pay more health for it with the poison turn. But I feel like this takes Justin Strong, you know, advantaged position from the
Yeah, I know he
previous turn,
can't
flips
fake
it on
out.
his
That's
head.
why I said, oh
Now
my
Sneasler
god,
right back out into the back
she
end, has
click?
no fake out target, and so
Like, that was the
Incineroar
play, right?
Incineroar, another Intimidate drop down onto the Serial Edge.
I guess not. I guess that
Sinistra
wasn't the
do
play.
same.
I feel like
As
that
it
was the
comes
play,
back out, this
but
Intimidate
like,
drop
I'm
onto
wrong, I
Justin's
guess.
Incineroar will stick.
Bulking
And
up
nice to
again?
get that fresh Incineroar in there. As Serial Edge goes for the Shadow Sneak, this Delphox gets taken down
Woof.
to the low half. But it's still going to have to take. Oh, wow, look at this. A Nasty Claw comes out from the
Ooh.
Delphox.
Been a couple bulk ups. There's a lot of health in that Serial Edge. You're going to need more damage if you want to
That
break it. So that was
poor
one of the
Incineroar
big-
is like
you can see
slowly
the
getting
damage
eat up by that
so
poison though.
That's going to be a 2-hit KO into the Delphox.
So
on the other
which
side, despite
Incineroar
being
is faster
intimidated
here?
into
Because
Serial Edge
do you
in the
throat
meat.
chop the Incineroar
Both players cycling Incineroar
to keep it from
onto the
parting
field,
shot?
Maybe threatening fake out back and forth.
Because this turn I think he protects with Delphox and parting shots with Incineroar.
On the field so far. If one player has the speed advantage there to fake out.
Oh yeah, that's also
Incineroar,
true.
that could be,
Well, the Incineroar can also fake out,
Right now,
can't he?
Serial
I
Edge
guess it doesn't matter
is
who fakes out who in this
significantly
situation.
threatened at +2 defense against these Pokemon.
Another Psyshock from the Delphox comes out, and the Serial Edge still takes it like a champ.
Bulk up
Serial
comes
Edge
up
goes for
again,
another
okay.
Bulk up, try to get back some of
But
those
what if
attack
throat
drops
chop?
that this Incineroar is taken away, and the throat chop right into this Serial Edge. Culver Bear
Oof.
is going to help make that just so easy. While you do get to drop the attack, you still keep those defense boosts that you've gained from
Parting
all
shot
the
comes
that
out
have
into the
happened so far.
Incineroar.
And so
Sinistee
Serial
comes
Edge
out. He'll
now
Serial Edge back up again.
as it ends this turn, as its partner Incineroar
+3
gets
defense,
that
+1 attack still.
Yeah, the parting shot
The
into
Intimidate's
Incineroar
just
likely back
doing
to
its
Sinistra
job.
with more health onto Serial Edge. The next turn, you can use a Shadow Sneak to suppress Delphox offense. You can threaten a Life Dew again, and then suddenly all the health is back on Serial Edge again. It just feels like Justin can't make enough progress on the Serial Edge. Got some damage, got it healed. Get more boosts so we can get the damage again, and it quickly looking like it's all going to evaporate.
Yep,
again.
there's the
Always
Sinistee.
barely on the edge of being
Get some
able
of that
to
delicious
Serial Edge
matcha.
enough. If you aren't suppressing the Delphox, then you're just at threat of
So
another
Delphox
KO.
protects this turn, right?
Does a great job of suppressing that no Sneasler
Like
on
that's
field.
the obvious
Protect
move is
with quick
Delphox
guard,
protects.
and just one
You
turn
either parting
of
shot
ball
or
time
you
will be
hard
enough for
tag
Sinistra
out
to
into
heal up the Serial Edge by space for the Serial Edge.
the Sneasler.
Again, it's looking like an uphill battle for Justin, but not over yet.
I'm betting you he has King. I mean, do you think he even brought a Mega? No, he did. He did. So it's either King Gambit or
Sinistra, though, important to note, also provides
Sinistee in the back.
in future turns. But for now, no protection.
There it is.
KOing the Delphox.
Big KO there as the Mega Evolution from
That's
Justin's
it. Like
team
this is
fell.
absolutely
That's
Jover.
going to be one Pokemon removed from the field as you see this Incineroar have to reveal something else that Justin may have brought in the back. It could just be that Sneasler, or it could be a fourth Pokemon in that King Gambit or that Sinistra. Unlikely to be that Floette. We saw the Delphox Mega Evolve.
I'm just not sure how much it matters at this point. What is ever going to do the damage to the Cyril Edge at this point. You have only physical attackers or the Sinistcha, which wouldn't have Shadow Ball, so it would just be a resisted Machagacha. You have +3 defense.
Yeah, for real.
Find the damage. I mean, you would have to be King Gambit quickly.
Damn!
But yeah, Justin knows there's nothing to show that damage.
Look at the
It's over.
Zero
Just allows
Ledge.
the Shadow Sneak. We don't even learn what the Pokemon are in the back or what the Sinestro was going to do the rest of that turn, because new in Pokemon Champions, you can just concede anytime. Don't have to input that switch in. And so Dalway takes game one. Zero Edge able to hang on in front of Delphox.
I think that's it's just so tough, right? Because I think the Serial Edge really does check both of these Mega Evolutions. Even if you had Floette here, that is a Fire-type Pokemon.
Floette would be even worse, right? And of course, there's also no Draining Kiss on Floette for Justin, so you can't.
Well,
play
won last
a
weekend, didn't it?
Exchange of healing back and forth. It'll just be Bitter Blade to heal.
Or did it lose
This is
to?
such an
Did it? Was it the one that lost to
very
Gengar?
rarely see this drawback, this Psyshock. Usually, when you're thinking about Psychic versus Psyshock,
Yes.
you're just thinking about what Pokemon in the format are going to do more damage to, and it feels like an easy choice in this format because there's Floette everywhere.
Okay.
You'd much rather
I wasn't
hit the
sure
lower
which
defense stat
tournament that
of
was since I was
Floette,
watching two
but
of them.
The Psyshock instead means that the bulk ups are mitigating the special attack boosts on the Delphox on the other side because you're immune to the heat wave. And so really interesting dynamic that I'm not sure we've actually seen on a broadcast match before of the Serial Edge able to boost in the face of the special attacker.
I mean, it was so powerful that Dalway didn't bring a Mega Evolution to that first game and won that game off the back.
Sneasler,
of
Floette
that
comes
Serial
out.
Edge.
Floette can't do shit. Oh, he's gonna try to set up in his
Got the Mega
face.
Delphox in the lead, but the Mega Floette instead next to that Sneasler as Dalway says, okay, I'm gonna run back. My Milotic Serial Edge worked out great for me in first game.
If Milotic gets off what 2 hypnosises, he can start putting Floette to sleep.
Feels like if Delphox was hard to beat,
But Serial Edge could like severely pressure the Floette because I mean
she's content to just go back.
it's
to Milotic
physical.
and Serial Edge.
It can't click
Offer
Calm
both of these
Mind.
Threats of setup once again.
But I feel like at least this time, you do have the ability to calm mind. Those special attack boosts actually adding up versus the bulk up defense boosts from the Serial Edge.
Yeah, but more slowly than Nasty Plot was, and you're resisted the entire time. But at least if you can match boost, you eventually are just going to one
Yeah.
KO because there's no special defense boosting on the other side.
Going for
There's a
something.
Dark Claw that comes out, so maybe this could get the poison activated.
Oh
on the
my
Serial
God,
Edge. And
that's
if it does,
fucking
one way
brutal.
that you can get rid of some of the HP on the Serial Edge if it starts to take itself out at the end of these turns. Floette has the space.
Okay,
to
so
keep the
Floette is
calm mind.
faster.
That's going to be
What
a
did
nice boost
Melodic
to its special
click?
defense, but more importantly, its special attack as Serial Edge matches that on the physical side.
Well, this may be a little unfair to say, but
Ooh,
I
we
asked
got the
for
coil.
Justin's game
You
plan
think
was
so?
going to
What do
be-
you do
he
this
shows
turn?
it
Protect
immediately,
Serial
Dire
Edge
Claw,
and
Serial Edge
maybe
rewarded
Hypnosis
with the
into
poison,
Floette?
And there's a damage answer against the Serial Edge. But of course, the Bitter Blades, the Hospitality, they can undo poison damage really significantly. So you aren't going to be able to just kind of wait around for poison to do the work. But the Floette at +1 special
Or do you
attack
greed for the
does
second
pretty
coil?
significant damage in the Serial Edge with Moonblast.
So, because
at
2
the
coils,
you can
Hypnosis is
reach for a
100%.
KO right now, you're going to be in really good shape. But on the other hand, if Serial Edge just swings into the Floette, gets a bunch of damage.
Yeah,
Bitter
but
Blade
you also
heals
can't
the
just
bunch
let
back, it's
Floette
gonna be a
sit there
problem.
and
Wouldn't
set up.
surprise me
You
if
have
this
to
is
do
Justin
something
rotate
here.
the Sneasler into
And the
Incineroar
other
to
good,
be
actually the
able to
good
push
thing,
that damage
it's really good that
mitigated.
Serial Edge did get poison here because now the Dire Claw can't put it to sleep and just like RNG the game
And
out.
because your Milotic just got a coil, you just go unleash a Hypnosis onto the opposite
Oh,
side.
another poison into the Milotic. Hypnosis, definitely a threat.
Moonblast
here.
into
No
Serial
switch
Edge?
means that the Serial Edge is not gonna
No
get
way.
that mitigated.
No, but the Serial Edge gets to hang
Do we
on through this
do
turn.
a Bitter Blade?
The Bitter Blade that comes out from the Serial Edge is going to heal all of this back up as Bitter Blade launches.
That's
into
that's a
Sneasler,
huge amount of
puts it down on
healing.
Focus Sash and does heal up a good majority of the damage just dealt to it by that Floette with Moonblast.
Damn.
Means it's going to stick on through the
And
rest of
she
turn,
got the
and Melodic
Hypnosis,
does
okay.
have the Hypnosis.
Wow, this is a really interesting turn. Okay, so I think a few things happen here.
Yeah.
I believe Dalway was trying to cover for an Incineroar.
Sneasler's
so
a
you put Hypnosis
backup
there
battery.
As well. Serial Edge, though, because it there's no Hypnosis into the Floette, it's still going to be able to attack this turn. And Serial Edge, with the extra bit of poison damage, is, I think, just
So what do? You
heal range
protect with Serial Edge and you
Moonblast
Hypnosis,
now, based
right?
on what we saw on that previous turn. But Serial Edge also took so much damage. If that had just been Dire Claw plus Moonblast into Serial Edge last turn, I think it would have gotten KO'd. It got so low off that Moonblast. You could see the lower special defense on the Serial Edge having an impact. And meanwhile, Sneasler takes all the brunt of that at turn. Takes the Bitter Blade all the way down.
The poison actually is doing stuff.
Gets another really valuable poison out of it.
Incineroar comes out. We're at
Less chance to heal,
0.
so it's just going to get slowly whittled down by this.
Now it's time for the Incineroar to come in.
Competitive
and get that
happens?
attack drop,
Wait.
but you do have to give
No!
Milotic.
That was your chance, Melodic! Oh, that feels so bad. But I also understand they wanted to conserve the Serial Edge.
You don't have to worry about those special attack boosts you just
Moonblast
gave over.
into Sarah. Oh, into Sinistea. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Just a one-hit knockout like that As soon as that Sinister switched in, the hospitality healing is all it gets a chance to do in this game. But that leaves this Floette vulnerable. Another
50%, okay.
As Sirolege brings itself back up to basically full before the poison.
Yeah, so another really interesting turn. Dawei gives up a really valuable resource. Milotic with both the special attack boost and the accuracy boost because need the hospitality right that moment. She's worried about Moonblast into Sirolege and wants to get enough help to be able to take that turn.
Oh, man, that was such a bad call.
Intimidate and mitigate some of the damage back. But then the Moonblast doesn't go there. It goes into Sinistra, like you called out. Gets a one-hit KO there. Takes away another really valuable resource for Dawei. But in the meantime, between Sirolege getting hospitality, being
I think you protect with Sirolege, you leave Melodic out, and you click either...
Now we saw Moonblast do a
You click Muddy Waters there to KO the Sneasler or catch the Incense Switch in, plus you get the Muddy Water boost. That's what I would have done.
Fighting back in this situation.
I would worry though about the Culver Berry. Maybe one thing that can help to mitigate that damage from the throat chop, especially when you know that you have that additional defense boost and you're going to secure another one from a second bulk up in this game. Incineroar gets the parting shot though, so it's not going to be any damage.
Yeah, she's just trying to keep the bulk up damage under control.
Defense though, you got to worry about that from the
So
Sirolege.
she coils Melodic this turn.
And
Oh, we got the opposing Sinistra. That's actually scary. But also, that's just nom-noms for Sirolege, right?
The poison really significant here as it will
Just raw hypnosis. Oof.
Milotic getting some recovery back, but missed the hypnosis, gave up that foil from a turn earlier. But these poison damages are just continuing to stack up. I think right now the Moonblast is probably a threat to just KO the Sirolege, and the hospitality should mean that Shadow Sneak is not a threat to KO.
Now she's got to switch the Melodic back out for. Oh, Sinistra's gone actually. Shit.
Strong turn from Justin to recognize that doesn't have to immediately press the issue, is able to protect the Floette, and there's not much threat back to the Incineroar on the other side, and so the parting shot really valuable again to mitigate offense, to get healing in with Sinistra. And of course, you can just bring Incineroar back in, intimidate once again if you want to further mitigate. At that point, the Bitterblade might not even be a KO back into the flow at the other side, which could buy you time to just Moonblast the Milotic again, continue to take down all of Sirolege's partners.
As Incineroar comes out, you're giving over that competitive boost to the Milotic. And this time, the Milotic is going to stay on the field and protect itself. Not going to go down at the end of this turn by a Moonblast. By the end of the Floette. And Floette was trying to go after that Pokemon. So Sirolege is clear. Bitterblade once again.
I think Justin Tang might be out of this one.
Bringing it down to -1, but Sirolege is still getting a lot of HP recovery.
Sirolege is getting recovery, but I think these turns are still working in Justin's favor. You can see the impact of the cycling with Incineroar and Sinistra.
I mean, she just clicks Muddy Water now, right?
Really common in this format. The Floette.
Yeah, absolutely. You just click Muddy Water here.
Further lowering Sirolege's attack stat means that Floette still looks relatively comfortable here. You can imagine going back to Sinistra and healing more again, or faking out the Milotic if you want to stop it for a turn, so you can throw a Moonblast somewhere. Really important for Dawei that she stayed at least one turn ahead. Saw the game plan from Justin, which is to mitigate the Sirolege, keep the Floette healthy, and then KO all the partners sitting next to Sirolege. So buys a turn of space against that strategy by protecting Milotic through that previous turn, but that's just one turn of space. Milotic's still very vulnerable.
Actually, I've got to cut this. It's 6 o'clock at this point. I want to finish watching this match, but I've got to cut the game off and get ready to go, get ready to make dinner and stuff. Pretty sure I saved, probably.
But you still have to worry about knowing that the Sinistra
I'm going to stick around to the end of this particular battle.
Plan around, right? Because the Sinistra does make a reappearance.
Then I'm going to be back here doing this again tomorrow, too, exactly the same way.
And Floette, while it attacks here into the Milotic, okay, gets the KO. That's a pretty good start.
Fuck.
With a critical hit to boot.
I don't think it matters.
I don't think so either, but hey, you know what? You do you, Floette. You've earned that
Bitterblade
KO.
into Floette, that's KO? Nope, not a KO yet.
I was going to say, you have to worry about that Sinistra. That's something you can plan around with that Ghost type on the other side.
Yeah, you could just hit with Bitterblade into Sinistra instead and try to get more recovery that way, but the issue right now isn't really Sirolege's health bar. Justin's kind of changed the way this game was working. It felt like in the early turns, it was about trying to lower Sirolege's health bar.
So what do you do now? Do you fake out into Floette and then Bitterblade into Sinistra? Because that's Sinistra, or do you bulk up again?
And said Sirolege can be as healthy as it wants, and so it doesn't matter where the
Something happened in the background. Do you hear that?
Floette still takes a bunch of damage from that Bitter Blade, but probably
Oh.
is still outside of
What is
Shadow
this?
Sneak
Round
area,
7. Hang on, we gotta
since you
check.
can easily
We
imagine
gotta check the
Incineroar
boy.
coming right back in again. The cycling next to Floette has been on for Justin this entire
I'm getting nervous
time.
because round 7 is
Those are really the only
huge.
two Pokemon. The fourth Pokemon for Justin is the sleeping 1 HP Sneasler. So it's just those two partners to work through next to Floette, but so far it's all it's needed. But that is damage mounting on Floette.
Oh, he's still
If this
playing.
continues at this pace, and it's just
He's
Bitter
against.
Blades
Oh, we already looked at
constantly,
this. James
maybe you could
Parmalee,
eventually get to a
who we
KO
don't know anything
on
about.
Floette, but Floette, of course, can just protect
I
itself
think.
to buy extra turns of hospitality as well.
And at this point, Cerulege is going to be at
Yeah, so we don't know anything about
-2.
James
I really
Parmalee.
don't want to take that risk versus a fake out plus that Bitter Blade that could
Okay,
come
he
through.
lost that
So
one.
you see a bulk up instead, as it's always going to try to split the difference. Fake out into Floette gets stopped, but you do have to bulk up now onto the Cerulege.
So he's 6-1 right now.
Yeah, Dalway's doing a great job of keeping some positional hope alive. The protect from Floette very telegraphed there because of the position, so you want to get a bulk up, but you want to make sure you don't just lose if the Floette goes ahead and attacks and doesn't protect instead. So the fake out there covers for that. Cerulege gets a boost, but once again, the poison is really significant here because every time we get this couple turns of cycling where the Cerulege tries to boost to undo the
This is
intimidation
so
target
exciting.
shots that it's taking constantly so that it continues to be a damage threat. It's taking significant poison damage in the meantime, and at some point Justin will just pull the trigger and throw a Moonblast there, and if you don't have recovery ready
At -1, do you think it dies to Shadow Sneak?
when it's down, there's no more recovery available. That will just be a KO.
Well, he didn't do it.
Cerulege, and nothing you can do about it.
Let's find out if this is going to be the turn. Moonblast gets launched
He's
into
little
the
shit.
Cerulege and does not actually get the knockout. It's not a Bitter Blade on this turn. Then Cerulege will get knocked out to the poison at the end of it. But finally, Dalway's earned
She
the
wasn't
KO
as
with that Mega
confident.
Floette. With a little bit of HP recovery that maybe you're able to survive the poison recoil. But yeah, it looks very, very close. Cerulege does hang on. Such a small amount left to give.
But like now, what do you do?
Out the set 2-0.
Oh man, because Cerulege is probably the fastest moving thing at this
I mean,
point
if
as
Sinister
well.
just
Sinister
has
on
Protect.
Justin's side does have Protect, so it's not just a vulnerable target for Bitter Blade.
Did
It probably
Incineroar
means
just
you
come
want
out this
to
turn?
get
Do we
around,
have
you gotta
Fake
throw the
Out?
Bitter Blade
No,
at
because
Incineroar,
our
which
Incineroar got
doesn't
faked
have
out.
Protect. But if Justin just cycles that into the 1 HP Sneasler, then all you get is 1 HP of
Melodic,
recovery,
yeah, it's
and then
it's
the poison
yeah.
will tick down the
Yeah, Sinistra protects.
Cerulege.
Cerulege, throat chops.
Going to be a protect
Oh,
for
wait,
Sinistra on this turn.
that's KO. Yeah, this is it. This is over.
Still faster than the Cerulege regardless. So no berry to save it, not enough HP to survive the throat chop, and so Cerulege gets felled. Last Incineroar for Dalway. The throat chop is just not going to be able to add up to enough.
Yeah. All right, guys. I gotta go. I'm gonna keep watching this on my phone. Feel free to talk to me about it on on Discord, and I will be back tomorrow with the exact same setup. We're playing Dragon Quest XI and watching. Yeah, almost at Facebook.